Daxia Dynasty, Longchuan County, Majia Village. 7 or 8 elderly ants sat in a circle, eating melon seeds and chatting. The crisp sound of eating melon seeds, intertwined with the whispers that were deliberately suppressed but clearly audible, made people laugh and cry. Princian, where did you go for a stroll? Even if they were focused on chatting with their companions and eating melon seeds, they would not ignore the passers-by and would greet anyone who passed by. Hee, just strolling around and looking at the mountains and rivers. Mo Yin squinted his eyes, scratched the back of his head with his right hand that had nowhere to go, and looked not very smart. Every time he wanted to sneak by, he was caught every time. At this moment, Aunt Yulon stood up suddenly, like a giant rat, and jumped in front of Mo Yin. She was wearing a blue coarse cloth. Her dark face was engraved with ravines of wind and frost, and her white teeth and honest smile made people feel close inexplicably. But Mo Yin was alarmed and subconsciously took a small step back. Aunt Yulon turned over Mo Yin's palm with a smile and poured the melon seeds into his hand. Prince Yin, the melon seeds we fried are so fragrant. Try them. If they're not enough, tell me again. Okay, thank you, Aunt Yulon. Aunt Yulon smiled and walked back to her seat. At this time, Mo Yin's tense nerves slowly relaxed. When he came to his senses, he found that his back was already covered with cold sweat. Mo Yin was a time traveler. In his previous life, he was a private detective with superb business ability. He died at the age of 100. After his death, his soul lived in the purple gold gourd that he accidentally got. He wandered in the chaos for countless years and came to this world half a year ago. His original body was also called Mo Yin, an 18-year-old handsome young man. His father was Mo Wintian, the Dingyuan Marquis of the Great Xia Dynasty. He had a great cultivation and was admired by thousands of people. Unfortunately, Mo Yin was not favored since he was a child. When he was 7 years old, he was found to be born with a useless body and was sent back to Majia Village to fend for himself. If a cultivator wants to draw the source energy into the body for cultivation, he must have a cultivation physique. Even the worst lower-grade mortal body can cultivate. And the born useless body is insensitive to the source energy and cannot cultivate. What is horrifying is that the original body died of poisoning by inhaling sulfur smoke at home half a year ago. However, when Mo Yin traveled through time, the toxins in his body disappeared inexplicably and did not cause a lasting impact on his body. From the detective experience of the previous life, this matter reveals something strange. A small amount of sulfur smoke is only slightly toxic, and it will not cause bleeding from all 7 orifices and sudden death. It is obvious that other toxins in the body react with sulfur smoke to produce highly toxic. As for what kind of poison, who put it? How did it happen? Mo Yin knew nothing about it. The reason why the original body used sulfur smoke to drive away mosquitoes was because Majia Village has always had this habit. Under the subtle influence, the original body also learned it. As for the other part of the toxins, they may come from the water and food at home or from the food of the neighbors. The original body was defenseless and could not provide any effective information to Mo Yin. Even as a detective in the previous life, he could not guess the identity of the assassin. He also wanted to break the cage, escape from Majia Village, and take refuge in King's Hufeng, more than 200 miles away. But the surrounding dense forests were towering and fierce beasts were rampant. He could not get out alone, let alone how to survive there. He has been walking on thin ice for the past 6 months. Even the amiable ant was always on guard. Fortunately, the assassin did not seem to move in the past 6 months, as if he had given up the assassination mission. The assassin was just concerned about his identity and did not act openly, but the poisoning in secret never stopped. If the unpopular prince died accidentally, it would not attract attention. If he was assassinated, it would be different. Even if Mo Yin was killed at that time, there would be endless trouble. Mo Yin pretended to be relaxed, smiled and nodded, then walked towards his house leisurely, ignoring the whispers of the ants. The house he lived in was the old house of the Mo family, a 2-story wooden house with a yard 3 meters long and wide. At this time, a burly and naive boy was dozing against the stone pillar in front of the door, and he didn't open his sleepy eyes until Mo Yin approached. The boy was called Mo Han, and his family lived not far from the next door. He had a very good relationship with the original body. Mo Han's parents died early, leaving only the brother and sister to depend on each other, and he was a miserable person. As the saying goes, a hemp rope breaks at the thinnest part, and misfortune finds miserable people. His sister Mohan was weak and sick since childhood, and Mohan also became mentally retarded 11 years ago. Fortunately, the neighbors around helped him, and he didn't starve to death. Brother Yun, my sister asked me to give it to you. Mohan stood up, squinted his eyes, smiled, and handed the small black wine jar to Mo Yun. In the wine jar was the fruit wine brewed by Mohan picking wild fruits. Neighbors said it tasted great. Giving food to neighbors is a traditional way of communication in Majia village. The amount is not much, but it is full of friendship. Mo Yin took the wine jar and grinned. Hansi, thank your sister for me. As he said, he stuffed the melon seed sent by Aunt Yulan into Mohan's hand, patted his shoulder, and carried the wine jar back to the house. Mohan glanced at the melon seeds in his hand, then looked at Mo Yun's back, turned around, and left happily. In the courtyard, Mo Yun walked to the mouse cage with the small wine jar and fed it to the little white mouse. The little white mouse did not have any adverse reactions after taking the fruit wine. Mo Yun did not think that the poor Mohan and Mohan were the unforgivable assassins, but he was just more vigilant and wanted to verify it. All the imported food in the past 6 months had to be fed to the mice first, and he didn't know how many mice had been replaced. Then Mo Yun walked to the old well in the yard as usual, squatted down, and lowered his head to check the hair pressed by the manhole cover. It was this carefulness and caution day after day that allowed him to avoid poisoning again and live to this day. The hair is very short and difficult to detect. At this time, 3 of the short hairs distributed in 4 directions have disappeared, and the position of the remaining one has also shifted. Mo Yun's heart sank, and he thought to himself, the disappearance of 3 hairs means that the manhole cover has been opened. Poisoning again? Mo Yun checked other food again and found that it had not been tampered with. However, he did not dare to eat the food and water in his home, so he had no choice but to use the dry food he brought with him as dinner. It was really uncomfortable to eat dry food, so Mo Yun swallowed his saliva frantically to make himself feel more comfortable. The setting sun was like blood, and the blood-colored afterglow spread all over the yard. The scenery that he loved most in his previous life, but now he felt suffocated for no reason. Mo Yun lay on the rocking chair, rocking gently, making a creaking sound. Hey, the eldest son of Ding Yuan Ho, he doesn't even have a servant to guard the house. What a stinky egg. The original body had a housekeeper in the Kaiqiao realm to take care of his daily life. But half a year ago, Ding Yuan Ho suddenly ordered to promote thrift and economy and transferred the housekeeper away. The 10th grade Kaiqiao realm cultivators draw the source energy into the body, open up the acupoints in the body, and the physical fitness is comprehensively strengthened, which is much stronger than ordinary people. If it is a 9th grade Qi refining realm cultivator, the innate source energy is nurtured in the body, and the source power can be released from the body, just like an immortal. The more Mo Yun thought about it, the angrier he got. The 3 bastards born by his stepmother were living a carefree life in Kyoto. And he was self-sufficient in the mountains, but he was always facing the danger of being killed. Is this something my father can do? As if he felt that his complaints were boring, Mo Yun sighed and got up to go back to the house to rest. Mo Yun took out a homemade rubber doll from the closet, lifted the quilt, and prepared to put the doll on the bed. Hiss! The moment he lifted the quilt, a living creature attacked Mo Yun. Fortunately, he was quick-witted and quickly retracted his hands and retreated to avoid the attack. Looking closely, there was a black and red band snake hissing on the bed. Mo Yun felt his scalp tingling. The red band snake is the most poisonous snake nearby. If bitten by a red band snake, it will definitely die. He pulled out the wooden stick behind the door and hit the red band snake fiercely. Bang! A precise blow from the stick blew up the snake's head. He poisoned his predecessor, poisoned the well, and then the red band snake. This killer really likes to play with poison. Whether he died of sulfur smoke poisoning or was bitten to death by the red band snake, Mo Yun would most likely be judged as an accidental death, which would not attract much attention. Who poisoned him? Chapter 2. Unexpected encounter. As night fell, 2 figures sat across from each other in a wooden cabin. The organization had issued a directive. By dawn, Missouri Yun must perish. The scheme of poisoning had already commenced. The Xianming spring water had been introduced into the well, and should Mo Yun inhale the 9-turned spiritual smoke, his demise would be inevitable. While both Xianming spring water and 9-turned spiritual smoke are harmless substances, their amalgamation results in a lethal poison that can corrode the soul, leaving no trace and eluding investigation. Time was of the essence. If the combination of 9 turns spiritual smoke and Xianming spring water failed, you would have to personally eliminate Mo Yun. If you were to act directly, what then? If the distant lord were to pursue the matter, we could not conceal it, potentially jeopardizing the mission in the secret realm. Thus, you must ensure the success of the poisoning. Mo Yun is merely a defenseless mortal, if necessary. Subdue him and let the red chain snake bite him. How is your injury? Rest assured, as long as I do not stimulate my vital energy, I shall be fine. My strength has now reached 350 G. The severe punishment from 6 months prior was a heavy toll, but this is an opportunity for redemption. Exercise caution. If you do not harness your physique, you are only slightly stronger than an ordinary person. Fear not. No one knows Mo Yun better than I do. Killing him will be as easy as pie. If you succeed this time, the organization may reward you with a mid-grade cultivation technique, enabling you to cultivate at an unprecedented speed, far surpassing any low-grade methods. As the clock struck midnight, Mo family village grew increasingly tranquil, punctuated only by the occasional barking of dogs and the chirping of crickets. A shadow leaped over the stone wall, ghost-like and silent, arriving at Mo Yun and Appo's bedroom window. The newcomer, a hulking figure clad in black, donned a fearsome Rakshasa mask. From within his cloak, he produced a bamboo tube, punctured the window paper, and blew a copious amount of 9 turns spiritual smoke into the room. After a brief moment, the black-clad figure deftly used a wire to unlock the bolted window. He then gracefully climbed through, making not a single sound. In the dim moonlight, he beheld Mo Yun lying peacefully in bed. Realizing that the red chain snake released earlier had failed, although the snake and Appo's venom was potent, it was not instant death. Mo Yun had ample time to struggle. Yet, he lay there so serenely, evidently unaffected by the snake and Appo's poison. Without hesitation, the black-clad man retrieved a red-chained snake from his pack, mounted Mo Yun, and clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle any noise. Suddenly, before the black-clad figure could use the snake to bite Mo Yun, the doll beneath him burst, emitting a muffled sound, followed by a waft of floral fragrance. Alarmed, the black-clad man gasped and instinctively held his breath, leaping off the bed. However, as his feet touched the ground, the floor before him gave way, revealing a deep pit. The intoxicating fragrance disoriented him, and before he could react, he fell into an underground chamber. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to regain composure, but just as he steadied himself, a large net descended upon him. With a scoff, the black-clad man drew a dagger from his waist and swiftly sliced through the net. Mo Yun, watching from the side, was struck with terror. How could a net woven from ropes as thick as a thumb be so easily severed? This defied logic. Moreover, what was the intention behind clutching the red chain snake? Mo Yun realized the adversary intended to take him by force. First, they would subdue him, then use the red chain snake to create the illusion that he had been fatally bitten. In an instant, Mo Yun activated all mechanisms, launching dozens of arrows toward the black-clad man. The latter deftly evaded the projectiles with ghostly agility, leaving behind mere afterimages. Mo Yun cursed in frustration. Was this even human? The black-clad man, meanwhile, felt a mix of vexation. He had inhaled the intoxicating perfume and was now contending with a series of traps. Were it not for his advanced cultivation as a Qi awakening practitioner, he would have been done for. Seeing the black-clad man begin to regain his bearings, Mo Yun seized a few bags of lime powder from the ground and hurled them. In an instant, the chamber was engulfed in a cloud of lime dust, obscuring vision. Utilizing the faint candlelight, Mo Yun turned and sprinted down the secret passage. As he passed 2 brownstone pillars, Mo Yun pretended to trip, sprawling on the ground and crawling as if he had fallen, adding to the illusion of terror. After maneuvering past the pillars, he smashed another bag of lime powder against the wall. Watching the powder diffuse throughout the passage, Mo Yun nodded in satisfaction and continued his flight. Boom, boom, boom. Mo Yun deliberately stomped heavily, the sounds echoing clearly within the passage, occasionally punctuated by his simulated cries of distress. The lime powder rendered the black-clad man unable to see, but he quickly closed in on Mo Yun's footfalls. Hey, you fell? The black-clad man thought, believing that mere traps would not hinder a practitioner. Today, he would demonstrate the might of a Qi awakening cultivator. These practitioners possess heightened senses, easily discerning Mo Yun's movements. With a flash, the black-clad man left afterimages in his wake, his speed far exceeding Mo Yun and Appo's. Through the dim candlelight, the black-clad man noted the lime powder ahead and felt a twinge of doubt, but swiftly dismissed it, assuming it to be a feeble stun of Mo Yun's desperation. He reasoned that it was improbable for Mo Yun to set a trap in such a well-lit area. Judging by the sounds, the passage was nearly linear. Capturing Mo Yun within was paramount, for allowing him to escape might alert others. As thoughts raced through his mind, the black-clad man accelerated once more. With Mo Yun just ahead, overjoyed, he thought of the rewards awaiting him upon completing this task, but as he reveled in his fantasies, he suddenly felt his footing lighten. Losing balance and tumbling forward, his face scraping against the ground. Confused, he struggled to turn back. In the dim light, he beheld the gruesome sight of his severed lower half, limbs scattered and blood flowing freely. Delicate threads hung in the air, nearly inaudible. The blood that touched the lime emitted a noxious white smoke, releasing the stench of charred flesh, revolting to the senses. With a chuckle, the black-clad man closed his eyes, seemingly resigned to his fate, awaiting the arrival of death. Swish, swish. The sound of Mo Yun and Apos' footsteps approached, drawing nearer. The angle of the cut was precise, severing all limbs while leaving him barely alive. This silk thread had been acquired from the old steward. That old man had quite the collection of fine items. Mo Yun muttered to himself as he carefully stored the silk thread from the brownstone pillar. Had it not been for the silk and his remarkable acting skills to deceive the black-clad man, he would have certainly met his end today. The black-clad man's strength, speed, and combat prowess far surpassed his own. There was no comparison. It was only due to the man's high-speed collision with the silk that he had met his demise. It seemed that everything had aligned perfectly, all too fortuitously. I wonder who this assassin is that has robbed me of my sleep? With that, he reached out to remove the black-clad man and Apos' Rakshasa mask. Upon revealing the face beneath, Mo Yun was momentarily stunned before shaking his head with a wry smile. Well, who would have thought it would be you, Huanzi? Chapter 3. The plunder. Mo Yun turned Mo Han and Apos' body over and propped his head up slightly with a brick. Blood continued to flow, but it was evident that Mo Han felt considerably more comfortable. Thank you. Mo Yun shook his head, lighting a candle and placing it beside Mo Han before finding a bare stone to sit upon. Upon realizing the assassin was Mo Han, he felt a significant relaxation of his mind. The unknown is the most terrifying thing. Who wishes to kill me? Can you tell me? Mo Han slowly closed his eyes, indicating he had no intention of responding. Mo Yun paid no heed. He believed Mo Han was unaware of his employer's identity. No assassin organization would be so incompetent as to disclose the employer and Apos' information to the executing assassins. Mo Yun sighed deeply, expressing admiration. Hanzi, your acting is truly remarkable. You have deceived everyone. If you had and Apos' unmasked yourself, I would have never believed it was you. Regardless of whether your sentiments are genuine, I have sincerely regarded you as a friend for over a decade. Mo Yun began by playing the emotional card, hoping to extract useful information. Mo Han and Apos' expression darkened, then transformed into one of unwavering resolve. You have long suspected me, Haven and Apos, over the past 6 months, I have sent you numerous provisions, yet you have touched none of them. In truth, none of the items I sent were poisoned. Mo Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. If what Mo Han sent were indeed poisoned, he would have already been exposed. I simply fear death. I dare not touch anything given by outsiders. Nor am I even curious about what poison it might contain. Thus, you will forever have no opportunity. Mo Han took a deep breath, blood continuously spilling from his body. But you Aaron and Apos, always like this. Back then, you enjoyed my company and consumed everything I offered you. Reflecting on the original and Apos' innocence and tragic fate, Mo Yun felt a profound sorrow and sighed. People can change. Mo Han spat out a mouthful of black blood, struggling to speak. Mo Yun, your father is the Duke of Dingyuan. Even if you are not favored, you still live better than most. Do you know the suffering my sister and I endured? Do you know what it feels like to be cold and hungry in the dead of winter? My sister gave me most of the rations, tying her belly with cloth strips to endure the winter. Mo Yun and Apos' lips curled in disdain as he coldly snorted. You have the right to pursue your dreams, but do not exchange the lives of others for your success. Mo Han found himself momentarily speechless. Although impoverished, he was surrounded by kindness. He cherished his sister and cared for his neighbors, yet he was the villain, committing all manner of evils for his future. Mo Yun deduced an important piece of information from Mo Han's words and emotions. Mo Han was exceedingly concerned about his sister, Mo Han. This was consistent with their usual affection for one another. If Mo Han had someone he cared for, then he possessed a weakness. Mo Yun fixed his gaze on Mo Han and remarked casually, to feign ignorance for 11 years demonstrates your exceptional intelligence and perseverance. I have heard that you possess a natural aptitude for cultivation, yet your origins are inadequate, lacking the methods and resources for practice. 11 years ago, when I returned to Mo Village, you suddenly became foolish. Was this all a ploy to get close to me? A clever and gifted individual like you could easily arouse suspicion, but who would suspect a simpleton? In the flickering candlelight, Mo Han and Apos' eyes flickered, as if recalling something. Half a year ago, you were the one who poisoned me, Warren and Apos. Mo Han nodded slightly in acknowledgement. Can you tell me what poison it was? The organization is a secret. Mo Yun pondered for a moment, replaying the memories of his interactions with Mo Han, and clarity dawned upon him. At that time, I collapsed from poisoning due to sulfur smoke used to drive away snakes and pests. However, sulfur is not lethal, so something else was missing. During that time, you frequently offered me almond paste, and the paste you provided was concentrated. Almond paste is harmless on its own, but when combined with sulfur smoke, it becomes deadly. The quantities you delivered were minimal, leaving little trace, and almond paste is a common food, making it nearly impossible to investigate. Upon hearing Mo Yun and Apos' deduction, Mo Han murmured, I did not expect you to be so astute, hiding so deeply. To die at your hands would not be shameful. Mo Yun shook his head, perplexed. Hanzi, I still do not comprehend your reasoning. Your parents passed away early, leaving only your sister as kin. Did you think that by assassinating me, I would retaliate against her? After all, my identity as the Duke of Dingyuan and Imp, Appos, heir is evident. If someone were to assassinate me, do you think the Duke would not investigate thoroughly? Perhaps the Duke does not favor me, but the Duke of Ingwa dotes on me as his grandson. Tom was running short for Imo Han. Imo Yun sought to use Imo Han and Appos' sister as leverage to disrupt his thoughts and extract more valuable information. Imo Han and Appos' eyes widened in alarm. Imo Yun, do not harm my sister, she is innocent. After a series of events, he understood Imo Yun and Appos' terrifying nature. Skilled in concealment and adept in calculation, anyone he targeted could easily meet misfortune, even cultivators. Moreover, he was the legitimate son of the Duke of Dingyuan and the grandson of the Duke of Ingwa. The more he thought about it, the more fear gripped him. Having spent considerable time by Imo Yun's side, he had failed to truly understand the other. He finally realized why the assassination attempt 6 months prior had failed, because Imo Yun concealed himself too well. Imo Yun grinned, revealing a bright smile. Seemingly uncomfortable on the stone, shifting slightly. Hanzi, is it possible that feigning ignorance for too long may lead to true foolishness? You attempted to assassinate me in the dead of night, and yet expect me to spare your family? If you wish for me to let her go, then provide valuable information. Cough, cough, cough. Imo Han coughed violently, black blood spilling from his mouth. Do not be agitated. Look at you, the blood flows faster. Imo Yun intended to approach and assist Imo Han, but hesitated, fearing to soil his hands, his hand hovering before halting. Imo Han's eyes appeared dazed, as if lost in thought, and he spoke intermittently. The person wore a Rakshasa mask. I do not know who they are. They assigned me the task. They were thin, with a hoarse voice, slightly yellowed fingers, and emanated a faint scent of sandalwood. Imo Yun found amusement in the absurdity of it all. Imo Han's words were far too contrived, clearly fabricated. Such distinctive features could only belong to one individual in Imo village, the village chief, Imo Yud. Following the accidental deaths of his son and grandson, he seldom ventured out, isolating himself within the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall was constructed from sandalwood. Spending prolonged periods there would impart a subtle fragrance upon him. Hanzi, who are you protecting? Other than Imo Han, I cannot think of anyone else. The assassin organization, to control you, must be threatening you with your beloved sister. Are they using poison or some bizarre means from the cultivation world to keep you under their control, preventing your betrayal? Imo Han and Appos' breathing quickened, his expression a mixture of fear, pleading, and regret as he gazed at Imo Yun. From Imo Han and Appos' reaction, Imo Yun knew he had hit the mark. After a brief pause, he continued, however, there are several points of doubt. First, how did you come into contact with the assassin organization at the age of 7? Second, if you cherish Imo Han so deeply, how could you bear to place her in danger for the sake of joining the assassin organization? Third, having spent years in Imo village, how did you undergo training to become a qualified assassin? Therefore, there must be others from the assassin organization by your side, perhaps more than one. You cannot place Imo Han in peril. Could it be that she is the one who introduced you to the organization? Imo Han and Appos' pupils dilated in shock, blood tears streaming from the corners of his eyes. Through the candlelight, Imo Yun observed Imo Han and Appos' subtle expressions with perfect clarity, confirming that Imo Han was also a member of the assassin organization. As for why Imo Han chose to join the assassin organization, it is a tale of a sister compelled by dire circumstances to ensure her brother and Appos' survival. Imo Han was acutely aware that once one entered the organization, escape would be impossible. Thus, she urged you to join as well, allowing the siblings to fully embrace the organization. Fortuitously, you possessed a cultivation physique, enabling you to acquire resources for your training. Imo Yun paused for a moment, filled with conviction. There must be someone behind Imo Han, an individual who could interact with her, who understood your living hardships and was aware of everything about you. Who could this person be? Upon hearing Imo Yun's deduction, Imo Han and Appos' pupils constricted in horror, and she was left breathless, succumbing to her fate. Imo Yun cursed under his breath, his emotions clearly stirred. It seemed he had indeed hit the nail on the head. How remarkable that a small village like Imo Family Village would warrant over a decade of planning from the assassin organization. Only the illustrious Duke of Dingyuan, Imo Wendian, could possess such allure. It was only now that Imo Yun comprehended the reason for the original owner's demise. Damn it, not only did I fail to enjoy fortune, but I have also attracted calamity. Although Imo Han was dead, there remained Imo Han and the leader behind her, both cultivators. How could he contend with them? After much contemplation, Imo Yun devised a plan. He would seize this opportunity to feign death and transition from light to shadow. The adversary appeared to lay everything out for him to investigate. Following the trail would inevitably lead him to those who sought to kill me. Just as Imo Yun was mapping out his future, an invisible force was drawn from Imo Han and Appos' body, absorbed by the purple gold gourd within his dantian. Simultaneously, a melodious mechanical voice resonated in Imo Yun and Appos' mind. Successfully killed Imo Han. Random plunder successful. Low-grade physique. Shadow body. 2 points of Dao source. 9 nether secret tome. Low grade. Shadow kill. Low grade. Before Mo Yun could fully grasp the situation, a virtual panel materialized before him. Host, Mo Yun. Physique, shadow body, low grade. Realm, none. Cultivation method, 9. Nether secret tome, low grade. Source technique, shadow kill, low grade. Dao source, 2 points. Mo Yun stood in stunned silence. Then erupted in ecstatic joy. Is this a golden finger? Plunder? Did the purple gold gourd assist me in seizing his physique, cultivation method, and source technique by slaying Mo Han? Mo Yun took several deep breaths to quell his excitement. At that moment, he could hardly focus on examining the virtual panel. He collected Mo Han and Appo's belongings and moved the body onto the wooden bed in the bedroom, piecing it together. After a brief contemplation, he adorned himself with his pendant and other jewelry. In the spirit of their years of brotherhood, I gift you these trinkets. You helped me die once. With the aid of pine oil, the wooden house ignited fiercely, flames soaring into the sky, illuminating the entire Mo family village. Chapter 4. Enlightenment Realm. The following day, the sun shone brightly, unperturbed by the demise of Mo Yun. Instead, the vibrant chirping of cicadas in the forest filled the air with a sense of vitality. Mo Han emerged from his home, carrying 2 red lanterns. He lit the central candles and hung them at the entrance. The lanterns swayed eerily in the gentle breeze. As the village chief, Mo Yud, passed by, he noticed this peculiar scene and inquired with curiosity, Mo Han, why are you hanging 2 red lanterns in broad daylight? With a deep sigh, Mo Han appeared melancholic. Chief, I never anticipated Mo Yun would leave us so abruptly. I have heard that souls lose their way after death. So I thought to hang a red lantern to guide him, ensuring he does not become a wandering spirit. Mo Yun sighed in response, you have a kind heart. Though Mo Yun was not favored, he was a sensible and understanding child whom I held dear. I never expected, alas. His expression grew more forlorn, reminiscent of a parent mourning the loss of a child. He turned away, lost in his thoughts. Watching Mo Yud depart, Mo Han and Appo's lips curled into a sly smile. Oh, Hanzi, you have cleverly concealed your tracks with fire, truly astute. The organization will surely recognize your worth henceforth. Sister will soon break through to the Qi refinement stage and will strive to secure a bright future for you. The Luoxia mountain range lies 50 miles directly north of Mo family village, stretching from east to west, with its western end adjacent to the Song River. The Song River originates from the 10,000 Great Mountains, flowing southward through the Great Xia Divine Dynasty into endless seas. Within a cave near the Song River, Mo Yun now sought refuge. This cave had been scouted by Mo Yun a month prior. Its picturesque scenery, abundant water supply, and dense forest made it an ideal hideaway. Far from human presence. Had he not been weak and unable to confront ferocious beasts, he would have fled Mo family village long ago, avoiding the constant fear. Yet now, with the power of the purple gold gourd, which had siphoned Mo Han and Appo's cultivation physique, techniques, and source arts, he had become a practitioner, rendering minor beasts inconsequential. The only drawback of the Luoxia mountain as a residence was the absence of a source vein, resulting in low concentration of source energy, thus hindering the establishment of defensive formations. Although he had feigned death to escape, he could not guarantee that the assassin organization lacked special means to track him down again. A defensive formation would bolster his protection and enhance his security. The cave, a natural formation, had been furnished by Mo Yun with a stone bed and stone table. He was currently unpacking various items, having confiscated a dagger, a jade talisman, and 10 colorful stones from Mo Han. These 3 items belonged to practitioners and were rarely encountered by mortals. Mo Yun speculated that the colorful stones were source stones utilized by practitioners, containing source energy suitable for cultivation or barter. The jade talisman, a pale green with a cool touch, was adorned with intricate designs. One side bore the character and amp, Appo's, and amp, Appo's wink with a frown ZHN, while the other featured and Appo's wink with a frown YO. Mo Yun, possessing only hearsay knowledge of the cultivation world, surmised it might be some form of talisman, perhaps for subduing demons, though he was uncertain of its potency. His favorite, however, was the dagger. The blade, black and glimmering with a ghostly sheen, measured 15 inches, and its sturdy black iron handle felt weighty in his grip. Mo Yun reversed the dagger, lightly scratching the cave wall. The rock yielded as easily as tofu. Indeed, it was a fine weapon. Yet recalling the assassination attempt by Mo Han filled him with trepidation. Had Mo Han wielded such a sharp dagger without restraint? How could he have defended himself? And what of Mo Han and the leader behind him? If they found him, how could he possibly contend? For the foreseeable future, returning to Mo family village was out of the question. He would first need to enhance his cultivation. With a refined physique and newfound techniques, hope blossomed on the horizon. After arranging his possessions, he seated himself on the stone bed and began to explore the virtual panel. This panel had manifested after the purple gold gourd absorbed the intangible energy from Mo Han. It was only now that Mo Yun began to truly comprehend the significance of the purple gold gourd, which had accompanied him for countless years. The shadow body greatly augmented speed and allowed one to conceal themselves within shadows, making it inherently suitable for an assassin. Mo Yun felt that as long as his vitality was sufficient, he could activate the shadow body, as if it were second nature, effortlessly responding to his will. The 9 Nether Secret Classic was a foundational low-grade technique detailing the methods to open 360 acupoints in the human body, presumably a basic entry-level technique of the assassin organization. These acupoints were divided into 10 small circulatory systems, with each comprising 36 acupoints associated with various meridians. Upon fully opening all small circulatory systems, one could nurture innate source energy and thereby enter the chi refinement stage. Each small circulatory system could cultivate a strand of innate source energy in the Dantian, with each addition elevating one and Oppo's S realm up to a maximum of 10 layers. Shadow Kill was a low-grade source art that allowed one to create afterimages and execute a lethal strike. As an assassin, failing to strike meant retreating swiftly. The techniques and source arts acquired from the purple gold gourd felt innate to Mo Yun, who grasped them in an instant. With a mere thought, he transformed into an afterimage, the dagger effortlessly piercing into the rock wall. Truly, this source art of the assassin enhanced both speed and attack power by nearly 50%. Finally, Mo Yun focused on the concept of Dao Source, furrowing his brow in contemplation. The 2 points of Dao Source must have been siphoned from Mo Han. But what purpose did they serve? As he pondered, the surrounding source energy surged, forming a small colorful vortex that flowed into his body through the Baihui acupoint atop his head. At that moment, Mo Yun felt clarity of mind. As if he were merging with the cosmos. The source energy that entered his body manifested as a peculiar force within the Dantian. Realizing the potential within, Mo Yun promptly sat cross-legged, channeling the 9 Nether Secret Classic to guide this extraordinary force in opening the acupoints of the Taiyin small circulatory system. He chose to begin with the Taiyin system due to its location in the legs, which would enhance his speed as a practitioner. Mo Yun believed that while strength may not be paramount, swiftness is essential for survival. The extraordinary force flowed from the Dantian into the Taiyin small circulatory system, akin to a mighty wave sweeping through sand, connecting the 36 acupoints into a closed loop. Sensing a reservoir of power remaining, Mo Yun continued to guide the force to open the acupoints of the Sun small circulatory system. The Sun small circulatory system and Oppo's S acupoints resided in the hands, significantly augmenting their strength and agility. Initially intending to continue opening other small circulatory systems, he was suddenly met with an inexplicable loss of power within the Dantian, causing the rate of acupoint opening to plummet to a crawl. Were 2 points of Dao Source truly sufficient only to open the Taiyin and Sun small circulatory systems? Mo Yun shook his head, dismissing these thoughts, rising with a sense of unquenchable energy. He felt as though he possessed boundless strength, an exhilarating sensation surpassing anything he had previously experienced. In a moment of exuberance, he began to run within the cave, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages, reminiscent of a phantom, truly remarkable. Now that he had embarked on the path of cultivation, he was determined to reveal his true potential. With that thought, he seized a wine jar and took a hearty swig. This was the happiest moment he had experienced since his arrival in this world. What youth does not yearn to soar freely through the heavens on a sword? Such dreams no longer felt out of reach. Following the revelry, Mo Yun reclined on the stone bed, succumbing to contemplation, strategizing for his own safety. Though he had achieved the chi refinement stage, many stronger individuals existed, particularly those behind the assassination attempt, who had commissioned the assassins. Had his feigned death truly deceived them? All remained enigmatic. Now he had 2 tasks at hand. First, to minimize his exposure in public and continue excavating secret passages to conceal his whereabouts. Second, to secretly cultivate, enhance his strength, and investigate the true perpetrator behind the scenes. After opening the Taiyin and Sun small circulatory systems, Mo Yun and Oppo's S strength surged to 320 gene, an increase of 200 gene from before. The initial stage of enlightenment merely involves the preliminary development of the body and Oppo's S acupoints to strengthen and invigorate, resulting in a power disparity that is not exceedingly vast compared to that of ordinary mortals. As one ascends in rank, the manipulation of the essence of heaven and earth deepens, eventually enabling feats such as moving mountains and filling seas. Strength increases, facilitating the excavation of secret passages at an accelerated pace, which is quite advantageous. The sole requirement for the secret passage is its length. Mo Yun intends to extend the passage to Mo family village to monitor Mo Han and uncover her leader. Concurrently, an additional exit will be established towards Qingjufang. Qingjufang is the nearest market town, bustling with thousands of cultivators and renowned for its bamboo cultivation. The bamboo harvested from previous years is capable of crafting source instruments. The 10th grade source bamboo sword and bamboo knife are particularly famous in this region, serving as common weapons among cultivators. Engaging with the cultivators of Qingjufang will also broaden one's horizons. Time slipped away swiftly, and despite the assistance of a dagger, Mo Yun had only managed to excavate 2 miles of the secret passage. Exhausted, he lay on a massive stone at the cave entrance, gasping for breath. According to the current pace, it would take at least half a month to complete the first secret passage. What if danger were to arise during that time? After a moment of contemplation, Mo Yun gritted his teeth. First, he would ensure the passage was adequately prepared, providing a retreat should peril present itself. Next, he would set up mechanisms and create a bifurcation in the passage. The adversaries he might encounter henceforth would likely be cultivators, rendering ordinary traps ineffective. Nevertheless, any measure is better than none. He arranged for silkworm threads, large nets, arrows, and pine oil. Everything that could be arranged was put in place. Even if there was no substantial harm, at the very least, it would serve to irritate the enemies and afford him a chance to escape. Having accomplished all this, dusk approached, the sun descending in the west. The fiery orb sank into the Tsong River, casting a long scarlet reflection upon the water, a sight of exquisite beauty. After enjoying the picturesque scene, Mo Yin proceeded to the riverbank to set a hunting trap for his sustenance. Later that night, Mo Yin emerged from the cave, marking his fifth inspection of the traps. With ferocious beasts lurking nearby, any prey caught in the trap could easily become another beast's meal, necessitating frequent checks. The trap was not far from the cave, and with Mo Yun's current speed, he arrived in no time. From a distance, he spotted a black bear, measuring a yard in length, tearing at a golden pheasant, its capture by the trap. Rather than feeling anger, Mo Yun felt joy, grinning with delight. Oh, the golden pheasant shall transform into braised bear paw. Splendid. With his current strength and the aid of the dagger, slaying the black bear would be a simple task. Just as he was about to approach the bear with his dagger, a drenched red fox sprang from the bushes, fixating intently on the bear. The bear roared, abandoning the pheasant to lunge at the fox. The bear and Appo's powerful paw could inflict deadly harm. Mo Yin assumed the red fox was doomed, however. An astonishing scene unfolded before him. The bear, mid-lunge, inexplicably halted a yard away from the fox, standing as still as a human. The red fox then gracefully approached the bear, resting its forelegs on the bear's chest, mirroring human posture. In a flash, the fox's claws, sharp as blades, tore open the bear's chest. Delving within, it extracted the bear's heart. The bear stood motionless, seemingly devoid of pain, blood cascading from its abdomen to the ground. The fox, cradling the still-beating heart, began to devour it before the bear, bite by bite. This scene evoked a phrase from the Chronicles of Demons and Spirits regarding the enchanting fox: when your heartbeat resonates within your chest and sync with her fingertips. The sweet and bloody taste upon her tongue ceases to be mere blood. It transforms into the final morsel of rouge before your heart is crushed. Chapter 5. The Enchanting Fox Spirit. Having witnessed the eerie nature of the Crimson Fox and based on the accounts from the Chronicle of Beasts, Mo Yun had already discerned the true identity of the fox. The Enchanting Fox, a formidable clan within the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains, was one of the chief aggressors against Longchuan County, typically bewitching its adversaries before extracting and consuming their hearts. Mo Village, located in Longchuan County, lay a mere 2,000 miles from the border. The conflict between humans and demons raged on incessantly, with the Daxia Divine Dynasty effectively propagating the dangers posed by these creatures. The Chronicle of Beasts was a text that both mortals and cultivators were required to memorize thoroughly. It documented the various traits of demon clans, illustrating their ferocity and the malevolence they harbored towards humanity. The strength of the Enchanting Fox clan could be gauged by the number of tails it possessed. One tail corresponded to the human realm of Qi Awakening, known among demons as the Spirit Awakening realm. Demons at this level had attained sentience, akin to that of adults, yet they still retained their primal instincts. Generally, demons possessed physiques far superior to humans, making battles at the same realm exceedingly perilous. Additionally, as a newly awakened individual in the Qi Awakening realm, with a mere strength of 320 gene, Mo Yin preferred to evade confrontation. As Mo Yin turned to depart, a black-gray corpse rat emitted a sharp chirping from the grass before him. In the stillness of the night, the rat's sound pierced the air, immediately drawing the attention of the Enchanting Fox. Mo Yin inwardly cursed his misfortune. Where did this filthy creature come from? It had caused him great distress. Upon hearing the noise, the Enchanting Fox hissed and lunged at Mo Yin. Simultaneously, rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding foliage, revealing hundreds, if not thousands, of corpse rats charging towards him. A chill ran down Mo Yun's spine as he felt a surge of dread. If he were to be encircled by the swarm of rats, it would spell disaster. With the aid of his shadowy form, he sprinted away with remarkable speed, leaving behind a flurry of afterimages. The Enchanting Fox pursued him closely, yet it could not match his pace, falling further behind. However, the Enchanting Fox commanded the swarm of corpse rats, keeping them vigilant. Surprisingly, this particular fox had only recently advanced in rank and was not exceptionally powerful. Based on its speed, Mo Yin realized its weakness and felt reassured, deciding to eliminate the repugnant rats first. After a moment of contemplation, he devised a plan and headed towards a secret passage. This passage would serve him well against such small adversaries. He must eradicate the human before news of his presence spread, or countless cultivators would pursue him. The Enchanting Fox, seeing Mo Yin enter the underground tunnel, disregarded caution and led the rat swarm in after him. It felt regretful, given a little more time. It could have significantly increased its power and not be left behind as it was now. Nonetheless, it could still rely on the swarm of corpse rats to bring down its foe. As Mo Yin ran, he activated various traps within the tunnel, including silkworm threads, nets, and arrows, which had minimal effect on the swarm, but the flammable oil proved devastating. The rats charged towards the flames like moths to a fire, suffering heavy casualties. Even the enchanting fox found itself scorched by the flames. To Mo Yun and Amp, Appo's dismay. The silkworm threads he had hoped would provide the upper hand were easily evaded by the fox, which left him astonished. With remarkable speed, Mo Yun exited the tunnel before the enchanting fox could catch up. He then toppled a massive stone, towering 2 zhong and weighing 1,000 jin, to block the exit. The secret passage had indeed served its purpose. Inside, the enchanting fox, eager to escape, was thwarted by the boulder. The enchanting fox clan was not known for their strength, and its current realm was insufficient to move such a heavy object. Glancing back at the flames and the charred remains of the corpse rats, it hissed in frustration. The cunning human had outsmarted it. Over 1,000 corpse rats had perished in the flames. Were it not for the passage and the fire, the swarm would have overwhelmed it. As the flames roared higher, it recklessly dashed towards the entrance it had come from. Along the way, its soft, glossy red fur was singed away, leaving it a slick black fox. In mere moments, it leaped out of the 2-mile-long tunnel. Just as it rejoiced in its escape from the inferno, a chilling glimmer flashed, and a dagger plunged into its abdomen, inflicting excruciating pain. Hissing in agony, the fox thought, "Cunning human, you shall pay." With the technique Shadow Kill successfully executed, Mo Yun felt a surge of joy as he met the fox's gaze. The enchanting fox and Appo's eyes gleamed a deep red, drawing him into a trance. A colossal tin-tailed enchanting fox loomed over him, instilling immense psychological terror. In the face of such a towering figure, he felt diminutive and insignificant, an overwhelming urge to submit rising within him. The tin-tailed fox's eyes flickered ominously, directing a beam of red light towards Mo Yun's brow. In that critical moment, the talisman against demons on Mo Yun and Appo's person shone with a white light, infusing him with a frigid aura that restored his clarity. At that instant, the fox's claws were already poised to strike at his chest. Alarmed, he kicked the fox away, bit down to retrieve the dagger from the ground, and aimed a lethal slash at the fox and Appo's neck. Severely wounded in its abdomen and having just received a tremendous kick, the fox was unable to resist. With a sickening squelch, its head fell, blood gushing forth as the enchanting fox collapsed lifelessly. Its eyes widened in shock, reflecting fear, regret, and unwillingness. Gasping for breath, Mo Yun recalled the harrowing encounter and felt a lingering dread. He had narrowly escaped disaster. The most formidable ability of the enchanting fox clan was its mesmerizing gaze, which could ensnare those who met its eyes, much like the black bear. Had it not been for the activation of the talisman, he would have met his doom today. The talisman against demons was truly a remarkable artifact, but what a pity. As he gazed at the cracked talisman in his hand, he sighed inwardly. Just then, an ethereal mechanical voice echoed once more. Successfully killed the enchanting fox. Random plunder successful. Low-grade physique. Enchanting body. 2 points of Tao source. Tin-tailed celestial technique. Sacred grade. Enchanting body. Naturally alluring. Capable of mesmerizing beings and trapping them in illusions, those with weak wills may find themselves enslaved. Tin-tailed celestial technique. An ancient bloodline technique of the enchanting fox clan. Each level of mastery coalesces one tail, and with 10 tails, one may reach the sacred realm. To his astonishment, slaying a demon also allowed for the plunder of physique, Tao source, and techniques. Detected low-grade physique enchanting body and low-grade physique shadow body can be fused, consuming 5 source stones. Success probability 100. Proceed with fusion. Fusion was indeed possible, and with a 100 success rate. Ding, fusion successful. Acquired low-grade physique and Appo's shadow enchanting body and Appo's shadow enchanting body transforms into a shadowy figure, rendering oneself invisible. Enchanting eyes can enslave up to 10 beings. Elated, Mo Yun reveled in the prospect of the shadow enchanting body, which harmoniously combined the traits of both the shadow body and enchanting body, with the added ability to enslave living beings. Although the shadow enchanting body was a low-grade physique, its capability to control beings far surpassed that of an ordinary mid-grade physique. Detected 9 nether secret tome and tin-tailed celestial technique can be fused, consuming 5 source stones. Success probability 100. Proceed with fusion. Techniques could also be fused. A low-grade technique with a sacred grade technique. Mo Yun had initially deemed the Demon Clan and Appo's techniques useless to him, yet here he was, faced with the possibility of fusion. Ding, fusion successful. Acquired 9 nether celestial technique, mid-grade, 9 nether celestial technique. In the Chi awakening realm, one may perform secret arts to open an additional dantian at each small cycle. With 10 dantian as substantial as the 9 nether, the cultivator and Appo's source energy flows endlessly. In the Chi refinement realm, one can refine 11 low-grade source veins into their dantian, thereby strengthening their innate source energy. Note, the use of secret arts requires a 10-grade spirit awakening demon core. Different characteristics of demon cores will influence the properties of the dantian. Could the enchanting fox clan and Appo's ten-tailed celestial technique cultivate 10 tails, while the 9 nether celestial technique could open 10 dantian from the very first layer? Did this not mean that the reservoir of source energy would surpass other cultivators tenfold? Furthermore, the Chi refinement realm could refine low-grade source veins into the dantian. Mo Yun slapped his own face, feeling as though he had awakened from a dream. In today and amp, Oppo's cultivation realm, the most scarce resource is indeed cultivation methods. Rarely does one encounter extraordinary techniques, such as the 9 Nether Sky technique, which is imbued with secret arts for the Danteon. On the forepaw of the enchanting rainbow creature rests a beautifully crafted dragon-shaped jade ring, exquisite in its details and lifelike in appearance. Even after enduring the flames of pine oil, it continues to radiate a mesmerizing brilliance. Moyun speculates that this jade ring is far from ordinary. He intends to wear it and seek appraisal at Chiju workshop at an opportune moment. Subsequently, he extracts a dazzling, multicolored orb from the creature's third eye using a dagger. The most valuable asset of a demon's corpse is undoubtedly the demon core, which serves a multitude of purposes for cultivators, including alchemy, cultivation, and artifact refinement. A typical demon core from a spirit awakening realm demon is valued at approximately 100 source stones, while cores from powerful clans such as the Charming Fox tribe can reach a worth of around 150 source stones. The alluring nature of the Charming Shadow physique excels in enchantment if one were to cultivate the Danteon using the Charming Fox demon core. The combination of attributes would undoubtedly enhance one and Oppo's prowess significantly. However, enchantment pertains to the realm of the spirit and soul, necessitating the opening of the Divine Aperture Sutra to govern spiritual power, followed by the cultivation of the Danteon with the Charming Fox demon core. Half an hour later, Moyun expends 2 points of Dao Source and successfully opens the minor circulatory system of the Divine Aperture Sutra and the Fire of the Yang Sutra. The acupoints of the minor circulatory system of the Divine Aperture Sutra are distributed throughout the head, enhancing the cultivator and Oppo's spiritual strength and perceptual abilities. In contrast, the acupoints of the Fire of the Yang Sutra connect with the heart, bolstering the cultivator and Oppo's vitality. With the minor circulatory system of the Divine Aperture Sutra established, Moyun opens his mouth and swallows the demon core. As the core enters his abdomen, a potent energy surges violently within, akin to a raging inferno, seemingly intent on scorching through his insides. He immediately channels the energy using the secret technique of the 9 Nether Sky technique, gathering it above his destined Danteon to form the Divine Aperture Danteon. The Divine Aperture Danteon connects the minor circulatory system of the Divine Aperture Sutra above and the destined Danteon below, allowing source energy to flow incessantly between the Danteon and the acupoints. With the establishment of the Divine Aperture Danteon, the source energy within him is now double what it was before, resulting in a physical strength nearing 1,100 pounds, bolstered by the enhancement of source power. Moyun summons a virtual panel. Host, Moyun. Physique, Charming Shadow Body, Low Grade, Realm, Aperture Opening Realm, 144 acupoints, Cultivation Method, 9 Nether Sky Technique, Medium Grade, Source Technique, Shadow Kill, Low Grade, Dao Source, None. Gazing at the virtual panel, Moyun feels a wave of emotion. Just 2 days ago, he was a natural waste, and now he possesses a low-grade shadow body in the mysterious, formidable medium-grade cultivation method, the 9 Nether Sky technique. Everything feels like a dream, as if he has traversed through time. However, with his current weakness, prudence is paramount. He plans to gather strength before investigating those who seek to harm him, hoping that his famed death strategy can remain concealed a little longer. Reflecting on the moment when the enchanting rainbow creature commanded the skeletal rat swarm to attack, a smile graces Moyun and Oppo's face. The charming shadow physique and Oppo's ability to control living beings could significantly elevate his safety if he were to establish surveillance around him. If he could manipulate Han to act as an undercover agent, climbing the ranks, the intelligence he seeks would be within his grasp. Chapter 6. Chiju Workshop at Tianmin Pass in Longtuan County. Within the military hall, numerous generals clad in armor fervently discussed military affairs amidst a cacophony of voices. Given the current disarray among the demon clans, it was indeed an opportune moment to press the advantage. However, the sudden and formidable assault from the demon forces on the western front undoubtedly hinted at a deeper scheme, cautioning against reckless advancement. An elderly figure draped in a blood-red robe languidly sipped tea at the side, seemingly unfazed by the uproar of the generals. The commanding general, Yue, spoke in a grave tone. The motives behind the recent offensive by the Charm Fox clan remain unclear. Our forces should not proceed hastily, but instead adopt a strategy of restraint. Relay orders to our scouts to meticulously monitor the movements of the demon army and report immediately at the first sign of activity. Upon hearing General Yue and Oppo's command, the assembled generals ceased their insistence and began to act accordingly. Once their discussions concluded, the elder in the blood-red robe spoke softly. General Yu, I ought not to intrude, yet having once served in the army, I find it hard to detach myself from such matters. Yue clasped his hands and smiled. Lord Feng, when you were a fearsome presence on the battlefield, I was but a fledgling. Speak freely without restraint. The elder, Feng Qi, currently the head of the demon-slaying department and a former general of the Qishao army, was renowned as a battlefield deity. Although not formally part of the Longchuan army, their relationship was cordial. Feng Qi, observing Yue and Oppo's demeanor akin to that of Dukin, remarked with a chuckle. Truly, a tiger begets no dog. Yue shook his head with a wry smile. My father would argue otherwise. He often finds me lacking, having broken countless whips upon me. Fengqi and Amp, Appo's laughter subsided, and he spoke earnestly. The demon clan and Amp, Appo's assault is indeed abrupt, and they seem intent on luring our main forces to the western front. Based on my experiences in combat against the demons, our focus should not only be on the front lines but also on reconnaissance at the rear. Since I am here, I shall wield the demon-revealing mirror to investigate. Yue and Amp, Appo's expression brightened with understanding, and he hastily clasped his hands in gratitude. Lord Feng, it would be a great service if you could undertake this task. Under the scrutiny of the demon-revealing mirror, these fiends will have nowhere to hide. I will dispatch troops to patrol the entirety of Longchuan County so that we may respond promptly should any peril arise. Fengqi nodded slightly. It is prudent to take extra precautions in all matters. At that moment, a golden eagle with a wingspan of 2 zhang soared high above, making its way towards Qizhu workshop. On its back sat Mo Yun, his robe fluttering in the fierce wind. The golden eagle, a fierce beast, was effortlessly controlled by Mo Yun through his phantomite technique, serving as his mount. Simultaneously, he commanded a white wolf king, leading a pack of wolves as his guardians. No ordinary soul would dare approach the cave on Laoxiao Mountain. A horde of skeletal rats, led by a skeletal rat king, served as his informants, with their numbers spread across the mountains as his eyes. Additionally, 2 pangolins acted as master diggers, currently following Mo Yun and Amp, Appo's orders to excavate secret passages. The number of creatures that Mo Yun could enslave through his phantom body technique was limited, compelling him to utilize them in the most valuable endeavors. Qingzhou Workshop lay 200 li from Laoxiao Mountain, and after half an hour on the back of the Golden Eagle, Mo Yun arrived. Cultivators congregated atop Qingzhou Mountain, while beneath it lay the realm of mortals. Mo Yun concealed his face with a bronze ghost mask to ensure that none could discern his true identity. After some inquiries, and with the assistance of a kind-hearted individual, he finally reached the shop of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the largest trading institution in the Daxia Divine Dynasty, boasted branches in every corner of the realm and a vast array of business dealings, claiming that everything could be bought and sold. Upon entering, Mo Yun flung a foxtail, measuring a zhang in length, onto the counter. He had not brought the fox body with him, as it was cumbersome and too heavy for the golden eagle to bear while flying. The shopkeeper, perplexed by the dark tail before him, felt a tinge of anger at the rudeness displayed by this individual. Upholding the esteemed quality of harmony in business, he forced a smile and inquired, "My friend, I am Qin Ming. May I ask what this is?" Mo Yun replied with a grin, "Shopkeeper, this is a foxtail I chanced upon. Please provide an estimate." Qin Ming scrutinized the cut of the tail, sniffed it, and then touched his tongue with a blood-tipped finger, his expression shifting dramatically. "Friend, there are no demons in Daxia. Where did you acquire this charmed foxtail?" Mo Yun and Amp, Appo's expression hardened, displeasure evident in his tone. "Naturally, I obtained it from a place where demons dwell. Do you question the source of my belongings?" He was acutely aware that there were no demons within Daxia, as the first line of the records of 100 demons states. Realizing he had offended the individual, Qin Ming quickly apologized. "My friend, you misunderstand. I had no idea you were connected to the military. Recently, the Charmed Fox clan besieged a city. I presume you acquired it during that conflict." Mo Yun was quite pleased with Qin Ming and Amp, Appo's conjecture, chuckling to himself without offering further explanation. "Just give me a price." Qin Ming stroked his beard, clicking his tongue, adopting the guise of a shrewd merchant. "This charmed fox tail, belonging to the enlightened spirit realm, can be forged into a whip-like weapon, and its flesh can replenish a cultivator's vitality. I can offer you 5 source stones for it. If you have any demon cores to sell, this shop is willing to purchase them for 100 source stones." Upon hearing this, Mo Yun and Amp, Appo's demeanor grew cold. "Shopkeeper, can battlefield demon cores be privately sold? Are you seeking death?" Demon corpses obtained on the battlefield were considered spoils of war and were to be surrendered, ultimately distributed based on military merit. Should one be found hoarding such spoils, the punishment could range from 10 military lashes to execution. Qin Ming and Amp, Appo's probing was intentional. He sought to ascertain whether Mo Yun and Appo's foxtail genuinely originated from the military. If it did not, there would be ample opportunities for him to exploit the situation, whether through extortion or by selling information for profit. Mo Yun discerned the malice in Qin Ming and Amp, Appo's intent with ease. Qin Ming chuckled awkwardly, realizing his ulterior motives had been unveiled. Mo Yun calmly stated, "Shopkeeper, while the charmed foxtail from the enlightened spirit realm may not be particularly precious, it is still quite rare. I will accept a firm price of 10 source stones. If that is unacceptable, I shall explore other shops." Qin Ming exhibited an expression of deep conflict. "What a shrewd merchant you are." Seeing his reluctance, Mo Yun understood the low valuation of 5 source stones and silently cursed Qin Ming's ancestry. "One day, I shall establish my own trading house. The profits from buying and selling are indeed substantial." After some intense negotiation, the two ultimately settled on a price of 8 source stones. Holding the multicolored source stones in his hand, Mo Yun felt a surge of delight, carefully placing them in a cloth bag before tucking them away. He then proceeded directly to the treasure pavilion across the way. Qin Ming, incensed, fumed with frustration. If Mo Yun were to sell items at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and purchase treasures, the profit margins would be substantial. Aware that his ulterior motives had been seen through, he feared that Mo Yun would harbor resentment against him. As Mo Yun exited the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe followed closely behind. Noticing Mo Yun and Imp, Apos, S intention to visit the treasure pavilion, he squinted his eyes and remarked to a fellow cultivator. My brothers are financially strapped and Haven and Amp, Apos, T indulged in luxury for quite some time. This lad appears to be a novice in the cultivation world, likely of low rank. Summon Ming Hong and Dao Chuan. Today, we shall make our fortune. That jade ring in his possession must be worth a fair number of source stones. Chapter 7. The storage ring in the treasure pavilion. Mo Yun first spent 5 source stones to purchase a vial of soul-eating bone corrosion liquid, followed by 2 source stones to arrange an appraisal service. The soul-eating bone corrosion is lethal, capable of swiftly draining an opponent and Apos' spiritual energy and vitality, reducing them to a pool of pus. However, it is only effective against practitioners in the Qi opening and refining Qi stages. The appraisal service was primarily to identify the true nature of the enchanting jade ring. Guided by a maid, Mo Yun entered a modestly decorated private room, where an elderly man sat at the center. Though his hair was grayed, his complexion remained rosy, betraying no signs of age. His eyes, however, emitted a piercing light that sent chills down the spine of anyone who met his gaze. Noticing Mo Yun and Amp, Apos' entrance, he gestured toward the table with a stiff smile, saying, Esteemed guest, please place the item you wish to appraise here. My hands shall remain on the table throughout. This is to prevent any substitution of the treasure. Mo Yun had heard the shopkeeper mention this precaution when he purchased the appraisal service. If there was too great a disparity in cultivation levels, even keeping hands on the table would not prevent a switch. Fortunately, Qingzhou Mountain lacked practitioners of profound cultivation. Those in the refining Qi stage were considered masters here. Mo Yun nodded slightly, removed the jade ring from his finger, and placed it on the table, maintaining his gaze upon it. The old man grasped the ring with one hand, scrutinizing the internal runes. His expression shifted through doubt, shock, and ultimately, joy. Young friend, he said, this is a storage ring, and it possesses unknown effects that I cannot fully discern. If you are willing, the treasure pavilion will offer 1,000 source stones for its acquisition. Mo Yun observed the old man and Apos' expression. Despite his attempts to conceal it, a greedy joy was evident, the joy of acquiring a treasure. He was taken aback internally but maintained a calm facade, replying, since it is a storage ring, might I inquire if you know the method of recognizing its master? The old man was momentarily taken aback, not expecting that someone of Mo Yun and Apos' caliber would lack such common knowledge in the cultivation world. At your level, you can inscribe the runes with your blood. I have not been able to ascertain all the information, so I will provide the method of blood recognition free of charge. He then handed Mo Yun a book titled Observations from the Cultivation World. Mo Yun accepted the jade ring and the book, expressing his gratitude before turning to leave the treasure pavilion. However, once he turned his back to the old man, a meaningful smile crept onto his face. Exiting the treasure pavilion, Mo Yun wandered aimlessly along the streets, occasionally flipping through observations from the cultivation world. After memorizing the method of blood recognition, he leisurely made his way to the waterfall at the back mountain, securing the book to a wooden plank and allowing it to drift downstream. Meanwhile, he darted through the streets, eventually stealthily descending the mountain. Unbeknownst to him, for practitioners had been trailing him, employing remarkably skilled tracking techniques. Upon leaving Qingzhou Square and passing through a dense thicket, the 4 practitioners revealed themselves, surrounding Mo Yun. The leader, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe, held the highest cultivation level, yet he too was merely at the Qi opening stage. Although he had a greater number of openings than Mo Yun, his overall strength was still inferior to Mo Yun and Apos' dual Dante on cultivation. What is your intent? The Taoist-robed man asked with a haughty demeanor. We saw you sell good items at the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. Surrender your source stones and the jade ring you possess, unless you are in the refining Qi stage. Otherwise, you shall not escape today. With those words, the 4 brandished turtle shells with their left hands while continuously gesturing with their right. The Taoist-robed man let out a cold snort. The Xuanwu battle formation is the treasured defense of our sect. If you die under this formation, you may rest in peace. Suddenly, the 4 ignited with fervor, causing a phantom of the Xuanwu to materialize above Mo Yun. This phantom exuded a heavy, unyielding aura, suppressing Mo Yun's blood and source energy, rendering his movements sluggish. Caught off guard, Mo Yun realized that these 4 practitioners were adept in battle formations. Such formations are the crystallization of human wisdom, capable of amalgamating individual strengths and combat intent, thereby enhancing both power and defense while possessing otherworldly effects. For instance, the Xuanwu phantom before him could suppress Mo Yun's energy and vitality. Gripping his dagger, Mo Yun unleashed his source energy and executed the shadow killing technique, aiming to ambush a lower-level practitioner on his left in an attempt to disrupt the formation. The practitioner remained unfazed, effortlessly parrying Mo Yun's full-force strike with his 10th grade source weapon, the Qingju sword. With a clang, Mo Yun was forced back several steps, his expression growing increasingly grave. Even the weakest among them could withstand his full attack with the aid of the formation, their strength seemingly surpassing his own. How could he escape today? One of the lower-level practitioners scoffed, "Brother Ding, let us all enjoy this. The feeling of overcoming the strong with the weak is simply exquisite." At that moment, the Taoist-robed leader commanded, "Enough games, change the formation. Let us finish him." The three swiftly repositioned, forming a triangular formation that enclosed Mo Yun and the Taoist-robed man in the center. Mo Yun was not one to sit idly by. Seizing the moment of their formation shift, he launched a shadow-killing attack at the Taoist-robed man. The Taoist-robed man pointed the tip of his sword, effortlessly blocking Mo Yun's assault with the technique known as the immortal guiding finger. "Humph, your attack resembles that of an assassin, fierce but lacking in follow-through. Were it not for our formation, I would not be your match. In the face of a killer and Oppo's decisive blow, no one could guarantee they would withstand it under equal circumstances." The Taoist-robed man advanced, executing a series of thrusts with his sword, alternating left and right while employing an intricate footwork that made his movements fluid and captivating. Mo Yun felt as if he were besieged by a myriad of sword shadows. No matter how he dodged, he would inevitably be struck by the opponent. With no choice but to retreat, he found himself cornered by another practitioner behind him. Should he be flanked by two, his demise would be certain. Gritting his teeth, Mo Yun once again employed shadow killing, transforming into an afterimage as he charged toward the Taoist-robed man. The Taoist-robed man spun, using his sword and Oppo's hilt to sweep in an attempt to force Mo Yun back. Clang! The long sword collided with the dagger, and Mo Yun used the momentum to leap into the air, aiming his dagger at the Taoist-robed man and Oppo's face. The Taoist-robed man sneered as his long sword lunged toward Mo Yun's face like a striking serpent. "The longer the weapon, the stronger it is. You shall surely perish." A smile crept onto Mo Yun and Oppo's lips, his eyes glinting with darkness. During their confrontation, the shifting of gazes made it difficult to lock eyes. But as Mo Yun attacked from above, the Taoist-robed man would have no choice but to meet his gaze. Upon locking eyes with Mo Yun, the Taoist-robed man fell into an abyss of darkness, his hands freezing mid-motion as he stood dazed in place. Simultaneously, the battle formation collapsed, and the Xuanwu phantom vanished without a trace. Clang! Mo Yun executed a horizontal slash, sending the Taoist-robed man and Oppo's longsword flying. Then, with a powerful push from his feet, he transformed into an afterimage, charging toward the other three practitioners. The trio and Oppo's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. How could he break the Xuanwu formation? They had witnessed its success time and again. How could it fail now? Puff, puff, puff. The three newly initiated Qi opening practitioners met their demise at the hands of Mo Yun, their eyes wide with shock, disbelief, and regret as they departed from the vibrant cultivation world. Success in killing Ming Hong, random plunder successful. Inferior constitution, fire body, 1 point of Dao source. Xian Dan classic inferior grade. Success in killing Ren Daochuan, random plunder successful. Inferior constitution, metal body. 2 points of Dao source. Success in killing Wei Jinyan, random plunder successful. Inferior constitution, with spirit body, 1 point of Dao source. Detected constitution, shadow body, fire body, metal body. And with spirit body can be fused. Consuming 15 source stones, fusion success rate is 20. Proceed with fusion. Detected Xian Dan classic can be fused with 9 Hell's heavenly technique. Consuming 5 source stones, success rate is 100. Proceed with fusion. Source stones? I only possess 1 source stone. How could I consume any? Mo Yun furrowed his brow, perplexed. Yet, he quickly discerned the underlying mechanics. Amidst the chaos of bloodshed and flames, he neglected to inspect the lifeless body and proceeded to seize the spoils of victory. 3 cultivators collectively confiscated 29 source stones, 3 exquisite 10th grade source artifacts known as the Qingju swords, and 3 Qi gathering pills. Upon the awakening of the man in the Taoist robe, he knelt tremblingly before Mo Yun, demonstrating profound respect. Though he ought to harbor animosity towards Mo Yun, an inexplicable affinity compelled him to offer his life to this figure before him, astonished by the recent events. Mo Yun nodded, satisfied with the enslavement effect of the phantom body. Regrettably, the number of enslaved individuals was limited. He had already utilized 7 slots. "Give me a reason not to kill you," he demanded, sensing Mo Yun and Oppo's icy killing intent. The man in the Taoist robe responded with quivering conviction, "Master, my deceased self bears no value, yet my living self can serve you in any capacity." Mo Yun slightly inclined his head, finding merit in this reasoning. Indeed, murder was not the sole solution to problems. Extracting all remaining value from someone was also commendable. "Introduce yourself briefly," Mo Yun instructed. The man bowed respectfully. "I am Ding Fushan, the 132nd descendant of the ancient sect Danqi sect. having cultivated for 25 years. I possess a low-grade physique, the Xiandan body, with a cultivation level of 288 apertures in the opening aperture realm. At this revelation, Mo Yun finally comprehended the origins of the battle formation. It stemmed from the ancient Danqi sect, possessing such formidable formations capable of consolidating the strength of many individuals. However, new questions arose. How could a descendant of an ancient sect possess such a meager cultivation level? Shun and Appos, they be exceptional talents with transcendent abilities? Baffled, Mo Yun inquired. What is your cultivation level? How has the ancient sect fallen to such a state? And where is your sect located? Ding Fuxing scratched his head awkwardly. Master, the sect has been annihilated. The Corpse-Een sect seized our mountain gate. As for the decline, according to the sect's records, it is related to the Appos, human annihilation war, and Appos, the higher-ups suffered grievous losses, and many high-quality physiques vanished mysteriously, leading to the sect and Appos' downfall and near extinction of its lineage. Mo Yun murmured softly, the human annihilation war? The mysterious disappearance of high-quality physiques? Ding Fuxing shook his head with a bitter smile. After the human annihilation war, all the premium and sacred source veins in the Songxin realm vanished without a trace. The disappearance of high-grade source veins resulted in the diminished concentration of source energy, reducing the probability of the human race giving birth to high-quality physiques. Consequently, the sect could not recruit talents and naturally fell into disrepair. Mo Yun pressed further. What about the sect and Appos' scriptures? Ding Fuxing chuckled, patting his storage ring. The scriptures remain, but most of the techniques and alchemical formulas have been sold off by successive sect masters, leaving me with very few. Mo Yun cradled his forehead, lamenting the fate of Danqi sect, a lineage doomed to extinction, even selling away their techniques and formulas. The inheritance of a sect does not rely solely on a single powerful individual. It is grounded in its foundational principles and scriptures. While a sect may falter due to the fall of a strong figure, it will eventually rise again through its ideologies and texts. You shall accompany me for the time being. Soon, I will undertake a perilous endeavor. Should you survive, you may remain by my side, Mo Yun declared. Ding Fuxing and Appos' heart swelled with joy at the prospect of following such a mysterious master, envisioning a promising future. He bowed deeply in gratitude. I am willing to brave any danger for you, my master, without hesitation. Meanwhile, at a riverside near Qingzhou Mountain, an elderly man held a damp copy of Observations of the Cultivation World, shaking his head with a wry smile. What a clever little fellow. It seems he feigned ignorance of the cultivation world and Appos' knowledge to lower my guard. Had I known of his caution, I would have followed him personally. It appears the jade ring is now in my possession. Alas, what a blunder. Chapter 8. The Corpse Rat Demon in the Village of Mo Family. Today at the entrance of Mo Han, only a single red lantern hung. She had waited for 2 days and searched for 2 days. Yet there was no sign of Mo Han, as if he had vanished from the face of the earth. Now, she could only report to her superiors and request the organization and Appos' assistance. With the organization's formidable intelligence capabilities, they would surely help her locate Mo Han. Mo Han paced anxiously in the courtyard, her unease manifesting in restless movements and frequent exclamations of despair. Without Mo Han, the courtyard felt desolate. In the dead of night, a shadow slipped through the darkness, deftly traversing the rooftops and finally landing softly in Mo Han and Appos' courtyard. Kneeling on one knee, Mo Han cupped her hands in salute. I pay my respects to the commander. The newcomer, clad in dark attire and wearing a fearsome mask, spoke in a raspy voice. The task was executed admirably. The organization will reward you. Now tell me, what summoned me here today? With her knees still on the ground, Mo Han bowed her head in supplication. Commander, Mo Han has yet to return from his mission. I beseech you to help me find him. The commander, taken aback, muttered to himself. The target this time is a mere mortal. A practitioner at the opening chi stage should pose no threat to a mortal. Even if the mission fails, it is unlikely to lead to complications. In the hearts of all cultivators, a mortal was not seen as capable of retaliating against a practitioner. How could a mere 100 pounds of strength compete with the 300 pounds of a practitioner at the opening chi stage? One punch would suffice to bring them down. Turning his gaze to Mo Han, he continued. Perhaps Mo Han has encountered other matters. Wait a few more days and observe. Your primary task now is to focus on news from the secret realm, reporting any developments promptly. Set aside everything else. If your negligence leads to a missed opportunity, you will face severe consequences. Mo Han's face fell in despair. She wished to plead further, but felt the icy intent emanating from him, compelling her to relent. Since joining the assassin organization, she had survived hunger, yet it felt as though a part of her had died. In the depths of falling Sunset Mountain, within a cave, Mo Yun removed a jade ring from his finger and handed it to Ding Fuxing. Please examine this jade ring and discern its secrets. Although the appraisers from the treasure pavilion have already evaluated it, I trust your judgment more. Ding Fuxing, holding the jade ring, scrutinized it carefully before responding earnestly, Master. Judging by the runes and seals on the jade ring, it is indeed a storage ring. However, there are deeper, esoteric runes within that I cannot decipher. The runes inside correspond with those of your storage ring. Comparing the two may yield some information. As for the more profound set, I have never encountered anything like it. Imo Yin understood that asking Ding Fuxing to identify it was a challenge. Yet it also confirmed that the appraisers from the treasure pavilion had not deceived him. This was indeed a storage ring, and it possessed additional capabilities. Old Ding, from now on, simply call me and Amp, Oppos, young master, and Amp, Oppos, find a place at the cave and Amp, Oppos, entrance to settle. I will call for you if needed. Ding Fuxing grinned and respectfully bowed before exiting the cave. Imo Yin watched him leave, nodding slightly. With Ding Fuxing handling matters, many tasks could be delegated to him, minimizing his own exposure and the risk of identity revelation. Seated on the stone bed, Imo Yin summoned a virtual panel. Host, Imo Yin, physique, shadow body, lower class, fire body, lower class, metal body, lower class. With spirit body, lower class, realm, opening chi stage, 144 acupoints, techniques, 9 nether ascension technique, mystical elixir cannon, source technique, shadow kill lower class, source points, 4. The success rate for further integration of his physique was a mere 20. An endeavor too risky to undertake. Should he fail, it would be a grave loss. However, the integration of the 9 nether ascension technique and the mystical elixir cannon guaranteed a 100 success rate, promising something worthwhile. Beep, integration successful. Acquiring 9 nether elixir technique middle class, 9 nether elixir technique, retains the characteristics of the 9 nether ascension technique, using the Dantian as the elixir. Employing secret methods to refine the Dantian, enhancing the purity of the Dantian and Oppos, source energy. Cultivators absorb source energy for training, which invariably contains numerous impurities. The purer the source energy, the more potent the cultivator's source techniques become. Imo Yin would eventually possess 11 Dantians, thus. Purifying such a vast amount of source energy would prove exceptionally challenging. Fortunately, the 9 nether elixir technique alleviated this burden. With a deep breath, Imo Yin began to absorb source energy for cultivation. The colorful source energy of falling sunset mountains surged into the cave, flooding into his body through the Bai Wei acupoint. Imo Yin channeled all his energy into the 9 nether elixir technique, opening acupoints at a pace unmatched by any other cultivator. Ding Fuxing, guarding the cave entrance, murmured in awe, young master, truly a divine being. Imo Yin consumed 4 source points to successfully open the Imu cannon, Wutu cannon, Dongjin cannon, and Guishui cannon. Now having opened 288 acupoints, with his strength reaching 1,900 pounds. Feeling the surging power within him, Imo Yin was imbued with an aura of dominance. Convinced that no hero in the world could rival him. After a moment, Imo Yin bit his fingertip, infusing his blood into the rune grooves of the jade ring. The jade ring shimmered with a blood-red glow before fading entirely. At that instant, a mental connection formed between Imo Yin and the jade ring, enveloping him in an extraordinary sense of security. With a mere thought, everything within the jade ring unfolded in his mind. 1,000 red elixirs, 1,000 green elixirs, and 20 source stones. Imo Yin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A storage jade ring with a Tenjong radius contained only elixirs? What effects might these red and green elixirs possess? If they were akin to chi gathering pills, he would be immensely fortunate. A chi gathering pill was worth 5 source stones, if all were of this caliber. The total value would reach 10,000 source stones. Such wealth was staggering. After pondering for a while without grasping any insights, Imo Yin had a sudden inspiration and decided to call Ding Fuxing for assistance. As the current leader of the Danchi sect, Ding Fuxing possessed the mystical elixir body and had a substantial knowledge of elixirs. However, after studying for a considerable time, he too was unable to discern their properties. Young master, I too cannot identify these elixirs. Please forgive me. Imo Yin waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. Grind a bit of the powder and feed it to the corpse rat. Let us observe its reaction. Since they could not identify it, experimentation was the only recourse, albeit at the cost of wasting some elixirs. Ding Fuxing and Oppos' eyes lit up at the suggestion, and he praised, young master, this method is indeed brilliant. He then knelt in reverence, exclaiming, young master, you are the embodiment of wisdom. Imo Yin was momentarily taken aback by Ding Fuxing's exaggerated praise. It seemed this individual had mastered the art of flattery. While its other values had yet to manifest, the emotional value was undoubtedly maximized. Ding Fuxing carefully scraped the red elixir powder with a dagger and fed it to the corpse rat. Under Imo Yin's control through his ocular technique, he could perceive any changes in the creature. After consuming the red powder, the corpse rat became agitated, akin to a wild bull in a frenzy, and began voraciously devouring the surrounding source energy. Nourished by the source energy, the corpse rat grew larger, transforming from a size akin to a palm into a robust creature resembling a small bull. Witnessing this, Ding Fuxing was struck with terror and hurriedly shielded Imo Yin. Fearing that the strange corpse rat might harm him, Imo Yin patted Ding Fuxing's shoulder, signaling him to step aside, and then launched a red elixir into the corpse rat's mouth. With the aid of the red elixir, the corpse rat absorbed an increasing amount of source energy, its form swelling further, resembling an adult bull. At that moment, Imo Yin stood in shock, for he heard the corpse rat's call. Master. The ability to call its master indicated that the corpse rat had transformed into a demon, evolving into a spirit beast of the enlightenment realm. To transform into a demon with just one elixir? It was utterly astonishing. As Mo Yun gazed at the crimson elixir in his hand, a profound astonishment enveloped him. How could Mei Hong possess such an extraordinary pill? It had the potential to transform beasts into demons. It is important to note that Mei Hong was merely a fox demon of the enlightenment realm. Otherwise, Mo Yun would not have easily vanquished her. Why would Mei Hong carry so many transformation pills? If 1,000 demon beasts were to emerge from Longguan County, then, at this thought, Mo Yun sensed that he had inadvertently stumbled upon a grand conspiracy. Mei Hong, drenched to the skin, must not have had the chance to use the transformation pills. Otherwise, bringing dozens of demon beasts to eliminate him would have been a foregone conclusion. He cast his gaze upon the green elixir and instructed Ding Fuxing quickly. Administer a green pill to the corpse rat. Ding Fuxing complied without hesitation. The corpse rat absorbed an immense amount of source energy, yet its size remained unchanged. Instead, its fur transformed from a dark gray to a deep green. The dark green corpse rat emanated a peculiar power, but it did not evolve into a demon rat of the enlightenment realm. As Mo Yun furrowed his brow in contemplation, Ding Fuxing suggested, "Young master, I sense that this corpse rat harbors a toxin. It could be beneficial to let it bite another corpse rat for testing." Mo Yun nodded in agreement and commanded the dark green corpse rat to bite both a common corpse rat and an enlightenment realm corpse rat. Upon being bitten, the common corpse rat became rigid, its life extinguished in an instant, akin to a lethal poison. The fur of the enlightenment realm corpse rat was considerably thicker, and the dark green corpse rat exerted considerable effort before breaking its skin. However, after breaching the surface, the corpse rat demon succumbed to death within mere breaths. Their demise shared a common trait. Their bodies turned black, resembling charred remains. Defeated corpse rat demon, randomly acquired. Inferior physique, frenzied blood physique. Detected the potential to merge the shadow body, fire body, gold body, with spirit body, and frenzied blood physique. Consuming 20 source stones with a success rate of 21. Shall we proceed with the fusion? In that moment, Mo Yun inhaled sharply. Realizing that the dark green corpse rat possessed a deadly toxin capable of slaying the enlightenment realm corpse rat demon with its ferocious body. Yet, he soon erupted into hearty laughter, as if he had discovered a new continent. The ability to trigger the system and amp Oppo's plunder through the defeat of a sentient being was exceedingly gratifying to him. Ding Fuxing, observing this, praised, "Congratulations, young master. On obtaining a divine artifact, your dominance in the realm of cultivation is assured." Mo Yun cleared his throat, responding, "Old Ding, compliments should be grounded in reality. The disparity is vast, and the experience may fall short." Ding Fuxing bowed respectfully, "Indeed, young master." Mo Yun pondered the implications of triggering the plunder system through the defeat of sentient beings and inquired, "Old Ding, does Qingzhou Workshop have executioners who capture criminals or demons and execute them in a designated area?" Ding Fuxing suddenly understood, "Young master, you refer to the Demon Execution Department and the Evil Extermination Department. The former regularly beheads demonkind, while the latter captures wicked cultivators to display their heads as a warning to the citizens of the Great Xia." Mo Yun and Oppo's eyes sparkled with intrigue. If he or Ding Fuxing could infiltrate either department, their cultivation would surely ascend rapidly. The beauty of this endeavor lay in its low risk. Others would present their necks, and one merely needed to strike. "Old Ding, is it available in Qingzhou Workshop?" Ding Fuxing shook his head. Only the county town and the capital possess such facilities. Mo Yun felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. He could not simply travel to the county town or capital, nor did he know how to gain entry. After dismissing Ding Fuxing, he set aside unrealistic thoughts and contemplated how to navigate the current situation. He could not keep the demon beasts close. Doing so would risk detection by the demon-revealing mirror, inviting calamity. However, they could be employed against Mo Han and her commander, once utilized. As long as they were not kept nearby, it seemed there would be no issues. If a ferocious beast were to consume both the transformation pill and the poisonous beast pill, its lethality would be significantly amplified. Chapter 9, Lord of Dingyuan. Mo went in the capital. Within the Dingyuan Marquisate, the estate is adorned with pavilions and towers, winding waters and flowing springs, all enveloped in a kaleidoscope of mist, resembling a celestial abode. At this moment, Mo Wentian and his wife, Wang Fong, are seated in the lakeside pavilion, savoring the finest spiritual tea. Their 3 sons engage in lively banter, recounting amusing tales from the streets, eliciting hearty laughter from both parents. The familial warmth is palpable, a testament to their blissful harmony. Shan and Amp, Oppos, Hu and Amp, Oppos, and Lin and Amp, Oppos, how thoughtful of you to gather such delightful stories to share with your mother and me, Mo Shan remarks, his eyes sparkling with joy. Father, you have devoted yourself to the nation and its people, enduring countless battles. It is only right that my brothers and I ensure you enjoy the pleasures of family life, replies Emohu with a chuckle. Indeed, father, it is rare to have you home. We have missed you dearly, adds Mo Lin, patting his chest in sincerity. Father, once I have honed my skills, I shall join you in battle, alleviating your burdens, he vows. Mo Wentian nods appreciatively, laughter spilling from his lips. My sons have grown and learned to care for their parents. This brings me great joy. He then retrieves 3 wooden boxes from his storage ring, presenting them to his sons. These are the golden jade spiritual cakes bestowed by Her Majesty the Empress. Not only are they exquisite in flavor, but they also greatly benefit your cultivation. The 3 brothers accept the boxes with delight, exclaiming in unison, "Thank you, Father." Without regard for decorum, they eagerly indulge in the delicacies. The golden jade spiritual cakes, crafted from the rare golden jade snow lotus and infused with hundreds of spiritual herbs, are not only a culinary delight but also refine the innate energy within cultivators, making them a prized possession for those at the qi refining stage. Wang Fong gazes affectionately at Mo Wentian and remarks, "Indulge them, but do not let them become spoiled." Observing his sons devouring the cakes, Mo Wentian nods in satisfaction. "My dear wife, you have raised our sons exceptionally well." With a playful tone, Wang Fong responds, "Just ensure that when our sons err in judgment, you do not blame me." Mo Wentian bursts into laughter. At that moment, as the 3 sons consume the golden jade spiritual cakes, they find themselves enveloped in a vibrant aura of energy, each breaking through a minor realm. Many cultivators toil for years to cultivate their innate energy. Yet these 3 have achieved a breakthrough merely by consuming a single cake. Once they have regained their composure, Mo Wentian speaks. The sacred mountain has birthed the supreme source vein, raising the energy concentration in the capital. Furthermore, the superior gathering formation within the Marquee 8 concentrates energy within these walls, surpassing that found outside. This is the legacy I have fought to provide for you. Few places in the great Xia divine dynasty offer such an environment for cultivation. Dedicate yourselves to your practice and strive to reach the pinnacle of the qi refining stage. In 6 months, an opportunity awaits you. Perhaps one day, you 3 may ascend to noble ranks and contribute to the prosperity of our people. His sons beam with delight at his words, envisioning the glorious future of nobility. Wang Fong, however, appears contemplative. Just then, a soldier clad in armor interrupts this idyllic scene, announcing urgently, "My lord, urgent news from Longchuan County." Mo Wentian and Apos' brow furrows, a sense of displeasure washing over him. He had relinquished his military duties 6 months prior to recuperate at the Marquee. Why this urgent missive from Longchuan? "Speak," he commands. The soldier bows and declares, "The Longchuan County Guard reports that 3 days ago, a great fire ravaged the Mo family village, destroying your ancestral home. Your son, Mo Yun, perished in the flames. His ashes and personal belongings are en route." Stunned, Mo Wentian stands frozen, unable to accept the jade pendant the soldier offers. Had it not been for the return of Duke Anghua, who wished to see his grandson, he had nearly forgotten about this son. He had intended to arrange for Mo Yun and Apos' return, yet had inadvertently neglected him. "Agwe, check the ancestral hall for Mo Yun and Apos' soul lamp," he instructs. The steward, Agwe, hesitates, his face clouded with sorrow. "My lord, the soul lamp for Lord Mo Yun has not been lit in the ancestral hall." Mo Wentian is taken aback, memories flooding back. Years ago, he had been a soldier under Duke Anghua, distinguished for his exceptional talent and valor. During a mission in Longchuan County, he met Yu Miaoing, and they quickly fell in love, vowing to be together. Duke Anghua had been pleased with Mo Wentian as a son-in-law and had supported their union. In time, Yu Miaoing became pregnant. However, her adventurous spirit led her to frequently explore the world, accompanied by her maidservants. For cultivators, this was not unusual. Many female cultivators continued their lives unhindered during pregnancy. Tragically, during one such excursion, Yu Miaoing and her maid were ambushed by a fearsome beast, the howling moonwolf, equivalent to a 7th-tier cultivator. The maid perished in the encounter, and Yu Miaoing was gravely injured, only managing to escape thanks to a protective talisman from Duke Anghua. By the time she returned home, her condition was dire. The physician advised her to terminate the pregnancy to save her life, warning that prolonged injury without treatment could be fatal. Mo Wentian, without hesitation, chose to preserve Yu Miaoing's life. Yet, Yu Miaoing, desperate to save her child, pleaded with the physician to allow her to give birth, insisting that as a cultivator, she would be unharmed. Reluctantly, the physician complied, and the child was spared. Unfortunately, Yu Miaoing succumbed to her injuries due to a lack of timely care. Grieving the loss of his beloved wife, Mo Wentian transformed his sorrow into resentment, directing his anguish toward the newborn Mo Yun, believing him to be the harbinger of misfortune. Thus, Mo Yun and Apos' soul lamp had remained unlit in the ancestral hall, a decision rooted in Mo Wentian's desire to avoid memories of his wife that would only deepen his pain. 7 years passed swiftly, with Mo Yun relegated to a remote courtyard raised by a servant. During this time, Mo Wentian married Wang Fong, the daughter of a chancellor, and fathered 3 sons, living a life of contentment without once seeing Mo Yun. It was only when Mo Yun was tested for his aptitude at the age of 7, revealing a congenital disability, that Mo Wentian recalled his existence. Yet, he felt no inclination to make amends, merely labeling him a waste before sending him back to the isolated Mo family village. Wang Fong, Noticing Imo Wantian's despondence, gently caresses his hand, lamenting, "Alas, my lord, please accept my condolences. It is crucial now to manage the affairs concerning Yun'er and to inform Duke Ongwa. I believe Yun'er would not wish for us to grieve excessively. After all, the departed are gone, and the living must continue." Imo Shan, Imo Hu, and Imo Lin remained silent, their heads bowed in solemnity, yet their expressions betray no sorrow. Instead, there is a subtle hint of a smile at the corners of their mouths. Imo Wentian, regaining his composure, inquires softly, "Ague, was there not a steward of the Enlightenment stage assigned to oversee things? How could a fire have caused such devastation?" Ague quickly bows and responds, "My lord. That steward perished 6 months ago while visiting family, having encountered bandits. We had intended to appoint another steward, but after your recent decree against extravagance, and given that Lord Mo Yun was already 18, Wang Fong, filled with remorse, interjects, 'My lord, I am sorry, it is my fault. Had I not advocated for the prohibition of extravagance, Yun'er would not have.'" Imo Wentian reflects on the changes he implemented 6 months prior to improve the Marquis and Apos' conduct, which indeed bore fruit. His 3 sons had become much more sensible. He squeezes Wang Fong's hand gently, offering solace. "My dear, you acted for the benefit of the Marquis. It was fate that determined this outcome. And it is not your fault." He gestures to Ague, stating calmly, "See to it that the ashes and belongings are laid to rest in Imo family village. As for Duke Ongwa, I shall visit him personally." Chapter 10. Duke of Ngwa. Upon hearing that the esteemed Marquis of Dingyuan, Imo Wentian, was coming to visit him, Duke Ngwe, Yuxingwu, was filled with delight. Early that morning, he instructed his servants to prepare an extravagant feast. He even brought out his treasured millennium-old floral brew, which he had cherished for many years. As he gazed at the lavish spread before him, Duke Ngwe chuckled. "It has been far too long since I last shared a drink with Wentian. Today, I shall ensure this young lad knows my prowess." In the grand court of the great Xia divine dynasty, aside from Her Majesty the Empress, only the Marquis of Dingyuan could receive such heartfelt hospitality from Duke Ngwa. The servants of the estate had never witnessed their master displaying such dedication. Just then, the voice of the steward echoed from outside, "My lord, the Marquis of Dingyuan has arrived." Duke Ngwa and Apos' eyes brightened, and he laughed heartily. "Quickly, invite Wentian in." However, Imo Wentian, hearing his father-in-law and Apos' voice from afar, felt increasingly uneasy. He was not visiting for a casual gathering, but to deliver sorrowful news. Upon entering the main hall of the Duke and Apos' residence, Imo Wentian found himself in the most formal setting for welcoming guests. Although this was not his first meal here, today he felt an unusual sense of trepidation. He was acutely aware of his father-in-law's fierce temperament. He could only imagine the turmoil that would arise if Duke Ngwa learned of Imo Yun's demise. "Your Grace, I humbly bow before you," Imo Wentian said, bending down and clasping his hands in respect. Duke Ngwa promptly assisted him to his feet, feigning anger. "We are family. There is no need for such formalities at a meal. Come, I have brought out my millennium-old brew. You must drink with me." Suddenly, Imo Wentian knelt before him, head bowed, and said, "My lord, Yun has met with misfortune." At this, Duke Ngwa and Apos' expression shifted, seriousness enveloping him. "What has happened to Yun?" Imo Wentian sighed deeply and recounted the events surrounding Imo family village. Duke Ngwa listened in silence, his demeanor inscrutable, betraying neither joy nor sorrow. Those who knew him understood that this calm facade was the most terrifying aspect of his nature. Imo Wentian felt a chill race down his spine, his heart pounding. Regardless of his own accomplishments and cultivation, he felt dwarfed before the elder, the pillar of the great Xia divine dynasty. In public, he was the revered Marquis of Dingyuan. In this presence, he could only submit. Duke Ngwa pulled out a wooden chair and sat across from Imo Wentian, his expression steady as he inquired, 7 days ago, I instructed you to bring Yun back. Why has this not been done?" Faced with this perilous question, Imo Wentian broke into a cold sweat. "My lord, I have been quite occupied with pressing matters lately, so..." Crack. Duke Ngwa swiftly drew a leather whip from his storage ring and struck Imo Wentian sharply. This whip was no magical tool but merely woven from cowhide. While it could not inflict serious harm, it stung painfully. Imo Wentian felt a fiery pain across his back, experiencing for the first time the treatment usually reserved for the likes of Yue. This strike serves as a reminder that, as a father, you have failed. Duke Ngwa gritted his teeth and retrieved a white crystal orb from his storage ring. He dripped his blood into it, and Imo Wentian complied without hesitation. Fearing further punishment, Duke Ngwa and Apos' fingers danced with intricate gestures, and the orb glowed red. Soon, Imo Wentian and Apos' blood split into 5 droplets, 1 large and 4 smaller. The largest droplet remained central, with 3 others clustered nearby, while the last drifted to the north of the orb. Seeing this, Duke Ngwa exhaled in relief, then shot a glare at Imo Wentian, delivering 3 more lashes. "Yun is not dead, she is in Lonchuan County." Imo Wentian and Apos' eyes widened in realization. "My lord, is this the blood source secret technique?" This technique could locate a blood relative through their shared essence. Duke Ngwa held onto a sliver of hope. wishing to confirm his suspicions through this method. After all, one must see the living or the dead to find closure. Unexpectedly, a miracle unfolded. Dukingwa huffed. Shall you go fetch Yun, or must I? Imowenyan hastily replied, My lord, I shall go at once. Just then, the droplet of blood representing Imoyun flickered and vanished. Both Dukingwa and Imowentian stood frozen, bewildered by the disappearance. Dukingwa and Apos' expression darkened. Could it be that Yun has perished just now? Wentian, provide me with another drop of your blood. Once again employing the blood source secret technique. The droplet signifying Imoyun appeared momentarily before vanishing once more. Dukingwa breathed a sigh of relief. Yun is likely unharmed. Some artifact must be shielding her bloodline or concealing her presence. He then turned his gaze sharply to Imowentian. You will retrieve Yun for me. If you fail, do not return to the Duke and Apos' residence. I shall not acknowledge you as my son-in-law. Now, leave. In Imo family village. Imo Han sat on a wooden chair, her hand pressed against her forehead as she pondered the whereabouts of Imo Hanzi. For days, she had been restless, scouring every corner of the village and the surrounding woods, yet there was no sign of him. Hanzi was a skilled practitioner, possessing the shadow body technique. It was inconceivable that he could come to harm. Where could he possibly be? At that moment, a dark green, skeletal rat scurried up to her feet, clutching a letter. After dropping it, it darted through a crack in the door and vanished. Imo Han and Apos' expression shifted from confusion to alarm as she sensed impending danger. She hurriedly bent to retrieve the letter, tearing it open in a panic, only to slump back into her chair, defeated. Indeed, Hanzi was in trouble. He had been captured. And the captors demanded that she alone meet them at the foot of the back mountain tonight. Her heart raced with anxiety as she hesitated over whether to comply. Yet, the thought of Hanzi in peril compelled her. If she did not attend, the captors might harm him. With a heavy heart, she closed her eyes, tears streaming down her cheeks as she sobbed. Why must my brother and I endure such suffering? After a moment of emotional release, Imo Han steadied herself and began to rationally devise a plan. The fact that her adversaries could capture Hanzi indicated they were also practitioners, at the very least at the awakening stage. What was truly chilling was their apparent knowledge of her every move, demonstrated by their ability to send the skeletal rat to deliver a message. This unsettling reality dispelled any thoughts of reporting to the commander. The commander would not care for Hanzi and Apos' fate. He would only seek to maximize his own interests. She could not risk Hanzi and Apos' life and thus resolved to venture to the back mountain alone, determined to do everything in her power to rescue him. Under the sparse starlight, the occasional calls of birds and beasts echoed through the mountains. Imo Han moved lightly, concealed within the shadows, observing the activity at the foot of the mountain. As an assassin, she understood how to mask her presence and recognized that with Hanzi and Apos' capture, her adversaries held the upper hand in this negotiation. To regain control, she needed to remain calm and seize every opportunity. However, all remained quiet. There was no sign of her foes. Imo Han realized that if she did not reveal herself, neither would they. The longer she waited, the more perilous Hanzi's situation became. Undeterred, she checked her hidden weapons, resolved to strike the moment Hanzi appeared to eliminate their captors. Unbeknownst to her, just 2 yards behind, a dark green skeletal rat was watching intently, observing her every move. Moreover, countless skeletal rats scurried throughout the back mountain, relaying all information to Imo Yun. A sharp, resonant cry from a hawk interrupted Imo Han and Apos' thoughts. She stepped from the shadows, standing in the moonlight, and spoke softly. Since you have summoned me for a meeting, why do you hide? Yet, there was no response from the surroundings. She fell silent, casually seating herself upon a stone. However, her palms were damp, and her heart was far from the ease she portrayed. After a quarter of an hour, Imo Han grew increasingly restless, unable to remain still. Fortunately, at that moment, the dark green decay rat delivered a letter to her. She made her way to the mountain peak. With a sigh, Imo Han hastened to climb the back mountain. Arriving at the summit platform, the area surrounding the platform was lush with foliage, and a massive rock stood prominently in the center. A masked man, arms crossed, stood atop the stone, gazing down at Imo Han, who had just ascended the mountain. The bright moon hung overhead, casting an imposing aura. Imo Han, not wishing to prolong the encounter, delved straight into the matter. What must I do for you to release my brother? Please, state your terms. The masked man fixed his gaze upon her, and, after a moment and Apos' pause, replied coolly, How many source stones do you possess? Of course, other treasures would suffice as well. Upon hearing his demand for source stones, Imo Han felt a wave of relief wash over her. Her heart steadied. As long as he sought something, there was still room for negotiation. In this world, source stones were both the most precious and the most common. Issues resolvable by source stones were mere trifles. As a humble woman of the mountains, I possess only 9 source stones. I wonder. The masked man scoffed. You think 9 source stones are enough to bargain for your brother and Apos' life? He is worth far more. Panic surged within Imo Han. Source stones could resolve all dilemmas. Yet she possessed none, much like the times when she lacked silver amidst hunger and cold. However, Chapter 11, Shadow Pavilion. Imo Han slightly raised her arm. intending to strike the masked man before her with a concealed arrow. With her perfected cultivation in the enlightenment realm, she aimed to capture him. Capturing him would make retrieving Hanzi a trivial matter, and she might even acquire the means to control ferocious beasts. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Just as she prepared to unleash her hidden arrow, the cold voice of the masked man pierced through the air. I advise you not to make any sudden moves. Launching that arrow will only hasten your brother and Apos' demise. Imohan froze, her heart sinking in terror. The man was fully aware of her concealed arrow. Did she have any secrets left? She forced a smile, feigning calmness. I lack sufficient source stones, but I possess a token rumored to be a key to a certain secret realm. Within that realm lies a method for advancing one and Apos' physique. Will this suffice? The masked man paused slightly. After all, no secret realm was devoid of treasures, especially one that offered methods for physical advancement. However, he maintained a facade of indifference, tinged with annoyance. A method for physique advancement? Do you take me for a child? Imohan felt a surge of frustration. The token was a directive from her organization, and she only had a vague understanding of its details. Upon hearing of the physique advancement method, she had been deeply astonished, but skepticism soon followed. As altering one and Apos' innate physique was notoriously difficult. I cannot provide proof. This is all I have. If you are unwilling, then let us see the truth of your intentions. With that, Imohan adopted a posture of defiance. Yet, the masked man remained unperturbed. With a wave of his hand, 7 or 8 robust demon beasts encircled Imohan. 2 were pangolin demons, 1 was a decay bone mouse demon, 3 were white wolf demons, and 1 golden eagle demon circled above. Seeing this formidable display, Imohan's heart sank further. She had merely intended to negotiate, yet the other party had escalated the situation without any intent to continue the discussion. How could she possibly withstand such overwhelming force? Just then, the 7 demon beasts erupted with a tremendous battle intent, summoning a phantom of the black tortoise above her to suppress her. The intelligence of demons at the Enlightenment realm was comparable to that of adult humans, allowing them to easily command battle formations. Imohan was taken aback. A battle formation? Is this really necessary? To resort to such measures at the slightest disagreement is beyond my expectations. Shouldn't we be negotiating? The masked man, noticing her diminished resolve, shook his head. Did you not say you wished to see the truth of my intentions? It seems we are right on course. Imohan quickly conceded, bowing an apology to diffuse the tension. Her goal was to rescue Imohan, not to engage in a deadly confrontation. I was reckless. Please forgive me. The masked man replied. Since you acknowledge your mistake, that is acceptable. However, I will require source stones. My master has stated that one must pay the appropriate price for wrongdoing. Otherwise, what use is there for law enforcement? What is law enforcement? Imohan asked, bewildered. Before managing a bitter smile, I truly do not possess any. Before she could finish, the masked man interrupted. You can pledge your loyalty, serving my master from now on. Imohan furrowed her brow, her mind racing with caution. How does one pledge loyalty? Currently, the other party held Imohan and Apos' life in their hands, and their strength was formidable, capable of easily overpowering her with their battle tactics. Their means of controlling the demon beast were also inscrutable. If she could gain the support of such a powerful figure, her future would be exceedingly bright. A heartless assassin, desperate for survival, could resort to any means, even betrayal. Moreover, her standing within the organization was tenuous at best. Achieving greatness seemed nearly impossible. What infuriated her most was that the organization had not lifted a finger to assist in searching for Imohan, despite his prolonged disappearance. If they treated her and her brother like mere dogs, why should she remain loyal? Was it not acceptable to switch sides? Seeing Imohan's willingness to pledge loyalty, the masked man burst into laughter, gesturing with 2 fingers. 2 pledges of loyalty. First, your brother Imohan. He is faring well over there, and the time will come for us to arrange your meeting. Second, I require insight into the secrets of your organization. Of course, this matter is between us. We will not harm you, and are even willing to support your rise, he added. Imohan fixed her gaze on the masked man, silent and contemplative. Betraying her organization and providing intelligence was something she could accept, but only if her and Imohan and Apos' safety was assured. The masked man did not rush her, patiently waiting for either her defiance or compliance. From the moment Imohan received the letter, she had stepped into this game, and the outcome was already determined. Unless she abandoned Imohan and reported this matter to the assassin organization, she had no choice. Imohan wrestled with her thoughts, but soon grasped the crux of the situation. Living was more valuable than dying. The more valuable she became, the safer she would be. She had endured suffering her entire life, and now she sought to thrive, aspiring to rise above others. Her gaze burned with intensity as she stared at the masked man, as if seizing the opportunity to alter her fate. The organization I belong to is called Shadow Pavilion, a guild of assassins headquartered in the capital. The grandson of Duke Ongwa, Yushiwesung, was killed by us. We orchestrated countless minor accidents with over 1,000 people to ensure his and Apos' death. I was involved in that operation. Imohan divulged the Shadow Pavilion's sordid affairs with remarkable candor. The masked man, taken aback, was astonished at the extent of the Shadow Pavilion's actions. daring even to assassinate the grandson of a duke. However, Imo Han did not mention the assassination of Imo Yun, leaving her motives unclear. You seem to be withholding something, he remarked, his tone suddenly icy. Imo Han smiled knowingly. Regarding the assassination of the heir of the distant fortress Marquis, Imo Yun, I assumed you were aware, considering my brother was taken during that time. The masked man shook his head. I captured your brother in the dense forest and only learned of your organization and Appo's actions during subsequent interrogations. Imo Han dismissed the matter nonchalantly. It and Appo's nothing significant. Just the assassination of an unvalued pawn. The masked man's tone grew colder. How does your organization communicate internally? Who is your leader? Uncertain of the sudden change in the masked man's demeanor, Imo Han decided to fully commit to her betrayal. Half-hearted treachery would only lead to her downfall. We have a liaison in each district, and the organization transmits messages through jade talismans, relaying information step by step. Imo Family Village is unique, and the organization places great importance on it. There is indeed a liaison within the village. I suspect it may be related to the secret realm. It is said that the heir of distant fortress Marquis, Imo Wen, initially possessed a superior physique but later advanced to an exceptional one through secret methods, and that secret realm lies near Imo Family Village. The masked man was pleased with Imo Han's revelations. Whether the information you provide is genuine, my master will decide. Now please turn around and meet your true master. The masked man knelt down, reverently gazing behind Imo Han as if awaiting an emperor and Appo's arrival. Imo Han, on high alert, feared the masked man might launch a surprise attack. She turned her head slightly, keeping her peripheral vision focused on him, ready to defend at any moment. A strikingly handsome man stood majestically atop the head of a white wolf, resembling a celestial being descended to the mortal realm. Imo Han recognized him and gasped, "You are." Before she could finish her sentence, the man's dark eyes flickered, and Imo Han's consciousness was drawn into an abyss of darkness. Upon awakening, she found herself bound to her master, ready to pledge her life and loyalty. She knelt, bowing deeply, and exclaimed, "Master." The figure before her was none other than Imo Yun, who had activated his phantom body, silently appearing behind Imo Han. As the saying goes, a gentleman does not stand beneath a precarious wall. He naturally refrains from placing himself in perilous circumstances. Thus, he instructed Ding Fuxing to don a mask for the meeting with Imo Han, while he concealed himself, waiting for the opportune moment. Under the intimidation of the numerous demons, Imo Han indeed chose to capitulate. All the schemes were orchestrated to facilitate a gaze between Imo Han and Imo Yun, intending to enslave the latter through eye techniques. With Imo Han as a pawn, he gained the standing to contend with the figure lurking in the shadows. Imo Yun was exceedingly pleased with Lao Ding and Appo's performance that evening. Ding Fuxing proved to be a competent servant, capable both of executing tasks and of shielding him from harm. Lao Ding, rise, you have performed admirably tonight. Henceforth, remain by my side. Upon hearing this, Ding Fuxing was overwhelmed with joy, bowing deeply in gratitude. Young master, you are the embodiment of mercy. Imo Yun and Appo's lips twitched, and he chose to disregard him, turning his focus back to Imo Han. Imo Han, we are old acquaintances. I have no desire to deceive you. Hanzi perished on the night he attempted to assassinate me. Imo Yun initially believed that Imo Han would be heartbroken, perhaps even resentful, for Han had held an irreplaceable position in his heart. However, Imo Han slowly raised his gaze and, in an unexpected manner, replied, "To die at the hands of the master is a blessing for Hanzi. After all, he sought to take your life, and thus he deserved to meet his end." The bond between Imo Han and Imo Han was profound, each willing to sacrifice for the other, yet now centered around Imo Yun. Their personal beliefs and values had transformed. Such a peculiar ability instilled a greater fear than profound source techniques. Imo Han, was the information you just provided accurate? Imo Han respectfully responded, "The token is a forgery. The genuine token resides with the liaison in Imo Family Village. I know this because Hanzi discovered the token on the back mountain. The liaison is also my commander, who has been training me since 15 years ago." Ding Fuxing grimaced, having been deceived, realizing the woman had withheld some truths. Imo Yun, however, remained unfazed, were it not for the enslavement of Imo Han. The veracity of that information would still be debatable. Sometimes, a single piece of false intelligence can cost one their life. Imo Yun nodded and inquired, "Who is the other party? What realm do they occupy? How do you contact them?" Imo Han replied, "The subordinates of the Shadow Pavilion lack the authority to know the identities of their superiors. I am unaware of my commander and Appo's true identity. The other party is likely at the first or second level of chi refining, with a constitution inclined towards cold attributes. During the day, I hang 2 red lanterns at the entrance to signify the completion of my task. Hanging 1 lantern indicates a request for an audience." Chapter 12. The command of Imo Han possessing the strength of the first and second levels of the chi refinement realm, with a well-coordinated team and the Xuanwu battle formation. There exists a tangible opportunity to vanquish the adversary. Moreover, with Imo Han as an informant, if we could lure the enemy into an encirclement or execute a surprise attack, success would be within reach. However, this necessitates Imo Han hanging lanterns during the day, allowing for a nighttime confrontation. The presence of 7 Spirit Awakening Realm beasts nearby adds to the urgency. The longer we wait, the greater the risk. Should the Demon Suppression Mirror detect us, or if the Demon Slaying Division intervenes, Imo Family Village would undoubtedly become a focal point, making it exceedingly challenging to leverage the power of the Beast Kin against our foes. At this juncture, Ding Fuxing offered his counsel. Young Master, we are unable to locate the enemy, and these beasts pose a significant threat. If the Demon Suppression Mirror or the Demon Slaying Division finds our trail, we would be in grave peril. Additionally, given that they are in the Qi Refinement Realm, our chances of victory are exceedingly slim. Imo Han nodded in agreement and suggested. According to intelligence from the Shadow Pavilion, the Demon Slaying Division's Feng Qi has been particularly active in Longchuan County. The leader's identity remains shrouded in mystery. We are unaware of who they are. Perhaps I could arrange a meeting with them tomorrow night, at which point we could take action. Casting a glance at the 7 Spirit Awakening beasts, Imo Han felt a pang of regret. The longer we delay, the higher the likelihood of complications arising. If the leader catches wind of our plans, it would spell disaster for Imo Yun. Striking tonight, if executed with precision, could very well lead to the demise of a Qi Refinement practitioner. Thus, Imo Yun resolved to deduce the leader and Appo's identity from the information at hand and eliminate them tonight. Only with the leader of Imo Han dead could she hope to ascend the ranks, otherwise, Imo Han's utility would be negligible. The fact that the enemy could see the red lanterns hung by Imo Han during the day indicated that they were indeed in Imo Family Village, and that contact with Imo Han was easily established. Were this not the case, it would be impossible to hang lanterns by day and meet by night. Outsiders would frequent Imo Family Village daily, as such behavior would arouse suspicion, especially since no one in the village exhibited such peculiar conduct. In this small mountain village, it is improbable that the enemy would dispatch cultivators to establish a presence for such a desolate place. Their purpose for visiting Imo Family Village likely pertains to Imo Wentian, particularly concerning the secret techniques that enhance physical prowess. Hence, it follows that the enemy arrived in Imo Family Village after Imo Wentian garnered renown. Imo Wentian enlisted in the military 25 years ago, gaining recognition from Dukan and gradually ascending through military merit to nobility. 15 years ago marked the time of Imo Han's induction into the organization, suggesting that the enemy came to Imo Family Village between 25 and 15 years ago. Imo Yun murmured to herself, contemplating the possible identities of the enemy. There are 4 potential candidates. The first is a man who ventured out and later returned to settle in the village. The second is a local who has never departed from Imo Family Village. The third is a woman who married outside the village and subsequently returned to reside with her family. The fourth is an outsider who wed into Imo Family Village. Firstly, the first possibility can be dismissed. The men of Imo Family Village seldom leave, as they are scarce labor resources, and there are no accounts of anyone returning after wandering. The third option can also be disregarded, as reports of village women returning home to stay indefinitely are non-existent. The second option is likewise untenable. Imo Family Village does not harbor cultivators, but remains an ordinary mortal settlement, devoid of cultivation techniques or resources, making it improbable for a local to attain the status of a cultivator and join an assassin organization. Thus, it is highly probable that the enemy is a woman who married into Imo Family Village approximately 25 years ago after hearing about Imo Wentian's secret to enhancing one's constitution. Ding Fuxing, having overheard Imo Yun's analysis, was left astounded. Young master, you truly are the embodiment of wisdom. Imo Han was equally shaken, astonished that Imo Yun could piece together such fragmented information to reach this conclusion. You are indeed remarkable. However, at that moment, both believed that Imo Yun's deductions had reached their limit, and they could not possibly ascertain the leader's identity. Yet, as subordinates, they dared not express their doubts. Imo Yun, undeterred by their awe, continued to refine her analysis, narrowing the scope of potential suspects. A cultivator marrying a mortal, particularly a ruthless assassin, would undoubtedly lack genuine affection for her spouse. In fact, to protect her own interests, she might even orchestrate the untimely demise of her seemingly loving husband. Operating alone would provide the most advantageous cover. Otherwise, frequent late-night excursions to seek out Imo Han and her brother would surely attract attention. 2 individuals from disparate worlds could not foster genuine emotions. Only manipulation and deceit, especially when one is a callous assassin. Living together day by day, she would inevitably reveal her true nature. The safest companion is a corpse. At this thought, Imo Yun turned to Imo Han. What is the leader's temperament like? If the enemy is a woman, do you think she would ever marry a commoner? Imo Han reflected on her interactions with the leader, responding resolutely. They possess an exceedingly proud nature. Regardless of gender, they would never wed a commoner. They are typically reluctant to instruct simpletons in cultivation, fearing even the slightest physical contact. And they regard mortals with disdain. Imo Yun's eyes brightened, further solidifying her hypothesis. Who in Imo Family Village married during the time frame of 25 to 15 years ago and lost a husband under suspicious circumstances, without bearing any children. The village is not large, comprising only over 30 households, and everyone is well acquainted. After thorough investigation, Mo Yin identified a suspicious individual, Aunt Yulan. The others exhibited normal behavior. With most timelines not matching up, Aunt Yulan married the village chief Mo Yud and Apos' son, Mo Lingchuan, 2 decades ago. Less than half a year later, Mo Lingchuan was tragically killed by a rampaging wild boar while hunting. The village chief, Mo Yud, was heartbroken. His brother, Mo Yukai, adopted a grandson for Aunt Yulan. But tragedy struck again when the grandson drowned unexpectedly. Afterward, Aunt Yulan, claiming a hard life, refused to adopt any children and chose to live in solitude. She spends her days tending to the fields and chatting with the other village women. This sequence of events is too peculiar. And Mo Yun is confident that Aunt Yulan is indeed Mo Han and Apos' leader. Her heart raced, unable to quell the tumultuous emotions within. Who would have imagined that the seemingly simple Aunt Yulan was the leader of assassins in the Qi refinement realm? Moreover, she had orchestrated the deaths of both her husband and stepson. The memory of Aunt Yulan, who once kindly offered her sunflower seeds, flooded back, a picture of an honest, unassuming rural woman. It is shocking to realize that she is, in fact, a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows. In hindsight, her conversations with the village matrons may have been a guise to gather intelligence. Some peculiar occurrences might have divulged the locations of secret realms. Mo Han stood frozen in place. Young master, you have truly deduced the leader's identity from mere fragments of information. The identity of the leader is highly classified within the Shadow Pavilion, typically known only to core members. Who would have thought? Ding Fuxing scoffed. Seemingly still irked by Mo Han and Apos' deception. The young master is the embodiment of wisdom, capable of accomplishing such feats with ease. Do not underestimate him. Even the founder of the Shadow Pavilion could be identified. The flattery from both men pleased Mo Yun, feeding her vanity. After a moment of contemplation, she devised a plan and commanded Mo Han. Mo Han, I will have the white wolf inflict a few wounds upon you to create the appearance of injury. Then let the wolf pack attack you. You will return to Mo family village, and the entire village will undoubtedly retreat to the ancestral hall, fortifying their defenses against the wolves. As the wolves besiege the village, Aunt Yulan will likely wish to conceal her identity and will secretly assist Mo family village in repelling the wolf attack. She will seize the opportunity to approach you, gathering intelligence to help the village weather the crisis. With that, Mo Yin handed Mo Han the soul-eating bone-corroding liquid, stating coolly, apply this to your dagger. When the moment arises, launch a surprise attack. If she succumbs to the poison, our victory will be assured. If you fail to ambush your opponent, then it will be your demise, and I shall patiently seek an opportunity to avenge you. Mo Yin harbors no concern for Mo Han's safety prior to this. She intends to exploit him to the fullest. After a series of instructions and arrangements, Mo Han extends his left hand for the white wolf to tear away a significant portion of flesh, leaving a gruesome, blood-soaked wound. A howl echoes as the spirit realm white wolf king roars, and nearly 300 white wolves converge, encircling Mo family village. Upon returning to the village, Mo Han cries out for help. Help! The wolf pack is coming. Upon hearing his desperate call, the villagers of Mo family village grab their weapons, knives, forks, swords, and halberds, to escort their families to the ancestral hall. The ancestral hall stands as the most sacred place in the village, its walls constructed from fine blue stones, more than capable of withstanding fierce beasts. In stark contrast, the villagers primarily rely on fences to enclose their yards, utterly inadequate against the wolf pack. The village chief, Mo Yud, sounds a gong to summon the villagers to enter the ancestral hall in an orderly fashion. The elderly, women, and children take refuge inside, while the strong, young men wield weapons, standing guard at the entrance. Most of these men belong to the hunting team, unafraid of ferocious beasts. Before long, the hundreds of white wolves have completely surrounded the ancestral hall. Faced with the densely packed wolves, even the battle-hardened captain of the hunting team feels a shiver of apprehension. He immediately issues a command: form a spear formation and secure the entrance. We must not panic. Yet, the white wolves remain at bay, seemingly waiting for something, which only heightens the villagers and Apos' anxiety. If any larger threats were to arrive, Mo family village would be doomed. The village women, seeing Mo Han grievously injured, rush forward with concern. Xiao Han, are you all right? Why are there so many white wolves attacking the village? Yes, Xiao Han, if you provide us with more information, we can navigate through this crisis swiftly. Should the wolf pack launch an attack, our fates would be uncertain. Listening to the villagers and Apos' frantic inquiries, Mo Han weakly replies, Dear aunts, I am unaware of the situation. A single white wolf came to my home, and I was bitten. The crowd falls silent. As the saying goes, the more one speaks, the more one errs. Mo Yin has instructed Mo Han to keep quiet. In a state of bewilderment, Mo Han struggles to articulate any further details. At that moment, Aunt Yulan squeezes into the crowd and declares, Sisters, Mo Han has been bitten and requires immediate treatment. I shall take her to the inner room. Without awaiting a response, she supports the stumbling Mo Han into the inner room. Once inside, Aunt Yulan helps Mo Han settle into a grand chair, closes the door, and retrieves healing ointments from the cabinet to tend to the wound. As she carefully applies the medicine, she gently inquires, Xiao Han, what exactly is happening today? Imo family village has never encountered such a crisis. If the wolf pack breaches the ancestral hall, we would all be in grave danger. As the powder touches the wound, Imohan winces, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Steadying herself, she hesitates for a moment before earnestly saying, Aunt Yulan, you are a good person. If you have the chance, you must escape. I survived my childhood thanks to your support, and I do not wish for your demise. Aunt Yulan, curious about the unfolding events, is aware that Imohan is a practitioner of the opening realm. What could instill such fear in a cultivator? Xiaohan. These wolves may not necessarily pose a threat to the hunting team of Imo family village. Imohan seems to recall something terrifying, her voice trembling as she responds. Aunt Yulan, something dreadful is approaching, one that the hunting team cannot withstand. Intrigued, Aunt Yulan asks, what is it? Imohan leans in as if to whisper in Aunt Yulan and Appo's ear. Naturally cautious, Aunt Yulan hesitates, but feeling gratitude for Imohan's past kindness, she leans closer to listen. Imohan whispers, it is the Demon Clan. There are 7 or 8 of them. Aunt Yulan is momentarily taken aback, her hand faltering. At that moment, Imohan swiftly draws a dagger from behind her and thrusts it towards Aunt Yulan and Appo's abdomen. Aunt Yulan's instincts kick in, and she reacts swiftly, retreating and attempting to seize Imohan's wrist with her left hand. Realizing she cannot strike Aunt Yulan's abdomen, Imohan redirects her attack, slicing Aunt Yulan and Appo's left hand deeply. Blood gushes from the wound, dripping onto the floor. Aunt Yulan glares at Imohan, her voice cold as she states, Imohan, I considered myself kind to you. Why would you attempt to ambush me? Imohan replies with a faint smile, Aunt Yulan, I never anticipated you to be a cultivator. It seems I was not mistaken. Kind to me? Your actions led to the demise of my parents, just like Imo Lingchuan, who was slaughtered by frenzied beasts, leaving my sibling and me utterly alone, right for your control. Tell me, in dealing with an enemy, should I not eliminate them? Chapter 13. The Frost Spirit Body. Upon hearing the words, Aunt Yulan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, her heart shaken. How did Imohan uncover the truth? She had executed her plans with utmost secrecy, leaving no trace behind, making it impossible for anyone to know. After listening to Imo Yun and Appo's reasoning, Imohan began to suspect that her parents and Appo's deaths were shrouded in mystery. It was known that her parents had also been killed by frenzied beasts, a method strikingly similar to that which had slain Imo Lingchuan. Aunt Yulan, aware of the exceptional cultivation talents of the Imo siblings, sought to cultivate 2 subordinates to carry out her bidding. Thus, she orchestrated the death of their parents, plunging the siblings into despair. In their moment of isolation, a mere flicker of manipulation would easily draw them under her wing. Aunt Yulan initially intended to argue her case and even reveal her true identity to Imohan to clear up the misunderstanding. However, the tingling sensation in her arm warned her that the situation was dire. At that moment, her hand was oozing black blood, and her arm was turning purple and black, already beginning to rot. Aunt Yulan shouted in fury, Is your dagger poisoned? Without hesitation, she retrieved the dagger from her storage bag and severed her arm, subsequently consuming several detoxification pills. Strangely, the wound on her arm was covered in a layer of frost, preventing any blood from spilling forth. The severed arm on the ground slowly transformed into a pool of pus, exuding a foul odor that was nauseating. Imohan chuckled. This poison is called soul-devouring bone erosion. It seals the throat upon contact with blood. Even if you are a chi refinement practitioner, you shall not survive. Aunt Yulan and Appo's eyes bulged with rage. What? Soul-devouring bone erosion? Damn it, I will kill you. In an instant, the temperature in the inner room plummeted, encased in frost, and Imohan felt her very blood begin to congeal. This was the effect of Aunt Yulan's cold attribute physique. Aunt Yulan swiftly formed hand seals with her right hand, unleashing a blast of icy source energy towards Imohan and Appo's chest, resembling a streak of blue light. Imohan and Appo's body stiffened, her reaction sluggish, and the icy energy pierced through her shoulder, leaving a fist-sized hole. Glancing at her injury, Imohan grinned wickedly. The soul-devouring bone erosion poison seals the throat upon contact with blood. Even if you sever your arm, it is futile. The more source energy you expend, the quicker your demise. When you can no longer suppress the poison, your body will decay into a puddle of pus. She pointed at the pool of pus on the ground, laughing maniacally. Indeed, just like that pool of pus. Aunt Yulan felt a surge of resentment. She had never anticipated being ambushed by Imohan, who had just entered the enlightenment realm. Gritting her teeth, she declared, Whether I live or die is uncertain, but your death is assured. With that, she lunged forward, dagger in hand, aiming to strike Imohan. She aimed to reduce her use of source energy, intending to suppress the poison and contact her organization for a chance at survival. With a soft thud, Imohan made no effort to resist as the dagger easily plunged into her abdomen. A smile crept across her face, and then a glint of cold light flashed in her eyes as she firmly seized Aunt Yulan and Appo's right hand. Unable to withdraw, Aunt Yulan resorted to kicking Imohan and Appo's abdomen in an attempt to break free. Yet, Imohan coughed up a mouthful of blood, struggling to withstand Aunt Yulan and Appo's assault. Nevertheless, She disregarded her injuries, unleashing her immense strength as her right foot stomped down on the floor. The ground crumbled beneath her like paper, creating a gaping pit. Imo-Han dragged Aunt Yulan down into the pit, where the bottom housed a secret chamber excavated by Imo-Yun and Amp, Apos, S. Pangolin, suitable for a life-and-death struggle between her subordinates and the wounded Aunt Yulan. The positioning of Imo-Han and Aunt Yulan was naturally facilitated by the dark green corpse rat, which scuttled up walls to relay information. The pangolin's tunneling was undoubtedly of the highest caliber, and the poisoned Aunt Yulan was completely oblivious. Inside the pit, 2 pangolins, 3 white wolves, 1 corpse rat demon, and Ding Fuxing had already set up a defensive formation, bracing for battle. As soon as Aunt Yulan fell, she was suppressed by the phantom of the defensive formation. A formation? Imo-Han, you traitor. At this moment, she realized that Imo-Han and Amp, Apos, S. betrayal was part of a grand scheme, including the wolf pack. Imo-Han, injured, was now besieged by the formation. Imo-Han, clutching her abdomen and on the verge of collapse, managed to utter, traitor? No, I am merely avenging my parents and family. The power of a level 2 Qi refinement practitioner is approximately 3,000 pounds. Even injured, Aunt Yulan could easily eliminate everyone present. However, when combined with the formation, which united the strength and will of all participants, she could be matched. Moreover, she was now afflicted by the soul-devouring bone erosion poison and had lost an arm. Imo-Han, gravely injured, retreated to the side, her mission accomplished, leaving the remainder to Ding Fuxing and the demonic subordinates. At that moment, 6 demon creatures charged forward while Ding Fuxing followed closely behind, with Imo-Yun concealed within the secret passage, observing the battle. Close-quarters combat would greatly enhance the demons and Apos, formidable physical prowess and venomous biting abilities, effectively suppressing Aunt Yulan and Apos' advantages in ranged attacks. Seeing this, Aunt Yulan broke into a cold sweat. Ignoring her injuries, she concentrated her source energy into her dagger, unleashing the source technique, Ice Lotus Sword Dance. A beam of ethereal blue light erupted from the dagger, slashing towards the corpse rat and the white wolves. The pangolin, sensing the threat, rolled forward, using its scales as a shield to block the attack. It was given the role of a shield by Imo-Yun and would fulfill its duty even at the cost of its life. However, the scaled armor of the transformed pangolin was also sliced open, blood splattering everywhere. Wounded, the pangolin writhed in pain on the ground. But the white wolves and the corpse rat had already maneuvered close to Aunt Yulan. They proceeded to engage in ferocious biting and close combat. Aunt Yulan and Apos, S. Frost Spirit Body, combined with the Ice Lotus Sword Dance, unleashed devastating power with each strike. However, due to the consumption of her source energy and the effects of the soul-devouring bone erosion poison, she ultimately succumbed to the poison, transforming into a puddle of pus. The corpse rat demon and the white wolf demons all perished, while the resilient pangolin was gravely injured. Even Ding Fuxing had sustained wounds. Of course, the ever-cautious Imo-Yun remained unscathed, unbeknownst to Aunt Yulan, who had no idea of Imo-Yun and Apos' whereabouts. Successfully killed Ma Yulan, randomly succeeded in plundering. Medium-grade physique, Frost Spirit Body, 32 points of Dao Source. Medium-grade source technique Ice Lotus Sword Dance, Frost Spirit Body, possesses a strong affinity for ice attributes, capable of converting its source energy into frost spirit energy, controlling the power of ice and snow for its own use. Upon seeing the description of the Frost Spirit Body, Imo-Yun felt a surge of relief. It was fortunate for the presence of the soul-devouring bone erosion poison. Otherwise, everyone would have perished. Qi refinement practitioners cultivate innate source energy within their bodies. And as long as their source energy is sufficient, they can continuously unleash source techniques for ranged attacks, while those in the Enlightenment realm cannot even engage in close combat. Ice Lotus Sword Dance. The sword light blooms like an ice lotus, impervious to all. Detected that the Shadow Body, Fire Body, Metal Body, with Spirit Body, Blood Frenzy Body, and Frost Spirit Body can be fused. Consuming 25 Spirit Stones, success rate is 26. Do you wish to fuse? Upon seeing the success rate, Imo-Yun decisively chose to decline. However, she discerned a trend. The more physiques she plundered, the higher the success rate became. The conditions for advancing the Shadow Body were exceedingly stringent. Yet, with such a multitude of physiques to fuse, the resulting physique would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Host: Imo-Yun, Physique, Shadow Body, Low Grade, Fire Body, Low Grade, Metal Body, Low Grade, with Spirit Body, Low Grade, Blood Frenzy Body, Low Grade, Frost Spirit Body, Medium Grade, Realm, Enlightenment Realm, 288 Apertures, Technique, 9 Nether Celestial Pill Formula, Source Techniques, Shadow Kill Low Grade, Ice Lotus Sword Dance Medium Grade, Dao Source, 32 points. Imo-Yun slowly approached Imo-Han, who was gravely injured. If not treated promptly, she could perish at any moment. Young Master, we truly did it. We defeated a Qi refinement commander with Enlightenment Realm strength. Against the odds, young Master, you are the wisest individual I have ever encountered. From the fragmented information pieced together, Imo-Yun deduced the commander and Apos' identity, the ambush, and now the formation battle, calculating every detail without a single error. Ding Fuxing, silent. knelt before Mo Yun, bowing his head. To kill a Qi refinement practitioner with an enlightenment realm individual. When had he ever engaged in such a reckless endeavor? Had the master still been alive, he would have grasped the opponent and Apos' beard and proclaimed, "Look at me, my esteemed disciple, how formidable I am. Capable of enlightenment and slaying the Qi refinement." Observing the two, Mo Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Considering Mo Han and Apos' limited cultivation level, the act of killing and plundering would yield little benefit for him. Moreover, the Shadow Pavilion required an undercover agent, prompting Mo Yun to instruct Ding Fuxing to attend to Mo Han's injuries. Mo Han's most grievous wound was a penetrating injury to his shoulder, followed closely by one to his abdomen. Ding Fuxing administered 2 rejuvenation pills to Mo Han, and soon, the injuries were effectively under control. "Miss Mo, allow me to bandage your wounds," Mo Han said, glancing at Ding Fuxing, whom he found rather repulsive, and declined. "Give me the bandages. I shall tend to it myself." Ding Fuxing cast an awkward glance at his master. Mo Yun facepalmed in disbelief, thinking that old Ding truly deserved to be single. In such circumstances, why inquire at all? With no genuine intention, it would suffice to simply bandage the wounds. If there were genuine feelings, one would not inquire further. Hastily bandaging would suffice, and later, one could claim a physician and Apos' compassion, which would elevate their esteem in the eyes of the other. Clearing his throat, Mo Yun addressed Mo Han. "You are to retreat to Qingzhou Fong for safety. Simply reside in an inn and await further instructions. The Shadow Pavilion will undoubtedly send someone to seek you out. At that time, you must keep yourself discreet. I require you to infiltrate the Shadow Pavilion and relay messages to me as necessary." Mo Han complied with the order. Stumbling his way toward Qingzhou Fong, Mo Yun commanded the Pangolin Demon General to bury the pit and clean the battlefield. He then collected the deceased White Wolf Demon and the corrupted Bone Rat Demon into his storage jade ring and departed the Mo family village via a secret passage. Chapter 14. Zhang Ming at Luoxiao Mountain. Mo Yun inscribed runes with his essence blood, opening Aunt Yulan and Apos' storage bag, revealing a plethora of items stacked like a small mountain within the cave. Among them was a heavy and unadorned black iron token, 205 source stones, 10 Qi gathering pills, and a blood red demon pill. The black iron token was inscribed with the character and Apos, June and Apos, on one side, and a landscape painting depicting a great river winding through the mountains on the other. According to the intelligence provided by Mo Han, the black iron token served as a key to a secret realm, fortuitously discovered in the back mountains. However, the whereabouts of this secret realm remained elusive, as did the means to unlock it, leaving Mo Yun in uncertainty. The Qi gathering pills were auxiliary elixirs for cultivators, valued at 5 source stones each, designed to accelerate the absorption of source energy in 1 and Apos' dantian, thereby enhancing the speed of cultivation. Such auxiliary pills were highly sought after, often in short supply. Ding Fuxing had once mentioned that Danqi sect possessed a type of pill called the condensation pill, which was 2 to 3 times more effective than the Qi gathering pill. Unfortunately, the recipe had been lost in the generation of his master. Mo Yun was aware that the old man had sold the condensation pill recipe without leaving even a handwritten copy. The final blood red demon pill bore a striking resemblance to the demon pill of the corrupted bone rat, leading Mo Yun to suspect it was indeed the demon pill from the corrupted bone rat of the spirit awakening realm. With the demon spotting mirror in place, how could the demon clan infiltrate Longchuan County? This thought prompted Mo Yun to recall Mei Hong and the pills in his possession. Could it be that besides Mei Hong, other demon clans had also infiltrated Longchuan County? If so, what could their intentions be? Mo Yun was not particularly concerned about the chaos caused by the demons of the spirit awakening realm, as long as the demon spotting mirror was in place. Any number of demons could eventually be purged. However, the potential disturbance caused by poison beasts evolved from consuming the green pills was a different matter entirely. The demon spotting mirror could not detect ferocious beasts, and with the multitude of vicious creatures in Longchuan County, how could one ascertain which were poison beasts? If the Charm Fox clan of the Spirit Awakening realm possessed enchanting bodies, they could indeed charm and enslave the poison beasts. For his own safety, Mo Yun resolved to enslave another White Wolf King and a corrupted Bone Rat King, tasking them with scouting the surrounding area for 100 miles. He also sent Ding Fuxing to Qingzhou Fong to gather intelligence. Old Ding, here are 3 Qi gathering pills, 6 demon pills, and 20 source stones. You may allocate the Qi gathering pills and source stones as you see fit, but find an opportunity to discreetly dispose of the 6 demon pills. Ensure that it does not attract attention. If any news arises regarding demons causing chaos in Longchuan County or human casualties from poison beasts, relay the information back immediately. Additionally, gather information on the demon pills from the Spirit Awakening realm. I have significant use for that. Of the 6 demon pills, 1 was obtained from Aunt Yulan, while the other 5 were left behind by Mo Yun and Apos' subordinates after their demise. The quality of demon pills from evolved ferocious beasts was relatively low, and Mo Yun was disinclined to use them for consolidating his dantian. He had his sights set on the demon clans of the 10,000 Great Mountains, the Titan Giant Ape, the Sky-Swallowing Python, the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, and others. Ding Fuxing bowed respectfully. Thank you for your guidance, young master. I will certainly accomplish the task. He then chuckled foolishly, young master. Which chi refinement realm cultivator shall I target next? I will gather some information. Imoyun frowned. Realizing the folly of his subordinate and Appo's casual attitude towards the formidable chi refinement realm. It and Appo's not as simple as you think. You must not underestimate your opponents. Last time we were fortunate. Be cautious, or you may come to regret it. Ding Fuxing quickly recognized his error. Yes, young master. I will exercise utmost caution and ensure the task is completed. Imoyu nodded, appreciating the assistance of his subordinates as it made his endeavors considerably easier. Without their help, he would be left in the dark, unable to proceed effectively. Also, leave behind all the texts from your sect. I will safeguard them for you. Rest assured. The inheritance of the Danchi sect will not falter. Imoyun intended to explore the elixirs, hoping to leverage the foundation of the Danchi sect to become an alchemist. Alchemists were among the wealthiest of cultivators. Ding Fuxing, ever obedient, immediately summoned a variety of texts that spread throughout the cave. Young master, please ensure the legacy of the Danchi sect flourishes. I would be eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, Imoyun and Appo's eyes lit up, surprised to discover that Ding Fuxing harbored personal goals and aspirations. This indicated that even those under his subjugation retained some sense of humanity while safeguarding their master and Appo's interests. This realization pleased Imoyun, as a servant devoid of emotion, merely flattering him, was no different from a mechanical puppet. Old Ding, take care of yourself. If you have any needs, do not hesitate to inform me. Ding Fuxing knelt humbly, saying, Thank you, young master. You are the embodiment of wisdom and compassion. Imoyun was at a loss for words and quickly dismissed Ding Fuxing. He then stored the Danchi sect and Appo's text into his jade ring and began absorbing Dao Source to cultivate. At present, only the Tianren Classic and Diju Classic remained to be opened. After consuming 2 points of Dao Source, he successfully opened the small circulatory paths of both. The small circulatory paths of Tianren and Diju now course through his entire body, and at this moment, Imoyun and Appo's power reached 300 G. In the Chi refinement realm, he believed himself nearly invulnerable. Host, Imoyun, Constitution, Shadow Body, Low Grade, Fire Body, Low Grade, Metal Body, Low Grade, with Spirit Body, Low Grade. Frenzied Blood Body, Low Grade, Profound Eye Spirit Body, Medium Grade, Realm. Chi Refinement, 360 Acupoints, Cultivation Technique, 9 Nether Celestial Pill Art, Source Technique, Shadow Kill, Low Grade. Ice Lotus Sword Dance, Medium Grade, Dao Source, 30 points. Once he procured 9 Demon Pills, Imoyun would be able to open 10 Danchins, consequently nurturing innate source energy to step into the Chi refinement realm. There were 2 avenues to acquire high-quality demon pills. One could enlist in the military and exchange military merits for demon pills, or purchase them from various trading guilds. However, the number of source stones required for 9 pills was substantial, and availability was not guaranteed, while source stones could be gradually accumulated. Imoyun had only recently embarked on the path of cultivation and was not in a rush. The military route was one he had no intention of pursuing. In the Chi refinement realm, one was hardly more than cannon fodder on the battlefield, often trading their lives for the victory of war. Perhaps his brief time in the Daxia dynasty left him with a lack of identification with such a life. The memories of his former life served merely as information, without directly influencing his emotions. Nonetheless, there was a clear advantage to military service. It significantly mitigated the risk of assassination. No assassin could successfully strike against his soldiers under the watchful eyes of a powerful general. As such, Imoyun planned to remain at Luoxia Mountain, delving into the texts of the Danchi sect while awaiting updates from Ding Fuxing and Imo Han. The Wangjiang mountain range lay just south of Luoxia Mountain, over 200 miles distant. A troop of soldiers patrolled the Wangjiang mountain range under the scorching sun. The squad leader, a middle-aged man with a scruffy beard named Zhang Ming, declared, Brothers, after patrolling Wangjiang Mountain, we and Appo's LL returned to camp along the Songjiang River. There are plenty of small towns along the way for you to explore. Zhang Ming and Appo's lecherous expression elicited hearty laughter from his comrades, transforming the otherwise monotonous patrol into a somewhat amusing affair. A young soldier shyly remarked, Captain, frequenting and Appo's, those places and Appo's, cost a fortune in source stones. It and Appo's far more practical to buy a bottle of chi gathering pills for cultivation. Zhang Ming playfully smacked the young soldier on the head. Lin Chuan, you know nothing. Earning source stones is not all there is to life. My heart is unstable. It hinders my cultivation. Everything is for the sake of cultivation. The soldiers burst into laughter once more. An experienced soldier chuckled. Lin Chuan, you and Appo's, still young and Don and Appo's, understand these matters. You will in time. Zhang Ming grinned mischievously. Yes, you will come to understand. Lin Chuan looked utterly bewildered, unaware of what these rough men were discussing. Deep down, he understood that serving in the military meant risking one's life, with the possibility of sudden demise lurking at any moment. Their cultivation talents were mediocre, their potential limited. Yet indulgence was undeniably essential. Otherwise, if they perished one day, it would all have been for naught. As the group engaged in jovial conversation, Zhang Ming suddenly hushed them, saying, "We have a situation." The soldiers instantly sobered, drawing their blades and standing at the ready. 50 paces ahead, a shellback tiger demon was spotted, preliminarily assessed to be of the spirit awakening realm. A contingent of 10 individuals maneuvered to the left for a flanking assault, while another group of 10 advanced to the right, all while I faced the enemy head-on. Zhang Ming swiftly issued combat commands, and the soldiers executed these orders with unwavering discipline. Within a quarter of an hour, the armored-back tiger demon found itself encircled in a depression. The creature roared ferociously at the surrounding soldiers, emanating a formidable aura. Having battled against the demon race for many years, Zhang Ming was well acquainted with the essence of the spirit awakening realm demons. Yet, the armored-back tiger demon before him evoked an inexplicable and unsettling sensation. "Brothers, this armored-back tiger demon possesses average strength. Let us capture it alive and return it to the military camp." In a brief moment, the creature was tightly bound, resembling a lifeless dog sprawled upon the ground. Captain Zhang Ming, possessing a cultivation level of the 10th layer of Qi refinement, alongside 2 group leaders of the 1st layer, and the remaining soldiers being skilled practitioners of the Enlightenment realm, rendered the spirit-awakening armored-back tiger demon utterly defenseless against them. Lin Chuan observed with intrigue as Captain Zhang Ming showed no mercy towards the demon race, pondering why they aimed to capture it alive this time. "Captain, given the weight of this armor-back tiger demon, why not simply slay it and store it in a storage pouch? It would be far more convenient." "The storage pouch cannot contain living beings, though it is exceedingly handy for inanimate objects," Zhang Ming replied curtly. "This armor-back tiger demon, while possessing intelligence, still harbors a primal ferocity and may have only recently transformed into a demon. It is rare for a lowly bloodline beast to achieve such a transformation on its own. I am unaware of any peculiarities it may possess, but the appearance of demons within the Great Xiao must be reported." Zhang Ming then addressed the soldiers. "The merit for capturing this demon shall be equally divided among all of you. Group 1 will continue patrolling with me, while Group 2 escorts the armor-back tiger demon back to the military camp. Exercise caution along the way." The soldiers responded with a resounding cheer. "Captain, you are formidable." Once Group 2 had departed, Zhang Ming commanded, "Brothers, form 2 lines, maintaining a distance of 50 zhang between us, with cross coverage, and commence a thorough search. The appearance of this armored-back tiger demon is rather suspicious. Stay vigilant, lest we perish in the depths of the mountains and forests, only to suffer the shame of such an outcome." After an exhaustive search throughout the day, no additional demons were discovered in the Wangzhong mountain range. This afforded the soldiers a moment of relief. If the rear of the border was unstable, those fighting at the front would be burdened with the constant fear of ambush from behind, which would be utterly disastrous. Zhang Ming remarked, "Not far from here lies the Tsang River, where numerous villages are situated. We shall proceed there to gather intelligence." Chapter 15. Meng Xiang at Falling Sunset Mountain. For the past 5 days, Mo Yun has been diligently studying the scriptures of the Danqi sect within a secluded cave, yielding substantial gains. According to the texts, possessing a fire attribute physique is a prerequisite for becoming an alchemist. Mo Yun has now acquired a fire body, qualifying him for this path. The predominant method of alchemy is fire refining, wherein the essence of medicinal materials is extracted using fire, followed by the application of specialized techniques to form elixirs. A minority of alchemists, however, adopt an alternative approach, utilizing water for refinement, which necessitates a water attribute physique. Beyond physical constitution, the most critical elements include the power of the spirit, fire control, elixir formation techniques, and recipes. The Danqi sect possesses a foundational technique known as the 9 transformations of fire control, essential to its establishment. Mo Yun dedicated an entire day to mastering this fire control technique. Once he breaks through to the Qi refinement stage and his spiritual power transforms into divine consciousness, he will be able to manipulate fire for alchemical processes. The elixir formation technique, known as the condensation seal, is a common method among alchemists, and its complexity is manageable, which Mo Yun has already mastered. He could have Old Ding procure the materials for gathering Qi pills, enabling him to refine elixirs once he reaches the Qi refinement stage. If he can successfully produce gathering Qi pills, a steady influx of source stones will follow. Currently, Mo Yun urgently needs high-quality monster cores to establish a new Dantian, with each core valued at no less than 100 source stones. However, his entire fortune amounts to only 250 source stones, all of which were acquired through dubious means. Without a legitimate source of income, establishing himself in the cultivation world presents numerous challenges. Furthermore, with adversaries lurking in the shadows, including the Shadow Pavilion assassins, how can he hope to contend without sufficient power? At present, 10 monster cores are needed for the Qi awakening stage, 11 low-grade source veins for the Qi refinement stage, and what of the foundation establishment stage? The thought of the resources required for the subsequent stages of the 9 nether heavenly pill formula sends a shiver down his spine. Nevertheless, despite his grievances, the prospect of possessing 11 Dantians fills him with exhilarating anticipation, an inexhaustible source of energy, an unending barrage of source technique attacks. While he revels in these visions of the future, Ding Fuxing returns from Qingzhou Square atop a golden eagle beast. This breed, under the watchful control of the golden eagle demon, has become a mode of transport for Mo Yun and Ding Fuxing. As for the golden eagle demon, Mo Yun has instructed it to maintain a distance and remain hidden. Young master, I have news to report. Ding Fuxing and Appo's voice calls from outside the cave. Mo Yun's eyes light up. After 5 days of waiting, news has finally arrived. Old Ding, come in. Ding Fuxing enters the cave and kneels on one knee in salute. Young master, I have received word that Nan Mountain Village and Meiyuan Village have been attacked by unknown monsters, with no survivors left. Each corpse shows signs of having been bitten by beasts but succumbed to a potent poison, their bodies blackened like coal. Additionally, the patrol team of the Longtuan army has captured a shellback tiger demon in the Wangzhong mountain range. Mo Yun furrows his brow, deep in thought. Poisoned? Blackened like coal? Shellback tiger demon? Could it be that, aside from Meihong, other demon clans have infiltrated Longchuan County? The current intelligence suggests that the demon clans are using transformation pills and poisonous beast pills to wreak havoc in the rear of Longtuan County. But their exact motives remain unclear. Mo Yun shakes his head with a bitter smile. As merely a Qi awakening stage cultivator, he is ill-equipped to engage in the power struggle between demon and human. As the saying goes, when impoverished, one cultivates oneself. When prosperous, one assists the world. For now, being able to cultivate oneself is a significant achievement, especially with the Shadow Pavilion and Appo's pursuit hanging over him like a sword ready to fall. He yearns to enhance his strength quickly, so he may one day resist their chase. Once he possesses the capability, he will naturally assist those deserving within his means. Is there any other news? Ding Fuxing inquires. Over the past 5 days, I discreetly sold the monster cores in my possession, garnering 610 source stones. Today, a 10th grade Qi awakening demon core from the Titan Giant Ape clan is being sold at the Four Seas Commerce Association. Hearing about the Titan Giant Ape and Appo's demon core, Mo Yun and Appo's eyes gleam. This core is precisely what he needs. Did you manage to purchase it? Ding Fuxing grits his teeth, fists clenched. I intended to buy it for 150 source stones, but unexpectedly, Meng Xiang, an alchemist from the Corpsine sect, swooped in and snatched it away. However, I did not reveal my identity and arrange for a friend to monitor him. I now wish to ask the young master to teach Meng Xiang a lesson and reclaim the Titan Giant Ape Demon Core. Mo Yun furrows his brow. What formidable friend could Ding Fuxing possibly have? Is your friend at the Qi awakening stage? Ding Fuxing praises, young master, your insight is remarkable. My friend is a cultivator who has opened 144 acupoints and is quite astute. Mo Yun responds helplessly, your friend would likely be detected. He is fishing, after all. Since Meng Xiang is an alchemist, he must possess Qi refinement stage cultivation. How could a Qi awakening cultivator track a Qi refinement stage 1 without being noticed? If we simply confront him, we will undoubtedly fall into a trap set by the Corpsine sect. Even sending a Qi awakening demon would be insufficient to challenge their forces. Ding Fuxing and Appo's face pales, and he kneels fully, bowing his head in apology. Young master, I have failed in my duties. Please punish me. Mo Yun had just cautioned him to be vigilant and not underestimate the Qi refinement stage. Yet Ding Fuxing had acted impulsively. Mo Yun raises a hand. Rise. Please share any information regarding the Corpsine sect and Meng Xiang. The Titan Giant Ape and Appo's demon core is essential to Mo Yun and Appo's secret Dantian technique and his cultivation advancement. Ding Fuxing stands and relays what he knows. The Corpsine sect is renowned for corpse refining and manipulation, once a powerful sect, but now reduced to a few lackeys. However, their leader, Shi Chaoping, is a consummate Qi refinement stage master, accompanied by a bronze-armored corpse. I lost my foothold against him previously. Aside from Shi Chaoping, there are 4 other Qi refinement elders, while the remaining disciples are at the Qi awakening stage. As for Meng Xiang, he appears to have recently joined the Corpsine sect. His precise realm is unknown, but he is said to manage the medicinal pavilion in Qingzhou Square for the sect. My friend also mentioned that Meng Xiang seems to have taken a liking to the courtesan Wen Jun from the Hehuan Tower. But she is the woman of Tong Tianhua, the manager of the Four Seas Commerce Association and Appo's branch. Mo Yun notices Ding Fuxing and Appo's comprehensive information gathering and realizes he harbors a grudge against Meng Xiang for seizing the demon core. Ding Fuxing states, young master, Meng Xiang has indeed gone too far. Relying on his Qi refinement stage status, he has humiliated me in various ways. I am very eager to eliminate him. However, this time we lack an undercover agent, so we cannot afford to allow him to poison us as before. Therefore, I implore the young master to proceed with caution, prioritizing your safety. Mo Yun nods, acknowledging Ding Fuxing and Appo's impulsiveness while appreciating his constant concern for his safety. He glances at Ding Fuxing and mentally reviews the information about the Corpsine sect and Meng Xiang, gradually formulating a plan. He intends to eliminate Meng Xiang and reclaim the demon core. Old Ding, this time I want you to observe how to kill without a blade. Change your appearance entirely. Ensure that no one recognizes you, and then. Ding Fuxing listens to the plan, his face a mixture of surprise and doubt. Young master, can this truly work? Mo Yin affirms, it can work. As dusk falls, the Hehuan Tower is ablaze with lights, bustling even more than during the day. Even those walking the streets can hear the intoxicating melodies within, igniting the imagination. A man clad in fine garments and donning a mask strides into the Hehuan Tower, disregarding the madam's greetings as he makes his way directly to the high platform in the hall. He gazes at the crowd below, who are engaged in poetic exchanges and various affairs, and bows in greeting. Esteemed guests, I have come today on behalf of my dear friend Meng Xiang to present a poem to the esteemed Lady Wenjun, and I ask you all to bear witness. In the realm of fireworks, where many indulge in the pursuit of elegance, it is not uncommon to compose verses for a beloved maiden. As the masked gentleman announced his intent to deliver a poem to the renowned courtesan Wenjun, all eyes turned towards the elevated platform, voices rising in excitement. Even Wenjun herself emerged from her chamber at the call of the matron. Wenjun certainly recalled the alchemist named Meng Xiang. Yet upon learning that he was the man associated with Tong Tianhua, she faltered momentarily. Curiosity sparked within her as she gazed upon the masked figure, eager to discern the nature of the poem he would present. Should it be a splendid composition, it could undoubtedly elevate her status. If it were mere platitudes, she would dismiss it without a second thought. The masked gentleman bowed respectfully to Lady Wenjun, proclaiming, My dear friend Meng Xiang has been utterly captivated since the day he beheld you. He wished to convey his sentiments in person, but felt unworthy of such an honor. Today, at his behest, I deliver these verses to express his longing. At this revelation, those privy to the underlying circumstances nodded in understanding. Recognizing Meng Xiang and Apos' affections for the courtesan, yet aware of the constraints imposed by Tong Tianhua and Apos' influence. In the midst of this contemplation, the moment unfolded as follows. I reside at the head of the Tsang River, while you dwell at its tail. Day by day, I yearn for you. Yet you remain unseen. Together we drink from the long Tsang waters. When shall this water cease? When shall this longing end? I can only wish your heart mirrors mine, that it shall not betray the essence of our yearning. As the masked gentleman completed the recitation, a profound silence enveloped the room. The audience found themselves ensnared in the poem and Apos' endless sentiment, akin to the Tsang River and Apos' unceasing flow, unable to extricate themselves from its depths. It was only when a young man's wine cup accidentally shattered on the floor that the thrall was broken, awakening the crowd, which then erupted in applause. Meng Xiang truly possesses extraordinary talent, crafting such an unparalleled poem. Not only is he accomplished in alchemy, but his poetry is also exquisite. After this night, it is certain that all of the great Xiao will recognize Meng Xiang and Lady Wenjun. At that moment, Wenjun herself was taken aback by the poem and Apos' impact. She had not anticipated that the seemingly unrefined Meng Xiang possessed such remarkable artistry. Cultivators, far from lacking in sentiment, often hold poetry and song in high esteem. For amidst the rigors of cultivation, they too seek moments of leisure and amusement. Sister, you are indeed fortunate. Your renown within great Xia shall flourish this very night. Her companions congratulated her. When June turned to the masked gentleman, her voice gentle as she inquired, May I ask, noble sir, does Meng Xiang have a title for this poem? A fine poem deserves an exquisite name, and how splendid it would be to have her name associated with it. The masked gentleman, seemingly prepared for this query, smiled knowingly. The poem is titled and Apos, when June and Apos' lament, and Apos. Upon hearing the title, the crowd erupted in applause. When June and Apos' cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, revealing the innocence of a love-struck maiden. With his purpose achieved, the masked gentleman bowed once more and gracefully withdrew from the assembly, disappearing from view. Chapter 16. The Self-Rescue of the Corpse Shadow Sect at Kingdizan. In the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, a loud crash echoed as the steward, Tong Tianhua, listened to Qin Ming and Apos' report. He smashed his teacup to the ground, scattering ceramic shards and tea across the floor. The audacity of the situation was infuriating. A mere harlot dared to play games, and while he could concede, he never anticipated that Meng Xiang, this old dog, would resort to such poetic antics, rubbing his face into the dirt. What did it mean to have a lowly status? Was it not simply the manifestation of his power? He could sacrifice his own dignity, but the honor of the Four Seas Chamber must remain intact. This poem would undoubtedly circulate in the realm of pleasure, and in the future, whenever it was mentioned, it would invoke the image of him leveraging the Four Seas Chamber's influence. Consumed by rage, he resolved to annihilate his opponent and to compel them to clarify the truth before the world, minimizing the repercussions. Otherwise, if the higher-ups were to blame him, he would face dire consequences. The Corpse Shadow Sect? A fallen sect dared to act presumptuously before him? On the side, Qin Ming, witnessing the fury of his steward, envisioned the grim fate awaiting Meng Xiang and the Corpse Shadow Sect. Tong Tianhua was not one to be trifled with. Those who crossed him in the vicinity of Kingdizan had met their demise long ago. It mattered not if one had attained the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Even those at the foundation establishment stage would treat him with utmost respect. This was the confidence afforded by the Four Seas Chamber. Qin Ming. Keep a close watch on the Corpse Shadow sect and Meng Xiang. Capture Meng Xiang and force him to confess publicly that he had pilfered the poems of mortals to flaunt them. Subtly suggest that he was acting under the instructions of a certain merchant association to undermine the Four Seas Chamber. Qin Ming immediately flattered, Master Tong, your brilliance is unmatched. First, we establish Meng Xiang as a fraud, then exploit the disdain cultivators have for mortals to diminish the poem and Appos' impact, ultimately directing public ire towards the conflicts between merchant factions. The most exquisite part is that we shall not name any specific merchant association, which will incite further speculation among the populace. Should we name a particular association, they might come to Meng Xiang's aid, creating unnecessary enemies. Qin Ming and Appos' analysis was thorough. His flattery resounding. A smile crept across Tong Tianhua's face as he relished Qin Ming's acumen. Qin Ming, work diligently, and you shall not suffer. In the grand hall of the Corpse Shadow sect, Elder Huang Long meticulously relayed the news from King Tizhen to sect leader Shi Chongping. After absorbing the report, Shi Chongping turned pale, his withered hands trembling uncontrollably. Meng Xiang, in his infatuation, had committed such a foolish act. If only Tong Tianhua and the Four Seas Chamber were not involved, this matter would have been trivial. Now, a deadly feud between the Four Seas Chamber and the Corpse Shadow sect was inevitable. Elder Huang Long spoke tremulously, sect leader. We must sever ties with Meng Xiang to salvage the sect. The other two elders echoed his sentiment. We must abandon Meng Xiang, or the sect and Appos' legacy will be in peril. Elder Wang Feiyu pondered for a moment, stepping forward to bow to Shi Chongping. Sect leader. Meng Xiang has stolen 10 demon pills from our sect and fled with the source stones from the alchemy pavilion. The order to capture Meng Xiang was issued 3 days ago, and anyone who captures him will be rewarded with 1,000 source stones. Shi Chongping and the others brightened at this proclamation. This would not only distance Meng Xiang from the Corpse Shadow sect, but also enlist other cultivators to solidify the claim. After all, for a reward of 1,000 source stones, everyone would believe the Corpse Shadow sect and Appos' narrative, siding with them. Once they uncovered Meng Xiang's storage bag, revealing the 10 demon pills and a substantial quantity of source stones, the specifics of their use would be of little concern. Shi Chongping glared at Elder Wang Feiyu and Huang Long, launching into a furious tirade. Elder Wang, I commanded you to capture the traitor Meng Xiang 3 days ago, and yet there is still no outcome. I hereby order Elder Huang to accompany you in apprehending this traitor. Should you fail in your duties, I shall not be lenient. Elders Wang Feiyu and Huang Long quickly bowed in compliance. We will heed the sect leader's command. The two departed the sect in high spirits, racing towards King Tizhen. Elder Huang Long chuckled, Junior brother, your strategy is indeed remarkable. You've devised a crisis resolution in the blink of an eye. Wang Feiyu replied with a resigned smile. Senior brother, it is still too early to celebrate. We cannot capture Meng Xiang. Huang Long inquired in confusion, why not? Wang Feiyu sighed, if we seize him, who will testify that Meng Xiang betrayed the sect? Proving his innocence would be exceedingly difficult. However, if other cultivators apprehend him, the bounty of 1,000 source stones will ensure the tale spreads, thus completely exonerating the Corpse Shadow sect. Huang Long burst into hearty laughter. Junior brother, you are truly gifted. As they approached the sect, Wang Feiyu remarked, Senior brother, if the Four Seas Chamber persists in pursuing the Corpse Shadow sect, we can also escape, avoiding the fate of mutual destruction. After all, we are merely opportunists who joined the Corpse Shadow sect midway. Huang Long was taken aback, not expecting Wang Feiyu to be so astute. I shall rely on you more in the future, junior brother. The two hastened onward, reaching King Tizhen in just an hour. Wang Feiyu discreetly sought out Meng Xiang's disciple, Yang Feng, and earnestly advised. You must inform Elder Meng that the sect leader has ordered Elder Huang and myself to capture him for the Four Seas Chamber's disposition. We owe Elder Meng much kindness and truly wish to spare him from this calamity. Urge him to flee quickly, otherwise, if he falls into the hands of the Four Seas Chamber, his life will be in jeopardy. Hearing that 2 Qi refinement elders were coming to apprehend his master, Yang Feng was struck with terror and hurriedly dashed off to notify Meng Xiang. Huang Long curiously asked, Junior brother, why alert Meng Xiang? What if he escapes? Wang Feiyu chuckled, Meng Xiang is merely at the first level of Qi refinement. How could he possibly evade us? Moreover, we must prevent the Four Seas Chamber from capturing him, ideally injuring them, so that the enlightened cultivators of King Tizhen can seize Meng Xiang. You shall publicly announce this in King Tizhen, urging cultivators to capture Meng Xiang, while I will discreetly obstruct the Four Seas Chamber. Huang Long, increasingly baffled, grumbled. I'll defer to you, junior brother. I simply cannot comprehend this. Upon receiving the news, Meng Xiang was utterly bewildered. Just moments ago, he had been reveling in his good fortune, celebrating the fact that a friend had gifted a poem to the courtesan Wenjun. He had imagined spending a romantic evening with her. Little did he know that the Four Seas Chamber intended to eliminate him, and that the Corpse Shadow sect had already forsaken him. Only when his disciple relayed Wang Feiyu's warning did he awaken from his reverie. Peering through the window, he observed Qin Ming and his subordinates surveilling him. They would likely strike under the cover of night, and then he would face insurmountable peril. The kindness of Elder Wang would be forever etched in his memory. Simultaneously, another piece of news erupted from Qingdazhen, creating a tidal wave of chaos. 3 days prior, Meng Xiang had stolen 10 demon pills from the Corpse Shadow sect and absconded with the source stones from the alchemy pavilion. Should any righteous cultivator capture Meng Xiang, the Corpse Shadow sect would reward them with 1,000 source stones. For ordinary cultivators in the Qi refinement and enlightened stages, 1,000 source stones represented a fortune. Typically, these cultivators would gladly break their source stones into smaller pieces for use, having never encountered such an abundance. As the news spread and gained momentum, every cultivator in Qingdazhen began searching for Meng Xiang. Meanwhile, Meng Xiang, under Wang Feiyu's protection, had already vacated Qingdazhen. Yet, his whereabouts would soon be revealed once more. Chapter 17. Killing with a borrowed knife. Throughout the journey, numerous cultivators pursued and intercepted him, and despite Meng Xiang being in the Qi refinement realm, he found himself in a dire predicament. Fortunately, with the assistance of Wang Feiyu, he managed to escape into the Nameless Mountains. While he was taking a healing pill to restore his source energy, a masked figure clad in black emerged from the dense forest and severely injured him. In a state of panic, he fled without a clear direction. Suddenly, a masked man blocked his path. Feeling despondent, Meng Xiang believed he was doomed, yet unexpectedly, a glimmer of hope appeared. The masked man whispered, "If you wish to live, run to the bird cliff. There is help." The fact that the man had the opportunity to capture him yet refrained indicated the high credibility of his words. Overjoyed, Meng Xiang mused that this person must be a friend of his. After consuming a healing pill, he hastily made his way towards the bird cliff. Behind him, a throng of cultivators relentlessly pursued him, driven by the allure of 1,000 source stones. Capturing Meng Xiang would afford them a life of luxury for several years. As a cultivator of the Qi refinement realm, Meng Xiang reached the bird cliff in less than half an hour. The bird cliff, a treacherous precipice of 1,000 zhang, overlooked the tumultuous Tsang River below. Unless one attained the Foundation Establishment realm, capable of flight, a fall from such heights would surely be fatal. The Foundation Establishment realm involved forging a foundation with innate source power, allowing for the fluidity of source energy and the ability to soar through the skies. As Meng Xiang grappled with his escape, he heard a resounding cry of an eagle. A golden eagle soared toward him from the horizon. His eyes brightened with realization. His friend had sent the eagle to rescue him. With the golden eagle, the multitude of cultivators below could do nothing to hinder him. Without hesitation, he leapt from the bird cliff, and the eagle swooped in just in time to carry him into the sky. The cultivators of the Insight and Qi refinement realms stood frozen in disbelief as Meng Xiang made his daring escape atop the golden eagle. Faint echoes of his triumphant laughter still audible. The great rock rises with the wind, soaring 90,000 miles. Qin Ming murmured as he watched the golden eagle ascend. "This is the end. I shall face punishment upon my return," muttered Huang Long, hidden in the shadows. Meng Xiang has escaped? Wang Feiyu sighed and said to Huang Long, "Senior brother, the Corpsine sect is finished. We should flee as well." Soaring high above the ground on the golden eagle, Meng Xiang felt a renewed appreciation for the hard-won freedom after narrowly escaping death. He spread his arms wide, closed his eyes, and relished the rushing wind, contemplating the need to settle scores with the leader of the Corpsine sect in the future. At that moment, the golden eagle executed a sudden roll, flinging Meng Xiang from its back. His eyes widened in horror as he watched the eagle fly away, and a bitter smile crept across his face as the events of the past few days replayed in his mind. There were no true friends, merely individuals wishing for his demise. The poetic gestures of friendship were nothing more than a ruse. With a resounding thud, Meng Xiang plummeted from over 2,000 zhang, his body shattering upon impact. Successfully killed Meng Xiang, randomly succeeded in plundering. Medium-grade physique, 3 yang spirit body, detected phantom body, fire body, metal spirit body, wood spirit body. Frenzied blood body, mysterious eye spirit body, and 3 yang spirit body can be fused. Consumes 30 source stones. Fusion success rate is 31. Proceed with fusion? No. Shortly after Meng Xiang and Amp, Appos, S-Fall, Missouri Yin arrived riding a white wolf. He retrieved the blood-soaked storage bag and instructed the wolf pack to consume the remains, incinerating the clothing on site. Thus, the alchemist Meng Xiang, renowned for his poetic talent in the Great Xia, vanished while riding the golden eagle, leaving behind poetry and a legacy for the world to recount. At the cave within Luoxiao Mountain, Yin inscribed runes with his blood to claim ownership of Meng Xiang and Amp, Appos, S storage bag. With a thought, the contents were extracted and spread across the cave. 2,500 source stones, 10 tier 10 awakening realm monster cores, 200 chi gathering pills, 50 rejuvenation pills, 200 chi gathering herbs, 100 rejuvenation herbs, and various other miscellaneous items lay before him. Of the 10 monster cores, 6 had been sold by Ding Fuxing, leaving 4 from the Titan Giant Ape clan, the Devouring Python clan, the Six-Winged Fire Phoenix clan, and the Azure Cloud Sparrow clan. The rejuvenation pills, valued at 5 source stones each, were a type of healing medicine. Mo Yun was astounded by the wealth before him, realizing that what had started as a simple attempt to seize a monster core from the Titan Giant Ape had resulted in a windfall. This must be the entirety of the alchemical treasures of the Corpsine sect. Naturally, after abandoning Meng Xiang, they had left him to claim their riches. Had it not been for the small size of the storage bag, Meng Xiang could have likely carried even more. Ding Fuxing, standing nearby, gazed at the scattered source stones and pills, his breath quickening in astonishment. To kill without a knife, my young master has truly achieved that. Meng Xiang, with his qi refinement cultivation, had been unwittingly dispatched, his death leaving no trace, and no one knew at whose hands he had perished. The formidable Corpsine sect, along with the qi refinement master Shi Chomping who had seized their mountain gate, could not protect Meng Xiang. They had only watched him meet his end, even pushing him towards it. Yet, all of this was the result of meticulous planning by his own young master. At this moment, Ding Fuxing held Mo Yun in the highest regard, his emotions entirely distinct from mere servitude. He beamed with joy and said, "Congratulations, young master. A slight scheme has led to Meng Xiang, and the Corpsine sect and Appos' demise." Mo Yun nodded in satisfaction, replying, "This plan could not have succeeded without your contributions." Old Ding. Ding Fuxing had posed as Meng Xiang and Appos' friend, using the sure high chamber of commerce and Appos' Tong Tianhua to apply pressure on both Meng Xiang and the Corpsine sect to preserve themselves. The Corpsine sect naturally chose to abandon Meng Xiang. Although a qi refinement cultivator, Meng Xiang was only at the first level and eager to escape. Even the higher-tier qi refinement cultivators of the sure high chamber of commerce would find it difficult to capture him, with the intelligence provided by the ferocious beasts. Mo Yin effortlessly tracked Meng Xiang and Appos' movements, ultimately directing Ding Fuxing to relay a message to Meng Xiang, urging him toward the bird cliff, with the Golden Eagle and Appos' assistance. The insight and qi refinement cultivators were unable to apprehend him. Meng Xiang was destined to fall from the specified height. The entire plan was intricately interconnected, leading to Meng Xiang and Appos' inevitable demise, all for the sake of that Titan giant ape monster core. However, Mo Yun had not anticipated the emergence of a capable individual from the Corpsine sect, Wang Feiyu, who sought to use the bounty to clear their name. Whether injuring Meng Xiang, surrounding him with cultivators, or inciting them to pursue him, all actions inadvertently aided Mo Yun, rendering his scheme even more impeccable. Simultaneously, the Corpsine sect faced greater troubles. With Meng Xiang and Appos' escape, the sure high chamber of commerce could only target the Corpsine sect. Reputation is something that must be built upon the ruins of others. Old Ding, the Golden Eagle has been exposed. Ride a white wolf to Chizhu Mountain and closely monitor the sure high chamber of commerce's actions against the Corpsine sect. If the Corpsine sect withdraws from their mountain gate, seize the opportunity with the Danchi sect and Appos' token. Use the 610 source stones in hand to hire 30 Insight Realm cultivators to bolster our forces. Ding Fuxing and Appos' eyes sparkled at this. As long as his young master desired it, reclaiming the Danchi sect's mountain gate was within reach, fulfilling his ambition to carry on the Danchi sect's legacy. Young master, rest assured, I have a group of friends at Qinzhou Mountain who have aided me in defending the mountain gate in the past, forming an invincible formation beneath the Qi refinement realm. Mo Yin recalled the 3 young cultivators who had ambushed him and shook his head with a wry smile. The hired Insight Realm cultivators must possess sound character. Those who pass the assessment will have the opportunity to join the Danchi sect. Furthermore, keep an eye on Wang Feiyu and Huang Long and Appos' movements while continuing to gather monster cores. The Danchi sect could serve as an excellent starting point to recruit a cadre of talents for his purposes. Upon becoming a cultivator of the Qi refinement realm, he intends to delve into the art of alchemy, seeking the cover of the Danchi sect. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long, esteemed elders of the Corpsine sect, hold considerable renown, and should he manage to recruit them, they would serve as formidable allies. Ding Fuxing has been assigned to journey to King's Hushan, while Mo Yun takes advantage of the demon pill to open his dantian. At King's Hushan, within the grand hall of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, Tong Tianhua sat gracefully in the main seat, leisurely sipping fragrant tea. Shi Chongping stood humbly below, resembling a wayward child. Surrounding the hall were 10 cultivators of the Qi refinement realm, each casting icy glares at Shi Chongping. Upon receiving news of Meng Xiang's flight, Shi Chongping contemplated fleeing with his disciples. However, Tong Tianhua arrived even swifter. Faced with the 10 cultivators of the Four Seas Chamber, Shi Chongping had no choice but to surrender and accompany Tong Tianhua to the chamber. With a heavy heart, Shi Chongping lamented, "Manager Tong, Meng Xiang defected from the Corpsine sect 3 days prior. This matter truly bears no connection to us." Though both were consummate cultivators of the Qi refinement realm, Tong Tianhua possessed the backing of the Four Seas Chamber, compelling Shi Chongping to adopt a submissive stance. Unmoved, Tong Tianhua continually pondered how to leverage Shi Chongping to restore the reputation of the Four Seas Chamber. He could scarcely fathom the repercussions should the poem continue to gain traction, and the potential damage to the chamber and Appos' reputation loomed large. Noticing Tong Tianhua and Appos' silence, Shi Chongping felt an acute sense of urgency. "Manager Tong, if you have any requests, please state them promptly, and I shall exert every effort." With a serene expression, Tong Tianhua replied, Meng Xiang has tarnished the reputation of the Four Seas Chamber. Now that he has fled, I must turn to you, the corpsine sect. I care not for your plans. My sole concern is the reputation of the Four Seas Chamber. Speak, what must be done? Shi Chaoping sighed deeply, realizing that the corpsine sect was likely facing inevitable calamity. If the other party sought source stones, it would be manageable, even if the stones were lost. They could be replenished. However, the demand for reputation posed a far greater challenge. Please, Manager Tong, guide me. Chapter 18. Acting to save one and Oppo's life. Tong Tianhua gazed at Shi Chaoping with a smile. The Shireen sect had been purchasing poems from mortals at exorbitant prices, attempting to tarnish the reputation of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in a bid to seize control of the pill market in Kingshufeng. Meng Xiang remained oblivious to these machinations. He was merely brought into the Shireen sect to serve as a scapegoat later. The individual who gifted the poem today was a disciple of the Shireen sect in disguise. Fearing that their plan would be exposed, the Shireen sect dispatched a golden eagle to rescue Meng Xiang, only to secretly execute him afterward. With each word, Shi Chaoping and Oppo's heart grew heavier. Manager Tong began, but Tong Tianhua interrupted. To ensure the Shireen sect and Oppo's legacy continues, it would be prudent to cooperate. Otherwise, other outcomes may arise. You should appoint someone in the Qi opening realm as the sect leader to maintain the lineage. As for those in the Qi refining realm, they must publicly confess their crimes at Qizhu Mountain and subsequently head to the mines to labor. Shi Chaoping narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the surrounding cultivators, contemplating his chances of escape. As long as he remained, the Shireen sect would not perish. Should he meet his demise, the sect would be rendered a mere shadow of its former self. Moreover, how could someone in the Qi opening realm assume leadership? Seemingly divining Shi Chaoping's thoughts, Tong Tianhua replied with a faint smile, Sect Master, I represent the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in this discussion. You must realize, in this vast world, where do you think you could flee? Let us arrange it this way. You shall mine for 30 years, after which your freedom will be restored. Tong Tianhua was also concerned that cutting off Shi Chaoping and Oppo's prospects might lead to a desperate backlash. It was better to present a glimmer of hope to ensure cooperation during this crisis. Shi Chaoping clasped his hands. Manager Tong, if I can control the corpses, may I reduce the mining period to 10 years? With the aid of the bronze-armored corpses, efficiency would indeed be greatly enhanced. After a moment's contemplation, Tong Tianhua replied with a smile, naturally, we can negotiate. I believe 15 years is just right. Shi Chaoping nodded. At the age of 40, he still had a chance to break through to the foundation establishment stage in 15 years. Manager Tong, I will arrange for capable individuals to assist. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce need only cooperate. Pleased with this response, Tong Tianhua nodded in approval. The following morning, a gravely injured young cultivator in the Qi opening realm stumbled into the Sihai Chamber of Commerce at Qizhu Mountain. Upon seeing the newcomer, Qin Ming immediately shouted, Young brother, what has happened to you? Curious cultivators gathered around, eager to uncover the truth. A familiar figure clad in the robes of the Shireen sect remarked, This is a disciple of the Shireen sect. He seems to be Meng Xiang and Oppo's apprentice. I have seen him at the Pill Pavilion. Another cultivator chimed in. I believe his name is Yang Feng. Yang Feng, feebly, managed to speak. The Shireen sect has been purchasing poems from the mortal realm, impersonating my master and Oppo's friends, and gifting poems at the Huan Tower. On the surface, it appears to be a rivalry with Manager Tong, but in reality, it is an attempt to defame the Sihai Chamber of Commerce to seize the pill market at Qizhu Mountain. My master is entirely unaware of this. The Shireen sect lured him in merely to make him a scapegoat. The Golden Eagle was also sent by the Shireen sect, and my master fell into their trap, leading to his silencing. I was discovered eavesdropping and ultimately killed by the bronze-armored corpse of Shi Chaoping. Fortunately, my master had given me a life-returning pill, allowing me to survive. The cultivators around him gasped in shock. They were astonished by the intricate web of deceit. One cultivator scoffed, even if they aimed to tarnish the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. The pill pavilion of the Shireen sect could never compete with us in the pill market. Others nodded in agreement. Qin Ming coldly questioned, Yang Feng, are you perhaps seeking vengeance for your master, hoping to use the Sihai Chamber of Commerce against the Shireen sect? After all, it is only natural to hold a grudge if the Shireen sect has abandoned Meng Xiang. The surrounding cultivators concurred. Yang Feng grimaced, Dear friends, while it is true that the pill pavilion of the Shireen sect cannot contend with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, there will always be cultivators who resent the Sihai Chamber and Oppo's bullying tactics. It is commonplace for Qi opening cultivators to be oppressed, and the Shireen sect need only cater to this segment of discontented individuals. Moreover, the Shireen sect issued a bounty yesterday, claiming they had been seeking my master for 3 days, yet he was at Qizhu Mountain purchasing demon pills during that time. Why did the Shireen sect not apprehend him? Qin Ming responded, 2 days ago, Meng Xiang indeed purchased a Titan Great Ape demon pill from my Sihai Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, he feared he might have remembered incorrectly and pulled out the ledger to verify. Upon seeing the ledger's entries, the crowd became fully convinced of Yang Feng's claims. They were astounded at the extent of the Shireen sect and Appos as conspiracy. The most alarming aspect was their intention to use Meng Xiang as a scapegoat to achieve their ends. Qin Ming's expression grew increasingly somber. Commercial competition is acceptable, and quality should determine superiority. However, employing such despicable means is unacceptable, and the Sihai Chamber of Commerce shall not take this lightly. He then bowed to the crowd. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce has operated at Qizhu Mountain for many years, and we pride ourselves on treating others with integrity. I assure you that when you visit the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, you will always be met with a warm welcome. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and Appos as commendable service. However, I must apologize today. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce will not let the Shireen sect go unpunished. We shall exert our influence over the Shireen sect and seek justice. Bring this matter to Manager Tong and gather people to surround the Shireen sect. After issuing his orders, Qin Ming turned to Yang Feng and said, "Thank you for the information you provided. After this matter is resolved, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce shall reward you handsomely." That afternoon, Shi Changping and 2 other qi refining elders were captured and brought to the plaza of Qingzhou Mountain, where the Sihai Chamber of Commerce would publicly judge the Shireen sect in front of thousands of onlookers. Tong Tianhua and Appos' expression darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Shi Changping, I never imagined you to be so despicable, employing such underhanded tactics." Shi Changping retorted loudly, "What crime is without a justification? The Shireen sect has fallen to such depths. I am ashamed before my ancestors." Tong Tianhua beckoned Yang Feng to approach. He pointed at Yang Feng and Appos' abdomen and sneered, "This poison from the bronze corpse. Who else but the Shireen sect possesses it? In front of all these witnesses, Yang Feng has revealed your crimes. Dear friends, you are all reasonable individuals and will not allow a vile person like him to succeed." Shi Changping was rendered speechless. Yang Feng and Appos' eyes were bloodshot as he spoke vehemently. "Shi Changping, my master devoted himself to refining pills for the Shireen sect, only to discover it was all part of your scheme. He was merely a scapegoat." The cultivators below had already received the news, whispering to one another and denouncing the Shireen sect and Appos' shamelessness. Seeing the opportune moment, Tong Tianhua addressed the crowd, "Everyone, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce has always treated others with sincerity and reason. The Shireen sect is an ancient sect, and I do not wish to see its lineage extinguished. Thus, I shall not annihilate its mountain gate. However, the true instigators will not be spared. I hereby seal the cultivation of Shi Changping and the 2 elders, sending them to the mines for 15 years. After this period, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce will release all 3. Please bear witness to this." With that, he swiftly performed hand seals, placing restrictions on the 3 stanchions. Shi Changping felt his aura diminish, as if he had aged over a decade. He understood that from this day forth, the Shireen sect could no longer remain in this region. Their reputation was tarnished. Moreover, how could someone in the Qi opening realm defend the mountain gate? Fortunately, before departing, he managed to store all the sect's assets in his spatial ring to keep them on his person. As for the remaining disciples, they would have to fend for themselves. As long as I remain alive, the Shireen sect shall endure. Chapter 19. Concealment at Danchi Sect, Luoxiao Mountain. Mo Yun has once again opened 4 more stanchions, and with the enhancement from these stanchions, his strength has now reached 7,000 gene. The Titan Great Ape and Appos' Demon Core has transformed into the Tian and Dantian. The Sky-Devouring Python and Appos' Demon Core has become the Dita Dantian. The 6-Winged Fire Phoenix and Appos' Demon Core has manifested as the Binghua Dantian, while the Qingyun Sparrow and Appos' Demon Core has evolved into the Taiyang Dantian. Shortly after concluding his cultivation, Ding Fuxing hurried back to Luoxiao Mountain to report, "Young master, the sect master and elders of the Shireen sect have been captured by the Four Seas Merchant Association to mine, and most of the Qi opening disciples have fled the mountain gate. I led 30 Qi opening disciples to the mountain gate, and the remaining fled without a fight. The mountain gate of Danchi sect is now in our hands, and many cultivators attempted to approach, but we successfully drove them away." He never anticipated that the mountain gate of Danchi sect could be reclaimed so easily. It is worth noting that besides Meng Xiang, the Shireen sect still has 5 Qi refining cultivators, yet they fell into the schemes of their own young master, some fleeing while others were captured. Mo Yun nodded. The Four Seas Merchant Association, aiming to restore their reputation, will certainly not let the Shireen sect off the hook. Their reputation has already plummeted in the Qizhufang area, and they will not want this mountain gate anymore. Old Ding, are there any recent reports of beasts or mortals succumbing to poison? Ding Fuxing replied, Dachi Village, Lianxiao Valley, and Chaos Stone Stronghold have all been annihilated, with poison being the cause of death. There are also rumors of beasts appearing in various regions. The Longchuan army has dispatched numerous patrols to hunt down these creatures, but rather than diminishing, their numbers seem to be increasing. Mo Yun sensed that a significant movement from the Beast Clan was imminent. Should hundreds or thousands of them rampage through Longchuan County, Luoxiao Mountain would be in jeopardy. Old Ding, how's the defensive formation at the Danchi sect and Appos' mountain gate? Ding Fuxing responded, "Young master, the original formation was a top-tier defensive array. But due to excessive consumption, my master sold the array plate. It has been replaced with an inferior defensive array known as the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. But the Shireen sect took the array plate when they retreated. The array plate is the most crucial and expensive component of the formation. The inferior 8 Gates Golden Lock formation can defend against attacks from Qi refining cultivators and is adequate for the Qizhu Fang area." Mo Yin inquired. "What is the price of the array plate for the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation?" Ding Fuxing pondered for a moment. Inferior array plates generally range from 300 to 500 source stones. The 8 Gates Golden Lock formation and Amp, Oppos. S array plate is approximately 350 source stones. Mo Yin questioned. "What about Danqi Sect's source vein?" Ding Fuxing replied, "The source vein of Danqi Sect was originally a top-tier vein but has been damaged. Now reduced to a flawed inferior vein." Mo Yin rubbed his temples. Acquiring a source vein is a daunting task, and even a flawed inferior vein is exceedingly rare. The 9 Nether Heavenly Dan technique requires 11 source veins for Qi refining secrets. How many source stones would that entail? Additionally, the fusion function of the purple gold gourd demands increasingly more resources in the later stages. Old Ding, disguise yourself and go to Qizhu Fang to purchase a set of array plates for the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. Quickly restore the Mountain Gate and Amp, Oppos, S defensive array. While the situation subtly changes, I will prepare and then head to the Danqi Sect's Mountain Gate to meet you." Ding Fuxing accepted the order. Riding the White Wolf swiftly towards Qizhu Mountain, Mo Yin commanded the Pangolin Demon to dig a secret passage to the Danqi Sect and subsequently tidy up the cave before departing from Luoxia Mountain. Meihong Storage Jade Ring contained 1,000 Beast Transformation Pills and 1,000 Poison Beast Pills, with no knowledge of what other demons might carry. With such a multitude of beast and poison creatures, even if they were slaughtered to exhaustion, that would undoubtedly bring extreme chaos to Longhuan County. Luoxia Mountain. Lacking a source vein, can only rely on the Danqi Sect's flawed source vein and the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation to swiftly organize defenses. The following day at Danqi Sect, Ding Fuxing spent 400 source stones to procure the array plate for the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation. The Four Seas Merchant Association also dispatched an array master to assist in repairing the formation. Once the 8 Gates Golden Lock formation was arranged, Ding Fuxing went to the Mountain Gate to meet Mo Yin. "Young master, the formation has been set up, as long as there are sufficient source stones. No one below the Foundation establishment stage can breach the Mountain Gate. Our people can enter and exit the formation using jade talismans." Mo Yin nodded in satisfaction. "Old Ding, designate the back mountain as a forbidden area. No one is to enter. I do not wish for anyone to know I am hiding within the Danqi Sect. You shall manage the sect and Amp, Oppos, S daily affairs, and if anyone causes trouble, deal with them directly. For problems you cannot resolve, come to the back mountain to find me." He continued to arrange for scouts to head to Qizhu Mountain to gather intelligence while acquiring high-quality demon pills. Once everything was arranged, Mo Yin, utilizing the array plate, stealthily entered the Danqi Sect and concealed himself in the forbidden area of the back mountain. During this seclusion, he aimed to enhance his combat skills. The shadow kill technique of the source arts is specifically for assassins. It is a singular move that, when used repeatedly, can become predictable to the enemy. And its consumption is immense. The Ice Lotus sword dance includes many fundamental sword techniques, which are prerequisites for mastering the dance. Although only Qi refining cultivators can utilize the Ice Lotus sword dance, these fundamental sword techniques are indeed practical combat skills. At the Tianmin Pass in Longchuan County, within the Military Affairs Hall, General Yueliang Ming spoke aloud. "General, after the report from the patrol team, led by Zhang Ming, I dispatched numerous patrols. Yet the number of beasts in Longchuan County continues to increase, which is suspicious. Furthermore, mortal villages are under constant attack, leading to widespread poisoning and public panic. We must make swift decisions." General Yue maintained a calm demeanor, fully aware of the precarious situation in Longchuan County. However, the issue lies in the sheer number of beasts. While the Demon Slayer Division's Feng Qi possesses profound skills capable of swiftly eliminating low-level beasts, the vastness of Longchuan County makes it exceedingly difficult to eliminate them one by one. Observing Yue and Oppos' predicament, Feng Qi interjected, "In areas where beasts congregate, I can employ the power of the Demon Mirror to swiftly eradicate numerous beasts. As for the scattered ones, we must rely on the patrol teams and the Demon Slayer Division personnel." Yue turned to Feng Qi, nodding slightly in gratitude. "Thank you, Master Feng. But we must not allow the beasts to lead us by the nose. We need to ascertain the primary objective of their actions. They would not recklessly send these low-level beasts for us to kill." He then looked around at the assembled generals. "What are your thoughts on the beast's intentions?" Left General Jiaofeng stepped forward, stating, "General, I believe the beasts have two primary objectives. One is for the poison beasts to attack mortals, overwhelming us. The second is that these beasts may unite to form a beast tide. If they were to strike at our rear during a major battle, the consequences would be dire. It is important to note that Master Feng is tasked with patrolling the entire Great Xia and cannot remain in Longchuan County at all times. With Feng Qi present, The congregation of beasts may be advantageous, as the demon mirror can eliminate them in one fell swoop. However, if Feng Qi is absent during a major battle, our combat strength will be stretched thin. How can we allocate forces to handle the beast at the rear? The other generals nodded in agreement. General Jiao's words are wise. Right? General Deng Yonghuai pondered for a moment before adding, General, do you recall the last beast attack? Yue nodded. The last beast attack deliberately lured our forces away to the western front, which was indeed suspicious. Deng Yonghuai continued. I suspect that the sudden increase in beasts at the rear is related to that battle. To resolve the beast problem, we might consider this angle. Feng Qi stood up and said, after that battle, I wielded the demon mirror throughout Longchuan County and did not detect any beastly presence. At that time, there were no beasts in Longchuan County, and it would and Oppos. Take long for me to patrol the entire region. Yue inquired with curiosity. Master Feng Ci, he inquired audaciously. Is there any method to evade the demon-detecting mirror? Feng Qi instinctively retorted, impossible, the demon-detecting mirror. He abruptly halted his words, contemplating for a moment before continuing. The mirror operates by analyzing the aura of demons and the heavenly secrets to trace their whereabouts. If one could obscure the demonic aura and the celestial insights, perhaps one could indeed elude the mirror and Oppos' scrutiny. For a long time, the divine Xia dynasty had overly depended on the demon-detecting mirror, believing it to be infallible in locating all demons. Yue then asked, so? You mean to say that as long as the aura is sufficiently weak and one possesses a treasure that can block heavenly secrets, it is possible to deceive the demon-detecting mirror? He connected this to the current situation in Longchuan County, where only the Qi-Ling realm demons had been reported, forming a closed loop of intelligence. It was likely that lower-tier demons had utilized treasures to obscure their aura and heavenly insights, successfully evading the mirror and Oppos' detection. Moreover, the demons and Oppos' objective might be to distract our forces, leading us to neglect our own defenses. One must consider that deploying a large number of soldiers to capture demons and venomous beasts would significantly impact our military formations should the demons attack. They would undoubtedly gain the upper hand. Do any of you have strategies to counter the demons and venomous beasts causing turmoil in Longchuan County? Upon hearing this, the assembled generals all shook their heads in silence. With such a multitude of demons and venomous beasts, how can we eradicate them without mobilizing a vast army? General Piao Qi, Yu Ming, sighed deeply. Perhaps we should seek the Empress and Oppos' decree to mobilize troops from other counties for suppression. Yue shook his head in denial. Other counties are similarly besieged by demons. Their forces are also critically strained and cannot be easily dispatched. General Zhua, Jiaofeng, spoke up, General, according to intelligence, the demons in Longchuan County are predominantly of the Qi-Ling realm, and their cultivation is not particularly high. Since we cannot mobilize a large army, why not enlist the scattered cultivators within the Great Xia? Upon hearing this, Yue's eyes brightened, already aware of the brilliance of this strategy. Yet he feigned ignorance and asked, Jiaofeng, what are your thoughts? Speak swiftly. Jiaofeng smiled knowingly, recognizing this as an opportunity to showcase his insight. General, apart from the ancient clans and sects, there exists a considerable number of scattered cultivators in Longchuan County. While their cultivation levels are low, primarily at the Kaiqiao or Lianqi realms, they would be well suited to deal with the lesser Qi-Ling demons. I propose issuing a military order. A Qi-Ling demon corps could be exchanged for 2 military merits, a venomous beast for 3 merits, and for guarding a mortal village for a month, 5 merits. Without incentives, these scattered cultivators are unlikely to risk their lives against demons. If a demon is valued at 2 military merits, they would rush forth in droves. Moreover, the demon cores collected could also be refined into elixirs, ensuring that the Longchuan military would not incur a loss. Upon hearing this, the generals and Oppos' eyes lit up. General Zhao and Oppos' plan is indeed ingenious. Not only would it resolve the demon crisis, but the Longchuan military would also acquire a substantial amount of resources. Chapter 20. The Little Chaos Body at the Mo Family Village. 5 male cultivators strolled through Mo Family Village, inquiring villagers about the recent wolf pack attack. The responses were consistently similar. Hundreds of wolves besieged the village, only to retreat for reasons unknown, leaving behind the mysterious disappearance of Aunt Yulan and Imo Han from their village. Naturally, trivial matters, such as a few missing floor tiles from the back hall, went unmentioned. The middle-aged cultivator clad in white remarked, it seems Imo Han's words hold truth. Faced with hundreds of white wolves, she must have known her fate was sealed. After tending to her wounds, she attempted to escape through the back door, only to encounter a cultivator controlling the wolf pack. Ultimately, she was struck in the shoulder by the opponent's source technique and stabbed in the abdomen. Fortunately, she survived. The cultivator's true objective may have been to eliminate Ma Yulan, after which the wolves retreated. The others nodded in agreement, endorsing this conclusion. Firstly, Imo Han had no knowledge of Ma Yulan's identity and thus would not engage in conflict without reason. Secondly, they did not believe Imo Han possessed the capability to control hundreds of white wolves. The middle-aged cultivator in white continued softly, given the circumstances. We should report to the organization. In the forbidden grounds of Danchi Sect Esrier Mountains, Ding Fu arrived to brief Mo Yun on the latest developments. Young Master, General Yu Wei has issued a military order calling for cultivators to slay the demon race. A spirit stone from a demon can be exchanged for 2 military merits, a venomous beast for 3, and guarding a mortal village for a month yields 5 merits. These military merits can be exchanged for resources within the county's treasury. Currently, cultivators in Longchuan County are sharpening their blades, eager to hunt demons. The cultivators I hired also wish to form a team to slay demons. They VE requested to be released and are even willing to forfeit their commission for these days. Mo Yun paced back and forth within the cave, deep in thought. He had anticipated that the chaos in Longchuan County would be quelled by a military decree. As long as there wasn't a mass gathering of demons, trouble would be averted. Mo Yun possessed nearly 1,000 demon transformation stones and close to 1,000 venomous beast stones. If he could seize this opportunity to convert them into military merits, it would secure the resources needed for his cultivation techniques. Old Ding, let those cultivators who wish to leave go. As for their commissions, pay them in full. And you, guard the mountain gate diligently. When faced with enemies, activate the formation with all your might. Do not conserve source stones. With that, Mo Yun retrieved 500 source stones from his jade ring to supply the 8 gates gold lock formation. Although there was a source vein, it was a defective low-grade vein. Maintaining the formation with 500 source stones during critical moments should suffice. After giving his instructions, Mo Yun donned a bronze ghost mask and departed Danchi Sect through the underground passage, heading towards Luoxiao Mountain. This time, he intended to personally slay demons for their stones, using it as an opportunity to hone his combat skills. Within the secret passage of Luoxiao Mountain, Mo Yun commanded the Corrupted Bone Rat King to summon the surrounding Corrupted Bone Rats to the vicinity. Under the Rat King and Amp, Oppo's, S orders, the rats entered the passage one after another. Mo Yun fed the rats demon transformation stones, and upon their transformation, he would eliminate them. Successfully killed Corrupted Bone Rat Demon, randomly successfully plundered, low-grade physique, rock body, detected shadow body, fire body, gold body, with spirit body. Successfully killed Corrupted Bone Rat Demon, randomly successfully plundered, low-grade physique, diamond body, detected shadow body, fire body, gold body, with spirit body. From initially killing them one by one, to ultimately dispatching 3 Corrupted Bone Rat Demons in a single strike, Mo Yun's swordsmanship grew increasingly proficient. Blood permeated the passage, akin to a sea of crimson. Successfully killed Corrupted Bone Rat Demon, randomly successfully plundered, low-grade physique, ghost spirit body, detected shadow body, fire body, gold body. And the ghost spirit body can merge, consuming 400 source stones with a 100 success rate. Proceed with the merge? Mo Yun observed as the success rate for merging the physique climbed from 31 to 100. The resulting physique from this fusion was a medley of attributes, leaving him curious about its final form. Ding. Merge successful. Acquired medium-grade physique. Little chaos body. Little chaos body. A fusion of numerous foundational physiques, achieving a singular chaos. Impervious to deduction. Capable of unleashing a chaotic domain, disregarding any energy collisions. Accompanied by Chaos Demon Eye, able to pierce illusions, enslaving 10 beings. Capable of transcending temporal and spatial constraints for communication with enslaved beings. The little chaos body? Although only a medium-grade physique, its ability to shield against deductions was astonishing. The chaotic domain disregards all energy collisions. Could it mean invincibility within that realm? Furthermore, the Chaos Demon Eye, capable of discerning illusions and communicating beyond time and space? Mo Yun gazed at the virtual panel before him, excitement surging through him. Host. Mo Yun. Physique. Little chaos body, medium grade. Realm. Opening apertures, 360 apertures. Cultivation method, 9 nether heavenly pill technique. Source techniques, shadow kill, low grade. Ice lotus sword dance, medium grade. Source points, 30. After a moment of daze, Mo Yun clenched his fists and struck the void, releasing his exhilaration. With a thought, he activated the chi and blood within him, unleashing the chaotic domain. A transparent barrier materialized within a radius of 10 feet, and Mo Yun's form became increasingly indistinct, ultimately vanishing from sight. He attempted to extend his hand into the stone wall of the passage. Astonishingly, his hand passed through without obstruction, stretching back and forth several times. It was as if the wall didn't exist at all. Could this be the legendary state of not being within the 3 realms, nor within the formless? Stepping into the wall, he perceived only darkness surrounding him, yet his body felt no discomfort. However, a wave of fatigue washed over him. Mo Yun persevered against the weakness, channeling chi and blood to sustain the little chaos body, bursting forth from the stone wall. Gasping, Mo Yun's complexion turned pale as he collapsed to the ground, feeling as if his soul had been extracted. His chi and blood barely sufficed to maintain the little chaos body for 10 breaths, after which it would deplete, leaving him drained. Mo Yun felt an unbearable itch, as if countless insects were writhing upon his skin. Raising his hand, he found the blood of the corrupted bone rat demon adhering to him, being absorbed. The sensation of weakness gradually faded, replaced by a sense of comfort. After a series of indescribable moans, Imo Yun sprang up, filled with vigor, feeling as if he could shatter the heavens with a single punch. The corpses of the corrupted bone rat demons piled within the passage had long since dried into desiccated remains. The little chaos body could absorb the vitality of ferocious beasts to restore its own vitality? If his vitality was abundant, would he not be invincible? Imo Yun contemplated for a moment, shaking his head as he detected discrepancies. The initial consumption of vitality was minimal, gradually increasing until it nearly drained his life force entirely. The chi and blood consumption of the little chaos body escalated progressively. No amount of vitality could sustain it indefinitely, as there would always be a limit. Nevertheless, a near 10-breath state of invincibility was still a divine skill. In the Yunling mountain range, thousands of spirit-level demons congregated, their malevolent aura soaring. The ancient family, the Jiang clan, resided within the mountains, known as the Jiang clan of Yunling, controlling a low-grade source vein, and with foundational realm cultivators stationed within. At this moment, the clan leader and elders convened in the council hall to devise strategies against their foes. Clan leader, according to intelligence. Over 1,000 spirit-level demons have gathered in the Yunling mountain range, intending to attack our Jiang clan and seize our low-grade source vein. The clan and Amp, Oppos, S. Elder, Jiang Shaohua, paced restlessly within the hall. The clan leader, Jiang Shaoyang, rubbed his temples, appearing utterly fatigued. In recent days, the demon clan has been continuously gathering around the Cloud Ridge Mountains. Despite several rounds of purges within the clan, the results have been rather unimpressive. These demons seem inexhaustible. He, being at the initial stage of foundation establishment, yearned to join the fray. Yet he knew that excessive consumption of source energy could render him vulnerable to a surprise attack from his enemies, which would lead to dire consequences. Thus, he remained stationed within the clan, unable to engage the foes. The Chi refinement realm cultivators, constrained by their source energy, could not slay many enemies and thus retreated helplessly. Now, General Yue has issued a military order, rewards and military merit for slaying demons, hoping to entice cultivators to come to their aid. Elder Jiang Shaohua slumped in his armchair, gazing up at the eaves, letting out a long sigh. Patriarch, those solitary cultivators only dare to prey on isolated demons. With so many demons in the Cloud Ridge Mountains, how could they possibly come? Patriarch Jiang Shaoyang replied through gritted teeth. Spread the word. Those who come to assist in the Cloud Ridge Mountains will be rewarded with 200 source stones for the Enlightenment Realm and 1,000 source stones for the Chi Refinement Realm. Furthermore, our Jiang clan and Oppos, Chi Refinement cultivators will lead the charge and scatter the demons, allowing the others to harvest the spoils. All demon cores obtained will belong to them. The remaining elders in the council chamber nodded in tacit agreement, as long as they could survive the present crisis and safeguard their source vein. A little sacrifice was deemed acceptable. Otherwise, like other sects that have suffered destruction of their source veins, they would be left with nothing but an empty shell, and it would be too late for regrets. At that moment, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power that enveloped the entire Cloud Ridge Mountains, akin to a divine decree. A cold, emotionless snort echoed, and the demons of the Cloud Ridge Mountains were instantly reduced to ashes. Jiang Shaohua and Amp, Oppos, eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape as he gasped in astonishment. Is that the demon exposing mirror? Chapter 21. The ancient demon nail Longchuan County, Tianmen Pass, the military hall. General Jiao Feng, akin to a streak of lightning, burst into the military hall. General, he reported, scouts have informed us that the Fox Clan's army is gathering and advancing towards Tianmen Pass. General Yue narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowed in concentration. Relay the order to activate the protective array. Prepare the entire army for battle. Ready to form combat formations at a moment and Amp, Oppos, notice. Ensure all commanders focus intently on the enemy. No high-ranking demon entities are to be permitted entry into Longchuan County. Our primary targets are the ancient realm demon emperor Mei Mingxiang of the Fox Clan and the various shape-shifting realm demon kings. As for the lower-ranking bone transformation and metamorphosis realm demon commanders, should they dare to enter Longchuan County, they shall be met with dire consequences. The ancient realm demon emperor is comparable to a 5th-tier Yuan Shun realm human, possessing the ability to reshape mountains and seas with a mere gesture, wielding immense power. General Yue himself is of the Yuan Shun realm, while the shape-shifting realm demon kings correspond to the 6th-tier Zifu realm among humans. And the bone transformation and metamorphosis realm commanders align with the 7th-tier Shinsong realm and 8th-tier Foundation Establishment realm, respectively. As Yue's commands were issued one after another, the Longchuan army transformed into an enormous war machine, operating with meticulous precision. A fierce battle intent surged skyward, coalescing above Tianmen Pass into a fearsome white tiger. The various generals stood proudly atop Tianmen Pass, each searching for their opponent with their spiritual senses. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals. Should even a single point break through, the enemy and Oppos, morale would undoubtedly falter, securing victory for them. Outside Tianmen Pass, the Fox Clan and Oppos, Demon Emperor Mei Mengxiang had transformed into human form, her eyes brimming with infinite allure, complemented by her translucent attire that stirred the blood of onlookers. Yet none dared harbor inappropriate thoughts towards this Fox clan sovereign, for beneath her delicate exterior lay a bloodthirsty demon. Huh, General Yue, how I have missed you. She purred. With a swift motion, Yue drew his sword, a glint of cold light flashing as a Tinjiang-long red sword aura sliced toward Mei Mengxiang. With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, a pink mist enveloped the red sword aura, dissipating it into nothingness. Oh, you heartless one. Last time we were so affectionate. And today you come at me with swords drawn. All we demons desire is 10 high-quality source veins, and I shall retreat at once. Otherwise, I shall have to take it myself. Yue scoffed disdainfully. You lewd creature, what are you dreaming of? Beside him, Yu Ming and others erupted in laughter, astonished at the general's sharp tongue, indicating he had practiced this skill often. Mei Mengxiang, unperturbed, replied with a smile, oh dear, if it doesn't suit you, we can always negotiate further. Why the rush to refuse? Yue and Appo's voice turned cold. There's nothing to negotiate. Not even a single flawed lower-quality source vein will be given. With a sly smile, Mei Mengxiang replied, well then, let us settle this with our own hands. With that, she transformed into her true form, her stature towering like a mountain, 6 fox tails resembling coiling dragons, emanating an awe-inspiring presence. Yue and Appo's expression hardened as he released his aura to confront Mei Mengxiang. Suddenly, 2 powerful auras surged from behind the demon army, causing the white tiger illusion above Tianmen to tremble. Yu Ming gasped in shock. 2 ancient realm demon emperors? How is this possible? Yue gritted his teeth. Mei Mengxiang has been stalling to wait for the Titan Ape Clan's Demon Emperor Yuan Xiong and the Devouring Python Clan's Demon Emperor Tanningrong. Curiously, Yu Ming inquired, what about their defenses? The Titan Ape Clan is at a standoff with Qishao County, while the Devouring Python Clan faces Qinglan County. Qishao and Qinglan are positioned on either side of Longchuan County, creating an impenetrable border. I can't believe both ancient realm demon emperors have made their way to Longchuan County without any prior warning. Yue and Appo's frustration boiled as he pondered the situation. However, the demons must possess some extraordinary means, otherwise, this would not be happening. With the emergence of 2 ancient realm demon emperors, the Longchuan army stood no chance of withstanding the assault. Without hesitation, Yue retrieved a communication jade talisman to summon reinforcements from the generals of Qishao army and Qinglan army. Just as the soldiers began to panic and morale wavered, a beam of white light descended from the heavens, illuminating the demon army and forcing the 2 demon emperors and Appo's might to recede. Yu Ming clapped in approval. The Mirror of Demons. It is Lord Fengqi who has arrived. With the Mirror of Demons in hand, Lord Fengqi could undoubtedly contend with the 2 ancient realm demon emperors until reinforcements arrived. However, Yue felt a flicker of doubt. It seemed all of this was part of the demon's grand scheme. From the sudden assault on Tianmen Pass to drawing the army westward, to the emergence of spirit-awakening realm demons and poisonous beasts in Longchuan County. And now the 2 ancient realm demon emperors abandoning their defenses to strike at Tianmen Pass. All these events reeked of conspiracy, leading them by the nose. What then was the true objective of the demon clan? Before Yue could ponder further, Mei Mengxiang and Appo's foxtails lashed towards Tianmen Pass. Yue summoned all his source power, unleashing a red sword light as he engaged in battle with Mei Mengxiang. Meanwhile, Fengqi also clashed fiercely with the 2 ancient realm demon emperors. The Titan Ape Demon Emperor Yuan Xiong harbored a deep-seated hatred for Fengqi. His most beloved son had been subdued by Fengqi using the Mirror of Demons, and today he had come to exact revenge. Against the 2 demon emperors, Fengqi found himself at a considerable disadvantage, especially with Yuan Xiong's reckless fighting style. Soon falling into a dire situation, Fengqi channeled his source power, striving to wield the Mirror of Demons to turn the tide. The mirror flickered with white light, exuding divine might that pressed down on Yuan Xiong and Tanningrong, causing them to falter. Just as Fengqi breathed a sigh of relief, Yuan Xiong and Tanningrong exchanged glances and nodded slightly. With a gaping maw, Tanningrong unleashed a gray pillar of source power, imbued with world-ending force. Aimed at Fengqi, Fengqi hastily formed hand seals, attempting to deflect the gray source power with the Mirror of Demons. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiong expelled a bronze nail from his mouth, which glimmered with a dark green light, as if intent on devouring the void itself. Fengqi sensed the bronze nail with his spiritual awareness and cried out in alarm. The ancient demon nail. What are you scheming? Only then did Fengqi grasp the true objective of the demon clan's assault. They were willing to risk their defensive lines to launch a joint attack on Longchuan County, not for the sake of Longchuan itself, but for the Mirror of Demons. Realizing that the demons had lured him to Longchuan County, he understood that his previous use of the Mirror of Demons in the Yunling Mountain Range had been detected by them, leading to this full-scale confrontation. With a resounding crash, the Mirror of Demons shattered into countless tiny fragments under the assault of the ancient demon nail. Yue, locked in combat with Mei Mengxiang, sensed the presence of the ancient demon nail and wished to intervene. However, he was ensnared by Mei Mingxiang, with no opportunity to assist, forced to watch helplessly as the Mirror of Demons was destroyed. The Mirror of Demons was a crucial tool for the Daxia dynasty against the Demon Clan. Without it, how could they unearth the demons hiding in the shadows? After today, the borders would no longer be tranquil, and a Daxiao free from demons would become a memory of the past. Seeing the Mirror of Demons shattered, Mei Mengxiang laughed heartily. Yu Wei, Feng Qi. With the Mirror of Demons destroyed, how will you prevent the Demon Clan from entering Daxia in the future? Yu Wei's expression turned steely. It is merely a mirror. Without it, so be it. The future and peace of humanity do not rely on the Mirror of Demons. Should the Demon Clan dare to enter Daxia, they shall await their doom. The soldiers below, upon hearing this, experienced an epiphany, their spirits soaring. We have been overly reliant on the Mirror of Demons, forgetting that the true strength of humanity lies in the countless cultivators among us. With a resounding battle cry, a torrent of warlike intent erupted from within. As the white tiger above lunged toward the demon army, engaging fiercely with the colossal fox apparition, Yu Wei grew ever more valiant in battle, his long sword flashing crimson, morphing into a towering great sword, the Demon Slayer's sword. This massive red sword, infused with immense power, descended upon Mei Mengxiang's foxtails. In the face of Yu Wei and Apos' renowned swordsmanship, Mei Mengxiang naturally retreated far away, skillfully evading the onslaught of the crimson giant sword with a series of swift movements. The sword and Apos' blade pivoted sharply, cleaving towards the demon army. A thunderous roar echoed as the demon forces were bifurcated, with those nearby the sword vaporizing into nothingness, leaving behind an unfathomable chasm. The formation of the demon army shattered in an instant, the illusion of the great fox dissipating into thin air. The phantom of the white tiger roared amidst the demon ranks, each claw and strike claiming countless lives. Witnessing this, Mei Mingxiang gritted her teeth and declared, Yu Wei, well done. Let us see if you can shield your human soldiers from this blow. She intended to repay the favor in kind, unleashing a lethal strike against humanity. At that moment, two formidable pressures surged from the east and west, causing Mei Mingxiang and Apos' expression to change dramatically. How could they arrive so swiftly? She exclaimed. All troops retreat. She had not anticipated the rapid arrival of the generals from the Qishao and Qinglan armies. If they were to be besieged, it would spell disaster for her today. However, her objectives had been achieved. There would be ample opportunities to slay humans. Yu Wei, until we meet again. As she gazed upon the generals Zhu Ziyan of the Qishao army and Lung Su of the Qinglan army, Yu Wei's mind cleared, shaking his head with a bitter smile. Father, I never imagined that I too would be kept in the dark. Chapter 22, Redeeming Military Achievements Kyoto. On the sacred mountain, within the splendid palace, Empress Xia Wushuang donned a robe of dark gold, her flowing black hair cascading like a waterfall. Her phoenix-like eyes, deep and profound, seemed to harbor the vastness of 1,000 stars, instilling a sense of awe in those who beheld her. She had just received the battle report from the Longtuan army. The Zhaoao Mirror had been shattered. General Zhu Ziyan of the Qishao army and General Lang Su of the Qinglan army had breached the demon defense lines, slaying countless foes. Marquis Angua, you continue to be a source of irritation. Yukuden and Apos, you have informed me beforehand about the Zhaoao Mirror? She muttered to herself, then turned to the void to issue her commands. General Zhu Ziyan and General Lung Su shall be rewarded with 500,000 source stones for their valor. Commander Yu Wei of the Longchuan army will be penalized with 1,500,000 source stones for his mismanagement that led to the shattering of the Zhaoao Mirror. Deliver the penalty order to the Marquis and Apos' residence for him to receive personally. Furthermore, the head of the demon-slaying division, Feng Qi, is guilty of unforgivable offenses and shall be demoted to the rank of white robe in the division, tasked with patrolling the various counties and slaying demons to serve the nation. The positions in the demon-slaying division, ranked from lowest to highest, are white robe, black robe, and golden robe, leading to the deputy head and the head. Feng Qi was being demoted from the highest rank to the lowest. Once the empress had given her orders, a distant voice echoed in the void, affirming her commands. On Qingzhou Mountain, Mo Han avoided the crowd, concealing her presence as she entered the Fula Quechuan and to meet Mo Yun. Since she had instructed Mo Han to flee to Qizhou Mountain, Mo Yun had not heard from her until now. This was also due to Mo Yun hiding in the Huaxiang Mountain and Danqi sect. The main purpose of her visit was to enhance the enslavement effect using the chaotic demon eye, enabling the enslaved to communicate with Mo Yun at any time, thus ensuring greater secrecy. Mo Han, clad in a white gauzy dress, with her hair elegantly pinned up and a deep blue metal hairpin accentuating her ethereal demeanor, knelt before her master. Rise, Mo Yun said, observing Mo Han and Apos' bowed head with a mix of emotions. Despite her usual cold demeanor, Mo Han now prostrated herself before him. Mo Han slowly stood but kept her head lowered, unable to meet Mo Yun and Apos' gaze. Look into my eyes, Mo Yun commanded. While Mo Han typically avoided eye contact out of fear, she gradually raised her gaze at Mo Yun and Apos' command. Mo Yun activated the chaotic demon eye, channeling a surge of chaotic energy from his eyes into Mo Han and Apos', ultimately penetrating her consciousness. Within her mind, A complex rune formed from chaotic energy suppressed her consciousness. With the addition of the chaotic rune, Imo-Han and Apos' consciousness became increasingly solidified. Imo-Yun sensed the change in her consciousness. Although slightly surprised, he accepted it as natural, recognizing that chaotic energy is elusive and enigmatic. The stronger she became, the more beneficial it was for him. Imo-Han, what is the current situation in the Shadow Pavilion? Imo-Yun and Apos' voice resonated in her mind like a divine being. Master, she replied reverently, gazing at him with admiration. The liaison from Qingju Workshop has contacted me, and I am to oversee all matters related to the Imo family village. Once I prepare, I shall return to continue investigating the secret realm. Additionally, thanks to this battle, I have fortuitously broken through to the first level of Qi refinement. Imo-Yun nodded in appreciation. Well done, congratulations on your progress. Can you discern the true identity of the liaison from Qingju Workshop? Imo-Han shook her head. The individual wore a mask, but from their voice and skin color, they seemed to be an elderly man. Upon hearing elderly man, Imo-Yun was reminded of the treasure appraiser from the Treasure Pavilion, who had given him a book titled Observations of the Immortal Realm. Although he could not discern the book's hidden techniques, he felt the individual likely harbored ill intentions. From now on, any intelligence will be directly communicated to me through the runes in your consciousness, especially regarding the Shadow Pavilion and Apos' actions. After giving her these instructions, Imo-Yun provided Imo-Han with 17 Qi gathering pills, facilitating her rapid breakthrough in cultivation. With Imo-Han acting as an undercover agent, he felt reassured about gaining insights into the Shadow Pavilion and Apos' movements. In the Qingju Mountain Square, Zhang Meng set up 2 wooden tables and chairs on the high platform, eagerly receiving demon cores and recording military achievements. Lin Chuan stood nearby, maintaining order in the queue. All cultivators wishing to exchange their military achievements lined up obediently, not daring to speak loudly, fearful of offending Zhang Meng and his peers. Exchanging demon cores for military achievements was a rare opportunity. 1 military merit equated to 100 source stones. 2 demon cores could be exchanged for 2 military merits. It was an incredible profit. Some individuals attempted to play tricks, hoarding other demon cores to exchange for military merits, but Zhang Meng swiftly intervened, throwing them out of the square and declaring, I only accept demon cores from fierce beasts that have transformed into demons. These cores are of low demon energy, appearing uneven and even cracked. Since then, cultivators seeking military merits had no choice but to venture out to slay demons or purchase cores from others at high prices. Currently, the price for demon cores from fierce beasts that had transformed exceeded 150 source stones, rivaling those from ancient demon clans. Imo-Yun, standing in line, listened to the whispers around him and gained a general understanding of the situation. Presently, everyone was targeting demon beasts of the Enlightenment realm to exchange cores for military merits. As for poisonous beasts, hardly anyone attempted to capture them since they were difficult to identify and time-consuming, making the hunt for Enlightenment realm demons a more pragmatic choice. Imo-Yun hesitated, contemplating whether to exchange all his demon cores for military merits at once. If he did so, it might attract the envy of other cultivators. He did not use all his transformed demon cores, opting for 900 to receive 900 military merits. However, these demon beasts had inferior physiques, offering no assistance to his current chaotic body, and no fusion prompt emerged. Imo-Yun surmised that only those with a medium physique or higher would elicit a response from his chaotic body. Have you heard? Old Zhang from Qingshi Street found over 100 demon cores in the Yunling Mountains, effortlessly earning over 200 military merits. He's overjoyed. I heard the head of the demon slaying division, Feng, utilized the Xiaoyao mirror to subdue the demons, leaving behind a plethora of demon cores, most of which were taken by the Jiang family from Yuling. Why am I not so fortunate? That's free military merit. Today, let's head to the Yunling Mountains and see if we can find some demon cores. 2 cultivators in the Enlightenment realm lamented. Upon hearing this, Imo-Yun smiled knowingly. After all, his own cores were gathered from the Yunling Mountains. The cultivators worked efficiently, and soon it was Mo-Yun and Apos' turn to exchange his demon cores. Zhang Meng, noticing Imo-Yun and Apos' bronze mask, teased, Brother, wearing a mask, are you afraid someone might rob you? Rest assured, no one is interested in a few demon cores these days. If they had the energy to rob you, they and Apos' be better off slaying more demons. Imo-Yun intended to respond, but was interrupted by another cultivator behind him. Brother, I bet you only have 2 cores at most. They're in Apos'. There's no way you have 3. Laughter erupted among the surrounding cultivators. Indeed, while demons were easier to slay now, not all cultivators could take down those of the Enlightenment realm. The main force remained those in the Qi refinement realm, who possessed greater strength and rich combat experience, allowing them to swiftly defeat demons. Over the past few days, most cultivators in the Enlightenment realm had gathered only 2 or 3 cores, while those in the Qi refinement realm had collected dozens, with old Zhang from Qingshi Street being an exception. Lin Chuan, concerned for Imo-Yun and Apos' embarrassment, interjected, Hey, brother. It's all good. We're all in the same boat. Once you redeem your military merits, you can exchange them for rare treasures, and who knows? Tomorrow you might be in the Chi refinement realm. Gathering dozens of demon cores daily is no trouble for those in the Chi refinement realm. Mo Yun glanced at Lin Chuan, nodded, and smiled. Thank you, brother. He then unfastened his storage bag from his waist and placed it on the wooden table. Zhang Ming gazed at the storage bag before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. What does this mean? Mo Yun scratched the back of his head, squinting his eyes with a grin. I am fortunate to have stumbled upon several hundred demon cores in the Yunling mountain range. As his words fell, the surrounding cultivators collectively inhaled sharply. There is indeed a child of destiny among us. If I heard correctly, he just mentioned hundreds. Zhang Ming swallowed hard, finding it hard to believe. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Chi refinement stage, yet he had not accumulated even 100 military merits from a single battle. While his counterpart had effortlessly gathered several hundred demon cores, what an easy way to earn military accolades. He turned to Lin Chuan. Xiao Chuan, what do you say we shed our uniforms and go collect demon cores? Lin Chuan's eyes brightened at the suggestion, weighing the benefits of enlisting versus gathering demon cores. Captain, I believe that an Oppos, a viable plan. Chapter 23. An encounter with Wang Feiyu and Huang Long. Zhang Ming was taken aback, not expecting Lin Chuan to harbor such thoughts. Without waiting for Lin Chuan to continue, he rose and kicked the ladder off the high platform. Subsequently, Zhang Ming gracefully seated himself on a wooden chair. Using his spiritual sense to probe the number of demon cores within the storage bag opened by Mo Yun through its restrictions, upon sensing the densely packed demon cores inside, his eyes widened in disbelief as he stared fixedly at Mo Yun, seemingly having seen a ghost. Seeing this, Lin Chuan assumed something had gone awry and hastily drew his sword, glaring menacingly at Mo Yun, prepared to charge forward at Zhang Ming's command. However, instead of an order, he was met with Zhang Ming's inquiry. Lin Chuan, if I were to say that I also wish to collect demon cores, would you still be willing to join me? Confused, Lin Chuan thought to himself that the captain must be testing him. He certainly did not want to be kicked again. Thus, he proclaimed loudly, Captain, the honor of a soldier cannot be exchanged for source stones. I take pride in slaying enemies on the battlefield, and I am ashamed to associate with petty merchants. Bang! Zhang Ming kicked Lin Chuan off the high platform once more. Brother, could you tell me how to collect these demon cores? What posture should I use? Mo Yun chuckled. Bend down to pick them up. Dawn and Oppos. Worry about the posture, but luck is essential. He had indeed amassed so many demon cores purely by chance, having fortuitously encountered and slain a charm beast without any difficulty. Zhang Ming grumbled as he processed Mo Yun and Oppos' military merit token, performing a series of actions. There are 1,800 military merits here. You've struck it rich. He gestured for Mo Yun to pour the demon cores from his storage bag into his own. However, the surrounding cultivators gasped in astonishment, frozen in place. 1,800 military merits? ISN and Oppos. That 900? Lin Chuan scrambled back onto the high platform, tugging at Zhang Ming in distress. Captain, let us go. Zhang Ming expressed his disdain. What are you doing? Pulling and tugging like that. Captain, we must collect demon cores. That's 1,800 military merits. How many demon creatures must I slay to earn that much military merit? Bang! Lin Chuan was once again kicked off the high platform. Zhang Ming chuckled awkwardly. I apologize for my laxity. I hope my brothers are not offended. Mo Yun shook his head and smiled wryly as he stowed away his storage bag and military merit token. Might I inquire, must one go to the county city to exchange goods? Zhang Ming replied, considering the inconvenience for cultivators to travel to the county city for exchanges. The general has transported a large quantity of supplies to various trading posts for redemption, located at the conscription office. Naturally, the variety and value cannot compare to those in the county city. Each trading post has a conscription office, typically responsible for recruiting and training new soldiers. These new recruits are assigned to patrol nearby areas, and when the numbers are sufficient or orders come from the front lines, they will be dispatched to the front. Mo Yun expressed his gratitude with a bow and then slowly made his way to the conscription office. He intended to see if there were any demon cores available. If he could redeem 5 more, his strength would surely surge once again. However, as Mo Yun departed, several cultivators stealthily followed him, including some at the Chi refinement stage. Zhang Ming observed everything with a disdainful snort. The demon cores collected by Old Zhang from Qingstone Street were vastly different from those of the masked man. Old Zhang's demon cores bore no bloodstains, indeed having been captured by the demon-slaying mirror. In contrast, each of the masked man and Oppos' demon cores had bloodstains and even bits of flesh attached, clearly indicating that they had been harvested from slain demons. Such a fierce individual would dare attempt to rob him? That would surely be a death wish. At the conscription office, the area was bustling with activity, as new recruits shouted loudly, striving to maintain order. Yet, with so many cultivators present, everyone feared that the goods would be fully redeemed, their hearts racing with anxiety. At that moment, a new recruit called out loudly, those exchanging for gathering chi pills, follow me to the square to queue. I assure you, there are plenty of pills. So do not panic. The crowd surged towards the square, leaving few cultivators remaining at the conscription office. Most were there to exchange for gathering chi pills. with 1 military merit redeeming 2 bottles, totaling 20 pills. Once cultivators acquired gathering chi pills, their strength would undoubtedly increase significantly, allowing them to slay even more demon creatures and redeem further resources. Once the crisis with the demon race was averted, the overall strength of the human race in Longchuan County would surely be enhanced. Junior brother, the demon race has truly done a great service this time. Senior brother, the demon-slaying mirror has been shattered. How many more from the human race will be slaughtered by the demons now that they can infiltrate the Great Xia Divine Dynasty? Junior brother, one must not speak so. The Great Xia Divine Dynasty does not rely solely on the demon-slaying mirror for defense against the demon race. It relies on the countless cultivators of the human race. The demon's entry into the Great Xia could serve to train human cultivators, which is not entirely a bad thing. Junior brother, do you think we should enlist in the military? Take a gamble for military merit? Senior brother, I believe the Longchuan army is indeed commendable. It is a good place to be. The conversation between the 2 nearby cultivators caught Mo Yun and Amp, Apos, s attention. Although they were disguised, Mo Yun was able to recognize them through his chaotic demon eye, as if their disguise had no effect whatsoever. It was none other than Wang Feiyu and Huang Long, who had escaped from the Corpse Shadow sect. Wang Feiyu was exceptionally intelligent, serving as the chief steward of the Corpse Shadow sect, skillfully managing all matters within the sect. Huang Long, on the other hand, was immensely powerful, purportedly capable of overpowering those at the 7th level of Qi refinement with his 4th level strength. Unfortunately, both were at the 4th level of Qi refinement, preventing the chaotic demon eye from inscribing chaotic runes within the seas of consciousness of those at a higher realm. Faced with assassination attempts from the Shadow Pavilion and the growing demand for resources, Mo Yun deemed it imperative to establish a force of his own. This would serve to collect information and safeguard his own security, as well as to gather sufficient source stones to support his cultivation needs. With these 2 managing affairs by his side, he could save himself from much trouble, focusing solely on alchemy within the Mountain Gate. However, if these 2 enlisted, that opportunity would slip away. Reluctantly, Mo Yun approached them, unabashedly initiating conversation. Fellow Taoists, I have heard that your insights on the current situation are profoundly insightful, and thus I wish to forge a friendship. This was a straightforward admission of his belief that they were talented individuals, and he desired to befriend them. Wang Feiyu, being a clever person, understood that directness was far more persuasive than beating around the bush. While there were intrigues among cultivators, there were also moments of sincerity. If they could get along, they would, and if not, they could part ways amicably. Moreover, having more friends would open more pathways, and regardless, it would provide an opportunity for deeper conversation. As expected, Wang Feiyu displayed great courtesy towards Mo Yun, who was at the enlightenment stage. I am flattered by your regard. Let us find a place later to converse freely. Huang Long chuckled beside him. Yes, let us drink and chat. He too noticed Mo Yun's cultivation level and felt no concern that Mo Yun might play tricks. Their disguise techniques were not something an enlightenment stage cultivator could see through, requiring at least the foundation establishment stage. Mo Yun clasped his hands in greeting, laughing heartily. You 2 lead the way. I will first go in to redeem my items, and we shall meet here shortly. Being wanted by the Four Seas Trading Association, they naturally did not dare to act within Qing Bamboo Alley, lest they reveal their whereabouts. Even if they were to act, Mo Yun was not afraid. He only needed to stealthily eliminate Huang Long, and, taking advantage of the invincibility effect of his minor chaotic body along with his 7,000 pounds of strength, he could easily slay any Qi refinement cultivator. Of course, this was under the assumption that they were unaware of his trump cards. Should they engage him for more than 10 breaths, he would be in peril. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long exchanged glances, impressed by Mo Yun's forthrightness and willingness to let them choose the location. Let us meet here tonight. We'll drink until we're satisfied, Wang Feiyu proposed with a smile. Huang Long laughed heartily. It's a deal. Mo Yun replied, it's a deal. Chapter 24, The Dragon's Breath Elixir at the Recruitment Office. This place was inherently not designed for the exchange of goods. Its layout was exceedingly rudimentary compared to the bustling military merit exchange in the square. A simple wooden table, a solitary wooden chair, and an aged soldier comprised the entirety of the scene. Mo Yun clasped his hands in a gesture of respect and inquired politely, Sir, are there any demon pills available for exchange? The old soldier glanced at Mo Yun, nodded slightly, and pushed a jade token towards him. Most cultivators frequented this place to exchange for chi-gathering pills or other cultivation resources, while demon pills were seldom sought after, though their availability was limited. Mo Yun picked up the jade token and pressed it against his forehead. Such tokens were crafted for the convenience of cultivators to record information, and they could easily access the data by placing it against their brow. A surge of information flooded into his mind, revealing all the items available at the recruitment office. Among the various demon pills, Mo Yun swiftly identified 5 suitable options: the Howling Moon Demon Wolf corresponding to the Een Scripture's small circulation, the Golden-Eyed Spirit Turtle corresponding to the Metal Scripture's small circulation, the Sea-Settling Whale corresponding to the Water Scripture's small circulation, the Hornwood Flood Dragon corresponding to the Wood Scripture and Apos, S small circulation, and the Mountain Cleaving Bull corresponding to the Earth Scripture and Apos, small circulation. The military and Oppos S resources were abundant. A result of years of relentless warfare, ensuring a wide variety of demon pills were at hand. Mo Yun had initially thought he would need to travel to the county city to procure materials, but he unexpectedly met his goal right here in the Qingzhou workshop. Sir, how much military merit is required for the Howling Moon Demon Wolf, Golden-Eyed Spirit Turtle, Sea-Settling Whale, Hornwood Flood Dragon, and Mountain-Cleaving Bull's Spirit Awakening Demon Pills? The old soldier chuckled. You've come at a fortunate time. Earning military merit is as easy as drinking water. He then gestured with 5 fingers. 5 military merits. Mo Yun produced his military merit token and allowed the soldier to deduct the 5 merits. The token seemingly contained 800 units of essence, with each unit representing 1 military merit, counted by transferring essence. Remembering the 2 individuals waiting outside, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long, he spent an additional 15 military merits to purchase a jar of Dragon's Breath Elixir. With his objective fulfilled, Mo Yun departed the recruitment office with satisfaction. The Jade token undoubtedly contained many valuable items, yet none were of immediate necessity for him. He preferred to reserve his military merits in hopes of exchanging for a source pulse later. Upon exiting the recruitment office, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were already waiting for Mo Yun. He clasped his hands in apology. I apologize for keeping you both waiting. Wang Feiyu adjusted his false beard and replied with a smile. Not at all, we arrived just in time. At that moment, he was filled with curiosity about Mo Yun and wished to learn more about him. The two led Mo Yun to the Hehuan Tower. Listening to the lively chatter around him, Mo Yun felt utterly speechless. He had not anticipated that they would choose such a venue. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After escaping the Corpsine sect, they had been pursued by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. The Hehuan Tower, being under the jurisdiction of the Hehuan sect, naturally attracted less scrutiny from the Four Seas Chamber. The three ascended to the top floor, where several private rooms were located, each protected by defensive formations capable of shielding against prying eyes. Mo Yun, holding the menu, smiled at the waitress. Please prepare a sumptuous feast for us. Fire-roasted crimson flame porcupine, steamed silver scale fish, thunder-patterned tiger bone soup, Polai immortal fruit platter, and sky-swallowing python soup. As for wine, I'll provide my own. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long stood frozen in place. The total cost of these dishes would easily exceed 500 source stones. If not for their recent slaying of several demon beasts, which provided them with some financial cushion, they would have been nearly driven to a sweat. They genuinely feared running out of source stones and being forced to work at the Hehuan Tower as courtesans. However, with source stones in hand, they felt a newfound confidence. If need be, they could simply earn less in the coming days. In the current climate of Longchuan County, failing to present 500 source stones would be a source of ridicule, particularly for two chi refinement cultivators. Noticing their astonishment, Mo Yun laughed heartily. You both honor me with your presence. Today's feast is on me. He aimed to establish an image of affluence and generosity in their minds, ensuring they could not see through his facade. Maintaining their curiosity would enhance the possibility of winning them over. In the past, if a cultivator had spent 500 source stones to treat Wang Feiyu and Huang Long, they would have assumed ulterior motives. Yet now that everyone had struck it rich, and with Mo Yun's straightforwardness, they naturally thought nothing amiss. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long clasped their hands in gratitude. Thank you, fellow cultivator. They then introduced themselves. You may call me Wang Yu. I am Huang Hu. Mo Yun nearly laughed out loud upon hearing Huang Long's self-introduction. The name seemed altered yet remained recognizable. The association of tiger with dragon was unavoidable, especially when paired with Huang Long's distinctly foolish demeanor, making his true identity quite easy to discern. You esteemed cultivators, I am Mo Yun, a nameless wandering cultivator. The more modest Mo Yun appeared, the more Wang Feiyu and Huang Long perceived him as a person of high status and profound depth. After all, a feast costing 500 source stones lay before them, making it difficult to remain inconspicuous. Mo Yun initiated a conversation regarding the current situation, for the three had intersected due to this very matter. I recently heard you both discussing the current state of affairs at the recruitment office, and I was deeply impressed. Hence my desire to befriend you. With the mirror of demons shattered, the demon race could indeed infiltrate the Great Xia, presenting both danger and opportunity, as you both have rightly pointed out. However, I believe the peril outweighs the opportunity. Wang Feiyu responded with an inquisitive "Oh, where does the danger lie? And where do the opportunities exist? Why do you believe the crisis surpasses the opportunity?" Mo Yun smiled and began. First, regarding the opportunity, the demon race and Oppos S invasion of the Great Xia allows us cultivators to hunt them down, which is a significant source of resources. Moreover, as battles increase, the combat prowess of the human race will also grow stronger. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long nodded in agreement. This was evident from the military merit they had accrued in recent days. As for the enhancement of combat strength, only the strong would survive. Mo Yun continued. The military does not have the manpower to garrison the Great Xia. They will inevitably collaborate with sects and noble families. By centering around these prominent families, they will establish territories and manage surrounding areas to prevent chaos from the demon race. Imagine, if faced with a demon, even if one lacks the strength to confront it. One can still rely on the military or the demon-slaying division to vanquish foes, while reaping considerable rewards. Would you not exert every effort to search for demons within your own territory? Thus, the demon race would encounter numerous obstacles within the Great Xia, forced to scurry like rats. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were left in a daze, unable to envision such a splendid scenario. Upon reflection, it genuinely seemed the best solution to the demon race's incursion. The military would simply need to deploy troops to slay demons, thereby stabilizing their rear guard, as this was their obligation. Meanwhile, the sects and noble families would only need to identify demons to reap substantial benefits. Such a mutually advantageous arrangement would surely be executed by General Yue, provided he was not foolish. Wang Feiyu was astonished by Mo Yun's keen insights into the situation and felt a surge of admiration. May I inquire, fellow cultivator, where does the crisis lie? Just then, the waitress arrived with the dishes, and Mo Yun deliberately paused for effect. Smiling, let us enjoy our meal as we converse. He then retrieved the dragon's breath elixir from his storage jade ring and filled their cups. Huang Long stared at the vibrant green liquid in his cup, exclaiming, "Is this truly dragon's breath elixir? This exquisite beverage, crafted from millennia-old G fruit, dragon's breath, and the essence of the 5 elements, could enhance the physical body, soul, and source power. A single cup would surpass a month of arduous training for a Qi refinement cultivator." Chapter 25, Talent through the introduction by Huang Long. They were all aware of the wondrous effects of the dragon saliva drunken immortal brew. Both Wang Feiyu and Huang Long certainly knew that this liquor could be exchanged at the recruitment office, yet they were dissuaded by the steep price of 16 military merits. Mo Yunduan raised his cup and laughed heartily. "My friends, let us drink without pause." Wang Feiyu replied with a smile, "Indeed, let the cups not cease." Huang Long chimed in cheerfully. They continued to drink, downing the contents of their cups in one go. A warm current flowed from their mouths into their bellies, subsequently enveloping their entire being. As their bodies warmed, their minds became increasingly clear and invigorated, surrounded by a surge of source energy. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long cultivated a strand of innate source energy within, elevating themselves to the 5th level of Qi refinement. After calming their internal source energy, they rose to express their gratitude to Mo Yun, thanking him for his generous gift of wine. Both men, already possessing profound foundations, experienced a breakthrough instantaneously due to the nourishing effects of the dragon saliva drunken immortal brew on their blood, source power, and spirit. Mo Yun clasped his hands in salute. "Congratulations to both of you. Please, sit and continue to drink." Wang Feiyu and Huang Long responded in unison, "Very well." After this event, they felt indebted to Mo Yun and had already come to regard him as a friend. Wang Feiyu exchanged a glance with Huang Long, who nodded in understanding. "Mo Yun, my fellow Taoist, my brother and I owe you an apology. We have concealed matters from you." They expected Mo Yun to be curious about the nature of their secrecy, but he merely smiled and said, "Who does not have secrets? Such trivialities are of little consequence." Wang Feiyu and Huang Long had intended to reveal their true identities to Mo Yun, considering that if he were their enemy, he could have reported them for a reward long ago. The notion of spending 500 source stones to treat them to a meal as a means of testing their intentions seemed illogical, especially since the bounty offered by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce was merely 200 source stones. No one would engage in such folly as to spend 500 source stones for a task that yielded only 200. Wang Feiyu clasped his hands and said, "Mo Yun, my true name is Wang Feiyu." He gestured to Huang Long beside him. "This is my senior brother." Huang Long and Mo Yun shook his head and chuckled. "You two are scapegoats of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, so you must exercise caution. It is of little consequence." He introduced himself once more. "I am Mo Yun." Wang Feiyu and Huang Long bowed their heads in shame, realizing that Mo Yun had introduced himself sincerely by his true name, while they had been evasive. This filled them with a profound sense of guilt. While feelings of shame and guilt are significant, it is even more crucial to resolve them, allowing the other party to genuinely accept oneself from the heart. Thus, Mo Yun lifted the wine jar and poured drinks for Wang Feiyu and Huang Long. "My friends, do not dwell on this matter. If you consider it from a different perspective, your actions were indeed wise. One and Oppos, S safety must come first. Now, let us raise our cups and drink." After leaving the Corpsine sect, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were wanted by the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce. During this time, they had indeed lived a miserable existence, evading capture. They had initially hoped to eradicate the demon race while it gathered in the Yunling mountain range and subsequently seek refuge with the Jiang family of Yunling. However, the Demon Slayer's chief wielding the demon-exposing mirror exterminated all the demons. To make matters worse, the Jiang family of Yunling promptly withdrew their recruitment order. Without a powerful faction to rely on, it would be challenging for the two to establish a foundation. Mo Yun, thank you. Thank you. Mo Yun raised his cup to clink with theirs, and the atmosphere grew lively once more. Wang Feiyu inquired, "Mo Yun, let us continue our unfinished discussion. Where lies the danger?" Mo Yun finished his wine and clicked his tongue. "Danger? Let us first discuss the peril in Longwan Prefecture. Without the demon-exposing mirror, demons can infiltrate the Great Xia, leaving the Longchuan army vulnerable to attacks from both flanks. Each battle will require consideration of rear assaults, which will strain their forces significantly. Huang Long chuckled. The number of demons cannot be too great. How could they impact the front lines? Mo Yin replied with a smile. Do not underestimate the demons in Longtuan Prefecture. If those in Qishao Prefecture and Qinglan Prefecture, or even scattered demons from other prefectures, quietly gather, they can strike during a major battle. Upon hearing this, both men fell silent. Indeed, while the demons infiltrating from the Tianmen Pass of Longchuan Prefecture might not be numerous, the addition of others from different prefectures could turn the tide. As long as they seize the opportunity to gather swiftly before a battle, the situation could change dramatically. Low-level cultivators primarily rely on formations to engage in battle. If demons were to suddenly appear from the rear, it would undoubtedly unsettle the troops, diminishing the formation's effectiveness. Such a slight discrepancy could alter the outcome of the battle. Mo Yin continued, next, we must consider the crisis facing us cultivators. Both men straightened their backs. Having discerned that Mo Yin was no ordinary individual, his insights into the situation were profound, and he possessed considerable wealth and a mysterious identity. In a calm voice, Mo Yin said, firstly, high-level demons can conceal their auras with treasures, infiltrating the Great Xia to commit acts of violence or even plunder the wealth of noble families. If their strength is sufficient and their speed is swift, they can kill and flee before the Longtuan army can respond. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long nodded in agreement. Secondly, the suppression of loose cultivators by sects and noble families. As mentioned earlier, these powerful entities will surveil the demons, greatly constraining the living space for loose cultivators. In such circumstances, they will be subject to control even on the territories of others, limiting their freedom of movement. Without fortuitous encounters or resources, the lives of loose cultivators will become increasingly arduous. Though loose cultivators may seem to thrive now with their military merits, they will soon find themselves lamenting. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were rendered speechless by Mo Yin's words. It was as if he was speaking directly to their circumstances. Just days prior, life had indeed been challenging. Mo Yin smiled mysteriously. Huang Daoist, what solutions do you propose for such a situation? Huang Long scratched his head. I think we could seek refuge with a powerful sect or noble family, or perhaps join the military. Both seem viable paths. Wang Feiyu contemplated for a long while before clapping his hands and laughing. According to Mo Daoist's analysis, loose cultivators will ultimately have nowhere to go. So their only refuge will be in public areas, like Chizhu Mountain. Since loose cultivators are trending towards gathering here, why shouldn't we spend money to purchase land in advance? Whether we sell the land at a high price later or build shops to rent out, we can secure a carefree life for the rest of our days. Huang Long gasped in surprise. Junior brother, you're brilliant. With source stones in hand, one can travel wherever they please. Mo Yun was equally astonished by Wang Feiyu's intelligence. After his analysis, the latter had discovered a path in real estate development. Talent, undoubtedly talent. Yet, it was necessary to continue the ruse and keep them intrigued. Mo Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Wang Daoist, do you believe my approach has flaws? Mo Yun clinked cups with the two once more before finally chuckling. Wang Daoist, your foresight in seeking wealth through such means is certainly commendable. However, he paused, prompting Huang Long to urge him on. But what? Mo Yun, pleased with Huang Long's eagerness, continued. Have you considered how you would contend with the Four-Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Treasure Pavilion, and other powerful factions? To put it plainly, if you purchase land and build shops, do you truly believe it would belong to you? A mere foundation establishment cultivator from those great powers could easily eliminate you. Having heard this, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long understood the gravity of the situation. Those formidable factions could dispatch just one foundation establishment cultivator to deal with them, leaving them with little chance of survival. Even if they could afford the land, they would not live to enjoy it. The survival of the fittest is the unchanging truth of the cultivation world. Wang Feiyu raised his cup to Mo Yun and asked, might you have a good strategy? Mo Daoist? Chapter 26. Subduing two. Mo Yun tore off a leg of the crimson flame porcupine and handed it to Wang Feiyu and Huang Long. My esteemed friends, let us dine while we converse. The matter at hand certainly concerned their futures, and they were understandably anxious. They were all too familiar with the struggles of wandering cultivators. As Mo Yun savored the exquisite roasted porcupine leg, crisp on the outside and tender within, paired with a goblet of dragon's breath wine, he relished the delectable flavors. Meanwhile, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were somewhat distracted, their minds clouded with worries about what lay ahead. Under the impending circumstances, Wang Feiyu felt confident that he would fare decently. Yet he knew that leading a comfortable life would be akin to climbing the heavens, while one could live in complacency. If they aspired to establish a solid foundation and rise above, the path would be fraught with challenges. After allowing them to ponder for a moment, Mo Yun spoke softly. Your idea of purchasing land and establishing a shop is indeed splendid. We merely need to fortify one aspect. We should seek a figure whom the Four-Seas Chamber of Commerce and Treasure Pavilion dare not provoke to serve as our backing, he continued. Huang Long sighed heavily. If we could find such a person, we would have already sought refuge. Wang Feiyu's eyes lit up as he gazed at Mo Yun. May I inquire who that esteemed individual is? Mo Yun smiled and replied, I am Mo Yun, the eldest son of the Duke of Dingyuan. My grandfather is the Duke of Anghua, and my uncle is the General Yue of the Longtuan army, although he was not favored and constantly faced assassination attempts. This fact alone would easily intimidate Wang Feiyu and Huang Long. Upon hearing this, both Wang Feiyu and Huang Long widened their eyes, scrutinizing Mo Yun with disbelief. Yet they could find no reason to suspect deceit, for Mo Yun and Appo's demeanor was far from ordinary. At that moment, Mo Yun shook his head with a bitter smile. I fear you may find it amusing, but I am indeed not favored within the Duke's household. My mother passed away during my birth, and my father harbors resentment towards me, leading to my early return to my ancestral home in Longtuan County. Nonetheless, my grandfather and uncle treat me with great kindness. Mo Yun possessed the audacity to defy General Yue. The general held Mo Yun in high regard, had he not been stationed on the battlefield. Mo Yun and Appo's life would not have been so arduous. Hearing this, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long and Appo's eye sparkled once more. Regardless of the direct assistance from the Duke of Dingyuan, the Duke of Anghua, and General Yue, even a mere title was enough to deter the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce from acting recklessly. Would anyone dare to seize the property of a prominent noble? It would be tantamount to disregarding the Duke's honor. The mere mention of the Duke of Anghua or General Yue carried weight beyond mere strength. Both men swallowed hard, wanting to voice their thoughts but hesitating. Mo Yun, understanding their intentions, recognized their desire to align themselves with a figure of such high standing in the Great Xia. However, he wished to be forthright and lay everything bare. He could see their commendable characters. They were not the type to forsake principles for profit. Moreover, Wang Feiyu was shrewd. Betraying Mo Yun would yield little benefit, as any bounty would eventually be spent, while aligning with Mo Yun could offer him a glimpse into a different life. Due to my father's influence, I am currently being hunted by an assassin organization, but I have faked my own death to escape, Mo Yun said, fixing his gaze on Wang Feiyu and Huang Long. Should either of them dare to entertain treachery, he would not hesitate to strike down Huang Long first, employing the invincible nature of his minor chaotic body to eliminate Wang Feiyu thereafter. The two men appeared momentarily stunned, but soon their hearts swelled with emotion. Mo Yun had treated them with unwavering sincerity, placing great importance on their alliance. He had candidly shared his lack of favor and the peril of being hunted, revealing no secrets. They could see that Mo Yun valued their talents and wished to bring them into his fold, which aligned perfectly with their current aspirations. Wang Feiyu turned to Huang Long. Brother, I am honored by your regard. I wish to pledge my allegiance to you, and from this day forth, I shall follow your lead. He then asked, what do you think, brother? Huang Long chuckled, glancing at both Wang Feiyu and Mo Yun. While I do not consider myself particularly clever, I have an excellent eye for character. Mo Yun is indeed a person worthy of trust. Mo Yun was pleasantly surprised by how smoothly things were proceeding. Engaging with intelligent individuals truly demonstrated that sincerity is the ultimate strategy. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long rose and approached Mo Yun, kneeling on one knee in unison, declaring, please, noble sir, take us in. We are willing to brave fire and water for you. Mo Yun hurried to his feet, assisting them in rising. I am deeply grateful for your esteem. Henceforth, let us support one another in our quest for a brighter future. He then gestured for them to take their seats again, resuming their revelry with drinks. Mo Yun chuckled wryly. I had only shared half of my strategy. I did not anticipate being interrupted by you two. Oh, the pair responded with curiosity. What further plans do you have? Mo Yun nodded. While you both consider establishing yourselves in Qingzhou Fang, have you contemplated that we could also claim land? By purchasing land, building shops, and ultimately selling them, we could generate profits much more efficiently than simply acquiring land. In time, we could develop a new and Appo's, Qingzhou Fang, and Appo's. The cultivators who cannot find space in Qingzhou Fang would surely flock to us. As he spoke, Mo Yun retrieved a map of Longchuan County from his storage jade ring, pointing to the entrance of Danqi sect. Feiyu, Huang Long, observed this location. Huang Long inquired, is this not the entrance to the Corpsine sect? Mo Yun smiled. Precisely, it is the entrance to the Corpsine sect. Now, look to the north. He traced his finger along the map to the Qingfeng mountain range, and observed the southeastern Wuliang mountain range. Wang Feiyu gasped in astonishment. If we were to also seize the southwestern Luoxiao mountain range, we would encircle an immense area of roughly 500 miles, including the outer radius. Our dominion could extend over 800 miles. He noted that the entrance to the Corpsine sect was quite close to Qingzhou Mountain, merely over 500 miles away. Huang Long, however, expressed concern, but the Luoxiao mountain range lacks a source vein. Without a defensive array, what significance does this land claim hold? Mo Yun chuckled. Huang Long, we can plant a source vein there. Huang Long gasped again, looking at Mo Yun in astonishment. Are you suggesting we invite geomancers to implant a source vein within the mountains? Geomancers were a unique class of cultivators capable of completely extracting source veins and implanting them based on the terrain. Mo Yun nodded and said, indeed. Let us have geomancers plant a source vein in the Luoxiao mountain range. With a source vein, we can establish defensive arrays and restrictions, significantly hampering enemy incursions into our territory. Conversely, cultivators we deem acceptable will have free access, whether for trade or residence, as we shall ensure their safety. Wang Feiyu pondered for a moment before stating, the Qifeng mountain range currently belongs to the Qin family, while the Wuyang mountain is under the Wang family. Both families have 2 qi refining cultivators stationed there, along with many opening aperture cultivators. Dealing with them will be problematic. Furthermore, I have received news that the entrance to the Corpse Yin sect has already been reclaimed by the Danqi sect. They possess considerable tactics, having restored the 8 gates golden lock array, making their defenses as solid as rock. Mo Yin smiled. The Danqi sect is under my covert control. As for the Wuyang mountain and Qingfeng mountain, we shall pay them a visit together and bring them under our banner. Regarding the source vein, I currently possess 1780 military merits, more than sufficient to exchange for a low-grade source vein. The price for such a vein is approximately 100,000 source stones, while the military merit exchange requires only 1,000. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were utterly astonished, murmuring in disbelief. The Danqi sect? 1780 military merits? What kind of power could slay so many demon clans? The Danqi sect is subtly under the control of the other party, revealing that Mo Yin has long had a plan in mind, even in their absence. The region within an 800-mile radius centered around the Danqi sect is undoubtedly within his grasp. At this moment, Wang Feiyu is filled with inner turmoil. They, as brothers, are aware of the multitude of secrets held by Mo Yin, although he has been forthright with them. The foremost duty of a subordinate is to ensure the master's peace of mind, for only then can one thrive and endure. Moreover, the vision of power that Mo Yin has sketched out in a few words fills him with exhilaration. He is confident that he can achieve significant advancement in this venture. Surrender must be absolute. Fickleness is the hallmark of a petty person, leading to a swift demise. Considering that Mo Yin dares to divulge such numerous secrets to them, would he fear their revelation? Do they possess the means to disclose them? How much strength lies concealed beneath Mo Yin's facade of enlightenment? Given this, it would be prudent to take the initiative to alleviate the master and Appo's burdens, to be a comforting presence. With this thought, Wang Feiyu rises, kneeling on both knees, and respectfully implores, for the grand ambitions of the young master, please bestow upon this subordinate a means of support, for without it, Feiyu's heart remains uneasy. Upon witnessing this scene, Huang Long experiences a sudden realization and likewise kneels, earnestly requesting Mo Yin to grant him a means of support. Young master, all for the sake of the grand enterprise. Chapter 27. Second layer of Qi refinement. Mo Yin attempted to support them, saying, Feiyu, Huang Long, how could it come to this? My willingness to share secrets with you is a testament of my trust. Wang Feiyu interjected, my lord, I understand your trust in my brothers, but rules must not be disregarded. While I pledge to serve you for a lifetime, violating the rules undermines your grand ambitions. Human nature is the most inscrutable. If everyone thinks like this, great endeavors will falter. Wang Feiyu was astute and eloquent, his arguments so compelling that Mo Yin found it difficult to refuse. Even Huang Long, who stood beside them, was momentarily taken aback by his words. My lord, I may not be as clever as my junior brother, but the reasoning is clear. If I have never contemplated betraying you, why should I be concerned about these trivial means? Mo Yin sighed in resignation. Very well, very well. You both have treated me sincerely, supporting me in my most challenging times. I shall not let your hearts grow cold. My methods will not harm you. You shall remain as you are. Moreover, it may even bestow upon you a tremendous opportunity. The chaotic runes suppressing the sea of consciousness could refine the soul, and the benefits were self-evident. Although Mo Yin had only reached the Qi refinement stage and could not inscribe chaotic runes directly into the sea of consciousness, if the other party were to open their minds, it would be a different matter. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long seemed oblivious to Mo Yin and Appo's words. How could one control another without inflicting harm? They continued to plead, my lord, please act swiftly. My brothers and I will cooperate fully. Mo Yin helped them to their feet, one at a time. Feiyu, look into my eyes and open your mind. Upon hearing this, Wang Feiyu raised his head and gazed into Mo Yin's eyes, releasing his mental barriers. Mo Yin activated his chaotic magic eyes, channeling a surge of chaotic energy from his gaze into Wang Feiyu and Appo's eyes, entering his sea of consciousness. The chaotic energy coalesced into runes within Wang Feiyu and Appo's sea of consciousness. Subsequently, Wang Feiyu felt a tremendous enhancement of his soul, his power now comparable to that of a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner. In shock, he stammered, this. Witnessing Wang Feiyu and Appo's astonishment, Huang Long felt a surge of anxiety. Junior brother, what has happened to you? Regaining his composure, Wang Feiyu disregarded Huang Long and knelt, bowing deeply. I thank you, my lord, for bestowing this opportunity. My soul strength has now reached the 9th layer of Qi refinement, which will greatly aid my foundation building in the future. The stronger the soul during foundation building, the higher the probability of successfully condensing the foundation. Seeing that Wang Feiyu was unharmed and had gained such a significant advantage, Huang Long was equally astounded. Your methods are truly enigmatic and marvelous, my lord. Treasures that enhance the soul are coveted by all great families. Yet our Lord's techniques empower the soul. Such a fortuitous opportunity was too good for Huang Long to pass up. He disregarded his image, tugging at Mo Yun and Appo's trousers, pleading, "My lord, I beseech you to show mercy to your subordinate." Mo Yun, bemused by Huang Long's crude plea, responded, all right, get up. Otherwise, others might think we share an improper relationship." After marking Huang Long with the chaotic magic eyes, his soul power reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. Huang Long and Appo's innate talent was indeed far superior to Wang Feiyu and Appo's Feiyu. Huang Long, should you wish to contact me in the future, you may directly link with the runes in your sea of consciousness. You can reach me from any location, transcending all barriers of time and space. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were utterly astounded. "My lord, your divine prowess is unparalleled. We shall surely assist you in achieving your grand ambitions." Mo Yun was exceedingly pleased with the effects of the chaotic magic eyes. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long possessed complete personalities, yet they would not betray him. However, Mo Yun had now exhausted his quota of 10. Ding Fuxing, Mo Han, Wang Feiyu, Huang Long, the Golden Eagle Demon, the White Wolf King, the Corrupted Bone Rat King, 2 armored pangolin demons, and the dark green Corrupted Bone Rat. The White Wolf King and the Corrupted Bone Rat King would serve as his eyes, while the Golden Eagle Demon could control its kind as a means of transportation. He only needed to keep 1 armored pangolin demon, while the dark green Corrupted Bone Rat could be discarded. "Feiyu, Huang Long, I have an important task for you." They both bowed in unison. "Please instruct us, my lord." "You two shall take my military merit token to the county city to exchange for a low-grade source vein and a mid-grade formation, the Celestial Star Array. I shall await you at Danchi Sect. Remember to exercise utmost caution on your journey. A low-grade source vein, if news of it leaks. Countless cultivators will attempt to seize it. Only a foundation-building practitioner can safeguard a complete low-grade source vein." After finishing their meals, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long accepted their orders and departed for the county city. The cultivators who had initially trailed Mo Yun with intentions of robbery were frightened into retreat upon seeing him conversing amiably with the 2 Qi refinement practitioners, with Mo Yun at the forefront. Disregarding these trifling fish, Mo Yun hurried back to the back mountain forbidden area of Danchi Sect to open new dantians. Time passed swiftly, and 3 days slipped by in an instant. Once again, Mo Yun successfully opened 5 dantians: the Wood Dantian, Earth Dantian, Metal Dantian, Water Dantian, and Yin Dantian. Now, he possessed 11 dantians within his body. Nurtured by the source energy, his overall strength surged to 11,000 pounds, 10 times that of an ordinary perfected Qi refinement practitioner, comparable to that of a consummate Qi refinement stage. A practitioner of Qi refinement typically gains 1,000 pounds of strength from a source energy. So a perfected Qi refinement stage would be around 11,000 pounds. Having established his dantians, the next step was to cultivate the innate source energy and step into the Qi refinement stage, relying on the mystical capabilities of the purple gold gourd. With a thought, the surrounding source energy surged forth, forming a colossal rainbow vortex. Although Danchi Sect possessed merely a flawed low-grade source vein, the concentration of source energy was over 10 times that of the falling sunset mountain. Mo Yun exerted himself to operate the 9 nether celestial Dan technique, guiding the extraordinary energy within his dantians through the small circulatory system of the divine aperture. After depleting 10 points of Tao Source, he nurtured a strand of innate source energy within both the divine aperture dantian and the main dantian, while simultaneously his mental power transformed and evolved into soul energy. Mo Yun closed his eyes, sensing his surroundings, and discovered that everything within a Tuzhong radius was within his perception, vividly clear. The innate source energy within the dantian radiated a spectrum of colors, quietly hovering at the center of the dantian, absorbing surrounding source energy and converting it into pure source energy. This pure source energy, born from the innate source energy, resonated harmoniously with Mo Yun, allowing him to control it with his soul and unleash it externally at will. Next, he expended another 20 points of Tao Source to nurture a strand of innate source energy within the Yin Dantian and the main Dantian. Thus, Mo Yun ascended to the second layer of Qi refinement, and the range of his soul perception expanded to 4 zhang. His overall strength reached 15,000 pounds. Host, Mo Yun, Physique, Minor Chaos Body Mid-Grade, Realm. Second layer of Qi refinement, Cultivation Technique, 9 Nether Celestial Dan Technique, Source Techniques, Shadow Kill, Low Grade. Ice Lotus Sword Dance, Mid-Grade, Tao Source, 0. Indeed, it was the Tao Source that facilitated rapid enhancement. After a brief period of adjustment, Mo Yun rose and left the secret passage of Danchi Sect. Through the White Wolf King, Corrupted Bone Rat King, and Golden Eagle Demon, he learned of the distribution of nearby demon tribes. Within the circle formed by Qi Feng Mountain, Falling Sunset Mountain, and Wuyong Mountain, nearly 600 demon creatures were entrenched. This was the primordial capital for Mo Yun to establish his power, and he naturally sought to secure it swiftly. As for the venomous beasts, Mo Yun had no time to concern himself with them, as distinguishing between venomous and ferocious beasts was exceedingly challenging. The Golden Eagle Demon soared through the skies while Mo Yun wreaked havoc on the ground. With the guidance of the Golden Eagle Demon, his efficiency was unparalleled. Many cultivators complained of a Chi refinement practitioner donning a bronze mask, who left no demon alive in his wake. At the moment when Mo Yun vanquished the demon race, the voice of Mo Han resonated within his mind. Young master, the latest intelligence reveals that Duke Dingyuan has employed the blood source secret technique and has discerned your famed death escape plan. In 6 months, he intends to bring your 3 younger brothers to Longtuan County, proclaiming his intention to discipline you thoroughly. Furthermore, the Shadow Pavilion has issued a highest-level heavenly assassination order, mandating your demise within the next 6 months. Currently, all assassins in Longtuan County are in pursuit of your whereabouts. Mo Yun had previously encountered the blood source secret technique within the text of Danchi sect. This technique utilizes the essence of the same bloodline to deduce heavenly secrets for rapid location identification. However, it pertains to the calculation of celestial mysteries, which should be shielded by the lesser chaotic body. Given this, why was Mo Wintian able to employ the blood source secret technique to ascertain my life or death? This seems illogical. Mo Han, when approximately did Mo Wintian deploy the blood source secret technique to unravel my famed death escape plan? Young master. It was likely around 7 days ago. The exact timing eludes me. If it was indeed 7 days prior, that indicates it occurred before the manifestation of the lesser chaotic body. Presently, Mo Wintian cannot possibly trace Mo Yun using the blood source secret technique. Yet, the disturbances from the Shadow Pavilion and Mo Wintian have left Mo Yun feeling utterly helpless. He closed his eyes, inhaled deeply, and calmly stated, "Relay any news at the earliest opportunity." Chapter 28. Chen Fan. Mo Yun harbored no fondness for the Duke of Dingyuan. In fact, he felt an extreme aversion towards him. The Duke, evading reality, shifted all responsibility onto a newborn infant, refusing to embrace the duties of fatherhood. While Mo Wintian had garnered immense military accolades, his reputation was tied solely to the Duke, not to Mo Yun's lineage. Now, this father, who had never taken an interest in him, proclaimed his intent to exercise authority over him, even leaking the news of his feigned death, which incited relentless pursuits by the Shadow Pavilion. Mo Yun found himself questioning whether Mo Wintian had instigated the attempts on his life. With troubles mounting, it became imperative to devise a solution. The foremost task was to subjugate the Qingfeng Chen family and the Wuliang Wang family, thereby establishing a clandestine force of his own. This would not only enable him to gather resources but also provide a means of defense against the Shadow Pavilion in dire circumstances. The Qingfeng Chen family possessed a heritage of Earth Masters, and it was rumored that their incomplete inferior source vein had begun to evolve into a complete one after years of nurturing. The Wuliang Wang family, on the other hand, was renowned for their expertise in formations within the Qingjufang. Currently, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were en route and would return in 5 days. To avert unforeseen complications, it was crucial to first secure the Qifeng Chen family and plant the source vein as soon as it arrived. In the Qifeng mountain range, Mo Yun intentionally slaughtered the demon clans to eliminate the Qingfeng Chen family's demons, thus luring out the decision-maker. While collecting the spoils, a 7th-tier Qi refinement cultivator approached, accompanied by 20 or so Enlightenment Realm practitioners. The 7th-tier cultivator, clad in azure robes with a blue wooden hairpin adorning his coiffure, wielded a wooden sword, appearing ethereal. The nearby Enlightenment Realm cultivators, lips pursed and eyes wide, reported with palpable indignation. Patriarch, this individual has eradicated all the demons in the Qingfeng mountain range. We have no demons left to slay. The 7th-tier cultivator clasped his hands towards Mo Yun, his demeanor calm and courteous. Friend, I am Chen Fan, the patriarch of the Qifeng Chen family. May I inquire as to why you have dispatched the demons of our mountain? Upon seeing Chen Fan, Mo Yun's heart leaped with joy. He had finally encountered the rightful figure. However, he concealed his elation, frowning as he retorted, "Is it not a good deed to assist the Chen family in exterminating demons? Why do you mobilize your forces to question me? Does your Qifeng Chen family have some collusion with the demons?" Confronted with Mo Yun's pointed accusations, the Enlightenment Realm disciples of the Chen family seethed with rage. Itching to confront him, Mo Yun observed the boldness of his potential subordinates and could not help but nod in satisfaction. Chen Fan, maintaining his customary composure, shook his head with a smile. "My friend, that is a jest. Who in Longtuan County is unaware that demons are akin to moving military merit? You have nearly purged the demons from the Qingfeng mountain range. Isn't that seizing my Chen family's glory?" Mo Yun acknowledged the truth of the situation. Indeed, the demons were a form of military merit. "Can you wield authority within the Chen family?" he countered. Chen Fan, momentarily flustered by the retort, was quickly steadied by an Enlightenment Realm cultivator who clenched his teeth and declared, "My father is the patriarch of the Chen family. What do you think?" Mo Yun turned his curious gaze towards the brash Enlightenment Realm practitioner. "What is your name?" "I am Chen Tianxi." Before Chen Tianxi could finish his brazen declaration, Chen Fan silenced him firmly. "My friend, I can indeed make decisions within the Qifeng Chen family. If you have any requests, you may discuss them with me." Chen Fan assumed Mo Yun sought to negotiate the distribution of demon cores. Mo Yun frowned and inquired, "What of the other Qi refinement cultivator in the Chen family? Chun Fan responded with a courteous bow. That would be my mother, a consummate chi refinement practitioner. She is currently seeking an opportunity to break through to the foundation establishment stage, and I can decisively resolve matters of great import within the family. Mo Yun appraised Chun Fan, discreetly nodding his approval. Chun Fan possessed a gentle and refined personality, treating others with warmth and grace, which was commendable. Mo Yun surveyed the surrounding Enlightenment Realm practitioners and remarked coolly, "You shall accompany me to discuss matters in detail. Let these impulsive youths remain here." Chun Fan concurred, recognizing the need for discretion regarding family affairs, and nodded in agreement. He instructed the Enlightenment Realm cultivators to wait and not wander off. After issuing his orders, he followed Mo Yun to a nearby boulder. With hands clasped behind his back, Mo Yun gazed into the distance, his elegant attire billowing in the wind, exuding an indescribable charm. Chun Fan noted the extraordinary demeanor of Mo Yun, recognizing he was no ordinary individual, yet family interests took precedence, compelling him to advocate for his kin. "My friend, the Qingfeng mountain range harbors nearly 200 demons. Might you consider returning some demon cores to my Chun family? The various prominent families have been capitalizing on the turmoil caused by the demons, and my Chun family has already fallen behind. Should we lose these demons, our family would be in peril. If you require Earth Masters to nurture your source vein in the future, the Chun family will certainly assist you." Mo Yun turned to Chun Fan, his voice ethereal as he interrupted, "Chun Fan, do you believe the Chun family has a promising future?" Meeting Mo Yun's gaze, Chun Fan's lips curled into a slight smile, tinged with pride. "Certainly. The Chun family has a future. My mother is a consummate chi refinement practitioner, and at merely 38 years of age, I am already a 7th-tier chi refinement cultivator with hopes of establishing a foundation. You have seen the valor of my family's younger generation. They are all formidable individuals." I still have. Mo Yun shook his head slightly, a hint of displeasure evident in his voice as he interrupted, "Chun Fan, do you truly believe that a consummate chi refinement practitioner, a 7th-tier chi refinement cultivator, and a group of inexperienced Enlightenment Realm practitioners constitute the future of your Chun family? Are you certain you are not jesting?" Chun Fan, confronted with Mo Yun's probing questions, lowered his head in shame, unable to meet his gaze any longer. This was not the future he had envisioned. In his youth, he had aspired to lead his family to great heights and witness extraordinary vistas. However, the harshness of reality had drained his resolve, leaving him weary of seeking more. The dreams of youth had become mere fantasies. Yet, in the face of Mo Yun's interrogation, he felt a flicker of defiance. Why was he being questioned? A 7th-tier chi refinement practitioner was a respected figure in Qi Zhufang, if not the pinnacle of power. Who was this individual to challenge him? To dismiss his efforts? Chun Fan raised his head, locking eyes with Mo Yun. The resources of Qizhu Mountain were meager, and achieving the chi refinement stage was no small feat. How many remained trapped at the pinnacle of the Enlightenment realm, unable to progress? Was the Chun family truly lacking? Mo Yun shook his head, letting out a long sigh. "Chun Fan, the times have changed. If the Chun family remains stagnant, it will surely face annihilation within 5 years. Chun Fan clenched his fists, his eyes blazing with unspoken fury. Even with his typically placid temperament, he could not tolerate such denigration of the Chun family. "Very well. If you cannot provide a satisfactory explanation today, I, Chun Fan, vow to duel you and settle this dispute." Mo Yun, taken aback by Chun Fan's challenge, chuckled. "Ah, I did not foresee you possessing such spirit. Let me ask you, how does the Qingfeng Chun family compare to the Jiang family of Yunling?" With a cold huff, Chun Fan refrained from admitting the truth. The Jiang family was indeed stronger. The Jiang family was a foundation establishment family, far beyond the current capabilities of the Chun family. And how does it measure against Danchi sect? Before Chun Fan could respond, Mo Yun interjected, "Currently, Danchi sect boasts 3 chi refinement practitioners and is on the verge of producing a foundation establishment cultivator within the year." Chapter 29. The submission of the Qingfeng Chun family. Chun Fan initially wished to scoff dismissively at the mention of the Danchi sect, but after hearing Mo Yun and Appo's words, he restrained himself. Even if 3 initial stage chi refinement cultivators collaborated effectively, they could likely hold back the Chun family, given the multitude of Qin clan members. 2 chi refinement experts would struggle to monitor them all. The individual before him, so familiar with the Danchi sect and claiming he would reach the foundation establishment stage within a year, was undoubtedly a member of that sect. Mo Yun, with a sense of resignation, elucidated the current situation to Chun Fan. The shattered mirror of revealing demons allowed the demon race to lurk within the borders of the Great Xia at any moment. Meanwhile, the military found itself besieged on all sides, lacking sufficient forces to guard Longtuan County. They would inevitably rely on the sects and prominent families to restrain the demons. To compel these sects and families into action, the military would dispatch patrol teams or the demon-slaying department to assist in exterminating the demons. But the majority of the rewards would go to the sects and families. Assistance could be sought from the Longtuan army or the demon-slaying department to aid in slaying demons. One would merely need to locate the demons themselves. The various factions would undoubtedly be dissatisfied with merely holding their territories and would yearn for expansion. Only the demons within their own territories could they manage freely. With the Qin family adjacent to the Jiang family of Yunling, they were likely to become a target. Upon hearing this, Qin Fan felt utterly dejected. If the period of expansion for the sects and prominent families commenced, it would not only be the formidable Jiang family of Yunling, but even the Danchi sect that would become a headache for the Qin family. The Jiang family of Yunling had seemingly acquired over 1,000 demon cores, which would undoubtedly lead to a dramatic increase in their strength. With foes ahead and pursuers behind, the Qin family was caught in a precarious position, their future fraught with uncertainty. Qin Fan, losing all semblance of composure, rubbed his cheeks and gazed at Mo Yun. My friend, do you have any wise strategies to rescue my Qin family? I would be eternally grateful. Mo Yun patted Qin Fan and Appo's shoulder and comforted him gently. If one cannot defeat them, then one must join them. This is a timeless strategy. You could choose to ally with the Jiang family of Yunling or with my faction. The Jiang family is led by the Jiang clan, where outsiders will always be at a disadvantage. While intermarriage may improve the situation, the decline of the Qin family would become inevitable. In contrast, my faction is a force led by me, where no one will be treated unfairly. Any family or faction can integrate, as long as they pledge loyalty to me. When comparing the two options, the choice for the Chun family became apparent. My friend, may I inquire whom you represent? Mo Yun smiled. I represent the Danchi sect, the falling Sunset Mountain, and, of course, the future of Wuliang Mountain. All factions that join will be treated equally, with no favoritism. Those who desire more must prove their strength. Qin Fan and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief, and he inhaled sharply. You intend to swallow up this entire region? Looking towards the azure sky, Missouri Yin laughed heartily before turning back to Qin Fan. What I desire for the future is not merely a handful of chi refinement cultivators. I seek more. I seek strength. If you're unwilling to join, that is acceptable. We could engage in a contest. The victor takes all, while the vanquished perish. Mo Yun and Appo's nonchalant words exuded an unparalleled confidence. As if he were certain that should Qin Fan dare to strike, it would be Qin Fan who would meet his demise. Qin Fan felt he had come only to be humiliated today, yet he recognized the validity of the other's arguments. Finding himself unable to utter a single word of refusal, the current situation indeed dictated that unity fosters prosperity, while division leads to demise. The primary resource for the Qin family came from nurturing the source veins for other factions, not to mention their half-functioning Qifeng Chamber of Commerce. Given the lengthy, nurturing time required for source veins, the effects were not immediately apparent. Smaller factions might be extinguished at any moment and were reluctant to expend source stones for nurturing. Meanwhile, larger factions already possessed lower-grade source veins and had no need for the assistance of the Qifeng Qin family. In recent years, the Qin family had lived in dire straits. Despite the raucous claims of those at the enlightened stage, it was all a ruse orchestrated by Qin Fan to intimidate Mo Yun. My friend, I wish to join your faction. May I inquire about the conditions? Mo Yun nodded. Qin Fan, you will be grateful for your choice today, and the Qin family shall flourish because of you. The conditions are simple. First, you must select enlightened stage cultivators to participate in the training I organize. Second, your loyalty is required. Qin Fan gritted his teeth and resolutely replied, agreed, but I want to see your strength first. I must ascertain your capability, otherwise I risk leading the Qin family into ruin through naivety. Mo Yun chuckled. Very well, you may strike first. I shall not defend myself. I will accept your attack. How absurd. With the small chaotic body present, why should I fear an attack from someone merely at the 7th level of chi refinement? Qin Fan's brow furrowed, his displeasure evident as he felt belittled. My friend, this is no jest. Mo Yun lightly leaped back 3 zhong, his demeanor relaxed and carefree. Come now. If I move even a single finger, it would count as my defeat. With a cold snort, Qin Fan drew forth his wooden sword, channeling all his source energy into the blade as he executed the Appo's Sinluo slash and Appo's towards Mo Yun. Upon witnessing Qin Fan and Appo's action, Chun Tianxi and the other enlightened stage cultivators erupted in excitement. The patriarch is going to confront this arrogant fellow. I can almost envision the masked man's body lying lifeless on the ground. A streak of azure sword energy shot forth from the wooden sword. Mo Yun faced the azure sword energy without a hint of resistance. It passed through him without inflicting any harm. Boom. The sword energy left a deep scar behind Mo Yun, measuring a full zhong. The patriarch has shown mercy. Indeed, indeed. Qin Fan and Appo's eyes widened in shock, astonished that Mo Yun had truly refrained from defending himself. As he saw Mo Yun emerge unscathed, he fell into profound self-doubt. Why could my Sinluo slash not strike you? Mo Yun, like a specter, glided forward, grinning as he fixed his gaze on Qin Fan. Qin Fan felt a surge of panic within, instinctively retreating a half-step, his voice trembling with uncertainty. What level of strength do you possess? At that moment, he fully comprehended the absurdity of engaging in a contest against this individual. Undoubtedly, he would be the one to perish. Ignoring his attack, Mo Yun and Appo's ghostly-like movements left Qin Fan with no hope of victory. Shaking his head, Mo Yun chose not to respond to Qin Fan and Appo's query. The characteristic of the small chaotic body was his ultimate safeguard. You need not know. Simply tell me your choice. Cold sweat dripped from Chen Fan's forehead as he bowed respectfully, adopting a humble demeanor. I am willing to lead the Qifeng Chen family to join your ranks. I beseech you to accept us. Faced with such a powerful and enigmatic opponent, he realized he could not confront him. Since he could not be an adversary and could not maintain neutrality, he chose to join. Mou nodded, having effectively secured Chen Fan's allegiance, thus solidifying his control over the Qifeng Chen family. However, he still required a safeguard from the chaotic demon eye. He released his control over the dark green corrupted bone rat and a pangolin demon, freeing up 2 slots. Look into my eyes. Chen Fan instinctively gazed into Mou and Amp, Appos, eyes, where boundless visions danced within the black pupils. Subsequently, Mou inscribed runes into his mind using chaotic power. With his current strength, he could have directly employed the chaotic demon eye to force compliance, but Mou took the time to assess Chen Fan and Appos as potential for greater responsibilities. Ultimately, he was pleased with the outcome. Chen Fan now bore chaotic runes suppressing his consciousness, granting him the opportunity to break through his bottleneck and reach the 8th level of Qi refinement. Thank you for this opportunity, my master. Chen Fan poised himself to kneel. Mou supported him, saying, I am called Mou. In the future, you may refer to me as young master. There is no need for such formalities. Chen Fan inclined his body in a respectful bow. Yes, young master. Mou instructed, return and reorganize the Chen family. Gather the talented and virtuous disciples of the Chen family. I will cultivate them. In a few days, I will contact you. You will need to employ Earth Master techniques to implant lower-grade source veins into the falling Sunset Mountain. As for those demonic pills, for the time being, I shall keep them in my possession, for I have grand designs for their utilization. Chapter 30. Mason, the Boundless Mountain Range. The dark clouds of Mou have swept across the side of Danqi sect, leaving scarcely a single demon beast alive. During this time, he encountered several groups from the Wang family of Boundless, yet Mou paid them no heed, seizing the demons and departing. His gains over these days have been immense, amassing a total of 750 demon cores, equivalent to 1,500 military merits. With such an accumulation of military accomplishments, his influence is bound to soar to unprecedented heights. Just as Mou reveled in his success, news arrived from the White Wolf King. The pack of White Wolves was currently besieged by a horde of venomous beasts, suffering numerous casualties among the pups. The White Wolf pack serves as Mou and Amp, Appos, eyes and ears, and their survival is paramount. Thus, he mounted his golden eagle and set off to provide assistance. Each venomous beast is worth 3 military merits, and there are dedicated inspectors at the Chiju Square. The primary task involves extracting the venom sac. Due to the sac's value, the military merits from venomous beasts surpass those of demon cores. Half an hour later, Mou arrived at the confluence of the Boundless Mountain Range and the Falling Sunset Mountain Range. To his astonishment, the venomous beasts were in fact a group of white wolves, their fur now darkened. In the face of these venomous beasts, the White Wolf King's side was utterly powerless. The wolves' method of attack was through biting, and those bitten by the venomous beasts would succumb in an instant. Mou narrowed his eyes at the White Wolf venomous beasts, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. The venomous beasts must have been catalyzed by the demon cores of their kind. And if Mou could control the White Wolf venomous beasts, they could lead him to the infiltrators among the Great Xia. However, controlling the White Wolf venomous beasts was unnecessary. He only needed the White Wolf King to evolve into a venomous beast and command the others to guide him. Mou retrieved a venomous beast core from his storage jade ring, flicking it towards the White Wolf King. Upon receiving Mou and Amp, Appos' directive, the White Wolf King leaped into the air and consumed the venomous beast core. Instantly, a vibrant, multicolored energy surged around him, converging upon the White Wolf King. His once snow-white fur transformed into a dark green hue, and his pupils shimmered with a fierce green light, exuding an even more fearsome aura. The surrounding white wolves felt the malevolent energy of their king and instinctively retreated, allowing him to step forward. With a howl that pierced the heavens, the White Wolf King bared his teeth and charged at the White Wolf venomous beasts. Sensing the king's ferocity, the venomous beasts immediately lay prostrate, displaying an unusual submissiveness. Since the death of the previous White Wolf King, Mou had long desired for this one to evolve into a demon to better manage the larger wolf pack. Fearing the hunting of other cultivators, he had hesitated until now. With the demon beasts around Danqi sect nearly eradicated, the presence of cultivators in this territory had dwindled. Thus, Mou tossed a transformation core to the White Wolf King. After consuming the transformation core, the White Wolf King's form expanded, his muscles becoming distinctly pronounced. Truly robust like an ox. Now that the White Wolf venomous beasts had submitted and the White Wolf King and Appos' evolution was successful, Mou promptly ordered the White Wolf venomous beasts to lead the way in search of the demon beasts that had fed on the venomous beast course. Crossing over the falling Sunset Mountain range, the wolf pack surged forward, arriving at the Horse Track Mountain, named for its hoofprint-like shape. Horse Track Mountain is home to numerous natural caves, providing excellent hiding spots. According to the information relayed by the White Wolf venomous beasts, a red fox had been feeding them cores, resulting in their transformation into venomous beasts. A red fox? Mou immediately recognized it as belonging to the Mehu tribe. possibly acquainted with Mei Hong. With so many caves beneath Horse-Track Mountain, Imoyun did not wish to waste time, thus commanding the White Wolf King to lead the pack below in search of the fox. Wolves possess an acute sense of smell, and the distinctive scent of the Mayhu and Appos musk should not be difficult to trace. The White Wolf King led the pack into the underground caves. Within a quarter of an hour, Imoyun received news from the White Wolf King that they had located the Mayhu, yet the wolf pack was unable to subdue it. Although the White Wolf King had significantly enhanced his strength due to the chaotic runes in his sea of consciousness, he had just evolved and was still not a match for the fox. However, with the presence of the chaotic runes, the Mayhu tribe's alluring gaze had no effect on him. Upon receiving the news, Imoyun channeled all his energy, swiftly maneuvering through the cave towards the location of the White Wolf King. If the fox still possessed transformation or venomous beast cores, it would be a fortune, as they could be converted into military merits. Before long, Imoyun beheld the wolf pack encircling a fire-red Mayhu, both parties baring their teeth, unwilling to yield. This Mayhu had but a single tail, indicating it was a fox demon of the awakening realm. Imoyun had one more enslavement slot available and intended to use it on this fox temporarily to gather intelligence. Upon noticing Imoyun approaching from behind the wolf pack, the Mayhu let out a roar, assuming a defensive posture, its eyes fixed intently on him. This mutual gaze was likely what the Mason desired. Yet it was equally Imoyun and Appos' aim. Activating his chaotic demon eye, Imoyun swiftly gained control over the Mayhu. The chaotic demon eye and the alluring gaze are not comparable in nature. The Mayhu obediently lay on the ground, gazing pitifully up at Imoyun. With a mere thought, Imoyun used the chaotic runes to communicate with the Mayhu. "What is your name? Tell me how you entered the Great Xia." The Mayhu let out a sorrowful cry. "Master, my name is Mason, the youngest son of the Fox Demon Emperor, my Mengxiang." Imoyun was taken aback, incredulity washing over him. "If you are the son of the Fox Demon Emperor, why are you undertaking such a perilous task? Your mother is an ancient realm demon emperor, a formidable force in this world." Mason emitted another mournful cry, his sadness deepening. "The demon race adheres to the principle of survival of the fittest. My siblings and I are cast out to hone our skills. Those who survive have the chance to become fox lords, nurtured by the tribe to become the next generation of emperors." Imoyun nodded, understanding the fox tribe's approach. "In this world, the weak are unworthy of limited resources." Mason continued, "My mother exchanged 10 Shandong jade rings from the Shandong clan. These jade rings can obscure one's aura and avoid heavenly perception. Taking advantage of the human army and Appos' battle on the western front, we infiltrated the Great Xia from the vulnerable eastern line. The Shandong clan resides in the western sea of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty, adept in illusions and heavenly calculations. The remains of high-level Shandong can be refined into treasures that obscure heavenly insight." Imoyun gazed at the jade ring in his hand, lifting his left palm as he pointed to the ring with his right finger. "Is this the type of jade ring?" Mason looked up in astonishment at the jade ring Imoyun held. "Master, you..." Imoyun shook his head with a smile. "This belongs to Mei Hong. She attempted to kill me but met her demise instead." He finally comprehended why Imoyun had not sent anyone to search for him but instead came personally 6 months later. It was highly likely that the Shandong jade ring obscured heavenly perception, rendering even blood source secret techniques incapable of locating Imoyun. Imoyun. Even if you come personally after 6 months, you will not find me." Mason appeared unfazed by Mei Hong's death, as if their relationship was indifferent. "Mei Hong was my sister. She often bullied me. This time, I am the only one of her kind, while the other 8 hail from different tribes." Contemplating the extraordinary effects of the transformation and venomous beast cores, Imoyun inquired, "What are the transformation and venomous beast cores? Why do they possess such remarkable effects?" Mason responded, "Master, what you refer to should be the demon sect core and the Shangliu core. The demon sect core is crafted from the essence blood of the Nirvana realm demon sect Shangliu, while the Shangliu core is made from the venom of Shangliu. The demon race is aware that humans favor using demon cores for alchemy, thus they have refined the essence blood of Shangliu into the demon sect core for human consumption. The essence blood does not dissipate easily, and cultivators with Shangliu essence blood will become resources for the Shangliu demon sect." At this revelation, Imoyun inhaled sharply. The demon race's schemes are intricately devised and nearly impossible to defend against. First, they use the transformation core to incite chaos in Longchuan County, drawing out the mirror of revelation. Then they shattered the mirror, allowing the demon race to infiltrate the Great Xia. In the end, they shamelessly exploited the unique talent of the human race in alchemy, transforming those who consumed these elixirs into sustenance for the Shangliu demon sect. How many cultivators will perish unjustly because of this? Mason, what about the toxic beast elixirs? The ones you referred to as Shangliu elixirs? Mason responded, "These toxic beasts harbor the poison of the Shangliu demon sect, making them susceptible to transformation into demons. Ultimately, they will all serve as nourishment for the sect." Imoyun sighed deeply, casting a glance at the White Wolf King beside him. The Nirvana realm demon sect must be among the most formidable of beings. How could one possibly resist their schemes? He felt fortunate that he had refrained from impulsively using the ferocious beast elixirs to cultivate his Dantian. "Mason, do you still possess any transformation elixirs or toxic beast elixirs?" Mason timidly replied, "We each carry 1,000, but with the abundance of fierce beasts nearby, they will soon be depleted." Imoyun nodded thoughtfully. "In that case, including the elixirs I possess, there are currently 10,000 fierce beasts capable of transformation and another 10,000 toxic beasts in Lonchuan County. Do you have a method to gather the toxic beasts?" Mason answered, "I have enchanted 4 white wolf kings for red snake kings and 2 corrupted bone rat kings, which I can summon back. However, for the other toxic beasts raised by different demon tribes, I have no means to control them. Nevertheless, these toxic beasts tend to congregate in areas abundant with source energy, and as their ferocity remains unchecked, they are prone to attack humans or other fierce beasts." Fortunately, Mo Yun encountered Mason, the son of the Fox Demon Emperor, who possessed a wealth of information. If it were any other demon tribe, they would be oblivious to the conspiracy behind the transformation elixirs and toxic beast elixirs. Now, Mo Yun aimed to capture the toxic beasts and subsequently relay this information to the Longuan army. At that point, the military merit from the demon elixirs and toxic beasts would undoubtedly be substantial, allowing him to reap significant rewards. It is said that the Longuan army frequently utilizes Enlightenment Realm demon elixirs to concoct the first transformation demon yuan elixirs, a process that takes a full 20 days. As long as Mo Yun conveys this information to his uncle Yue within that time frame, he would succeed. Moreover, Mason's value extends far beyond this. Should he return to his kin, he could ascend to become the Fox Prince, even the Fox Demon Emperor. Chapter 31. The Source Fane. Mo Yun gazed at Mason with increasing admiration, convinced that this individual was destined to become the future Fox Clan Demon Emperor. At that time, he would be able to navigate both the demon and human realms with ease. With Mason gathering intelligence within the demon community, they would undoubtedly be able to make decisions ahead of others. A swift step often leads to a series of quick advancements, and is that not the case now? If he were to amass demon cores and poisonous beasts, he would undoubtedly reap substantial rewards when military merits surged again. Furthermore, Mason and Appos' ability to trigger plunder by slaying demons allowed for effortless cultivation gains. Mason, please recall your poisonous beast from Maji Mountain. I shall come to take over in due time. With nearly 1,000 poisonous beasts at his disposal, Mo Yun preferred not to eliminate them individually, but rather to use spirit beast bags to consolidate them for military merit exchange. He had several important matters to attend to. 1. Await the return of Wang Feiyu and Huang Long to plant the source vein at Wanxia Mountain. 2. Accompany Wang Feiyu and others to subdue the Wuyong Wang family. 3. Set up formations and restrictions to connect Wanxia Mountain, Qifeng Mountain, and Wuyong Mountain into a robust defense. 4. Capture poisonous beasts and utilize them to locate the other 8 demon clans. 5. Relay information to his uncle Yue and take the opportunity to exchange poisonous beasts and demon cores for military merit. The next day, as the sun rose, casting golden rays across the land, Wang Feiyu and Huang Long hastened back to Danqi's sect. Young master. Exchanging for the low-grade source vein cost a total of 1,000 military merits, while the mid-grade formation, the Shou Tian Star Array, required an additional 100 military merits. The low-grade formation was valued at several hundred source stones, while the mid-grade formation, worth 10,000, was exorbitantly priced. Wang Feiyu presented the military merit token, the Shou Tian Star Array disc, and a storage bag to Mo Yun. The Shou Tian Star Array, a mid-grade formation, absorbed the power of the heavens and stars, creating a protective barrier spanning 100 miles that could withstand attacks from foundational and divine concealed realm cultivators. Mo Yun accepted the storage bag, using his divine sense to claim ownership and examine the source vein within. The low-grade source vein measured 5 zheng in length, resembling a colorful worm. This item was worth 100,000 source stones, yet he required 11 for cultivating the 9 Nether Heaven Dan art. Feiyu, Huang Long, you both performed admirably. Keep the military merit token. You will need to procure additional supplies. As he spoke, Mo Yun gestured towards Chen Fan, introducing him. This is Chen Fan, the patriarch of the Qifeng family. He then indicated Ding Fuxing, and this is Ding Fuxing, the contemporary heir of Danqi's sect. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long were taken aback, staring at the man in the blue robe. Young master, you managed to secure the Chen family? They went to the county city, and upon their return, you had subdued the Chen family. How could our young master accomplish this in just a few days? Moreover, how did you reach the Qi refinement realm? Were you not still in the enlightenment realm last time? What transpired during these days? Mo Yun, noticing the confusion of Wang Feiyu and Huang Long, chuckled. Chen Fan is a person of great principle. Unity brings mutual benefit, while division leads to destruction. Moreover, as a geomancer family, his presence is indispensable for today's endeavor. Chen Fan smiled and bowed respectfully to Wang Feiyu and Huang Long. Greetings, gentlemen. I look forward to your guidance in the future. Ding Fuxing also bowed in acknowledgement. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the atmosphere grew familiar. Mo Yun instructed Ding Fuxing to procure 2 spirit beast bags at Chiju Square to gather the poisonous beasts from Maji Mountain. They arranged for 3 golden eagles to accompany Wang Feiyu and the others, and the 4 of them soared towards Wanxia Mountain on the backs of the majestic birds. Standing atop the golden eagle, they reveled in the breathtaking landscape, their hearts brimming with exhilaration. Soaring through the skies was indeed a privilege of the foundational realm. Chen Fan, surveying the entire Wanxia mountain range from above, contemplated the origins of the natural energies with meticulous calculation until he pinpointed their source. Once the source vein was planted at the origin, it would fully integrate and blend with the natural energies of the mountains, without the means of a geomancer. Extracting the source vein intact would be impossible. Chen Fan pointed to the highest peak of Wanxia Mountain. Young master, simply place the low-grade source vein here. Mo Yun, intrigued, inquired, is it truly that simple? Chen Fan smiled. Indeed, it is that simple. The key to planting a source vein lies in identifying the origin of the natural energies. Without the assistance of the Golden Eagle, it would have taken me much longer to ascertain this location. Now that the origin is confirmed, simply placing the source vein down will accomplish the task. Mo Yun nodded, recognizing that locating the origin was indeed the most crucial aspect. The source vein, shimmering with vibrant colors, was extracted by Mo Yun, and as it made contact with the ground, it dissolved like water, permeating into the mountains. The surrounding colorful mist dissipated. Yet everyone could sense that the concentration of natural energy had intensified severalfold. This is merely a low-grade source vein. What level of potency could a mid-grade source vein achieve? Mo Yun asked. Chen Fan, how long would it take for a low-grade source vein to transform into a mid-grade one? Chen Fan pondered for a moment, then replied, generally. It takes several hundred to 1,000 years. However, if combined with other source veins, the time could be significantly reduced. Upon hearing the time frame, Mo Yun abandoned the notion of nurturing it himself. No wonder no forces sought to cultivate low-grade source veins. The endeavor was excessively time-consuming. With everyone primarily focused on immediate benefits, it was uncertain whether they could retain the results of such cultivation. After laboring for hundreds of years, only to have someone else reap the rewards would be utterly frustrating. Let us hastily set up the Zhou Star Array. This will be our territory from now on. The site was situated 100 miles from Mo Yun and Apos, S former cave, and nearly 130 miles from Mo family village. Due to the mountainous terrain, there were no nearby settlements to relocate. The group swiftly received the formation flags and began assembling the array according to their plan. As the Golden Eagle soared in the skies, it spotted cultivators approaching and conveyed this information to Mo Yun. He glanced towards the north, where the eagle indicated the approaching adversaries were coming from. Huang Long, accompany me. There are cultivators coming. Feiyu, Chen Fan, you two quickly finalized the formation. Wang Feiyu and Chen Fan expressed their concerns. Young master, the enemy's strength is uncertain. Perhaps we should join you? Huang Long, despite his confidence in his abilities, concurred for Mo Yun and Apos' safety. Mo Yun reassured them. It is of no concern. Should the enemy prove too powerful, we can retreat with the aid of the Golden Eagle. Wang Feiyu and Chen Fan fell silent, realizing that with the Golden Eagle's presence, no foundational realm cultivator below the 8th rank could pose a threat to Mo Yun. Huang Long nodded, mounting the Golden Eagle to follow closely behind Mo Yun. Given the intense surge of natural energy in the area, surrounding cultivators would likely perceive it as a sign of a great treasure, prompting them to investigate, initially intending to discreetly establish the formation and claim the area for themselves. They had not anticipated encountering other cultivators. If news of the low-grade source vein were to spread, foundational realm cultivators would flock to seize it, which would spell trouble. While on the back of the Golden Eagle, Mo Yun activated his Chaos Demon Eye, discerning the strength of the approaching cultivators, and then commanded the Golden Eagle to dive and intercept them. The leading cultivator was a middle-aged man accompanied by two younger individuals. Why do you obstruct our path? Mo Yun inquired, scrutinizing them with his Chaos Demon Eye. He turned to Huang Long, can you handle a 7th-layer Qi refinement cultivator? Huang Long grinned confidently. Young master, please keep a watchful eye. Chapter 32, the 6th level of Qi refinement at the forefront. A practitioner of the 7th level of Qi refinement furrowed his brows in anger and issued a fierce threat. Gentlemen, we hail from the Jiang family of Yunling. I implore you to show some leniency. Unfazed, Huang Long mobilized all his source energy, advancing with purpose as he unleashed a punch akin to a dragon. Striking fiercely at the 7th level practitioner, he turned to Mo Yun and proclaimed, Young master, just observe, I can handle this alone. He believed that since his young master had only recently broken through to the 2nd level of Qi refinement, his rapid ascent must have left him lacking in strength. To prevent any unforeseen complications, it was prudent for Huang Long to take matters into his own hands while allowing his master to watch from the sidelines. Mo Yun shook his head with a wry smile, realizing that Huang Long underestimated him. However, upon learning that their opponents belonged to the Jiang family of Yunling, Mo Yun resolved to unleash his full potential and swiftly eliminate the trio. If the Jiang family were to discover the news of the low-grade source vein, it would spell disaster. Additionally, he was concerned that they might utilize a battle formation should the 3 practitioners of Qi refinement join forces. Their overall strength would be significantly augmented, complicating matters further. Without a moment's hesitation, Mo Yun enacted the shadow kill source technique, transforming into a spectral presence and vanishing from sight. The 2 practitioners of the 2nd level of Qi refinement, upon witnessing his disappearance, heightened their vigilance and quickly assumed a defensive posture back to back. Ice Lotus Sword Dance. Mo Yun's voice rang out, and a ghostly blue sword light shot forth, aimed at the necks of the two practitioners. This was a combination of Shadow Kill and Ice Lotus Sword Dance, embodying the swiftness of the former and the high attack power of the latter. Before they could mount any defense, the two were swiftly dispatched by Mo Yun. The formidable strength of his 11 dantians was beyond imagination, a feat that ordinary cultivators could not hope to rival. Successfully killed Jiang Mingjie, random successful plunder, medium-grade physique, Blood Jade Spirit Body, 40 points of source energy, Blood Moon True Formula, medium grade. 2 instruments step, medium grade, Blood Moon True Formula, a technique created by the ancestor of the Jiang family, Cold Moon True Person, capable of absorbing the power of the cold moon for cultivation, imbuing the source energy with an ice attribute that can freeze the enemy's heart and veins. 2 instruments step, a footwork derived from the transformation of yin and yang, which, when cultivated to a profound level, can manifest the yin-yang fish, deflecting a portion of the enemy and Oppos, S attack power. Successfully killed Jiang Shoujie, random successful plunder, medium-grade physique, cold moon body, 30 points of source energy. 10,000 Worm Scripture, medium grade, 10,000 Worm Scripture, a secret classic detailing the cultivation of myriad worms. Detected that the minor chaos body can merge with the flame sun spirit body and earth spirit body, consuming 200 source stones. The evolution degree of the minor chaos body will be 5 upon fusion. Beep, fusion successful. Evolution degree of minor chaos body is now 5. Detected that Blood Moon True Formula and 10,000 Worm Scripture can merge, consuming 100 source stones. Success rate is 100. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Beep, fusion successful. Acquired Blood Soul Worm Scripture, medium grade. Blood Soul Worm Scripture refines soul worms into the host's innate worm, sustaining it with one's own blood, which can evolve into blood soul worms. The mother worm can differentiate into myriad offspring. Successfully killed Jiang Yashu, random successful plunder, medium grade physique, Jade Clear Spirit Body. 110 points of source energy, Yellow Spring Ghost Step, medium grade, Yellow Spring Ghost Step, a movement technique from the underworld that leaves 9 illusory afterimages in its wake, making it difficult to discern the true form. Detected that the minor chaos body can merge with the Jade Clear Spirit Body, consuming 100 source stones. The evolution degree of the minor chaos body will be 7 upon fusion. Beep, fusion successful. Evolution degree of minor chaos body is now 7. Detected that 2 instrument step and Yellow Spring Ghost Step can merge, consuming 100 source stones. Success rate 100. Would you like to proceed with the fusion? Mo Yin turned his gaze to the distance, astonished to find that Huang Long, at the 5th level of Qi refinement, had so swiftly obliterated the 7th level opponent. Indeed, he had been utterly crushed, his head bursting like a watermelon. With his 4th level of Qi refinement, Huang Long was capable of overpowering a 7th level practitioner. Thus, it was no surprise that at the 5th level, he could eliminate them in an instant. At that moment, Huang Long beamed at Mo Yun, astonished by his young master's formidable strength, having dispatched 2 second-level practitioners with a single blow. The ability to face 2 opponents and achieve such swift victory indicated that his young master's capabilities were far from superficial. It seemed that his rapid ascension had not hindered his combat prowess, leaving Huang Long puzzled. Each of his own breakthroughs required extensive refinement to master the newfound power. Yet his young master appeared to need no such preparation. Redirecting his focus, Mo Yin concentrated on merging the movement source technique. Beep, fusion successful. Acquired Yellow Spring 2 Instrument Step, medium grade. Yellow Spring 2 Instrument Step combines the characteristics of 2 Instrument Step and Yellow Spring Ghost Step, merging the power of yin and yang with Yellow Spring ghostly energy, allowing one to traverse the air with the yin-yang fish. Could the Yellow Spring 2 Instrument Step truly enable aerial movement? In the realm of Qi refinement, who would dare contend with him? Practitioners would merely become targets in the air, vulnerable to his control. Subsequently, the two collected the storage bags of the 3 Qi refinement practitioners and incinerated their corpses. Within the storage bags lay a total of 3,000 source stones, 100 demon cores, 420 military merits, and various other items. Suddenly, a colossal transparent light membrane enveloped the entire Laoxiao mountain range. It was indeed a medium-grade formation, its range astonishingly vast. Fortunately, it could absorb the power of the stars to maintain its operation. Otherwise, the low-grade source vein would be insufficient. In 6 months, Mo Wintian would arrive in Longtuan County. The outcome remained uncertain. The assassins of the Shadow Pavilion were akin to venomous serpents in the dark. Should any flaws be detected, troubles would ensue. For now, it was imperative to deal with the Wuliang Wang family, leveraging their formation foundation for defense. The Laoxiao mountain range required a Qi refinement practitioner to guard it. Mo Yin assessed both Chen Fan and Wang Feiyu, deliberating over the plan. Huang Long was essential for intimidating the Wuliang family with force. As for Wang Feiyu and Chen Fan, Mo Yin was uncertain. Wang Feiyu bowed respectfully. Young master, for this journey to Wuliang Mountain, Brother Chen Fan is more suited than I. The allegiance of the Qi Feng Chen family serves as a deterrent to the Wuliang Wang family, especially considering Brother Chen's 8th level Qi refinement cultivation. Qin Fan replied with a smile, "Young master, the head of the Wuliang family, Wang Zi, is an old friend of mine. It would be more advantageous for me to go." Mo Yun and Amp, Appo's eyes brightened, and he exclaimed, "Qin Fan, you are quite capable. If they can be reasonable, that would be ideal. Time is of the essence, and I cannot afford to waste it." He then instructed the three to stand guard while he focused on elevating his cultivation. With 180 points of source energy, he wondered how far he could ascend. Concentrating his thoughts, a torrent of colorful source energy surged around him, flowing from the Baihui point atop his head into his dantian, forming that familiar, peculiar energy. Mo Yin guided this extraordinary energy through the solar meridian and Appo's small circulatory system, cleansing various acupoints. Under the nurturing influence of this remarkable energy, his solar dantian rapidly cultivated a strand of innate source energy. Wang Feiyu and the others watched in awe as Mo Yun ascended a level in the blink of an eye. Coupled with the immense funnel-like storm of source energy, a sight so incredible it left them speechless. Typically, the elevation of a cultivator's level requires time and relentless effort. Yet, their young master had progressed from the opening meridian stage to chi refinement in mere days, and now he was breaking through under their very gaze. Was cultivating innate source energy truly so effortless? It was all too mysterious and surreal. The three were convinced they had chosen the right path, certain that a splendid future awaited them. However, Mo Yun and Appo's miraculous journey was far from over. Soon, his heavenly Ren Dantian, earth-governing Dantian, and Bing Fire Dantian all cultivated innate source energy as well. His spiritual sensing range had also expanded to 12 zhang, twice that of an ordinary 6th-level chi refinement practitioner. The three gazed at their young master with wide eyes, their mouths agape in astonishment, eager to uncover the secret behind his astonishing ability to ascend through 4 minor realms in a single breath. The air around Mo Yun was dense, as if his source power had been honed through countless trials, devoid of any semblance of superficiality. This was not merely a recent breakthrough. It was the culmination of years of diligent refinement. Host: Mo Yun. Physique: minor chaos body, medium grade, 5. Realm: 6th layer of chi refining. Cultivation techniques: 9 Nether Celestial Dan technique, Cold Moon True technique. Blood Soul Gu classic. Source arts: Shadow Kill low grade, Ice Lotus Sword Dance medium grade. Yellow Spring Dual Steps medium grade, Dao source, none. Mo Yun gazed contentedly at the virtual panel. He had reached the 6th layer of chi refining. With a power level of 23,000 pounds, not far from the 10th layer, and the foundation was within reach. However, acquiring 11 low-grade source veins was a daunting task, requiring 1,000,000 source stones. He needed to delve into the realms of poisonous beasts and demon pills. Otherwise, the source veins would remain elusive. As Mo Yun concluded his meditation, Huang Long approached him, circling around and inspecting him closely, his mouth making sounds of intrigue. Soon, Wang Feiyu and Qin Fan joined in, and the three of them formed a peculiar circle around Mo Yun. With a roll of his eyes, Mo Yun questioned their antics. "What are you three doing? Do I have flowers on my face?" Huang Long clutched Mo Yun's shoulders with a pitiful expression. "Young master, do you possess any secret techniques for cultivation? Pray, teach me. I wish to break through 4 realms at once." "No, even 2, or just 1 would suffice." Wang Feiyu and Qin Fan nodded in agreement, their eagerness for such secret knowledge evident. They were already in their 30s and had only just reached the chi refining realm, while Mo Yun, at the tender age of 18, had attained the 6th layer, leaving them in the dust. Little did they know, Mo Yun had trained for less than a month. Had they known, their astonishment would have deepened. Mo Yun then realized that their fascination stemmed from his recent advancement, and he spoke with an air of profundity. "Do not be deceived by my sudden leap of 4 realms. It is merely the natural order of things." Wang Feiyu exclaimed in realization, "Ah, I see. So the young master's innate cultivation level was already high. You have merely unsealed your potential." Huang Long and Qin Fan were expressions of understanding. Mo Yun patted Wang Feiyu and Appo's shoulder, thinking to himself that this reasoning was indeed commendable and would serve him well in the future. After explaining everything to Wang Feiyu, the trio boarded the Golden Eagle and set off towards the Wuliang mountain range. Chapter 33, Wang Zi at sunset. 3 golden eagles descended before the gates of the Wuliang Wang family. The disciples of the Wang family, upon witnessing someone riding a golden eagle, hurriedly rushed to report the arrival. Soon after, the family head, Wang Zi, brandishing a large blade, arrived at the entrance. "Who dares to cause trouble at my Wang family?" Upon seeing Qin Fan, Wang Zi and Appo's expression shifted to one of surprise. "Brother Qin Fan, what brings you here?" Wang Zi appeared flustered, clearly a person of strong emotions. Qin Fan stepped forward and offered a respectful salute. "Zi, it has been a long time." Noticing Wang Zi staring at him with an amusing grin, showing no intention of inviting them inside, Qin Fan smiled and said, "Zi, won't you invite me in for a chat?" Wang Zi suddenly seemed to awaken from a dream and exclaimed, "Oh, Brother Qin Fan, please come in and let's talk." She then reluctantly turned to acknowledge Mo Yun and Huang Long with a slight bow. "To fellow Taoists, please." Mo Yun and Huang Long nearly burst into laughter. It was evident that Wang Zi and Chen Fan shared a story. Chen Fan felt a bit awkward. He was quite earnest. Yet Wang Zi looked at him as if she were smitten, despite being in her 30s. In the Wang family's reception hall, Wang Zi had someone serve hot tea, cheerfully saying, "Brother Chen Fan, esteemed Taoists, enjoy this tea. This is the rare rain mist spirit tea unique to Wuliang Mountain. It has a sweet aftertaste and can cleanse the marrow and bones. I finished my share earlier. This is what I pilfered from my father." Huang Long finally could not contain his laughter, amused by Wang Zi's playful demeanor. "My apologies, Taoist Wang. I have been feeling under the weather lately." Chen Fan felt embarrassed for Huang Long and Appo's lame excuse and quickly interjected, "Thank you for your hospitality, Zi. Where is Uncle Wang these days? I have not seen him for quite some time." Wang Zi pouted, recalling the myriad requests her father had made before leaving. What else could he be doing? He has been invited by the Jiang family to set up a formation. Mo Yun inquired with a smile. "Might I ask where Elder Wang Yuan is setting up this formation? We came today specifically to pay our respects." The Jiang family and Appo's formation might indicate they had gleaned some information or made certain deductions. It would be best if it were not within their own territory. Wang Zi, noticing Mo Yun and Appo's elegant demeanor and that he had come with Chen Fan, responded amicably. 200 miles east of the Yunling mountain range, at the Qiyun mountain range. Mo Yun thought to himself that indeed, the Jiang family was expanding their territory. If memory serves correctly, the Qiyun mountain range originally belonged to the Zhou family, who thrived on cultivating spirit rice, which was now taken over by the Jiang family. Mo Yun glanced at Chen Fan, signaling him to proceed with their plan. Chen Fan understood, nodded slightly, and addressed Wang Zi. "Zi, I recall you expressing a desire to lead the Wang family toward a prosperous future. Tell me, have you achieved that dream?" Chen Fan was well aware of the current state of the Wuliang Wang family. Mentioning dreams was merely a means to gauge Wang Zi's feelings. Wang Zi's expression dimmed, and she seemed discontent. "Brother Chen Fan, although the Wang family has earned some source stones through formations, there are too many members, most of whom are ordinary people without cultivation. Recently, the demon clan and poisonous beasts have wreaked havoc, resulting in several of our mortal villages facing disaster and annihilation. If only I could gather more enlightened and chi-refining cultivators, such tragedies would not have occurred. But children with cultivation talent are exceedingly rare. It is no exaggeration to say they are 1 in 100. Wang Zi had always cherished the Wang family, caring for every member. Had it not been for this love, she would have married Chen Fan long ago. She was her father's only daughter, destined to inherit the position of family head. How could she allow herself to marry far away into the Qifeng Chen family? Chen Fan sighed and gently comforted her. "Zi, you have endured much hardship over the years. I have come today to discuss a matter concerning the future of your Wang family." Wang Zi asked curiously, "Brother Chen Fan, what good news do you have?" Feeling Wang Zi's trust, which remained unwavering, warmed Chen Fan's heart. If there were a force that could protect the Wang family, ensuring that the calamities you just mentioned would no longer occur and helping your family members live prosperous lives, would you be willing to join? Wang Zi's demeanor turned serious as she replied, "Brother Chen Fan, what force are you referring to?" Chen Fan gestured towards Mo Yun. "This is my young master. My Chen family has now allied with him, serving his interests." Wang Zi looked at Mo Yun with curiosity, trying to discern what made him worthy of Chen Fan's allegiance. After all, Chen Fan had recently broken through to the 8th level and was a prominent figure in Qingzhou Square. Why would he choose to follow Mo Yun? Chen Fan spoke softly. "Zi, do you know why the Qiyun mountain range has become the Jiang family's territory?" Without hesitation, Wang Zi answered. "Because the Zhou family owed the Jiang family source stones, leading to their demise." Chen Fan shook his head, sneering slightly. "The Jiang family is merely using that as an excuse to expand their territory. With the destruction of the demon-revealing mirror, demons can infiltrate the Great Xia. And with the military and demon-slaying division understaffed, they will undoubtedly rely on various forces to monitor the demons and Appo's movements. Meanwhile, these forces can leverage military power to eradicate the demons, gaining boundless military merit and benefits. Thus, in the future, various forces will expand outward, continually claiming land. Any demons within their territories will be theirs." Wang Zi's expression shifted at these words. The Wang family's strength was far inferior to that of the Jiang family in Yunling, and the Wang family was adept at formations. But their combat power was mediocre. Should conflict arise, the consequences would be dire. Mo Yun slightly bowed to Wang Zi. "Taoist Wang, now the Danqi sect, Luoxiao mountain range, and Qifeng mountain range are all under our control. If the Wuliang mountain range were to join us, the Danqi sect would encompass a radius of 500 miles, allowing you to relocate all the ordinary members of the Wang family into our territory. We will provide them with work and ensure their safety." Wang Zi frowned slightly. What use is a barren place like the Luoxiao mountain range? Chen Fan, fearing Wang Zi might offend Mo Yun, interjected, "Zi, the young master has planted a low-grade source vein in the Luoxiao mountain range, from which the source energy is far superior to that of Wuliang mountain range." Wang Zi gasped, staring at Mo Yun as if he were a deity of wealth. The Wuliang Wang family and Appo's source vein had nurtured for so many years remained a deficient low-grade vein, highlighting the value of a complete low-grade source vein. Young master. Say no more. I shall work with you. Mo Yun and the others regarded Wang Zi with astonishment. She decided that hastily. What about her father? Wang Zi chuckled. My father will listen to me. The Wuliang Wang family is under my command. As for why she joined so quickly, there were two reasons. First, she trusted brother Chen Fan. He would not harm her. Second, the Wang family needed to seek external support for survival, or their future would be bleak. Since that is the case, why not choose brother Chen Fan and Amp, Appos, side while also gaining a wealthy young master? Mo Yin cleared his throat and glanced at Chen Fan, as if to say, Chen Fan, don't misunderstand, I have nothing to do with her. Unexpectedly, Wang Zi clasped her right fist with her left hand. Elbows tucked against her chest, pouting and teasing, young master, remember to plant a low-grade source vein in the Wuliang mountain range as well. Chen Fan buried his face in his hands, unable to bear the sight. This girl was acting up again. Mo Yin coughed lightly again, chuckling, Z, in my employment. Rewards will be distributed according to merit. However, your Wang family excels in formations, which we desperately need. If you can fortify the defenses of the Wuliang mountain range, Luoxia mountain range, and Qingfeng mountain range, I will remember your significant contribution. There will be ample benefits for you. Wang Zi and Amp, Appos, eyes lit up, work meant food. Rest assured. Young master, the Wang family will give our all. Chen Fan cleared his throat softly and pulled Wang Zi aside to share a whispered conversation. Mo Yun, naturally aware of Chen Fan's intent, recognized his cleverness. He was never one to place her in a difficult position. Chen Fan spoke gently to Wang Zi. Z. The young master is a person of deep loyalty and righteousness. Following him will surely lead to a prosperous path. However, your allegiance is not merely a matter of words. You must demonstrate your fidelity. Wang Zi, looking bewildered, inquired, Brother Chen Fan, what should I do? Chen Fan replied, allow the young master to leave a mark upon you. Suddenly, Wang Zi crossed her arms over her chest, casting a glance at the heartless Chen Fan before turning her gaze to Mo Yun. Chen Fan, exasperated, wondered about her thought process. If the young master leaves a mark upon me, I could directly break through to the 8th level of Qi refinement. Would you not desire such a splendid opportunity? If not, I could procure some poison for you, and the young master could provide the antidote each month. Realization dawned on Wang Zi as she responded, oh, I see now. I thought you were merely interested in my body. Chen Fan couldn't help but swallow hard as he glanced at Wang Zi's alluring figure. Ah, the white moonlight, the childhood sweetheart Wang Zi's cheeks flushed. And with a huff, she knelt before Mo Yun. Young master, I am sincere in my intentions. Having decided to ally with you, I shall face any peril without hesitation. Please leave a mark upon me, ensuring that the rules remain intact. Mo Yun rose and assisted Wang Zi to her feet. Z, I assure you, as long as I am here, I shall not let anyone suffer. The previous spot had been allocated to Mei Sun, and now Mo Yun could only lift the control over the last pangolin demon, thus freeing a position. Z, look into my eyes. As Wang Zi raised her gaze to meet Mo Yun's, the chaotic power successfully coalesced runes within her consciousness. With a resonating hum, Wang Zi shattered the bottleneck of the 6th level of Qi refinement, immediately breaking through to the 7th level. Mo Yun held a deep appreciation for Wang Zi. Her willingness to forsake her own feelings for the sake of her family was a selfless act worthy of respect. It was evident that she remained unmarried, indicating her unresolved feelings for Chen Fan. Wang Zi knelt once more, bowing her hands in gratitude. Thank you, young master, for this opportunity. Indeed, it was a remarkable chance. For these chaotic runes would continuously fortify her spirit, ensuring that her future endeavors in both formations and cultivation would yield twice the results with half the effort. Initially, she had doubted Chen Fan's assertion that Mo Yun's methods could facilitate a breakthrough. Such wonders seemed unimaginable. Yet, to her astonishment, Chen Fan had spoken the truth. Her young master possessed unfathomable abilities that could enhance one and Amp, Appos, spirit. As all settled, Mo Yun smiled. Z. Select a group of Enlightenment Realm disciples to proceed to Danqi sect for assignments. Design a defensive formation encompassing the terrains of Wuliang Mountain, Luoxia Mountain, and Qifeng Mountain, ensuring all areas are included. Should you require any materials, do not hesitate to inform me, and I shall arrange for their procurement. Chapter 34, The Demon Cloud Pavilion. Cloud Ridge Mountain Range. In the Jiang clan's council hall, Jiang Xiaohua's face was etched with anguish. Patriarch. The branch family has just reported that Jiang Shuang and two Qi refining stage cultivators were killed during their outing. The life soul lamps have been checked, confirming their deaths. One was a 7th layer Qi refining, and the other two were at the 2nd layer. Regardless of the faction, the loss is excruciating. Jiang Xiaoyang also appeared dejected, having just reveled in the joy of acquiring over 1,000 demon cores, only to be struck by such dreadful news. Xiaohua, please extend some words of comfort to the branch family and offer generous resources as compensation. Furthermore, we must investigate which faction is in conflict with our Jiang family. It is time for Qingzhou Pavilion to recognize our family's formidable reputation. Jiang Xiaohua nodded. You can slay a 7th layer Qi refining cultivator in Qingzhou Pavilion. If we locate the battlefield, we should be able to identify the assailants. Jiang Xiaoyang continued. The Cloud Ridge and Qiyun Mountain ranges are to be sealed off. No other cultivators are permitted entry. We must swiftly eradicate the demon kin among us. I do not wish to witness another incident like old Zhang from Qingstone Street collecting demon cores. Let the clan's disciples roam freely. Whoever finds a demon core may keep it. Jiang Shaowan nodded, feeling the sting of losing over 100 demon cores unnecessarily. At Danchi sect, in the forbidden area of the back mountain, Wang Zi placed multiple layers of defensive formations and declared that anyone daring to probe with their divine sense would be met with her awareness. These formations were like bubbles, easily shattered, but once broken, they would reveal the intruder. At this moment, Mo Yun, Ding Fuxing, Wang Feiyu, Huang Long, Chen Fan, Wang Zi, and Mo Han gathered together. This assembly aimed to establish the preliminary structure of their organization while ensuring that their subordinates became acquainted with one another for future collaboration and efficient task execution. Mo Yun sat at the head, surveying the group. The faction had taken shape, and the next step was to develop and expand continually. Everyone, our faction should have a resounding name. Saying this, he retrieved a scroll from his storage ring and unfurled it, revealing a cloud, as dark as ink. Demon Cloud Pavilion. What do you all think? Wang Feiyu and the others felt a surge of excitement and knelt, proclaiming loudly, "We pay our respects to the pavilion master." Mo Yun smiled, his lips curling upward, and nodded in acknowledgement. You may rise. Once everyone was seated, Mo Yun continued, the Demon Cloud Pavilion will have 6 divisions: Demon Cloud Guards, Faceless Ones, Inquiry Academy, Craftsman Institute, Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce, and Celestial Mechanism Institute. The Celestial Mechanism Institute will oversee intelligence collection and organization, ensuring the Demon Cloud Pavilion's eyes see through this world. I appoint Wang Feiyu as the chief of the Demon Cloud Pavilion, concurrently managing the Celestial Mechanism Institute and overseeing daily affairs. Wang Feiyu rose and knelt, responding, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Wang Feiyu was indeed capable, managing the current Demon Cloud Pavilion with ease. The Demon Cloud Guards represent the Pavilion and Oppo's strongest fighting force, responsible for defense, escorting, and direct assaults. I appoint Huang Long as the commander of the Demon Cloud Guards, overseeing all related matters. Huang Long rose and knelt, affirming, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Huang Long's exceptional combat talent made him the ideal choice to lead the Demon Cloud Guards into battle. The Craftsman Institute will be responsible for the research and manufacture of elixirs, talismans, formations, and artifacts. I appoint Wang Zi as the head of the Craftsman Institute, governing all its affairs. Wang Zi rose and knelt, declaring, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Given Wang Zi's expertise in formations, her leadership of the Craftsman Institute posed no issue. The Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce serves as the financial backbone of the Demon Cloud Pavilion, providing an unending stream of source stones. Chen Fan, do you have the confidence to manage the Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce well? Mo Yun was only aware of Chun Fan's interpersonal skills, lacking assurance in his ability to run a commercial entity. Chun Fan stepped forward, stating, "Pavilion Master, the Qifeng family relies on meager incomes from land stewardship, which is why I established the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce. Although the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce operates on a modest scale, I am confident that with sufficient resources, I can expand the Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce." Upon hearing this, Mo Yun and Oppo's eyes brightened. Excellent. I appoint Chen Fan as the head of the Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce, overseeing all its affairs. Chen Fan rose and knelt, affirming, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Mo Yun had always found Chen Fan and Oppo's demeanor to be most agreeable. With his experience running the Qifeng Chamber of Commerce, along with the support of others, success was assured. The Inquiry Academy will be responsible for training new members of the Demon Cloud Pavilion and managing cultivation techniques and source arts. I appoint Ding Fuxing as the head of the Inquiry Academy, governing all its affairs. Ding Fuxing rose and knelt, responding, "Yes, Pavilion Master." After acquiring the Chaos Rune Mark, Ding Fuxing's cultivation had soared, reaching the pinnacle of the opening spirit stage. Mo Yun planned to entrust the Blood Soul Goo from the Blood Soul Goo scripture to Ding Fuxing, who would simply need to implant it into the bodies of new members. The Blood Soul Goo would enhance a cultivator's spirit and physique, providing great benefits as long as they did not betray the pavilion. The Faceless Ones will oversee assassinations, eliminating all obstacles for the Demon Cloud Pavilion. I appoint Mo Han as the head of the Faceless Ones, overseeing all their affairs. However, for now, you are in the Shadow Pavilion. Focus entirely on managing its tasks, and your day of glory will come. As for the soul-severing powder that the Shadow Pavilion has imposed upon you, I will find a way to assist you. The soul-severing powder was a poison used by the Shadow Pavilion to control its subordinates, requiring a slow-release pill every 6 months. Failure to consume it would result in the soul poison corroding the mind, leading to certain death. Mo Han rose and knelt, affirming, "Yes, Pavilion Master." Trained by Aunt Yulan since childhood, she was well-versed in the assassin's path, more than capable of managing the Faceless Ones. Mo Han, please document your training methods for assassins. Until your return, I will oversee the Faceless Ones. Yes, Pavilion Master. The Faceless Ones could not afford to wait indefinitely for Mo Han. Thus, Mo Yun would establish a framework for them to follow until her return. The Demon Cloud Pavilion is a secretive organization, and no internal matters must be disclosed. In the future, any information regarding the pavilion shall be communicated to me via the Sea of Consciousness runes. As for communication among members, use either the secret sound transmission technique or jade talismans. On the surface, we are the ancient sect, Danchi sect, and the Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce also belongs to Danchi sect. Even if one day our lands fall under enemy occupation, it would merely signify the occupation of Danchi sect. Yet the Demon Cloud shall endure. The assembly knelt, chanting in unison, the Demon Cloud shall endure. Mo Yun then proceeded to assign key tasks to each division. Z, the defensive formations are of utmost importance. You must hasten to present a defensive plan. Wang Zi chuckled. Pavilion Master, if you are willing to invest, we could also establish the Celestial Star Array in the Qingfeng and Wuyang mountain ranges. Subsequently, we could harmonize the 3 Celestial Star Arrays with a mid-grade formation, the and Amp, Oppos, 3 talents and 6 harmonies formation, and Amp, Oppos, and combine it with numerous killing formations and restrictions, ensuring our defenses are impenetrable. However, the Qifeng and Wuyang ranges are deficient low-grade source veins and cannot supply such vast amounts of source energy. We would need to invest nearly 2,000 source stones each month. Upon hearing this, Mo Yin felt a surge of interest. The Celestial Star Array indeed suited the current needs of the Demon Cloud Pavilion, as only the Celestial Star Array could encompass such a large scale. Generally, mid-grade defensive formations cover a radius of only several dozen miles, while the Celestial Star Array can absorb stellar power, extending its coverage to 100 miles. With 3 Celestial Star Arrays, coupled with a 3 talents and 6 harmonies formation and various smaller formations, the entire Demon Cloud Pavilion would be enveloped by the Grand Array. Although the formation covering a radius of 500 miles would consume immense resources, it would be worth every effort. At that point, we could cultivate spirit rice and medicinal herbs within this expanse and sell them through the Celestial Extremes Chamber of Commerce. All right, we shall proceed as Z suggests. As he spoke, Mo Yin turned to Wang Feiyu and handed him the 420 military merit tokens obtained from the Qi refinement cultivator of the Jiang family, along with the remaining 680 military merits, totaling 1,100 military merits. Feiyu first utilized the existing 1,100 military merits to exchange for 2 Zhoutian star arrays and the 3 talents 6 harmonies array. When the prices of the demon pills and venomous beasts rise, we can then exchange the demon pills for military merits. Understood, Master, Wang Feiyu replied, fully aware of Mo Yun's strategy. The demon pills and venomous beast pills were part of the schemes devised by the revered demon of the Serpent Lu. And General Yue would undoubtedly thwart such ambitions. It was inevitable that the value of the demon pills and venomous beasts would appreciate. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Fan stepped forward and suggested respectfully, Master, the price of demon pills is bound to increase. Shall we seek out scattered cultivators to procure a batch? This back and forth could yield significant profits. Mo Yin lowered his head in thought, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table. After a while, he slowly replied, it will likely take another half-month to refine the ferocious beast demon pills into usable elixirs. During this time, we can acquire a substantial amount of demon pills. We must convey this information to General Yue within 15 days. Otherwise, the consequences could be dire. However, given our current tight supply of source stones, it may be challenging to acquire a significant quantity. Kneeling on one knee, Chin Fan cupped his fist in salute and declared, Master, now that my family has pledged allegiance, the Qifeng Merchant Guild and all its assets naturally belong to you. Chapter 35. Purchasing the Soul Gu. Wang Zi knelt on one knee and clasped her hands in salute. Master, I am willing to surrender the Wang family and Amp, Oppos, assets to you. Wang Feiyu and Huang Long also knelt in submission. I possess a modest number of source stones, but I offer my 190 military merits to you. I too have 200 military merits, all for you, Master. Ding Fuxing and Mo Han exchanged glances, feeling quite awkward. They truly had nothing to offer. Ding Fuxing had been running errands for Mo Yun and managing the affairs of the Danchi sect, leaving him no time to hunt demon creatures. Mo Han was constantly vigilant about the Shadow Pavilion and Amp, Oppos, as assassins, fearing that a moment and Amp, Oppos, as negligence might lead to Mo Yun and Amp, Oppos, as discovery. Mo Yun looked at the group, feeling both touched and helpless. Although the influence of the chaotic magic was undeniable, their genuine concern for him was a fact. Alas, I did not invite you to join me for your possessions. I shall not touch your private property. Your generosity today is akin to a loan, and I promise to repay you manyfold in the future. He continued, there is no need for you to give me all your family assets. Retain enough source stones for your own needs or those of your family, and the remainder can be transferred to the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. As he spoke, Mo Yun turned his serious gaze toward Chin Fan. Chin Fan, please record each brother and sister's contributions. We shall repay them when we are prosperous. Rest assured, there are nearly 1,000 poisonous beasts awaiting us at Mason, and I possess almost 1,000 poison beast pills. That amounts to several thousand military merits. And the Tianji Chamber of Commerce will not lack resources. Upon hearing this, Chin Fan clenched his fists, his heart brimming with excitement. Several thousand military merits equated to hundreds of thousands of source stones. If the acquisition of demon pills succeeded, it would undoubtedly yield further profits. He had also heard that Steward Wang had discussed purchasing land and shops in King's Hushan with the master. These would all translate into source stones for the future. When had he, old Chen, ever been this affluent? After Chen Fan and Apos' calculations, the group had donated a total of 30,000 source stones and 100 military merits. Among them, the Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce merged into the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, contributing 10,000 source stones. The Qingfeng Chun family contributed 5,000 source stones and 360 military merits. The Wuliang Wang family contributed 15,000 source stones and 350 military merits. Wang Feiyu contributed 190 military merits. And Huang Long contributed 200 military merits. Mo Yun instructed Chen Fan, use the 30,000 source stones to acquire demon pills. But do not exceed a price of 200. Ensure that the operations remain discreet, so as not to raise suspicion. For specific details, coordinate with Feiyu. He then addressed the others. If you ever require support, feel free to contact Feiyu. He will coordinate everything. King's Hushan, Mo Yun, Huang Long, and Chen Fan traveled to King's Hushan aboard a Golden Eagle. Chen Fan organized the Qifeng Chamber of Commerce and dispatched his subordinates to seek out cultivators willing to sell demon pills for source stones. Meanwhile, Mo Yun and Huang Long disguised themselves and infiltrated the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Presently, Huang Long was alone, as the Danchi sect did not require his guardianship, forcing him to follow Mo Yun and assist him. Their objective was to procure the soul goo and the materials needed to transform it into the blood soul goo, hastening the cultivation of the blood soul goo. Only in this manner could new members join the Mayun Pavilion, allowing the organization to operate efficiently. In the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's hall, Qin Ming observed Mo Yun and Huang Long, sensing their qi refining realm cultivation. He promptly stepped out from behind the counter, greeting them with a grin. Welcome, esteemed guests. How may I assist you? Mo Yun cast a glance at Qin Ming, recalling how he had attempted to deceive him with various underhanded tactics in the past. Despite Qin Ming's cheerful demeanor, he might still harbor ill intentions. Qin Ming, do you expect my brother and me to stand here and converse with you? Qin Ming feigned a slap to his own face, exclaiming, oh dear, look at me. How rude of me. Please, esteemed guests, allow me to escort you to a private room upstairs. He instructed a nearby attendant to watch over the hall before leading Mo Yun and Huang Long upstairs. The attendant was none other than Yang Feng, a disciple of Ming Xiang. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce had reconciled with Ming Xiang's disciple, which became a well-known tale. Such was the Sihai Chamber of Commerce's prowess. They could always extricate themselves from trouble while profiting in the process. The private room was reserved for discussions involving high-value clients. Naturally, two qi refining realm cultivators were deserving of such treatment. The room was modestly sized, with screens allowing ample light to filter in. In the center stood a fragrant Nam tea table surrounded by a few cushions. The scent of sandalwood wafted from the tea table, creating a soothing atmosphere. Qin Ming poured tea for Mo Yun and Huang Long, smiling. Please enjoy. The tea's aroma filled the air, and Huang Long gulped his cup down ravenously. Akin to a cow-chewing peonese, oblivious to the flavor. Mo Yun abstained from drinking the tea, instead surveying the surroundings, thoroughly impressed with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and Apos' service. Such an exquisite environment, regardless of whether goods were purchased, elevated emotional value to its peak, leading to a favorable impression of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Henceforth, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce must adopt a similar approach. He intended to implement all the concepts from his past life. Qin Ming, I require a soul goo. Does your esteemed chamber have one available? Qin Ming and Apos' eyes lit up upon hearing this. It was indeed a significant client. The demands of a qi refining realm cultivator surpassed those of the enlightened realm. Indeed, as long as you possess source stones, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce can procure anything. We have a soul goo available in King's Hushan, but the price. Mo Yun inwardly lamented the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and Apos' formidable capabilities. They truly had everything one could desire. The price is not a concern, but do proceed. Qin Ming stroked his beard, his eyes darting about. 200 source stones. And the product will be delivered immediately. Seeing Qin Ming's expression, Mo Yun understood that the price was exorbitant and that he was attempting to exploit them. Clearing his throat, he replied nonchalantly, Qin Ming, the cultivators in King's Hufang have been spreading rumors that dealing with you involves haggling to half the price. Is there any truth to this? Huang Long chuckled, adding fuel to the fire. Indeed, Qin Ming, is it not well known in King's Hufang? Qin Ming quickly denied it, waving his hands. Esteemed guest, I am unaware of who has slandered me. Just as the Shireen sect had falsely accused the Sihai Chamber of Commerce recently. Mo Yun nodded, asserting, 200 source stones, along with blood soul stones, a millennium-old blood spirit grass, and Shabon powder. Can we reach an agreement, Qin Ming? Mo Yun intentionally withheld some materials needed for the blood soul goo and Apos' promotion, opting to procure the demon beast and Apos' essence himself. The mason and the 8 demon creatures were the perfect choices. After some inner turmoil, Qin Ming reluctantly agreed, appearing to concede a significant loss. In that case, Let us consider this a friendship. I hope you will support my business in the future. Mo Yun smiled and nodded, knowing that Qin Ming had profited from the transaction. However, Qin Ming was indeed a talent, born to be a shopkeeper. His meticulousness in calculating profits was truly remarkable. If only he were not with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, he would have surely been recruited. Curious, Mo Yun asked Qin Ming, "How long have you been with the Sihai Chamber of Commerce?" Seeing Mo Yun and Appo's interest in his personal affairs, Qin Ming assumed it was a gesture of goodwill and replied cheerfully, 15 or 16 years. Mo Yun feigned surprise. 15 or 16 years. With your capabilities, why? Qin Ming chuckled ruefully. The Sihai Chamber of Commerce is vast. As long as Manager Tong is around, I cannot rise in rank. Manager Tong and Appo's uncle, Tong Shunan, is the branch president of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce in Longchuan County. If I weren't Appo's somewhat capable, I wouldn't Appo's even be able to manage King's Hushan. Feeling he had divulged too much, Qin Ming quickly added, "Esteemed guests, I apologize for my excessive chatter." Mo Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It is our honor that Manager Qin can speak candidly with my brother and me. However, since you feel hindered in your career at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, have you considered making a change?" Qin Ming shook his head. "It is not easy for the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce to enter, and even more challenging to exit. Upon entering, we have entrusted our lives to the hands of the chamber." Chapter 36. After obtaining the Soul Goo and advancement materials, Mo Yun hastily boarded the Golden Eagle with Huang Long, racing towards Maji Mountain. Just as Mo Yun was attempting to gauge the possibility of recruiting Qin Ming, Mason encountered dire troubles. 5 Qi refining realm cultivators were capturing venomous beasts at Maji Mountain. Mason, being merely at the spirit awakening realm, was utterly outmatched and dared not reveal himself, allowing the opponents to continue their capture unimpeded. Mo Yun communicated with Mason through the Chaos Runes, instructing him to conceal himself and avoid exposure, merely ensuring that he kept track of the movements of these cultivators. Qin Ming was deeply under the control of the Four Seas Merchant Guild and could not be recruited. Mo Yun had no desire to lose the future Demon Emperor. May Senator. An hour later, 2 golden eagles descended upon the summit of Maji Mountain. From a distance, Mo Yun and Huang Long clearly observed the scene of the Qi refining realm cultivators capturing venomous beasts, leaving them utterly speechless with astonishment. The 5 cultivators intimidated the venomous beast with their Qi refining presence, slicing a 1-foot-long blood leech into pieces for the beast to devour. If the leech perished and turned black, it indicated it was a venomous beast. Subsequently, they collected the beasts into spirit beast bags. Their efficiency was astonishingly high, considering that a venomous beast was worth 3 military merits and did not resist as fiercely as a spirit awakening realm demon. Huang Long eyed the group and chuckled. "Young master, should we wait until they finish collecting before we act?" The most formidable among them appeared to be at the 7th layer of Qi refining, with 2 at the 4th layer and 2 at the 1st layer. However, they seemed to be led by the 1st layer cultivator. Mo Yun pondered for a moment before shaking his head, dismissing the suggestion. The longer they waited, the greater the chance of encountering other cultivators, and he was uncertain if reinforcements were on their way. Moreover, was it truly difficult for them to collect the venomous beasts? Huang Long chuckled, scratching his head. "Young master, all you need to do is command Mason to gather them, then directly collect them with the spirit beast bags. It's simple and more efficient." "Young master, I will take down that Qi refining 7th layer cultivator, and you can handle the remaining 4, Huang Long declared confidently. As he had witnessed Mo Yun dispatch 2 Qi refining cultivators with a single strike, and subsequently break through 4 smaller realms. Mo Yun nodded. "However, it is prudent for us to wear masks to conceal our identities. We must avoid any unforeseen incidents that could affect our subsequent actions." The 2 donned bronze masks and stealthily approached the group of cultivators through the dense forest. "Young Master Ifei, our Jiang family has struck gold. First, we harvested over 1,000 demon cores from Yunling Mountain Range, and now we have nearly 1,000 venomous beasts," Jiang Yucheng, a Qi refining 7th layer cultivator, proclaimed to Jiang Yifei. Jiang Yifei raised his chin slightly and replied with a smug smile, "Our contributions are undeniable. My father will surely reward us generously. I never anticipated that while undertaking the investigation into Elder Jiang Shuyang's death, we would encounter such fortune. Follow my lead, and I assure you a prosperous future." The other 4 Qi refining cultivators echoed his sentiments, promising to serve him loyally. From their conversation, Mo Yun gleaned their identities. They were all members of the Jiang family from Yunling, with Jiang Yifei as the leading scion, sent to investigate the death of Jiang Shuyang. The Jiang family seemed to be a bane for Mo Yun, as he had repeatedly been forced to eliminate them due to their interference. After slaying the Qi refining 7th layer Jiang Shuyang last time, he now faced another 7th layer cultivator. The Jiang family would likely go mad. Mo Yun signaled Huang Long to launch a sneak attack on the Qi refining 7th layer cultivator Jiang Yucheng. Huang Long, upon receiving the cue, gathered his energy and shouted, "Prepare to meet your end," as he charged towards the opponent. The 5 cultivators were startled, wondering who owed him their lives. Jiang Yucheng quickly reacted. Stowing away his spirit beast bag and drawing a hefty iron hammer, shouting, "Protect the young master." Enemy attack. The other three cultivators formed a protective barrier around Jiang Yifei, their gazes fixed on Huanglong. However, Huanglong paid them no heed. His energy enveloped his fists as he relentlessly pursued Jiang Yucheng, raining blows upon him. Clang, clang, clang. Each collision between his fists and the iron hammer invigorated Huanglong, akin to a god of war. Jiang Yifei and the others swallowed hard. Awestruck by the ferocity of the masked man, "Young master, perhaps we should retreat. Your safety is paramount," one of them suggested. Just then, 9 shadowy figures appeared, charging towards them. Jiang Yifei exclaimed, "Huangquan ghost steps?" He recognized this as a secret technique of the Jiang family, passed only to the direct descendants. Yet, Mo Yun's Huangquan two-form step was even more exquisite. Before he could finish speaking, another chi-refining first-layer cultivator was silenced by a swift sword strike, collapsing lifelessly. Surveying the 9 shadowy figures, Jiang Yifei shouted, "Jiang Yihua, is that you? Stop hiding. If I die today, you will never become the young clan leader." Mo Yun was taken aback. Was the Jiang family in such disarray? Brothers resorting to murder over the position of clan leader? Thud, thud. The other 2 chi-refining fourth-layer cultivators also fell victim to Mo Yun's sword, their throats pierced. Jiang Yifei was struck by panic. Channeling his energy to activate the Gung Jin spirit body, his form radiating golden light and enhancing his defenses, resembling a golden statue. Yet, Mo Yun, enveloping his sword in energy, unleashed a lethal strike that pierced Jiang Yifei and Appo's heart from behind. Jiang Yifei slowly turned, eyes filled with malice as he glared at Mo Yun. "Jiang Yihua, may you meet an untimely end." Mo Yun's lips twitched. The man died without even realizing how he had met his demise. Successfully killed Jiang Jinhua, randomly successful plunder, medium-grade physique, Qingmu spirit body, 20 points of Dao source. Source technique, cold moon formless, medium, cold moon formless. Utilizing cold moon source energy, it alters one's form and visage, making it exceedingly difficult to discern. Successfully killed Jiang Zizong, randomly successful plunder, medium-grade physique, 6 Yang spirit body, 20 points of Dao source. Source technique 1000 illusions, medium, 1000 illusions, capable of transforming into anyone one has seen, including their visage, form, and aura. Successfully killed Jiang Xingbang, randomly successful plunder, medium-grade physique, Goei Shui body, 80 points of Dao source, Goei Shui true formula, medium grade. Goei Shui true formula, absorbs Goei Shui, refining it into the Dantian, and at its peak allows one to transform into Goei Shui, with an endless flow of source energy. Successfully killed Jiang Yifei, randomly successful plunder, medium-grade physique, Gung Jin spirit body, 80 points of Dao source. Golden ripple technique, medium grade. Golden ripple technique. Source energy condenses into golden ripples, combining offense and defense, slicing through enemies as if with golden blades. At that moment, Huanglong also crushed the chi-refining 7th-layer cultivator Jiang Yucheng, grinning as he collected the spoils. Successfully killed Jiang Yucheng, randomly successful plunder, medium-grade physique, heavy earth spirit body, 140 points of Dao source. Qing Miao mountain technique, medium grade. Qing Miao mountain technique. Inner strength connects with the earth's veins, granting boundless power when one and Appo's feet touch the ground. Detected fusion potential between the little chaos body and the Qingmu spirit body, 6 Yang spirit body, Goei Shui body, Gung Jin spirit body, heavy earth spirit body. Consumption of 500 source stones, little chaos body evolution at 17, beep, fusion successful. Little chaos body evolution at 17. Detected fusion potential between the source techniques Cold Moon Formless and 1000 Illusions. Consumption of 100 source stones. Success rate at 100. Proceed with fusion. Beep. Fusion successful. Acquired source technique 1000 Illusions Formless. Medium. 1000 Illusions Formless. Upon reaching mastery, can manifest 1000 faces, each corresponding to different soul waves, even capable of disguising as a demon beast or inanimate object. Huanglong chuckled. "Young master, you are becoming swifter by the day." Mo Yun, face darkened, thought this to be quite the wolfish compliment. Just as he was about to retort, he sensed a murderous intent approaching from not far away. He hastily rose and retreated while calling out to Huanglong, "Enemies are near." Upon hearing this, Huanglong swiftly rolled to the side, then immediately got up and moved closer to Mo Yun. As soon as the voice faded, 2 arrows struck the spot where Mo Yun and Huanglong had once stood. The sound of applause echoed through the air. From the shadows beneath a nearby tree, a young man emerged, clapping his hands incessantly. "Remarkable! No wonder you were able to eliminate my inept brother," he exclaimed. Regrettably, the congratulatory gift I had intended to present him remains unbestowed. Yet, I must express my gratitude to you all. You have spared me the spectacle of fraternal bloodshed, thus relieving me of the burden of feigned sorrow. Haraha. Chapter 37. Lei Yang Mo Yun gazed at the young man before him with a countenance of disdain, a shiver running down his spine. The betrayal among brothers, and the pride taken in it, was truly perverse. One could say, perversion had come home. Huanglong could hardly contain his disdain. glaring fiercely as he gritted his teeth and said, "Rest assured, you will soon join your brother. I will escort you. No need for thanks." The young man erupted into laughter, as if he had heard the most amusing joke. "Come forth, everyone." As his words fell, a burly middle-aged man and an elderly woman emerged from the shadows. The man, bare-chested and exuding a formidable aura, was at the pinnacle of the chi refinement stage. The elderly woman, wielding a dragon-headed cane, had a sinister gaze and was at the 7th level of the chi refinement stage. Upon recognizing them, Huang Long exclaimed, "It's Lei Yang from the Reliant Mountain sect and the wicked Zhejian old woman." The Zhejian old woman, taken aback by Huang Long and Appo's knowledge of them, offered a chilling smile. "Young Master Yihua, it appears these two are acquainted with us. We must ensure their silence today." Lei Yang and the Zhejian old woman were secret agents for Jiang Yihua, tasked with carrying out unspeakable deeds. Anyone who knew their identities had been eliminated. They had come today to deal with Jiang Yifei on behalf of Jiang Yihua. With a voice like thunder, Lei Yang laughed heartily. "Oh, there is no need for violence. Let us sit, share a drink, and perhaps become brothers." The Zhejian old woman cast a disdainful glance at Lei Yang. If it weren't for Jiang Jinhua, Jiang Zizong, and Jiang Xingbang being so incompetent, we wouldn't need to reveal ourselves. She found Lei Yang and Appo's feigned righteousness intolerable. Over the years, he had committed numerous misdeeds, always cloaked in grandiloquent speech, yet each time resulted in violence. Jiang Yihua smiled wickedly. "You may slay Jiang Yifei. Our goals align, and I thank you for that. However, should you eliminate my carefully nurtured subordinates, I will naturally seek revenge. You have no idea how much resource I've invested in them. But I am curious, who are you? Why does your footwork resemble my family's ghostly step?" At this, Lei Yang sighed deeply and chose not to respond further. He understood the cruel nature of Jiang Yihua, who never hesitated to act ruthlessly. He knew the outcome was inevitable. His words were merely a balm for his own conscience. Mo Yun grasped the situation. The three individuals guarding Jiang Yifei were indeed Jiang Yihua and Appo's subordinates. Even without his and Huang Long's intervention, the outcome would have been the same. Jiang Yifei's demise was a foregone conclusion, surrounded as he was by spies without his knowledge. Yet, his final cry before death had been eerily accurate. Guess? In response to Jiang Yihua and Appo's inquiry, Mo Yin had no intention of engaging in idle banter. He summoned his source power to strike down his foes. Huang Long quickly intervened, urging, "Young master, leave Lei Yang to me. You handle the Zhejian old woman and Jiang Yihua." Mo Yin furrowed his brow, questioning, "You can handle a peak chi refinement stage opponent?" Huang Long patted his chest confidently. "I assure you, I can manage." The three adversaries were incensed at being so blatantly disregarded, especially as they witnessed the duo dividing their opponents and boasting of their capabilities. Lei Yang inhaled deeply, fury igniting within him as he glared at Huang Long. "Don't cry later." Huang Long grinned. "If you suffer, I shall count it as a victory." The Zhejian old woman, equally furious, swung her dragon-headed cane at Mo Yun. Armed with a top-grade source artifact, the Qingzhou sword, Mo Yun engaged her in mid-air combat, the clash producing a cacophony that grated on the ears. With a resounding clang, Mo Yun's Qingzhou sword shattered in his hand, causing him to momentarily falter. The Zhejian old woman staggered back, her cane trembling in her grasp. She had not anticipated such strength from Mo Yun. Casting a glance at the broken sword, Mo Yun hurled it at the Zhejian old woman, then rolled to retrieve the enormous hammer wielded by Jiang Yuqing, a 7th-level chi refinement practitioner. As she deflected the shattered sword, her gaze fixed intently on Mo Yun. A sense of foreboding settling over her, she realized she was no match for him. If she could just hold out until Lei Yang could assist her, Mo Yun swung the massive hammer, feeling its weight and power coursing through him. He then executed the Yellow Springs dual steps, transforming into 9 afterimages as he charged at the Zhejian old woman. She barely managed to block with her cane. But the force of Mo Yun's strike sent her flying several feet, blood spewing from her mouth upon impact with the ground. Coughing lightly, the Zhejian old woman turned to Lei Yang for assistance. However, the latter was preoccupied trading blows with Huang Long, seemingly engrossed in the fight and oblivious to her plight. The Zhejian old woman, realizing her dire situation, turned her attention to Jiang Yihua, only to see him retreating, clearly contemplating escape. Understanding that her survival depended solely on her own efforts, she activated her blood-drinking body technique, absorbing the life force from 5 nearby corpses to heal herself. With the blood-drinking body, she could rejuvenate as long as there was sufficient blood energy around her, maintaining her peak condition. Mo Yun scoffed. He had no time to allow this wicked practitioner to recuperate. Even if she returned to full strength, it mattered not. With a series of powerful strikes, he shattered the Zhejian old woman's head, successfully killed Mei Zhejian, randomly successfully plundered, mid-grade spirit body, blood-drinking body, 120 points of Dao source. Blood-drinking demonic art, mid-grade, detected that the minor chaotic body confused with the blood-drinking body, consuming 100 source stones. Minor chaotic body S evolution at 19, congratulations, fusion successful, minor chaotic body S evolution at 19, seeing the Zhejian old woman's head explode. Jiang Yihua turned pale with fear, activating his Xian Jade spirit body to enhance his defenses as he rushed toward Lei Yang. The Xian Jade spirit body offered mediocre physical defense but was highly resistant to toxins. With the Zhejian old woman vanquished by Mo Yun, Jiang Yihua knew he stood no chance against them. Yet Lei Yang continued to engage Huang Long, increasingly exhilarated by the combat, ignoring Jiang Yihua entirely. Mo Yun, akin to a specter, brought his heavy hammer crashing down towards Jiang Yihua's skull. Seeing this, Lei Yang forced a smile, activating his blood energy to unleash his Nine Yang spirit body, augmenting his strength, sending Huang Long reeling. He then enveloped his fist with source power to withstand Mo Yun's impending attack. With a thunderous impact, Lei Yang staggered back several steps, blood spilling from his mouth as he glanced at Jiang Yihua with a grimace. Young Master Yang, can this punch, along with my previous deeds, repay the kindness you've shown me these past 2 years? Jiang Yihua had shed his earlier arrogance and madness, nodding obediently. Yet, as realization dawned, he frantically shook his head. Lei Yang, save me. You cannot abandon me. Shaking his head, Lei Yang replied mournfully, I am no match for him. Today, we must rely on his whims to survive. Casting a wary glance at Mo Yun, he sensed the overwhelming disparity in strength between them. Judging by Mo Yun's aura and power, he was far superior, operating on an entirely different level. Though Mo Yun was at the 6th level of the Qi refinement stage, he possessed 12 innate source energies, effectively placing him at the 12th level of the Qi refinement stage. With 11 Danshuns at his disposal, Lei Yang was no competition. Yet Mo Yun disregarded Lei Yang, his gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yihua. Indeed, the most effective method for dealing with a pervert was a heavy hammer. Look how obedient he is now. Jiang Yihua swallowed hard, pleading, my father is Jiang Xiaoyang, the head of the Jiang family. He is in the early stages of foundation establishment. Please spare me, and I will offer you source stones, spirit materials from foundation establishment as well. My Jiang family possesses Xianin spirit water unmoved by Jiang Yihua and Appos. As promises, Mo Yun turned to Lei Yang. Will you still shield him? Or shall we settle this matter ourselves first? With a cultivation level at the 6th stage of Qi refinement, possessing 11 Danshuns and a strength surpassing 23,000 pounds post-breakthrough, Mo Yun indeed harbored no fear of Lei Yang. Lei Yang let out a bitter laugh as he gazed at Jiang Yihua, his expression a tapestry of complexity, embodying contradiction, entanglement, fearlessness, and determination. Though my own fate remained uncertain, he had bestowed upon me the grace of recognition. I shall endure one more blow for him. Thereafter, I can only await my demise in silence. Huang Long called out anxiously, Senior brother, do not. Mo Yun, his face etched with confusion, turned to Huang Long and asked, Senior brother? Yours? Chapter 38, The Collection of Poisonous Beasts. With a sigh, Huang Long nodded in acknowledgement. Mo Yun realized the reason behind Huang Long and Appos' ability to engage in a fierce exchange with his opponent. They were, in fact, sworn brothers. He had never inquired about Huang Long and Wang Feiyu and Appos' past, unaware that both were disciples of an ancient sect. Since he was your senior brother, I shall leave this opportunity to you. Engage him in a meaningful conversation. Lei Yang and Jiang Yihua both faced the dire consequences of your decision. At this moment, Lei Yang was nearly at his wit and Appos' end, unable to withstand Huang Long and Appos' full force. Mo Yun tossed the massive iron hammer to Huang Long, folding his arms across his chest, watching quietly. Allowing Huang Long to act could lead to one of two outcomes. Either Lei Yang perishes, or he submits while Jiang Yihua meets his demise. Huang Long grasped the iron hammer, his aura surging as he spoke solemnly. Senior brother, our sect has been destroyed, and our master sent us forth not to wreak havoc upon the world. While our kin suffer, we must not tarnish the name of our sect with our misdeeds. Today, dear junior brother, I must express my disappointment in your judgment. Lei Yang sighed deeply. Indeed, Jiang Yihua was a scoundrel, engaging in fratricide and every conceivable evil. Yet, it was during Lei Yang and Appos' most trying times that Jiang Yihua extended a helping hand, offering him the finest treatment. A true warrior gives his life for a kindred spirit. Junior brother, come forth. Mo Yun sensed the escalating tension and feared that Huang Long, in his brutish simplicity, might strike Lei Yang down at any moment. He swiftly employed the Huangquan Liangyi step, propelling Lei Yang away, then swiftly turned to obliterate Jiang Yihua and Appos' head. Successful kill, Jiang Yihua, random successful plunder, mid-grade physique, Xianyu spirit body. 90 points of Dao source, detected that the minor chaos body can merge with the Xianyu spirit body, consuming 100 source stones. The minor chaos body and Appos' evolution degree is at 21. Ding, fusion successful. Minor chaos body evolution degree 21. Mo Yun summoned a virtual panel, admiring his accomplishments. Host, Mo Yun, physique, minor chaos body mid-grade, 21. Realm, Qi refinement stage, 6th layer, techniques, 9 nether heaven pill technique, cold moon true technique, blood soul goo scripture. Gui shui true technique, golden swirl wave technique, green bull mountain technique, blood drink demon technique, source techniques, shadow kill low grade, Ice Lotus Sword Dance Midgrade. Huangquan Liang Step Midgrade. 1000 Phantoms No Form Midgrade. Dao Source. 550 points. As Lei Yang gazed upon Jiang Yua's headless corpse, he sighed, bowing his head, feeling a mix of sorrow and liberation. Huang Long, perceiving that Lei Yang was unharmed, understood that his young master had intentionally spared him. Thank you, young master, he exclaimed. Mo Yun retorted with a hint of irritation. Huang Long, your senior brother is injured. Shuden and Amp, Oppos, to you be tending to him? It was clear that subtle hints were futile. Direct communication was essential. Almost losing such a valuable ally, a consummate master at the Qi refinement stage, was a risk he could ill afford. Moreover, Lei Yang was a person of deep loyalty and worth. His only flaw was his lack of discernment. Mo Yun collected the storage bags of Jiang Yua and Jiang Fei, along with 5 spirit beast bags. Since Lei Yang was not yet an ally, Huang Long led him away from the Maji Mountain. Once the dust settled, the future Fox Clan Demon Emperor, Mason, emerged from the underground cavern. Greetings, master, she said respectfully. Mo Yun nodded, signaling her to commence her tasks. Mason commanded 4 White Wolf Kings, 4 Red Snake Kings, and 2 Corrupted Bone Rat Kings to gather their kin. Utilizing the Spirit Beast bags, Mo Yun efficiently collected one entire clan at a time. Ultimately, 10 clans were amassed, along with those gathered by Jiang Yifei, totaling 950 poisonous beasts. These creatures would thrive within the Spirit Beast bags, requiring only periodic feeding of blood and flesh. Mason, when do you plan to return to the 10,000 mountains? Mason replied diligently, Master, the demon clan will not come to my aid. I must rely on myself to escape. I intend to cultivate until I reach the body refinement stage of a demon soldier, returning through the eastern borders of Qishao County and Lanchuan County. The body refinement stage corresponds to the Qi refinement stage of humanity. However, the demon clan cultivates by enhancing their own flesh and blood, allowing their lineage to revert to its ancestral form. As their realm ascends, so too does their physique. Mo Yun reflected on the ruthless law of the jungle that governed the demon clan, lamenting the burden of having to sustain his own subordinates. Even more distressing was his dwindling supply of only 145 source stones. Every fusion of the purple gold gourd required source stones, and his resources were running perilously low. What materials were needed to reach the body refinement stage? In hiding within the underground cavern, how long would it take to advance? Mason sensed her master and Amp, Oppos, generosity and felt a surge of joy. As long as I absorb enough source energy, I can strengthen my bones and flesh. Swiftly reaching the body refinement stage, Mo Yun nodded, retrieving 1,000 source stones from his storage ring for Mei Senator. Though their cultivation systems differed, both required source energy, and the source stones could provide abundant energy. Mei Sun gazed upon the mountain of colorful source stones, tears of gratitude streaming down her face. Mo Yun and Oppos' kindness far surpassed that of her previous master. Blood relations are not the sole bonds that tie beings. It is the resonance of souls, stirred by the passage of time, that forges deeper connections. The trust they placed in each other, akin to the sweet dew shared among desert travelers, brewed a bond richer than blood in the treasure trove of time. Mason silently vowed to repay her master's kindness, aspiring to establish him as the true monarch of the demon clan. She, Mason, would no longer be a solitary demon, for she now had someone to cherish and protect her. Mo Yun affectionately ruffled Mason and Amp, Oppos' head. Focus on your cultivation, and do not hesitate to inform me should you lack resources. Also, be sure to bathe frequently. Become a cleanly fox. Mason felt a warmth in her heart, softly responding, Yes, master. As Mo Yun stepped forward, he turned to Mason once more. In the near future, there will be frequent searches in this area. It would be best if you accompanied me. I shall arrange a secure place for you to meditate. Recalling that Jiang Yifei was investigating the cause of Jiang Shuyang and Amp, Oppos' demise, and that the Jiang family had perished nearby, he knew that Mei Sun would undoubtedly be discovered if she remained at Maji Mountain. Mei Sun was deeply touched by her master's concern for her well-being. Thank you, master. Mo Yun shook his head, smiling. Enter my spirit beast bag for now. I will release you when we arrive at our destination. Understood. Mo Yun intended to settle Mason in the cave of Luoxiao Mountain, which was now enveloped by the Zhou Tian star array and contained a low-grade source vein, making it an ideal location for the Oppos, future demon emperor and Oppos, to advance. It was also where Mei Hong had encountered her, as that place held a special connection to the Mei Fox clan. In the distance, Huang Long was tending to his senior brother, Lei Yang. After consuming healing elixirs, Lei Yang and Amp, Oppos' condition improved, and the two engaged in heartfelt conversation about life. Huang Long boasted of his carefree existence and how he had been taken under Mo Yun and Amp, Oppos' wing. Meanwhile, Lei Yang lamented the distasteful deeds he had committed over the past 2 years, growing increasingly despondent. Huang Long, in his naive exuberance, seemed to live a far more fortunate life than his own. Senior brother, why not join our young master? He is a person of loyalty and integrity, quite commendable. Lei Yang sighed heavily. Your young master may not even regard me with favor. Given the things I did for Jiang Yihua, it would be no loss to extinguish my life. Huang Long pouted, muttering, That's just your stubbornness. Why not seek a better path instead of following him into wickedness? Lei Yang and Apos' lips twitched in irritation. He realized that Huang Long was particularly buoyant today, first criticizing his discernment and now dubbing him as obstinate. Being mocked by a well-known simpleton was truly intolerable. Just as he prepared to assert his seniority and remind Huang Long of his status, Mo Yun approached. Huang Long, blissfully unaware of his fortunate escape from calamity, approached Mo Yun with a cheerful demeanor. Young master, my senior brother is indeed a commendable individual. He has long benefited from Jiang Yihua and Apos' kindness, and it is only fitting that he repays it. As members of the Kaoshan sect, we are men of our word, unwavering and trustworthy. Might you grant my senior brother an opportunity to atone for his misdeeds? Mo Yun, however, ignored Huang Long and walked straight towards Lei Yang. Upon noticing Mo Yun and Apos' approach, Lei Yang hastily stood up and bowed respectfully. Thank you, young master, for your mercy in sparing my life. Mo Yun assisted him to his feet. Brother Lei, you are a man of loyalty and righteousness. The past, which was not of your choosing, is best left behind. Lei Yang gazed at Mo Yun, sighed deeply, and shook his head. In terms of actions rather than intentions, I have indeed harmed others, and I wish to make amends. Mo Yun smiled silently. Aside from Wang Feiyu, both Huang Long and Lei Yang were rather straightforward individuals. Nevertheless, they commanded respect for their honesty, candor, and complete absence of pretense. Do as you wish. Both Huang Long and Feiyu are at Danchi sect, and there shall be opportunities for further interactions. Though Mo Yun was keen to enlist Lei Yang among his ranks, he understood the necessity of patience, waiting for the right moment. Carrying the weight of the past made it arduous to join the Mo Yun Pavilion. Lei Yang must first relinquish his burdens. Such matters were better entrusted to Wang Feiyu. As Huang Long and Apos' straightforwardness would not unravel Lei Yang and Apos' inner turmoil. Chapter 39. The Little Chaos Goo. The falling Sunset Mountain Range. Although there existed a low-grade source vein and a medium-grade celestial star array, Wang Feiyu remained vigilant over the safety of the falling Sunset Mountain Range, steadfastly guarding the area. Coincidentally, he could also utilize the source vein for cultivation, swiftly enhancing his prowess. At present, his spiritual power was comparable to that of a 9th-layer Qi refinement practitioner, significantly improving the efficiency of nurturing innate source energy. And he was not far from breaking through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement. Mo Yun settled Mei Sun and collected some essence blood from the enchanting fox before hastening to the peak of the falling Sunset Mountain Range. This location was now known as Falling Sunset Peak and belonged to the Danchi sect. Numerous constructions were underway on the mountain, staffed by individuals dispatched from the Qin and Wang families, comprising both mortals and cultivators. Regardless of their status, Wang Feiyu compensated them generously, as they would soon become allies. Young master, several groups have recently arrived at the Falling Sunset Mountain Range, all probing into our affairs. I dismissed them under the pretext of the Danchi sect. However, we can expect more disturbances ahead, should we choose an opportune moment to demonstrate our strength. Wang Feiyu believed that the visible strength of the Mogwang Pavilion was considerable enough to assert dominance and intimidate those with ill intentions. Mo Yun nodded in agreement. If it's the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, the Treasure Pavilion, or the Jiang family of Yunling, communicate with them patiently and diplomatically. But if it's any other faction that dares to provoke us, eliminate them directly. Display their corpses outside. If they seek vengeance, we shall eradicate their lineage. The extensive activities at the Falling Sunset Mountain Range could not evade the scrutiny of the discerning, who could easily surmise that there was at least one incomplete low-grade spiritual vein present. Those with avarice would swarm like sharks sensing blood. Endless probing and conflict would only lead to more casualties. Thus, the best approach was to quell violence with violence and intimidate the unscrupulous. Wang Feiyu understood Mo Yun's perspective. The purpose of bloodshed was ultimately to secure peace. Indeed, young master, Mo Yun affirmed, patting Wang Feiyu's shoulder. Your elder brother, Lei Yang, seems quite commendable. You should devise a way to bring him to our side. It would be in his best interest. He is loyal and righteous, yet naive, and would certainly be taken advantage of outside. A gentleman can be deceived by reason, but Lei Yang can be swayed by virtue. Wang Feiyu glanced at Lei Yang, who was conversing with Huang Long, and let out a rueful smile. Leave this matter to me. Being overly righteous can lead to downfall. The reliance on power can be both a blessing and a curse, Mo Yun observed with keen interest. Feiyu, why do I not sense the same fervor in you as in the past? Young master, I was once more impulsive and reckless than even my elder brother and Huang Shixiang. However, after facing severe deception, I have learned to be more astute. One must be resolute when the time calls for it, yet cautious when necessary. Following you, young master, we shall surely not suffer. After conversing with Wang Feiyu for a while, Mo Yun ventured alone to the highest point of Falling Sunset Peak to cultivate. With 550 points of Dao Source, he was poised to elevate to the 10th layer of Qi refinement. As he summoned the source energy from the entire peak, it converged violently towards the summit, forming a magnificent 7-colored funnel. Lei Yang was astonished by this spectacle, while Huang Long, composed, patted Lei Yang and Apos' shoulder as if to say, no need to be alarmed. Such is the nature of our young master. Lei Yang swallowed hard, inquiring, Arn and Amp, Oppos, to you the least bit surprised? Is this how your young master always is? Huang Long chuckled, nodding sagely. The young master's cultivation is transcendent. He is merely unsealing his potential. No need for alarm. Suddenly, Lei Yang perceived a newfound wisdom in Huang Long since he had joined Mo Yun. It was as if his entire demeanor had transformed. So, what level of cultivation does he possess? Huang Long raised an index finger skyward, remaining silent. Lei Yang gasped in realization. Is he at the peak? Hey, first grade? Huang Long, with hands clasped behind his back, gazed skyward, his aura becoming even more enigmatic. Wan Fei Yu shook his head in awe. Young master, what is your true strength? Such elevation and a solid foundation can only be achieved through unsealing one's potential. His conviction was unwavering. The mortals and cultivators constructing the palace paused to marvel, their admiration palpable. Having heard that their families were now part of the Danchi sect, and that they would henceforth be united, they felt a deep sense of pride for having such a leader. After expending 340 points of Dao Source on the Imu Sutra, Wu Tu Sutra, Gongjin Sutra, and Gue Shui Sutra, Mo Yun successfully nurtured innate source energy. Presently, his primary dantian contained 10 strands of innate source energy, while the other 10 dantians each held one. By the reckoning that one strand of innate source energy corresponds to one layer of qi refinement, Mo Yun could be considered at the 20th layer of qi refinement. The influx of 20 strands of innate source energy and the storage capacity of his 11 dantians positioned Mo Yun as unrivaled in the qi refinement realm, disregarding other factors. His physical strength had reached 30,000 pounds, comparable to that of a mid-stage foundation establishment practitioner. In the realm of qi refinement, each strand of innate source energy augmented physical power by 1,000 pounds, while foundation establishment was divided into 3 stages, with each minor realm yielding an increase of 10,000 pounds. However, the true strength of foundation establishment lay not in physical might but in the foundation and the inexhaustible source power. Even a nascent foundation establishment practitioner could easily dominate a perfected qi refinement practitioner. The two powers were fundamentally incomparable. Host: Mo Yun. Physique: little chaos body, medium grade. 21. Realm: 10th layer of qi refinement. Cultivation techniques: 9 Nether Heaven Pill Formula, Cold Moon True Formula, Blood Soul Gu Sutra, Gue Shui True Formula, Golden Spiral Wave Technique, Green Bull Mountain Technique, Blood Drink Demon Technique. Source techniques: Shadow Kill, low grade. Ice Lotus Sword Dance, medium grade. Yellow Springs 2 Instruments Step, medium grade. 1000 Phantom Formless, medium grade. Dao Source, 210 points, gazing at the system's virtual panel. Mo Yun pondered deeply. He sensed that the 9 Nether Heaven Pill formula still bore certain shortcomings. Why could the primary dantian nurture 10 strands of innate source energy, while the others could not? If all dantians could cultivate 10 strands, could he not achieve the 110th layer of qi refinement? Furthermore, the recently acquired techniques seemed incompatible. Had the system malfunctioned? Mo Yun could only shake his head in resignation, deciding to continue acquiring more techniques for the time being. The Mogwang Pavilion still required fresh blood, making the cultivation of the Blood Soul Gu Sutra his foremost task. From his storage jade ring, Mo Yun extracted a Blood Soul Stone, a millennium-old Blood Spirit Grass, and Shabone powder, mixing and grinding them into a fine powder before adding a vial of enchanting fox essence blood and 10 vials of his own blood. Once thoroughly blended, he obtained a dark red concoction. Mo Yun then retrieved a wooden box containing the soul goo. This soul goo resembled a plain white beetle, seemingly unremarkable, yet valued at over 1,000 source stones. Upon placing the soul goo into the mixture, it began to voraciously absorb the energy, transforming its white shell to a dark red hue. Thus, the soul goo evolved into the blood soul goo. Mo Yun sliced open the palm of his left hand, allowing his blood to drip onto the blood soul goo. The creature flapped its wings and flew to his palm, burrowing into the wound and traveling through his veins to his heart. Immediately, Mo Yun activated the secret techniques of the Blood Soul Gu Sutra, refining it into his life-bound Mother Gu. In the pact with the Blood Soul Mother Gu, Mo Yun held absolute control. If the Blood Soul Mother Gu were to perish, it would inflict no harm upon him. Conversely, if he were to die, the Blood Soul Mother Gu would also succumb. Within his heart, the Blood Soul Mother Gu ravenously absorbed Mo Yun and Apos' blood essence. To his astonishment, the virtual panel automatically displayed, showing the evolution percentage of his little chaos body dropping from 21 to 15. The Blood Soul Gu has successfully evolved into the Little Chaos Gu. The Little Chaos Gu, both the maternal and filial Gu, can devour causal threads, obscuring all secrets of the host. The maternal Gu allows its host to enslave the host of the filial Gu, enabling communication between hosts to transcend spatial limitations. Note: the realm of the filial Gu and Apos as host is restricted by the filial Gu and cannot exceed that of the maternal Gu and Apos as host. The realm section of the virtual panel has changed. Realm: Qi refining stage, 10th layer, 10th grade Little Chaos Gu. At this moment, the maternal Gu within the heart has undergone a significant transformation, shifting from a dark red hue to a translucent color, with a swirling gray nebula within. exuding an enigmatic allure. What is happening? Has the blood soul goo absorbed the essence of the little chaos body and mutated into the little chaos goo? The little chaos goo can obscure all secrets, which implies that the Demon Cloud Pavilion is unafraid of any celestial predictions and shall become the most mysterious entity. Why is the mid-grade concoction synthesized from the purple gold gourd so formidable? The mid-grade technique, 9 Nether Heavenly Dan formula, is accompanied by 10 secret techniques for the Dantian, allowing one at the chi refining stage to refine 11 source veins into the Dantian. The mid-grade physique of the little chaos body, endowed with the chaos demon eye, can unleash a chaotic domain for 10 breaths. The mid-grade Gu Dao technique, Blood Soul Gu Classic, directly cultivates the little chaos goo after absorbing the essence of chaos. Chapter 40. Recruitment of disciples at Danchi sect at the Grand Square of the Mountain Gate. Wang Feiyu gathered all the enlightened disciples from the Qi Fengchen family and the Wuyong Wang family, totaling 100 individuals. These disciples, under the guidance and persuasion of Chun Fan and Wang Zi, along with the training provided by Ding Fuxing, developed a profound sense of belonging to Danchi sect and were eager to strive for their own futures and those of their families. Mo Yun planned to first allow these enlightened disciples to join Danchi sect. Through assessments, those who excelled would subsequently be invited to join the Maui Pavilion. Quality over quantity. Mo Yun, clad in a luxurious black and gold garment, appeared ethereal as he stood atop a platform. Qin Fan, Wang Zi, and Ding Fuxing followed closely behind, providing support. Upon Mo Yun's arrival, all the enlightened disciples knelt on one knee, bowing their heads in respectful salute. Greetings, Sect Master. Mo Yun raised his hand slightly, surveying the crowd below. Please rise. The crowd obeyed in unison, their movements remarkably synchronized, exuding a military flair. This spectacle astonished Mo Yun, who turned to Ding Fuxing beside him and nodded in approval. He had not anticipated that Ding Fuxing possessed such capabilities in managing the Academy of Inquiry. Feeling the gaze and acknowledgement from his lord, Ding Fuxing and Appo's chest swelled with pride. Mo Yun addressed the gathered cultivators with a resounding voice. Today, with the light of dawn illuminating our swords and the bells of the mountain gate ringing, new blood is added to the lineage of Danchi sect. I promise that as long as you dare to fight and strive for progress, your futures will be bright. You need not worry about cultivation resources or the livelihoods of your families. Danchi sect will resolve all of these issues for you. All that is required is your courage and wisdom to prove that you are deserving of these opportunities. However, let me make this clear. Should anyone choose to languish and wait for death, they will be expelled from Danchi sect upon verification. As his words fell, the assembly knelt once more. We shall abide by the sect master's decree. We are willing to serve the sect master unto death. The enlightened disciples trembled with excitement, elated by the prospect before them. In the past, they could barely earn a few source stones in a year, living in hardship without even the means to afford medicinal pills for cultivation. Now, with hard work, they could access abundant cultivation resources, no longer burdened by the welfare of their families. In their most difficult times, someone was there to look after their families and provide them with ample resources for cultivation. All they could do in return was to pledge their lives in service. A soldier dies for the one who understands him. At this moment, the enlightened disciples from the Qingfeng Qin family and the Wuyong Wang family could be considered death warriors. Mo Yun proclaimed, Disciples, rise. From now on, you shall follow the orders of Vice Sect Master Wang Feiyu and the elders. Shortly, you will come to the back mountainous forbidden area to see me in order. With that, Mo Yun executed the Huangguan Liangi step, stepping on the yin-yang fish, and gracefully ascended as if he were an immortal. Flying back to the forbidden area of the back mountain, the enlightened disciples below were filled with joy, an immense sense of pride surging within them. The sect master has reached the foundation establishment stage? With such a powerful leader, how can Danchi sect not rise? They mused. The sect master has said that as long as we dare to fight, we will surely succeed. Moreover, the sect master wishes to meet us individually. What an honor. Chun Fan, Wang Zi, and Ding Fuxing gasped in astonishment. They all knew their master's extraordinary strength and that he was gradually unsealing his cultivation, but they had not anticipated that he would soar to such heights so soon. Chun Fan recalled how even his most powerful strike could not touch his master and murmured, Master, what level of cultivation do you possess? What heights shall we reach? Wang Zi secretly rejoiced in her choice, knowing her master was a peerless powerhouse destined to take her to the pinnacle, where she could gaze down upon the myriad beings. Ding Fuxing, who previously regarded Mo Yun as a strategist capable of decisive victories from afar, now recognized him as a figure of both courage and wisdom, unmatched by anyone in the world. After returning to the back mountain, Mo Yun sat cross-legged within the grand hall, awaiting the disciples' homage. The purpose of this meeting was to bestow upon them the small chaotic worms. Naturally, he would also assess if there were any promising talents among them. Chintinsi, before him, was indeed remarkable. At the tender age of 14, he had opened 288 meridians and possessed a superior wind and cloud spiritual body. Chintinsi, if provided with ample resources, how long would it take you to reach the peak of the enlightenment stage? Chintinsi pondered for a moment before confidently stating, Within 2 months, I can certainly open 360 meridians. Mo Yun nodded slightly, acknowledging Chen Tianxi and Appo's as commendable talent. His fiery and straightforward character starkly contrasted with that of his father, Chen Fan, and instead bore a closer resemblance to Huang Long. If you had an enemy, Chen Tianxi immediately sprang up, scanning the surroundings. Where? I shall flay him alive. Mo Yun raised a hand to calm him, signaling him to sit. I meant hypothetically. Chen Tianxi chuckled. Mo Yun found it amusing. This lad would undoubtedly be well received in the Kuaishan sect. There are two methods to eliminate your enemy. The first is assassination. The second is direct confrontation. Which do you choose? Chen Tianxi rested his chin on his hand, pondering. I choose the first method of assassination. My father always said that if one can defeat an opponent in a single strike, there is no need for a second. While direct confrontation is satisfying, it is often met with defenses, greatly reducing the chances of success. Mo Yun inquired, if the path of assassination requires you to endure inhumane torment and immense suffering, would you still choose it? Chen Tianxi nodded resolutely. Mo Yun further pressed. What if the direct confrontation could also guarantee success? Chen Tianxi nodded again. Sometimes. The slightest difference can determine life or death. Chen Tianxi was both courageous and strategic, adept at advancing and retreating, making him well suited for both the faceless and the Maui guards. However, the Maui guards should not consist solely of brutes. It was essential to find individuals with intellect. Mo Yun flipped his hand, revealing a transparent small chaotic worm that appeared in his palm. This creature will not harm you. It can shield you from heavenly secrets while facilitating communication with your fellow disciples. Simply place it at your forehead. Chen Tianxi complied. And as the small chaotic worm approached his brow, it vanished, reappearing within his sea of consciousness. It remained motionless, quietly floating within, but became increasingly transparent with each breath, until it ultimately disappeared. Cultivators possessing the small chaotic worm can sense the star points representing their companions within their sea of consciousness. By establishing a connection with their star points using their spiritual intent, direct communication is possible. At this moment, Chen Tianxi held Mo Yun in even higher esteem, willing to face fire and water for him, with no fear of death. Tianxi, you may leave for now. Shortly, I will confer with the elders to devise a training plan, and you must rapidly elevate your cultivation level. Yes, Sect Master. Mo Yun exerted control over the 100 enlightened disciples using the small chaotic worms. Apart from Chen Tianxi, Wang Chun from the Wang family also exhibited exceptional potential worthy of cultivation. Wang Chun possessed a mid-grade void spirit body, with an unremarkable demeanor and appearance. It was precisely this inconspicuous quality that Mo Yun believed made him inherently suitable for the faceless. Furthermore, Wang Chun demonstrated immense resolve and willpower, capable of enduring any hardship for the sake of his goals. Subsequently, Mo Yun summoned Xin Fan, Wang Zi, and Ding Fuxing to the back mountain for a discussion to understand the current overall situation regarding the Maui Pavilion. Xin Fan reported to Mo Yun, young master. The Qingfeng Chamber of Commerce has fully integrated into the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Our people have begun acquiring ferocious beast demon cores across Longchuan County. According to reports, the Sihai Chamber of Commerce and the Jinbao Pavilion have been watching us closely, even probing multiple times. Our people have been deflecting with the excuse of private acquisitions. But over time, it may become evident. Mo Yun nodded in acknowledgement. No worries. They will inevitably come to realize that it is sufficient to ensure the safety of those under our command. Moreover, we harbor numerous secrets. Those with ulterior motives within the Heavenly Extreme Commerce Association must be swiftly eliminated. Mo Yun must guarantee that his subordinates remain loyal. Otherwise, it would be arduous for the Heavenly Extreme Commerce Association to compete with the Four Seas Commerce Association and the Treasure Pavilion. Chen Fan nodded. I will send a small contingent of those in the Awakening Realm to the Heavenly Extreme Commerce Association, and they will assist in monitoring my subordinates. This will also serve to train these Awakening Realm disciples, preparing them for future responsibilities. Mo Yun smiled. Chen Fan, proceed as you see fit. The Awakening Realm disciples from the Qin and Wang families are our own. Utilize them boldly. As for external cultivators, we must be vigilant if they possess talent. Feel free to recommend them to me. Chen Fan respectfully bowed. Yes, young master. Mo Yun turned to Wang Zi. Zi, how is the formation arrangement progressing? Wang Zi replied with a smile. Young master, the celestial formations of the Qingfeng Mountains and the Wuyang Mountains have been established. Now, we simply need to harmonize the formation at the center of the Sankai Luha formation in the Danchi sect. Additionally, the Heavenly Extreme Commerce Association needs to acquire a substantial amount of restrictions and killing formations to fill the gaps. Mo Yun nodded in satisfaction. With Wang Zi, an expert in formations, there is no need for concern regarding these matters. Proceed according to your plans, and if you require assistance, do not hesitate to seek me. Yes, young master. Ding Fuxing, seeing that Chen Fan and Wang Zi had concluded their discussion, bowed respectfully and said, Young master, the Window Academy is gradually getting on track, and various trainings are being implemented. However, we currently face a challenge that requires your decisive action. Mo Yun looked at Ding Fu, who had broken through to the Qi refinement realm, and nodded approvingly. Old Ding had finally lived up to his expectations. Not only is he managing the Winda Academy effectively, but he is also advancing in his cultivation. What is the matter? Ding Fuxing continued. We are lacking in techniques and source arts. Currently, each disciple is practicing their own family techniques, some of which do not even align with their physiques, leaving them no choice but to cultivate forcefully. If this continues, it will be difficult for these disciples to achieve success. Chen Fan sighed upon hearing this. While the major clans claim to have their own legacies, they are limited. Possessing a single mid-grade family technique is already commendable. Naturally, those disciples who align with their family's legacy cultivate rapidly, but if they do not, they can only force themselves to practice, as neglecting their cultivation is not an option. Wang Zi also lamented. The Wuliang Wang family faces a similar predicament. Techniques have always been the most troublesome issue for the major clans. Mo Yun inquired curiously, why not acquire some techniques? Chen Fan shook his head. What is circulating externally are merely low-grade foundational techniques. As for mid-grade techniques, each family treats them as treasured heirlooms. How could they possibly be shared? Moreover, those low-grade techniques are exceedingly rudimentary, making their efficiency in comparison to forcefully cultivating mid-grade techniques quite poor. Upon hearing the explanation from the three, Mo Yun began to understand the formidable nature of the purple gold gourd. In a time when all cultivators are lacking in techniques and source arts, we possess the ability to plunder various techniques and even merge them into new ones. This is a strength beyond reason. Old Ding, you need not worry about this. Shortly, I will provide you with some techniques and source arts, organize them, and pass them on to the disciples. However, this is limited to the formal disciples of the Danqi sect. Chapter 41. Li Wan'er, Ding Fuxing, Chen Fan, and Wang Zi's eyes sparkled at the mention of Mo Yun. In their minds, Mo Yun was a figure of extraordinary cultivation, possessing countless high-tier techniques that could sustain them for a lifetime if only a trickle were to flow from his fingers. Mo Yun had long contemplated the matter of techniques. Previously, due to the incomplete mastery of the Blood Soul Gu scripture, he was unable to fully control those under him, which delayed the current moment. Now, he possessed numerous techniques, yet the core ones, the 9 Nether Celestial Pill Art, Blood Soul Gu scripture, and Huangquan 2-element steps, were not to be shared. The methods synthesized from the purple gold gourd were not meant for those beneath him. If discovered by the wrong hands, it would spell disaster. However, techniques such as the Jin Xian Ripple Technique, Gui Shui True Art, Blood Drink Demon Art, Hanyu True Art, and 10,000 Gu Scripture could be disseminated. These techniques were derived from the plundering of other cultivators, and as long as they exercised caution, it would be manageable. Mo Yun retrieved the meticulously copied techniques and source arts from his storage jade ring and handed them to Ding Fuxing, indicating that he should allow his disciples to select appropriate ones for cultivation. Ding Fuxing accepted the stack of over 10 manuals with elation, eagerly flipping through the ranks of the techniques. The Hanyu True Art was of medium grade. The 10,000 Gu Scripture was of medium grade. The Gui Shui True Art was of medium grade. The Jin Xian Ripple Technique was of medium grade. Chen Fan and Wang Zi gasped in astonishment upon hearing the names and ranks of the techniques, unable to resist stepping forward to examine them. Ding Fuxing trembled as he swallowed hard and exclaimed, Young master, with so many medium-grade techniques, alongside those from the Qi Fengchen family and the Wuliang Wang family, we need not worry about techniques in the near term. Although techniques cannot be a perfect match, as long as their attributes are similar, the cultivation will not fall too far behind. Chen Fan, cradling the Gui Shui True Art in his hands, spoke with a quiver in his voice, Young master. With this Gui Shui True Art, perhaps my mother can break through to the foundation establishment stage. The others were taken aback. After the Chen family allied with Mo Yun, Chen Fan and Amp, Appo's mother, Li Wan and Amp, Appo's, had said little and remained in seclusion. Yet, how could breaking through to the foundation establishment stage be so easily achieved? The notion that the Gui Shui True Art could enable her breakthrough was indeed shocking. Mo Yun appeared equally exhilarated. Having a foundation establishment cultivator and Appo's support would simplify matters significantly. Chen Fan, do tell us what's going on, urged Wang Zi and Ding Fuxing, their faces brimming with curiosity. Chen Fan smiled, saying, My mother possesses a medium-grade physique, the Gui Shui spiritual body. Because our Chen family and Appo's medium-grade technique, Qi Fengju, is of what attribute, my mother has modified the low-grade technique, Bihai Xiaoxingju, into a medium-grade technique. Mo Yun and the others gasped in astonishment. Modifying a technique? Transforming a low-grade technique into a medium-grade one? That is akin to creating an entirely new medium-grade technique. They had not expected Li Wan and Appo's to be so extraordinarily talented. Chen Fan shook his head with a bitter smile. Though she has acquired the medium-grade water attribute technique, it has many deficiencies. My mother is currently in seclusion to resolve these issues. If she can cross-reference with the Gui Shui True Art, and considering she is already a Gui Shui spiritual body, she will surely attain a complete technique and achieve foundation establishment. Mo Yun inquired, to establish a foundation, one requires foundation establishment spiritual materials. Is your mother prepared? The Qi refinement stage requires the refinement of foundation establishment spiritual materials into the body, merging with innate source energy to construct the foundation. The stronger the spiritual material, the stronger the foundation and the greater the power, he explained. Chen Fan nodded, recounting, years ago, my father obtained a foundation establishment spiritual material, first Yuan heavy water. During his travels. However, it was also during that time that he suffered fatal injuries. My mother's greatest aspiration has been to use the first Yuan heavy water to establish her foundation, fulfilling my father and Appo's as hopes and leading our family to a better life. Mo Yun nodded. Chen Fan, quickly take the Gui Shui True Art to your mother and help her step into the foundation establishment stage. Chen Fan knelt, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, young master. However, I have one more request that I hope you will grant. In a good mood, Mo Yun chuckled. What is it? Speak freely. With a serious expression, Chen Fan replied, my mother is not one of our own. Could this breach the rules? My thought is that the rules must not be discarded. If young master can exert control, then it would pose no issue. Furthermore, your methods are always beneficial, and my mother's spirit will undoubtedly strengthen, greatly aiding her foundation establishment. Wang Zi and Ding Fuxing nodded slightly in agreement. Indeed, this would represent the best outcome. Mo Yin pondered for a moment. Currently, the quota for the chaotic demon eye has been exhausted. If I were to utilize the small chaotic goo, given my realm, your mother would be unable to break through to foundation establishment. We can only use the golden eagle demon, white wolf king, and corrupted bone rat king to free up a quota for the small chaotic goo. Chen Fan, take the Gui Shui True Art to your mother first. Explain everything to her. If she wishes to fully join us, she is always welcome. If she prefers not to be constrained, the Gui Shui True Art will still be given to her. I hope she can establish her foundation, and in due time, she will look out for us out of gratitude for you. Mo Yun's heartfelt words deeply moved Chen Fan. Young master's great kindness shall be etched in my heart forever. Mo Yun assisted Chen Fan to his feet, saying, there is no need for such formality. Your willingness to lead your entire clan to ally with me is more than enough gratitude. A mere medium-grade technique is of little consequence. As he spoke, Mo Yun produced 3 small chaotic gus. Chen Fan, Wang Zi, and Ding Fuxing gazed with curiosity at the translucent small chaotic goo swirling with gray star clouds in Mo Yun's hand. Young master, what treasure is this? They inquired. Mo Yun smiled. This goo can assist you in shielding against the heavenly secrets and allow you to communicate with one another, regardless of distance. The small chaotic goo, in many respects, surpasses the chaotic demon eye. It not only enslaves but also conceals heavenly secrets, enabling long-distance communication among members. Loyalty, concealment, and information transmission are among the most critical elements of any power, and the small chaotic goo meets all these criteria. It is truly a dream goo. Ding Fuxing, fearing he had misheard, repeated, young master, are you saying that we can contact each other through this creature, no matter the distance? Mo Yin nodded affirmatively. No matter how far, communication is possible. From now on, you can issue commands directly through the sea of consciousness, without needing to use communication jade talismans. Chen Fan murmured. If that is the case, I can be immediately informed of news from various locations, making business decisions far more efficient. In business, time equates to money. Even a slight delay can lead to significant differences. Wang Zi looked at Chen Fan with a playful grin. Brother Chen Fan, if that and Appo's, that's the case. Can we chat a bit before sleeping tonight? Mo Yun, Chen Fan, and Ding Fuxing exchanged glances, their expressions darkening, while they were all contemplating how to amass wealth. Wang Zi seemed fixated on her romantic interests with Chen Fan. Mo Yun hoped that members of the Magic Cloud Pavilion would find common ground, patting Chen Fan on the shoulder. It's good to chat and nurture relationships. That's beneficial. Chen Fan, whose wife had tragically passed away years ago, was still single. Wang Zi, who had not yet relinquished her feelings for Chen Fan, would find it favorable if they could develop a closer bond. Feeling the intensity of Wang Zi's gaze, Chen Fan broke into a cold sweat and quickly changed the subject. Young master, what did you think of Tian Ci today? Mo Yun nodded. Chen Tian Ci of the Chen family and Wang Chen of the Wang family are both worthy of focused cultivation. He then turned to Ding Fuxing. Old Ding, what are your thoughts on these talents? After a moment of contemplation, Ding Fuxing replied, young master, according to the past practices of the Danqi sect, talents can be categorized into tiers. The higher the tier, the better the treatment they receive, allowing us to maximize the efficacy of our limited resources. Chen Fan and Wang Zi both nodded in agreement. The same resources can elevate a prodigy to greater heights, which is why sects and noble families are more inclined to invest in these exceptional individuals. Mo Yun also acknowledges this approach, considering the limitations of resources. At this moment, he reflects on his original self and Mo Wentian. Is it possible that Mo Wentian refrains from expending effort on him due to his innate deficiencies? After all, a mortal's lifespan pales in comparison to that of a cultivator. However, recalling the experiences prior to the age of 7, Mo Yun dismisses this notion. Mo Wentian's disdain for his original self stems not from an innate weakness, but from a fundamental rejection of his very existence. Alas, let us endeavor to provide opportunities for other disciples. Old Ding, please devise a plan to allocate some resources to those of average aptitude in the early stages. If they prove themselves worthy, we shall continue our investment. Should they fail to strive, we cannot be held accountable. Chapter 42, Feng Xian, Longchuan County. At Tianmen Pass, Yue sat solemnly upon the grand throne, his expression slightly weary. Below him, General Jiao Feng bowed his head, awaiting Yue and Appo's directives. With a gentle rub of his brow, Yue inquired about the recent movements of the Demon Clan. Jiao Feng responded respectfully, reporting that the army had been executing their watch duties every 10 miles and sentries every 5, without any sign of demon infiltration into the Great Xia. The demon presence in the rear had diminished gradually due to the purging efforts of wandering cultivators and prominent families, though progress in capturing poisonous beasts remained elusive. However, as the demon threat waned, the scattered cultivators would increasingly focus their energies on the poisonous beasts, which would eventually be dealt with, albeit over time. Yue nodded, appreciating Jiao Feng and Appo's reliability. He continued, expressing concern for Feng Xian, the young prodigy under the care of the Wind Master, who had suffered due to the tribulations faced by the Longchuan army. Jiao Feng confirmed that Feng Xian, only 14 years old and gifted in talisman crafting, had lost his parents in combat against the demons, and that the Wind Master had always taken him under his wing. However, with the Emperor's command for the Wind Master to patrol the counties and eliminate demons, he could not bring his family along, causing him considerable distress. Yue contemplated deeply, tapping his fingers against the armrest. With the absence of military conflict currently, he decided that Jiao Feng should retrieve Feng Xian to the Longchuan army, where he would personally care for the boy. He instructed Jiao Feng to convey to the other soldiers that the Wind Master and Appo's tribulations were a result of their actions, and thus, they must ensure the boy's well-being. Yue vowed to repay both grievances and kindness alike. Jiao Feng, with a serious demeanor, affirmed his commitment. Yue then smiled at him, asking how long Jiao Feng had been by his side. Jiao Feng, feeling a chill run down his spine, replied that he had followed Yue for nearly a decade, having initially served under the Duke before forming a bond with Yue. Yue mused aloud about how swiftly time had passed, recalling Jiao Feng and Appo's earnest declaration of loyalty. Suddenly, Jiao Feng knelt, trembling as he spoke of the Duke and Appo's orders. Yue assured him that he trusted both his father and Jiao Feng, but reminded him that in the military, he must act as General Yue. He then posed a question about the principles of military conduct, prompting a strained response from Jiao Feng regarding the punishment for collusion with outsiders. As Jiao Feng and Appo's heart sank, he lamented that the death penalty seemed a fitting consequence, but Yue countered that such a fate was unnecessary, for Feng Xian required a servant by his side, and Jiao Feng and Appo's redemption would come when the Wind Master reclaimed his position. In the Jiang family estate within the Yunjing Mountains, a somber atmosphere enveloped the household, with mournful cries echoing throughout. In the council hall, Jiang Shaoyang and Appo's face darkened, his fists clenched tightly, with 2 of his sons slain. He felt the weight of ridicule from others in Qizhu Square. He demanded answers from the elders, his fury palpable as he questioned the identity of the murderer responsible for the deaths of 2 7th-level Qi refinement elders, along with his sons. Jiang Shaohua, witnessing his brother and Appo's outburst, stepped forward to explain that the investigation into Elder Jiang Shuang and Appo's death had been undertaken by young Master Yifei and Elder Jiang Yuqing, who had discovered a horde of poisonous beasts at Maji Mountain. However, they had been ambushed, and the scene was thoroughly cleansed, leaving no trace behind. Jiang Shaoyang coldly assessed that few could kill a 7th-level Qi refinement cultivator in Qizhu Square, narrowing it down to certain factions. He speculated that Yuhua and Appo's retainers, one being a perfected Qi refinement cultivator and another at the 7th level, might have acted on greed, leading to the demise of Yifei and Yuhua. He ordered an investigation into these 2 cultivators, named Lei Yang from the Kaoshan sect and the sinister Elder Zizhen. Jiang Shaohua nodded in compliance. Jiang Shaoyang emphasized the need to scrutinize those exchanging poisonous beasts for military merit, as they could very well be the culprits. He also mentioned that the Danqi sect had recently occupied the Luoxia mountain range, located near Maji Mountain, and instructed Shaohua to probe their strength. With a dismissive scoff, Jiang Shaohua proposed leading an assault to eliminate the Danqi sect, suggesting that the resources obtained could nurture more disciples. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Shaoyang consented to the plan, recognizing the dire need for resources to cultivate additional Qi refinement cultivators. He concluded that the Jiang family could only procure such resources from these smaller factions, and instructed that the Chun family also be sent to investigate, with the intent to eliminate them if the opportunity arose. The elders present felt a surge of energy at Jiang Shaoyang's words, understanding the power that came from belonging to a foundational family. As long as their patriarch remained alive, the Jiang family would continue to thrive in Qingzhou Square. Chapter 43, Night Owl, Longchuan County. The Sun and Moon Mountain Range lies 2,000 miles to the south of the Falling Sunset Mountain Range. named for its main peak, which resembles the sun and moon. Within the subterranean caverns, a dozen practitioners draped in black cloaks and adorned with Rakshasa masks have gathered. They operate under the cover of night, employing exceptional concealment techniques, remaining undetected thus far. A few scattered cultivators who inadvertently ventured into this domain to capture demon clans have met with merciless deaths, their blood drained for the cultivation of dark arts. The gray-haired leader sits prominently above, surrounded by the eerie remnants of a dozen corpses. The night owl presses his left hand upon the head of a titan ape, while his right hand swiftly gestures intricate hand seals. In an instant, the titan ape's eyes bulge with agony as it emits a series of tormented roars. After a quarter of an hour, the night owl approaches the leader to report. Leader, according to the information gleaned from the soul search, there are 10 spirit awakening demons that have entered Longchuan County. They exploited the conflict between the Longchuan army and the Fox clan, utilizing the Shindragging Jade Ring to obscure their presence, infiltrating from the eastern front. Each demon carries 2,000 medicinal pills, capable of transforming ferocious beasts into demons and venomous beasts. Upon concluding, the practitioner presents the Shindragging Jade Ring to the leader. The leader accepts the ring without scrutiny, his voice cold. After all this effort, we captured this titan ape, only to lose it? With such scant information, how do we trouble Yue? The upper echelon demands evidence of Yue and Appo's collusion with the demon clans. The night owl respectfully responds. Leader, the titan ape's memories contain instances of human-demon trade. Should we not use this as a point of leverage? The leader snorts derisively. Has your head been kicked by a mule? Yue has no involvement in commercial dealings. How can we confront him? Moreover, have we not done enough? This would only jeopardize our own livelihoods. Trade between demons and humans has existed since time immemorial. The vast mountain range is rich in medicinal herbs and ores, while humans provide various pills in exchange. Those in high places are aware. Yet they are reluctant to disrupt this balance. Thus, battles are fought when necessary, and trade is conducted without interference. The night owl, drenched in sweat from the rebuke, seethes inwardly. You take all the credit while I bear the dirty work, and you berate me for offering suggestions. Were it not for your foundation establishment, I would have pummeled you. Despite the internal curses, he maintains a facade of politeness. Leader, I have heard that Yue has a close confidant named Oboyu, a master craftsman. It is said that the demon clan has repeatedly invited Oboyu to the vast mountain range. The Shindragging Jade Ring in our possession is exquisitely crafted, showcasing remarkable artistry. The leader, not grasping the night owl's insinuation, interrupts. Isn't Oboyu already deceased? The night owl silently laments, questioning how this incompetent ally has reached the foundation establishment stage with such a mind. Leader, isn't that fortuitous? No witnesses to contradict us. Yue colludes with the demon clan, dispatching his confidant Oboyu to assist the demons in forging source artifacts, with the Shindragging Jade Ring being his creation. To facilitate the demons, Yue shifted his forces to the western front, allowing the spirit awakening demons to infiltrate Longchuan County from the east, masked by the Shindragging Jade Ring. Ultimately, the demon exposing mirror. With an enigmatic demeanor, the leader muses, in the end, the demon exposing mirror was shattered by the ancient demon nails, allowing the demon clan to traverse freely into the Great Xia, while Yue, under the pretense of suppressing the demons, extorted vast resources from the divine dynasty for personal gain. Night Owl, is my reasoning correct? The Night Owl internally curses 1,000 times at the shameless leader who has outright claimed his credit. Indeed, leader, your wisdom is unparalleled. Yue is a wolf in sheep-esque clothing, deserving of death. We merely need to capture several demons to corroborate the connection between the Jade Ring and the Eastern infiltration, which will surely create significant trouble for Yue. After all, the shattering of the demon exposing mirror has primarily benefited the warmongers. The leader smirks, pinching the Shindragging Jade Ring delicately between his fingers, scrutinizing it closely. This jade ring seems familiar. At the falling sunset peak, the pavilions and towers are elegantly arranged amidst swirling mists, resembling a celestial abode. Imoyun, Wang Feiyu, and Huang Long have convened within the falling sunset hall, primarily to discuss how to track the demons that entered alongside Mason. This batch of demons holds immense value, whether for acquiring their techniques through slaughter or for enslaving them to infiltrate other demon clans. However, with Longchuan County spanning over 100,000 miles, locating a few demons is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Wang Feiyu proposes, young master. The demons nurture ferocious beasts using transformation pills and venomous beast pills to wreak havoc within Longchuan County. Once transformed, ferocious beasts exhibit a broad range of movement, while venomous beasts, akin to ferocious beasts, have a significantly limited range of activity. We could delineate the search area for target demons through the presence of venomous beasts, simultaneously capturing them for military merit. Mo Yun recalls Mason mentioning that venomous beasts, still retaining their ferocity, are prone to attack either ferocious beasts or humans. Feiyu, have someone compile a distribution map of villages attacked by venomous beasts. Wang Feiyu promptly communicates with the intelligence personnel from the Heavenly Mechanism Institute through a small chaotic insect, swiftly acquiring a list of villages. Currently, the disciples of the Heavenly Mechanism Institute are spread throughout the entire Kingshu Fang. maintaining control over all intelligence within the region. Information regarding attacks on villages by venomous beasts is easily accessible to them. Cross-referencing the list with a map of Lanchuan County reveals that the appearances of venomous beasts predominantly encircle the banks of the Tsang River. The Tsang River, abundant in water resources, is densely populated by humans, providing the demons an opportunity to create greater chaos by deploying venomous beasts here. Huanglong. Take a team of Enlightenment Realm disciples along the eastern bank of the Tsang River to search for venomous beasts. As he speaks, Mo Yun hands Huanglong a porcelain vial. Inside are insect larvae. Use them to control the venomous beasts upon encountering them, and they will lead you to the target demons. Capture any demons you can, and eliminate those you cannot. Huanglong accepts the vial with a grin. I assure you the mission will be completed. Young master, my senior brother Lei Yong has been rather idle at Falling Sunset Peak lately. Should we not have him join the search? Mo Yun nods. As you wish, but I have one stipulation. Lei Yong must refrain from engaging in combat against the demons. That task is solely yours. Huanglong, puzzled but unperturbed, is merely eager for the chance to brawl. Just then, Chen Fan arrives with news. Young master, our disciples sent to procure demon pills were ambushed, and both the demon pills and source stones were stolen. Although the assailants wore masks, we have identified them as members of the Feihua Society. Mo Yun's expression darkens. What is the current market price for demon pills? Chen Fan responds. The prices at the Four Seas Merchant Association in the Treasure Pavilion range from 150 to 160. We are at 170. The cultivators are unwilling to return for exchanges. Concerned the demon pill trading for military merit might cease, thus the inflated price. Otherwise, no one would exchange without 200 source stones. Mo Yun states. Cease the procurement of demon pills and withdraw all personnel. We will settle this score in due time. Chen Fan communicates, young master. Our current stock of demon pills is limited. Even if their value increases, we won't profit much in source stones. Mo Yun contemplates briefly. Chen Fan. First, use military merit to procure a substantial amount of supplies from the recruitment office in Kingshu Fang. For anyone purchasing with demon pills, offer a discount of 200 source stones, with an additional 5 off. Also, provide these clients with VIP services to swiftly elevate the reputation of the Tianji Merchant Association. Upon hearing this, Chen Fan's eyes brighten with understanding. This strategy not only secures a significant quantity of demon pills but also enhances the prestige of the Tianji Merchant Association, achieving dual benefits. Although the profit margins on the demon pills may diminish, even incur losses, leveraging the popularity of the demon pills to boost the association's visibility is undoubtedly worthwhile. The young master possesses exceptional talent. Chapter 44. Zhang Meng joins the Tianji Chamber of Commerce at Qingzhou Workshop. In the bustling Qingzhou Mountain Square, Zhang Meng and Lin Chuan languidly exchanged military merits for cultivators. The recent days had been exhausting for them, as they faced the monotonous routine of handling demon dan and cultivators, watching others prosper while they toiled in vain. Their patience was wearing thin. Then came the good news. Purchasing with Fierce Beast Demon Dan at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce would grant a discount of 200 source stones, along with a further 5 off. As this significant news spread throughout Qingzhou Workshop, the cultivators erupted with excitement. A discount of 200 source stones equated to 2 military merits, and with an additional 5 off, it represented a further saving of 10 source stones. Naturally, everyone rushed to partake in this fortuitous event. In an instant, the long queues for military merit exchanges at Qingzhou Mountain Square vanished, as all cultivators flocked to the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Lin Chuan, observing the deserted square, hesitantly inquired, Captain, should we not call it a day early? Zhang Meng glanced at Lin Chuan, grinned, and nodded. I and Appos am off, but you stay. With his head downcast, Lin Chuan begrudgingly manned the stall, while Zhang Meng hummed a tune, cheerfully making his way to the bustling Tianji Chamber of Commerce. The place was teeming with people. A lively scene filled with numerous female attendants catering to customers, creating a vibrant atmosphere that surpassed even the famed Hehuan Tower. Rough men, unaccustomed to such grandeur, were easily persuaded by the charming attendants to exchange their demon dan for cultivation resources. Ultimately, the military merits were merely a means to acquire such resources. And with Tianji Chamber of Commerce offering direct exchanges and discounts, it was the obvious choice. In addition, they enjoyed VIP service, a privilege typically reserved for those at the Qi refining stage at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Hey, I'm a VIP of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Pay attention to me. I'll always get a 5 discount here. Can you match that? This was a benefit personally arranged by my exclusive attendant. I'm practically brothers with the president of Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Meng observed the booming business at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, smacking his lips. This is fantastic. It saves me so much hassle. Tomorrow, I'll set up my stall right here at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce and see who dares come to exchange military merits with me. Haha. Finally, no more dealing with those disgusting demon dan. When Chen Fan saw Zhang Meng, clad in armor at the entrance, unable to discern his cultivation level, he stepped forward and respectfully suggested, My lord, if you have a moment, why not step into a private room for some tea? Zhang Meng grasped Chen Fan and Appos, as hand with a smirk. Tea? Bring me some wine. Inside the VIP room, soundproofing arrays maximized guest privacy, and the DCO are varied according to the guest and Oppo's personality. Zhang Ming, a towering figure, was suited to A and Oppo's rugged and Oppo's style, so Chen Fan led him to a specially designed room. The room featured an enormous wooden table, a giant bear pelt, and an array of weapons displayed on the shelves, giving it the feel of a bandit's den, yet exuding an air of sophistication. Zhang Ming's eyes lit up upon seeing the room. This is exceptionally comfortable. How did you know my grandfather was a bandit? I loved sleeping on that bear pelt as a child. Chen Fan was slightly taken aback. Noble guest, you jest. This is merely one of the private rooms of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. I'll have someone bring you wine and dishes. Please enjoy. Should you need anything, feel free to call for me. I am Chen Fan. The more Zhang Ming listened, the more he liked it. Bring your president here. I have important matters to discuss. Chen Fan smiled. I am Chen Fan, the president of the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Zhang Ming appraised Chen Fan, clicking his tongue. 8th layer of qi refining, quite capable. I see. I am Zhang Ming, captain of the Longchuan Army Patrol Team, currently in charge of the Demon Dan military merit exchanges at Qingzhou Workshop. I wish to set up my stall here at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Can you allocate me a spot? Chen Fan, momentarily confused, directly contacted Mo Yun for guidance. Upon hearing Zhang Ming's name, Mo Yun promptly agreed to allocate a space for him, arranging for fine food and drink as well. With the Longchuan Army in residence, this was an opportunity that couldn't be missed. In the future, who would dare to cause trouble at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce? Moreover, with cultivators flocking to exchange Demon Dan for military merits, the influx of clientele would be substantial. Mo Yun issued a strict order to Chen Fan. Treat the Longchuan army with the utmost reverence. After their cooperation was established, Zhang Ming enjoyed a lavish day at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. That evening, Chen Fan insisted on taking Zhang Ming out for a stroll. As they passed Huan Tower, Zhang Ming paused, and Chen Fan mirrored his action. They exchanged knowing glances and shook their heads in unison. It was another night filled with revelry. Following that evening, Zhang Ming and Chen Fan referred to each other as brothers, their camaraderie akin to sharing the same pair of trousers. By day, Zhang Ming drank in the bandit-themed private room while Lin Chuan watched the stall outside. By night, Zhang Ming frequented Huan Tower while Lin Chuan remained at the stall. In Qingzhou Workshop, at the Sihai Chamber of Commerce, Tong Tianhua leisurely sipped spiritual tea in the main hall, a maid attending to his needs, providing a delightful massage. Master Tong, trouble is brewing. Qin Ming's urgent voice echoed from outside. Tong Tianhua furrowed his brow, as he despised being disturbed during his tea time or his subsequent and Oppo's serious business. And Oppo's, Qin Ming, get in here. Understanding he had disrupted Tong Tianhua and Oppo's leisure, Qin Ming reluctantly entered the room with a forced smile. Master Tong, I have important news. Slap. Tong Tianhua produced a whip from his storage ring and struck Qin Ming sharply, his voice cold. Qin Ming, can you not be more composed? Acting so flustered is unbecoming. Enduring the sting, Qin Ming nodded submissively. Master Tong, you are right. I have indeed been a bit anxious lately. Seeing Qin Ming's sincere apology, Tong Tianhua slightly nodded and smoothly returned the whip to his storage ring, a sign of practice. Speak. What is it? Qin Ming reported. Master Tong, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce is making significant moves, offering a discount of 200 source stones for Fierce Beast Demon Dan, along with a 5 discount. They and Amp, Oppo's, V even adopted our VIP service. Tong Tianhua snorted disdainfully. This is a losing venture. They cannot sustain it for long. Let them be. It is of no concern to us. Qin Ming hesitated, appearing as though he had more to say, which only irritated Tong Tianhua further. Spit it out. Master Tong, the Longchuan army has set up a stall for military merit exchanges at the Tianji Chamber of Commerce. Now, a significant portion of our customers has shifted there, reducing our clientele by 30%. Tong Tianhua and Oppo's eyes narrowed. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce first acquired Demon Dan, and after we disrupted them, they devised this strategy. Even if it is a losing deal, it enhances their reputation. Their mastermind is not to be underestimated. We must remain vigilant. Relay the message to the Feihua Society, instructing them to eliminate Tianji Chamber of Commerce members outside. Establishing a foothold in Qingzhou Workshop necessitates sufficient strength to withstand challenges. Qin Ming bowed in compliance and hurriedly exited, eager to distance himself from Tong Tianhua's volatile temperament, fearing a beating at any moment. Yet, he sensed that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce was not as simple as it appeared. Their decisive tactics indicated they were likely wary of the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Nonetheless, his role was merely to convey messages. Any bloodshed would fall to the Feihua Society, not his concern. Chapter 45. The emergence of the Yellow Dragon. 5 days swiftly passed. The reputation of the Tianji Merchant Association resounded throughout Qizhou Square, with all facets of its business experiencing remarkable growth, leading to an increasing accumulation of demon pills. Although personnel occasionally faced attacks while out in the field, Chen Fan implemented excellent protective measures, preventing any casualties or losses. Meanwhile, Huang Long and Lei Yang scoured the eastern bank of the Tsong River, capturing nearly 1,000 venomous beasts, along with a sky-devouring python, a hornwood flood dragon, and a mountain-shattering bull. Mo Yun followed the western bank of the Tsang River, apprehending a six-winged fire phoenix, a golden-eyed spirit turtle, a sea-settling whale, and a blue cloud sparrow, effortlessly capturing over 1,000 venomous beasts as well. All these demon creatures and venomous beasts were subdued and stored within his spirit beast pouch, allowing for convenient transport. Currently, Mo Yun possessed over 3,000 venomous beasts and more than 900 venomous beast pills, which would amount to a significant military achievement. At that moment, Huang Long sent a voice transmission. Young master, Longchuan County is vast. Without the assistance of the goo insects and golden eagles, I fear it would take a year to locate this batch of demon creatures. There is only one left now, and once I finish searching the Sun and Moon Mountains, I will be done. Mo Yun replied. Once we complete the search of the Sun and Moon Mountains, we shall cease. The remaining demon creature is of little consequence. It is not worth the time spent searching the world for it. Moreover, only 5 days remain until the day the demon essence pill is to be refined. Sun and Moon Mountains. Huang Long and Lei Yang searched for a considerable time but found no trace of the venomous beasts. Senior brother, should we not retreat? There are likely no venomous beasts in the Sun and Moon Mountains. Let us return for a drink. My mouth has grown parched lately, suggested Lei Yang, nodding in agreement. He also planned to seek out families previously harmed by him and Jiang Yihua to offer some form of compensation, which would bring him some peace of mind. Huang Long signaled to the enlightened realm disciples he had brought along to assemble, preparing to return to Danchi sect. Within a quarter of an hour, everyone had gathered, and Huang Long immediately ordered their retreat. Suddenly, Night Owl and 10 individuals clad in black emerged from the shadows, surrounding them completely. Night Owl, at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, was accompanied by others at the first and second levels of the same realm. The disciples, having never witnessed such a display, turned pale with fear. Lei Yang unleashed his full strength as a perfected Qi refinement practitioner and addressed the leader, Night Owl. Fellow Taoists, my brother has inadvertently entered this place and wishes to depart. Please grant us passage. Night Owl shook his head, his voice raspy. You cannot leave. Upon hearing this, Huang Long understood that today would not end amicably. He communicated with the enlightened realm disciples, instructing them to prepare the Xuanwu battle formation. If it were only these 11 cultivators, Huang Long was confident in defeating them. With Huang Long's command, the enlightened realm disciples felt a sense of calm. Under Ding Fushan and Appos, as recent training, they had been prepared for crisis situations, making them ready for the current predicament. With 15 enlightened realm practitioners present, along with Huang Long and Lei Yang, 2 top-tier Qi refinement experts, they could engage in battle. Huang Long also relayed the situation to Mo Yun. Upon receiving the news, Mo Yun, concerned about potential complications, immediately boarded a golden eagle to head toward the Sun and Moon Mountains. A colossal shadow of the Xuanwu loomed above the group. Seeing this, Night Owl and his associates hesitated to attack. It seems you have a formidable battle formation, Night Owl remarked, recognizing the significance of the Xuanwu battle formation. A resource only top-tier forces could possess. As an ancient sect, Danchi sect had only acquired one set through years of accumulation, and they would never part with it despite their decline. With a chuckle, Night Owl waved his hand. Each of the Tenchi refinement practitioners held a scale, channeling their source power into it. A surge of battle intent erupted, coalescing into a massive serpent shadow in the void. The serpent and the Xuanwu intertwined, engaged in a ceaseless struggle. Well, we too possess a battle formation. It appears you lack the advantage, Night Owl taunted. Huang Long and Lei Yang and Amp Appos S expressions darkened upon witnessing their opponent and Amp Appos S battle formation. Without further ado, the two poured their source power into their fists and charged at the first and second level Qi refinement practitioners. The clash of their formidable source powers reduced the surrounding rocks to dust. Utilizing the Xuanwu battle formation, they combined their strength, attacking incessantly like an unyielding war machine. However, their relentless assault could not shatter the opponent and Amp Appos S formation, which successfully defended against their strikes. Seeing their prolonged attack yielding no results and recognizing the inferior strength of their enlightened realm practitioners, Huang Long understood that they could not sustain such intense exertion for long. Junior brother, you take the lead and unleash your full strength, Huang Long urged with a grin. Leave it to me, senior brother. Let these fools witness the might of my fire dragon spirit body, Huang Long declared, activating his blood essence to envelop himself in crimson flames. With a furious roar, the blood-red flames surged skyward, intensifying in heat and creating a suffocating wave that swept across the area. Night Owl swallowed hard, murmuring, a top-tier physique. The fire dragon spirit body? The fire dragon spirit body boasts immense physical strength and the ability to control flames, each strike carrying the might of a dragon that can intimidate the souls of enemies. With a powerful leap, Huang Long propelled himself forward like a shooting star, charged with the power of the fire dragon, and struck the masked practitioner of the first level of Qi refinement. The latter found himself dazed, his soul shaken by the dragon and Amp Appos S might, only to be met with an overwhelming force crashing against his chest. Boom! He was sent flying, akin to a kite severed from its string, hurtling through the air before crashing to the ground, his fate uncertain. With the formation shattered, the serpent shadow dissipated. Lei Yong grinned. This is the strength of junior brother Huang Long, effortlessly surpassing levels like it and Amp, Appos, as second nature. The rampaging Huang Long is undoubtedly the strongest in his realm. The enlightened realm disciples gazed in awe at Huang Long and Amp, Appos, as prowess. Is this truly Elder Huang and Amp, Appos, as might? He seems even stronger than those at the foundation establishment stage. Huang Long turned his head, his gaze cold and piercing, fixating on Night Owl. Now, it's your turn. Night Owl shook his head with a wry smile. To embark on a task only to encounter a freak like the fire dragon spirit body? Furthermore, they possess a battle formation. How can we fight this? Unite. Attack together, targeting the enlightened realm practitioners to prevent the fire dragon spirit body from unifying its powers through the formation. I, Night Owl, do not consider myself a match for the combined might of Huang Long, and I will not gamble with my life, nor will I allow my subordinates to perish. Why should I risk myself? Huang Long, fueled by adrenaline, prepared to confront Night Owl head-on, eager to crush his opponent's skull. Junior brother. He too is a perfected chi refinement practitioner. I will hold him back. You take down the remaining 9, Lei Yong interjected, restraining Huang Long. Huang Long nodded. Recalling Mo Yun's instructions that only he should deal with demons, and now the same principle applied to slaying humans. Boom, boom, boom. Huang Long's fist struck like dragons. Fierce and unyielding, obliterating the heads of the 9 chi refinement practitioners with ease. The enlightened realm disciples were filled with excitement. Elder Huang is extraordinarily powerful. Lei Yong laughed heartily. Junior brother, let us join forces to eliminate this perfected chi refinement practitioner. Huang Long grinned, certainly, senior brother. Let me see how tough his head truly is for daring to bully our brothers. Meanwhile, Mo Yun, traveling on the Golden Eagle, suddenly received 10 alerts. Acquired 490 points of Dao Source, Technique, Ghostly Record, Medium Grade, Blood Fiend Technique, Medium Grade, Source Technique, 7 Kill Sword, Medium Grade. 10 types of physiques detected. Yuan Magnetic Physique, Medium Grade. Wind Spirit Physique, Medium Grade. Ghostly Spirit Physique, Medium Grade. The Ethereal Spirit can merge, consuming 1,000 Source Stones, and the evolution degree of the minor chaos entity stands at 35. Ding, the fusion is successful. The evolution degree of the minor chaos entity remains at 35. Detection indicates the presence of Shadow Kill. The Ice Lotus Sword Dance and the 7 Kills Sword can merge, consuming 100 Source Stones, with a success rate of 100. Shall we proceed with the fusion? Fusion successful. Acquired the 7 Kills Shadow Catastrophe Sword, Medium Grade. The 7 Kills Shadow Catastrophe Sword, 1 kill, 1 calamity, it continually condenses sword intent. The more source power infused, the greater its might. Ding, fusion successful. Acquired the 7 Kills Shadow Catastrophe Sword. Huang Long is indeed formidable, quite impressive. Mo Yun has already tested that the cultivators controlled by the minor chaos puppet do not trigger the plundering of the purple gold gourd. Only those controlled by the chaos demon I can do so. Nevertheless, having 10 subordinates to assist him in monster hunting and leveling up is commendable. However, these individuals have been exceedingly busy lately, leaving them no opportunity for battle. Only Huang Long has found the time. Just as Mo Yun was pondering this, a message from Huang Long arrived. Young master, the opposing side has a cultivator at the initial stage of foundation establishment, and we have all been captured. Young master, do not come. There is no chance of victory. Chapter 46, To Save or Not to Save. In the Sun and Moon Mountain Range, within an underground cavern, the Supreme Commander wore a grim expression, his chest heaving as he glared fiercely at Night Owl. How could 11 practitioners of the Chi Refinement stage possibly withstand the assault of 15 at the opening Spirit stage, plus 2 more at the Chi Refinement stage? Night Owl, do you not consider yourself utterly useless? If not for your potential utility, I would have no qualms about ending your life. Night Owl bowed his head in silence, unable to voice his thoughts, which seethed within him. Ah, the fire dragon spirit. Yet you could barely subdue your opponent even when summoning all your strength at the foundation establishment stage? You old fool, just wait until I reach foundation establishment. I shall shatter your head to pieces. You incessantly prattle on. Why not just admit your failures outright? At that moment, Huang Long had combined the strength of everyone present to contend against the Supreme Commander for 2 exchanges, only to be rendered unconscious by the Commander's powerful source force on the second strike. The others, having exhausted their source power, were left in a state of utter weakness. Indeed, as Night Owl had just murmured his thoughts, the Supreme Commander spoke coldly. Night Owl, your incompetence in handling this matter will be reported to the organization, and you shall face the consequences. Night Owl nodded, adopting an attitude of accepting full responsibility for the mishap. The Supreme Commander nodded in satisfaction. He would take the credit for success while placing the blame on his subordinates. A true hallmark of a leader. I require the fire dragon spirit for my blood fiend cultivation. You must swiftly extract any valuable intelligence, wasting no time, and bring forth the corpses of the 10 Chi refinement practitioners. Night Owl pondered briefly, numerous thoughts flashing through his mind. These individuals were clearly not ordinary. They must possess a formidable backing. Did the Supreme Commander truly intend to interrogate them here? Was he so eager for merit? Yes, Supreme Commander, he responded. I shall extract valuable information. He added that the Tenchi refinement practitioners had been slain by the enemy, their bodies left in disarray. With that, he retrieved the corpses from his storage ring. The Supreme Commander nodded in approval. Night Owl possessed soul-searching techniques that could unearth secrets, and there was no intelligence he could not extract. Furthermore, the blood essence from the Tenchi refinement practitioners would augment his own strength significantly. Upon receiving Huang Long and Appo's report, Mo Yun was in a state of utter despair, surprised at how quickly he had encountered practitioners at the Foundation establishment stage. He relayed the experiences of Huang Long and Lei Yang to Wang Feiyu and Qin Fan. The underlings all felt that the Foundation establishment stage was far too powerful to contend with, prioritizing Mo Yun and Appo's safety. The initial strength of the Foundation establishment stage was an astounding 21,000 pounds. Their source power was continuous and formidable, far surpassing that of the Qi refinement stage. In terms of speed, those at the Foundation establishment stage could traverse the skies, while the Qi refinement practitioners struggled merely to approach them. In terms of spiritual awareness, the range of a Foundation establishment practitioner could reach 30 zhang, 10 times that of a perfected Qi refinement practitioner. The disparity was overwhelming, leaving scant hope of victory. Mo Yun communicated telepathically with Wang Feiyu and the others. I am confident that even if I am outmatched, I can retreat unscathed. I possess numerous hidden cards. With a strength now reaching 30,000 pounds, he was indeed more formidable than a practitioner at the Foundation establishment stage. His source power was bolstered by 11 dantians. And with the continuous refinement of the 9 nether celestial pill technique, his source power was exceptionally pure. As for the Foundation establishment stage's ability to fly, he could achieve that through the use of the Yellow Spring 2 instrument step. His only weaknesses lay in the range of his spiritual awareness and foundational stability. However, with the chaotic domain and the 7 kills shadow tribulation sword, as long as he had sufficient source power, the might of the 7 kills and 7 tribulations would surely allow him to slay his opponent with a single strike. Qin Fan conveyed, young master, I shall accompany you. I will request my mother to join us in support. Should we falter, we can utilize the Earth Master secret technique to summon the might of the mountains and rivers, granting you a chance to escape. Wang Zi also chimed in, young master, I will bring along my father, Wang Yuan. If we can lure the enemy into the mid-grade prison dragon killing formation, as long as we have adequate source energy, we can wear them down. The mid-grade prison dragon killing formation was capable of ensnaring and slaying those at the Foundation establishment and divine concealment stages, but it required a substantial amount of source energy, typically needing a source vein for support. Ding Fuxing added, young master, I shall accompany you as well. With the support of the Black Tortoise Battle Array, our odds of success will increase. The Black Tortoise Battle Array would indeed bolster Mo Yun's power significantly. However, should they fail, it would mean the loss of all their lives. Wang Feiyu conveyed, young master, let us all go. If we are unable to win, we will fight to the last breath to create an opportunity for your escape. Once you have regained your strength, avenge us. With Qin Fan's Earthmaster secret technique, Wang Zi's killing formation, and Ding Fuxing's Black Tortoise Battle Array, their chances of success had greatly improved. Mo Yun felt torn. If he were to venture alone, he could retreat at any moment with the aid of his chaos body, but bringing everyone along heightened the risk. Was it truly worth the lives of so many to save Huang Long, Lei Yang, and the 15 practitioners at the opening spirit stage? One by one, they would not be able to provide warmth like the gourd boy saving his grandfather. Such foolishness was not for him. Feiyu, Qin Fan, Zi, and Old Ding. Do you believe it is worth risking your lives to save Huang Long and the others? Mo Yun sought their thoughts. Ding Fuxing responded, young master, I do not ponder the worth of this matter, but rather look to you. If you choose to go, I shall accompany you, ensuring your safety. As for Huang Long, if you succeed, we will return together to celebrate. If you fail, we will share his fate in the underworld. Mo Yun was left speechless. Well, Old Ding, you've tossed the question back to me. How considerate of you. Qin Fan and Wang Zi echoed Ding Fuxing's sentiments. If Mo Yun were to go, they would follow, prepared to give their all to secure his escape should they fail. Although the majority of the practitioners at the opening spirit stage were from the Qin and Wang families, they were influenced by Mo Yun and prioritized his safety. Sacrificing themselves to rescue their peers at the opening spirit stage would not align with Mo Yun's interests. Wang Feiyu spoke again, young master. I too do not consider the worth of this mission but rather the necessity of the rescue. Should you permit it, even if alone, I will save my junior brothers, even at the cost of my life. Moreover, whether you proceed depends on your assurance of success. Mo Yun shook his head with a wry smile. Only Wang Feiyu offered a straightforward answer. Ding Fuxing and the others were all watching him. Assurance? He indeed possessed it. Then let us go together. Zi, bring the prison dragon killing formation. Qin Fan, gather sufficient source stones. Perhaps the formation will yield unexpected results. The group received their orders and dispersed to prepare. At the Qin family estate, Li Wan and Appo's, smiled upon receiving Qin Fan's message. Fanner has excellent taste. Mo Yun is someone worthy of trust. Alas, if only I could wait a little longer, perhaps I would reach Foundation establishment as well. At that time the Qin family shall not harbor cowards. and let the sect master know of our family's virtue. At the Wang family estate, Wang Yuan sighed upon receiving Wang Zi's message. Since we have already allied with the Danqi sect, how can the Wang family remain uninvolved? There are still members of our family within. Testing the might of the Foundation establishment stage may aid in my own breakthrough. Let us go. Both were acutely aware of the perilous nature of their journey. Yet they each steeled their resolve, persuading themselves to fight. They sought to display the loyalty of the Qin and Wang families, hoping to garner greater goodwill from Mo Yun. Their lives mattered little. As long as Mo Yun survived, the Qin and Wang families would flourish. Chapter 47. The Trial of the Holy Sun. In the subterranean caverns of the Sun and Moon Mountain Range, Night Owl and the others exchanged incredulous glances. Enveloped in a heavy silence, Night Owl and Apos, subordinates had all been slain by the Yellow Dragon, leaving only him and the commander to oversee the interrogation process. Bound hand and foot, the Yellow Dragon and his companions had their dantions sealed by the commander, rendering any escape utterly impossible. Night Owl chuckled. What faction do you belong to? The Yellow Dragon let out a cold snort. Even if you kill us, Yuan and Apos, last long yourselves. Night Owl had always suspected that the Yellow Dragon hailed from a prominent faction, secretly hoping for reinforcements from his backers to arrive at the Sun and Moon Mountain. To be frank, if someone from your side comes to rescue you, I would be inclined to lend my assistance. But the condition is that you help me eliminate that scoundrel, the one at the initial stage of Foundation establishment. So, what do you say? Are you in? The so-called commander had long been a target of Night Owl and Apos' ire. With him always looming overhead, there was no chance for reprieve. This presented a golden opportunity to vanquish the adversary and ascend to the pinnacle of life. The Yellow Dragon was taken aback. What is going on here? Internal conflict? Mutual slaughter? Lei Yang also appeared shocked, but immediately began to ponder Night Owl and Apos' true intentions. Was he merely attempting to lure more people into his trap? Junior brother. He might be trying to. Senior brother, I find this proposal quite favorable, interrupted the Yellow Dragon, having just conveyed a message to Mo Yun. Receiving an affirmative response. They would collaborate, but needed to find a way to break their cultivation seals and require Night Owl to lead the Foundation establishment cultivator into their ambush. This fellow. Cooperation is acceptable, but we have certain conditions, the Yellow Dragon stated. Night Owl's eyes gleamed. Very well, please proceed. The Yellow Dragon grinned slyly and recited Mo Yun's words. First, find a way to lift our cultivation restrictions. Night Owl shook his head in resignation. Your seals were placed by the commander, and I cannot unravel Foundation establishment restrictions. However, the restrictions I imposed on those at the Qi awakening stage can be lifted. A moment later, the Yellow Dragon replied with a smile. If my people come to rescue me, you will immediately lift the restrictions on the Qi awakening disciples and free their limbs. Additionally, you will be responsible for leading that Foundation establishment cultivator into our ambush. Night Owl furrowed his brows, scrutinizing the Yellow Dragon and Lei Yang. Could reinforcements from a top-tier faction truly require the use of an ambush? The Yellow Dragon chuckled. Do you think our rescuers are too weak? Night Owl and Apos' expression became serious as he nodded slightly. If you are indeed too weak, collaborating with you would be tantamount to courting death. The Yellow Dragon laughed. Surely you hail from a major faction as well. Have you heard of the Apos' Trial of the Holy Sun and Apos? Night Owl and Apos' pupils constricted. Are the ones coming to rescue you truly your holy son? The Yellow Dragon grinned broadly. Indeed. I have just relayed this information to my sect. The sect dispatched the Holy Sun, instructing him to eliminate Foundation establishment cultivators. But he can bring along 7 Qi awakening servants into battle. Isn't that astonishing? He continued, curious about how I conveyed this message to my sect. Night Owl nodded. The Yellow Dragon had not utilized any jade talismans, and with his dantian sealed, how could he send a message? The Yellow Dragon smacked his lips. It's simple to verify. You can ascend to the peak of the Sun and Moon Mountain. My holy son awaits you there. Night Owl and Apos' face was filled with skepticism. Right now? The Yellow Dragon nodded. Yes, now. You will know the truth upon arrival. Night Owl contemplated, recognizing that if he ascended and confirmed the truth of the Yellow Dragon's words, it could provide valuable insight. However, he also considered the danger of potential ambush. Was it worth the risk to eliminate the commander? The Yellow Dragon scoffed. Do you lack the confidence to withstand a single strike from my holy son? If you evade his attack, you can quickly send a message to your commander. Besides, with so many of us in your custody, what do you have to fear? If the holy son were to harm so many disciples for the sake of his trial, the sect would be outraged. What he desires now is loyalty. As the Yellow Dragon and Apos' persuasive rhetoric flowed, Night Owl and Apos' furrowed brow gradually relaxed. The Yellow Dragon and Apos' words indeed aligned with the persona of a holy son. Meanwhile, Lei Yang appeared utterly flabbergasted. His somewhat naive junior brother had remarkably become so eloquent? Had he truly matured so much over the years? Was he, as the elder brother, the one lagging behind? Night Owl nodded. Very well, I will ascend and see. But should you attempt any tricks, I can instantaneously notify the commander, and you will all perish. He evaded the commander's spiritual senses and began his ascent to the peak of the Sun and Moon Mountain. At that moment, Imo-yun and his 7 companions awaited Night Owl at the summit, their bronze masks lending them an air of mystery. "We've been waiting for you," Imo-yun remarked, his voice hauntingly low. Night Owl was taken aback. He had not anticipated that they possessed such strange and powerful means of communication, truly the hallmark of a top-tier faction. Despite having achieved perfection in the Chi awakening stage and specializing in the path of the soul, he could not discern their cultivation levels, indicating that their spiritual energy vastly surpassed his own. "My apologies for the delay," Night Owl said, introducing himself. Imo-yun nodded, his demeanor haughty. "You may refer to me as the Holy Son of Clouds. Today and Appo's trial requires your assistance, and you will not be treated poorly afterward." Night Owl felt irritated by Imo-yun and Appo's condescending attitude, but understood that heirs of top-tier factions often carried such airs, as if the world owed them something. Given this attitude, coupled with the mysterious means of communication, Night Owl was now entirely convinced that Imo-yun was indeed the Holy Son of a prominent faction. "Holy Son, I desire nothing more than to eliminate the commander," Night Owl declared. Imo-yun inquired with curiosity, "Why is it that you wish for his demise?" Night Owl replied candidly, "Because he disgusts me. Is that reason sufficient?" Imo-yun laughed heartily. "That reason is excellent. Let us collaborate harmoniously. You will inform him that the entrance to the secret realm lies within the Sun and Moon Mountain range, inviting him to investigate. Meanwhile, we shall set up an ambush at the exit of the underground cavern to combat him." Night Owl gulped nervously and asked with a hint of desire, "When you speak of a secret realm, do you mean you know the location of its entrance?" Imo-yun raised a finger to the sky, his smile enigmatic. "Indeed. We know. Elders of the sect have mentioned that over 20 years ago, a young individual came forth, deemed to possess adequate talent to receive certain opportunities, though it remains uncertain what level he has attained now. Additionally, I am aware that an external faction known as the Shadow Pavilion is diligently searching for us. Many seek our attention. Everyone wishes to take a look. But not everyone possesses the qualifications to enter that door. In 6 months, the sect will invite some exceptionally gifted individuals to enter, as per the wishes of the ancestor and the heavenly Tao." At this point, Imo-yun abruptly halted, seemingly unwilling to continue. Night Owl's pupils constricted, and he inhaled sharply. What had he just heard? The secret realm was indeed the dwelling place of an ancient sect, and the Holy Sun stood before him. "Holy Sun, I am not sure if I..." Night Owl held no doubts. A secret realm was not something any Chi awakening cultivator could discern. Only a top-tier faction bore such qualifications. The individual before him possessed an abundance of knowledge, even about the Shadow Pavilion seeking them. The fact that he was aware of the secret realm's imminent opening in 6 months was astounding. Night Owl contemplated seeking opportunities for himself. If he could enter the secret realm, perhaps he could elevate his physique to an exceptional quality. But suddenly, Imo-yun shook his head, interrupting him. "You are astute and audacious, but by what means do you believe you can enter the secret realm?" Night Owl's expression froze. Indeed. What right did he have to enter the secret realm? Many yearn for what they cannot attain. What makes one think they are deserving? "Your Holiness, I have heard from the messenger ahead that you may have 7 Chi refinement realm servants to assist in battle." Imo-yun nodded, gesturing towards Ding Fuxing, and responded nonchalantly. "It matters little. Look, I have even summoned someone from the first layer of Chi refinement. One more or one less makes little difference. Were it not for the years of companionship from old Ding, he would not have this opportunity to make a name for himself in the sect." Ding Fuxing immediately bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Your Holiness, for your kindness." Yishao nodded, perceiving the deep respect and reverence in Ding Fuxing's eyes. His spirit was exceptionally powerful, and he could sense everything quite clearly. "Your Holiness, if it pleases you, I would gladly offer my humble services." Yishao believed that his perfected Chi refinement cultivation would warrant consideration. However, to his surprise, Imo-yun resolutely shook his head. "I have said it. Not everyone is qualified to partake in my Holy Sun trial." Disappointment welled within Yishao. If only he could serve under this individual, he would certainly have a chance to enter the secret realm. Imo-yun, growing somewhat impatient, stated, "Let us proceed as planned, and do not waste my time." Yishao's heart raced with urgency. Such a splendid opportunity, how could he let it slip away? He steeled himself and declared, "Your Holiness, I am a killer from the Shadow Pavilion. I wish to inquire how one may earn the right to participate in your Holy Sun trial." Chapter 48, Dark Star. Silver Moon Imo-yun listened to Yishao's words, his expression betraying no emotion as he calmly replied, "I recently praised your intelligence and courage. Yet you have succumbed to greed. I am quite disappointed. You inquire about what constitutes eligibility? If I were to reveal that, would you still have a chance?" Yishao suddenly comprehended, as if enlightened. Eligibility? Talent? Did the other party truly require such attributes? The fact that even an old servant at the first level of Chi refinement could be brought along indicated a disregard for the qualifications of subordinates. Having an old servant who had accompanied him for years was an opportunity in itself. This implied had been conveyed to him, so why had he failed to grasp it? Had he not disclosed his affiliation with the Shadow Pavilion and expressed his resolve, the other party would not have granted him this reminder. As a lofty Saint Son, the other party lacked nothing except loyalty. To become his person, to share in his glory and disgrace, would be the ultimate qualification, irreplaceable by anyone else. If the other party were to issue an invitation for surrender, a rift would form between them, and he would forever remain merely a subordinate. With a thud, Yi Xiao knelt, his forehead striking the ground heavily. Saint Sun, I wish to become your person, to share in your glory and disgrace. And I am willing to face any peril for you. Mo Yun remained silent. After a moment, he sighed deeply and enveloped a small chaotic insect in source power. Presenting it to Yi Xiao. If you are sincere, place this insect upon your forehead. Should you decline, then you may proceed with the plan we discussed. Yi Xiao gazed at the peculiar, semi-transparent insect, within which gray nebulas swirled ominously. He swallowed hard, torn between conflicting emotions. On one hand, he felt ensnared by the whims of others, with his life and death in their hands. On the other, he envisioned a future galloping through the realms of cultivation alongside the Saint Sun. His life had long been under the control of the Shadow Pavilion. What harm could another controller do? In pursuit of a future, what was there to fear in death? With renewed determination, Yu Xiao placed the small chaotic insect upon his forehead. Mo Yun and Amp, Apos, S voice resonated in his mind like that of a celestial being. Congratulations. I shall fulfill all that I have promised you. Yu Xiao and Amp, Apos, S face radiated reverence as he bowed deeply in gratitude. Thank you, master. Mo Yun nodded slightly, gesturing for him to execute the task. Behind them, Wang Feiyu and the others stood in stunned silence. Was it truly this effortless to bring him under their control? Utilizing Huang Long to deliberately guide events, from the trials of the Saint Sun to the mysterious means of communication and the entrance to the secret realm, Mo Yun had adeptly exploited Yu Xiao and Apos' greed, leading him step by step until he willingly submitted. The details of the secret realm were based on intelligence from the Shadow Pavilion, half-truths that left Yu Xiao bewildered. As for the opening of the secret realm in 6 months, it was deduced from Mo Wintian bringing his 3 sons to Longtuan County. Why 6 months? Why bring 3 sons? Mo Yun did not believe it was merely for a visit. It must be related to the secret realm. With so many secrets and the enigmatic means of communication, coupled with an air of superiority, it was impossible for Yi Xiao not to believe. Wang Feiyu mused inwardly. The young master is truly unparalleled in wisdom. Chen Fan chuckled. The young master is a genius. Wang Ziyi gave a thumbs up, grinning broadly. Young master, you are amazing. With a thud, Ding Fuxing knelt, bowing earnestly. Young master, you are the embodiment of wisdom. Mo Yun and Amp, Apos, S expression darkened, unable to bear the adulation. Li Wan and Apos, and Wang Yuan exchanged knowing smiles, impressed by the young master and Apos' astounding methods. In their eyes, aligning with him promised a bright future for their families. In the void, a man and a woman observed Mo Yun and his companions and Apos' performance, laughing heartily. The female cultivator, elegant and refined, wore a flowing white gown. The male cultivator, disheveled with stubble, donned gray robes. The female cultivator remarked, Dark Star, this young man is quite amusing. He is a master of pretense, and I find him delightful. The male cultivator, Dark Star, grinned. Indeed, this lad can outshine me in theatrics, and he has even managed to bamboozle me. Where can one find logic in that? Silver Moon, do you think this is fate? The female cultivator, Silver Moon, wiped a tear from her eye, laughing. It has been ages since I encountered such an entertaining young fellow. I wish to assess his talent. Should he prove worthy, I shall make him the Silver Moon Saintess. Dark Star's lips twitched. You would have him as the Silver Moon Saintess? Have you lost your senses? I believe he is far better suited as the Dark Star Saint Sun. He might even ascend the Celestial Tower and become a Saint Monarch. Silver Moon retorted coldly. What? Are you displeased? Do you wish to compete with me for him? Even if he were born with a useless body, I would still wish to take him under my wing. Speak another word, and I shall silence you. Cold sweat broke out on Dark Star. This woman must be in her prime. Why is she so irritable? Wait, hasn't Amp, Apos, the prime passed 2,000 years ago? Could it be? Has her prime lasted for 2 millennia? My fate is truly unfortunate. Silver Moon, you decide. If you do not take him, I shall. Everything is at your discretion. Dark Star's attitude of centering around her pleased Silver Moon, who then nodded haughtily as if to say, at least you know your place. Dark Star ingratiated himself, Silver Moon. Your discernment is commendable. This lad is indeed a rare talent. Even I find him inscrutable. Silver Moon raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Is there someone you cannot fathom? Is your divination truly so ineffective? Dark Star sighed, transmitting to Silver Moon, I cannot glean a single shred of information about this lad. He seems devoid of causality. Not just him, but apart from the 2 cultivators at the peak of Qi refinement, I cannot deduce anything about the others, including the recently submitted Yi Xiao. Silver Moon gasped, inquiring via sound transmission. What? Could it be the insect? Dark Star nodded. If that is the case. He gestured skyward. Silver Moon's expression turned serious as she slightly nodded. At the foot of the Sun and Moon Mountain, Mo Yun and his group set up a dragon capture killing array at the mouth of a cavern. Once the array was arranged, they retreated 100 zhang away. This distance was beyond the detection range of the late-stage Foundation establishment leader, ensuring he would remain oblivious. Once the leader entered the formation, Yi Xiao would notify Mo Yun. allowing the group to launch their assault together and quickly form the array. Upon returning to the underground cavern, Yi Xiao rushed to report to the leader. Leader, I have urgent news. The leader despised interruptions during his cultivation, as the pleasure of absorbing blood energy was deeply disrupted, driving him to distraction. Yi Xiao, speak quickly. Do not disturb my training. Yi Xiao immediately turned on the theatrics. Congratulations, leader. I have obtained crucial intelligence through soul searching. Curiosity piqued, the leader urged, what information? Speak swiftly. Yi Xiao's excitement was palpable, his voice trembling. Leader, do you know why this group is here? They are aware of the secret realm's entrance. They have come to seek it. And the entrance to the secret realm is. Yi Xiao paused dramatically. The leader, upon hearing the mention of the secret realm, became visibly agitated. He was well aware of the Shadow Pavilion and Amp, Appos, as obsession with it. How could he not understand the significance of the secret realm? Yi Xiao, stop tantalizing me. Speak. Yi Xiao hesitated. Leader, such a significant contribution cannot be overlooked. The leader suddenly realized that Yi Xiao and Amp, Appos, achievements were often claimed by him. In light of such significant merit, it is indeed time for Night Owl to negotiate terms. This is quite reasonable. The Grand Commander rose from his seat, approached Night Owl, and patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. Night Owl, I must admit that I have not treated you fairly in the past. Your contribution to this achievement is indispensable. I swear by my Tao Foundation, is that acceptable? Night Owl was taken aback by the Grand Commander's solemn oath. This was the most binding vow among cultivators. Impossible to break, otherwise one would be plagued by inner demons and suffer the shattering of their Tao Foundation. Grand Commander, must we go to such lengths? I assure you, I have much to say. In truth, the entrance to the secret realm lies within the Sun and Moon Mountain range. The adversaries are unaware. Hence their search in this location. His memory also held information regarding the opening of the secret realm 6 months hence. Night Owl rambled on while the Grand Commander listened intently. Ultimately, the Grand Commander grasped Night Owl and Amp, Appos' hands and spoke from the heart. Night Owl, I have wronged you in the past. From this moment forward, let us call each other brothers. Whenever you require my assistance, do not hesitate to summon me. The merit of this accomplishment was immense, beyond imagination. If this intelligence were to be disseminated, the Grand Commander retrieved a communication jade talisman from his storage ring, prepared to send a message when he heard a long sigh from Night Owl. Alas, dear brother Night Owl, why do you sigh? Chapter 49. Contest of Foundation establishment. In his heart, Yi Xiao had scolded the foolish commander hundreds of times. Such a grand opportunity, and instead of seizing it for himself, he chose to report it? Once reported, what relation would it have to you? A mere presence of a divine concealment realm master could easily snatch the credit away. Furthermore, upon reporting, wouldn't he had undermined the Holy Sun trial of our esteemed Holy Sun? Brother, I shouldn't he be saying this, but, alas. Yi Xiao hesitated, leaving the commander perplexed. He asked urgently, Brother, is there anything we cannot speak of? Speak freely. With a long sigh, Yi Xiao acquiesced, Very well, brother. If I have erred, I hope for your understanding. Brother, sigh, if we relay this information upwards, what concern would it be for us? To put it bluntly, if a powerful divine concealment master shows up, how could we resist? All the merits would belong to them, and we wouldn't dare to utter a sound. Yet, if we were to discover a secret realm, then, Finally, the commander's mind began to comprehend. Indeed, had he not previously exploited Yi Xiao in the same manner? If a formidable opponent were to arrive, how could he defend himself? At that point, not only would he lose the credit, but he might also face dire consequences. Younger brother, I am at a loss for words. I never imagined you would be so considerate of me. Sighing as I recall past events, I am filled with remorse. Yi Xiao grasped the commander and Amp, Appos' hand. His voice somewhat choked. Brother, in the past, I was too petty and narrow-minded. From now on, let us support each other, living carefree. In the current situation, secretly seeking the secret realm became their mutual interest and goal. When aims and benefits align, the subconscious recognizes the other as an ally rather than an adversary. The commander eagerly pulled Yi Xiao towards the cave and Appos' exit. The sooner they found the secret realm, the better. Delays could lead to unforeseen changes. Yet, Yi Xiao, unhurried, replied, Brother, the secret realm awaits us here. Why fear it escaping? The commander, with earnestness, advised, Younger brother, let me impart this wisdom. Delay invites change. We must act swiftly. Otherwise, unexpected events may occur, leading to irreparable regret. Yi Xiao, enlightened, nodded in agreement, his expression reflecting admiration for his brother's wisdom. Inwardly, however, he thought, excellent. Rushing to meet death, you old fool. In a mere moment, the two exited the cave, entering the ambush zone set by Mo Yun. Yi Xiao hastily sent a message to Mo Yun, simultaneously conversing with the commander to divert his attention. Brother, I just recalled that the captured cultivator had information regarding the Appos' Holy Sun trial, and Appos. It seems that one can become the Holy Sun through this trial. I wonder if we could. The commander and Appos' eyes sparkled with dreams of becoming the Holy Sun. Just then, his brow furrowed, and he shouted, Who goes there? Mo Yun and his companions had already encroached within 100 feet, and with a wave of their formation flags, a massive blue barrier ensnared the commander and Yi Xiao. The unfortunate commander was caught off guard. Otherwise, with his foundation establishment strength, he could have easily evaded. Mo Yun employed the Thousand Phantoms technique, transforming his appearance and spiritual fluctuations to mimic Tong Tian while the Four Seas Merchant Guild, while donning a bronze mask. As he used the Chaos Demon Eye to probe the foe, his pupils constricted, and he momentarily froze, though he quickly suppressed his emotions. Huh, who else could it be but those here to kill you? The commander snorted coldly. You think you stand a chance against us? Yi Xiao gulped, tremblingly inquired. Brother? Who are they? Seeing his younger brother and Appo's fright, the commander reassured him. Do not worry, brother. They are merely small fry in the Qi refinement realm. Only the leader possesses some skill. However, this formation will not stump me. Watch as I shatter it. Boom. The commander summoned his entire source power, coalescing it into a giant crimson hand, and struck the blue barrier with fierce intent. Ripples spread across the surface, yet it remained intact. The 6 members of Wang Feiyu felt immense pressure. A casual strike from a foundation establishment master was already so formidable. What would happen if he unleashed his full might? Mo Yun commanded his team to form the Xuanwu battle array, ensuring the commander could not unleash his full power. The 7 produced turtle shells, forming hand seals to channel their source power. An astonishing battle spirit surged into the sky, piercing the heavens. A Tinjiang-sized Xuanwu phantom hovered above the commander and Appo's head, suppressing him. The commander felt his vitality and source power becoming sluggish, his combat strength severely restricted. A battle array? It seems you are not as simple as you appear. Mo Yun sneered. Do you wish to know who I am? Go ask the king of hell. With that, Mo Yun drew his Qiju sword, channeling the 7-kill sword intent. 1 kill, 1 calamity, moving like a specter towards the commander. Clang, clang, clang. The commander unsheathed his 9th-grade source artifact, the blood sword, engaging Mo Yun in close combat. Despite the disparity in their artifacts, the two exchanged blows for over 100 moves, neither gaining the upper hand. Wang Feiyu and the others watched in astonishment as Mo Yun, unexpectedly formidable, matched the commander blow for blow. The commander, likewise, was astounded by Mo Yun's strength, but mindful of his status, he maintained a facade. Impressive strength, but that is all. The Foundation establishment realm cannot be matched solely by power. Buzz. The commander and Appo's Foundation establishment aura erupted in full force, his oppressive presence filling the air like a heavy hammer striking their hearts. Yet, due to the Xuanwu battle array and Appo's suppression, the impact on the others was minimal. The commander's liquid source power surged into the blood sword, causing it to blaze with crimson light, forming a flaming blood sword that cleaved towards Mo Yun. Mo Yun executed the Yellow Spring's 2-element step, sidestepping the attack of the blood sword. Boom. The blood sword missed its target, leaving a Tuzhong deep trench in the ground, its residual force shaking the prison dragon formation, causing the blue barrier to tremble violently. Seizing the opportunity, Mo Yun once more condensed his sword intent. 2 kills, 2 calamities, as a black sword light, resembling a black moon, slashed towards the commander. Bang. The commander summoned the blood sword to clash with the black sword light. The latter dissipated almost instantaneously, revealing a significant disparity in their strengths. I tire of playing with you. Prepare to die. The commander ascended slowly, hovering in midair, channeling all his spiritual power to unleash the blood moon sword technique. A crescent of blood emerged from the blood sword, growing larger until it blocked all possible escape routes for Mo Yun. With a powerful push, Mo Yun launched himself like a sharp sword into the sky. Boom. Debris flew as dust clouds erupted, with Mo Yun standing proudly atop the chaos. The commander smirked, having successfully set a trap. Just a Qi refinement cultivator, without the ground for leverage. Let us see how you evade this strike. Buzz. Another blood crescent sliced towards Mo Yun midair. The commander wore a look of disdain, envisioning Mo Yun being cleaved in two. The hearts of the onlookers raced, filled with anxiety for Mo Yun. While some knew he could traverse the air, facing a Foundation establishment master in such a rapid exchange was not something merely walking on air could resolve. Mo Yun stood firm, stepping on the yin-yang fish, soaring through the air with incredible speed. He then condensed his sword intent, 3 kills, 3 calamities, as a round black moon, carrying immense momentum, slashed towards the commander. The commander's expression turned increasingly grave. The third sword surpasses the second sword by several magnitudes. Moreover, the opponent is capable of traversing the void, a feat seemingly beyond the capabilities of the Qi refinement realm. He did not engage in a direct confrontation with Mo Yun. Instead, he skillfully evaded attacks by perceiving their trajectories through his spiritual awareness. A thunderous roar echoed as the black moon sword energy struck the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently and leaving a chasm 3 zhang deep. At this moment, Mo Yun and Appo's assaults approached the level of the Foundation establishment realm. Wang Feiyu and the others gasped in astonishment. Could their young master and Appo's speed truly rival that of the Foundation establishment realm? Yu Xiao gazed at Mo Yun with profound respect, marveling inwardly. Truly, he is the Holy Sun. Even in the Qi refinement realm, he can soar through the air. The Grand Commander's face turned ashen. To repeatedly fail against someone from the Qi refinement realm was a considerable blow to his pride. Chapter 50. The death of the Grand Commander. He had already discerned that Mo Yun was continuously gathering power. If he could disrupt the opponent's momentum, their sword force would dissipate, and their strength would regress back to the Qi refinement stage. Immediately, he activated his foundation, enveloping himself in blood-red source energy, and engaged in close combat with Mo Yun, wielding his crimson blood sword. As long as he prevented Mo Yun from amassing strength, he would remain invincible, especially since the source energy of the Qi refinement stage was significantly inferior to that of the foundation establishment stage. As the two exchanged blows, trading hundreds of strikes, the Grand Commander noticed that the opponent's source energy was inexhaustible, showing no signs of weakening. Was this the characteristic of the Qi refinement stage? Even with the power provided by the battle formation, such intense combat should have depleted their source energy by now. The Grand Commander grew increasingly astonished, his expression turning grave. He suddenly realized that he was utterly helpless against the Qi refinement cultivator before him. The opponent in Oppo's power, speed, and source energy could rival that of an early foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing the rapid consumption of source energy, Mo Yun had no intention of continuing this war of attrition. He immediately sent a message to Wang Zi, urging her to fully activate the prison dragon killing array, as long as they could bind the Grand Commander. He could quickly resolve the battle by condensing his sword force. A 10-zhonglong rainbow-colored dragon coalesced, exuding a magnificent dragon might as it charged at the Grand Commander, attempting to ensnare him. Simultaneously, the source stones surrounding the array and Oppo's disc disintegrated into powder. Witnessing this, Wang Zi hurriedly retrieved her storage bag and frantically poured out source stones. Chen Fan had brought 20,000 source stones, and just from the recent battle, 5,000 had already been consumed. Within the prison dragon killing array, blood-red sword Qi rampaged, while the rainbow-colored dragon fought fearlessly, sending the night owl hurtling through the air, causing him immense pain. Mo Yun continued to condense his sword force, launching a series of 4 kills and 4 calamities towards the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander, using his sword, struck the rainbow-colored dragon away and unleashed another wave of sword Qi to clash with Mo Yun. At this point, Mo Yun's attack power had multiplied several times, reaching the threshold of the foundation establishment stage. Under the suppression of the Xuanwu battle formation, the Grand Commander found it increasingly challenging to fend off the simultaneous attacks from both the rainbow-colored dragon and Mo Yun. Fortunately, his source energy was abundant, and his divine sense was formidable, allowing him to clearly perceive the trajectory of the attacks, preventing an immediate defeat. With 5 kills and 5 calamities, Mo Yun's attack power surged again, now comparable to that of a top-tier early foundation establishment cultivator. The sword force formed and pressed down upon the Grand Commander, followed by a black sword Qi howling forth, resembling a black full moon, cleaving towards the Grand Commander. With no avenue for escape, the Grand Commander summoned all his source energy for a desperate counter. Boom. The Grand Commander was pushed back several zhong, staggering to maintain his footing. How much source energy do you have left? I refuse to believe that such attacks can be sustained by mere Qi refinement cultivators. Mo Yun smirked. He had already expended half of his source energy from his 11 dantians, and that was with careful conservation. However, now that the sword force was fully formed, it was time for the opponent to witness the true might of the 7 kills Shadow Calamity Sword. 6 kills and 6 calamities. The sword force grew increasingly fierce, with its power far surpassing that of an early foundation establishment cultivator, achieving the mid-foundation establishment stage. The sword Qi sliced through the void, creating faint ripples as it swiftly approached the Grand Commander, who felt his aura surge dramatically, elevating his foundation establishment pressure once again. As the blood-red foundation within his dantian trembled incessantly, boom, the Grand Commander withstood the blow that rivaled the mid-foundation establishment stage, a smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. I must admit, you truly surprised me. A Qi refinement cultivator can unleash the power of the mid-foundation establishment stage. However, I am a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Ahahaha. Your sword technique resembles the 7 kills sword. How could I not be prepared? I simply await your full-strength strike. Now that your source energy is depleted, how can you possibly contend with me? With that, the Grand Commander turned to the night owl at the edge of the formation and chuckled. Little brother, watch closely as I demonstrate how to annihilate these ignorant wretches. Wang Feiyu and the others exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting confusion, shock, and concern. When had this mid-foundation establishment cultivator seen them run out of source energy? Did he seem rather foolish? Yet, he was a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. How could they possibly win? They all sighed, preparing to sacrifice themselves for Mo Yun. Mo Yun had not drawn upon the strength of Wang Feiyu and the others. He fought solely with his own source energy, carefully conserving it. When Mo Yun utilized the Chaos Demon Eye to probe the opponent, he discerned the Grand Commander's cultivation was indeed at the mid-foundation establishment stage. As evidenced by the 6 luminous rings above the blood-red foundation in his dantian, these rings were no deception. Early foundation establishment cultivators could condense 3 rings, mid-stage 6, late-stage 9, and at the peak, 10. These luminous rings were manifestations produced by the liquefaction of source energy within the Dantian, influenced by the operation of their cultivation methods. The purer the source energy, the brighter the rings. The Grand Commander had likely just recently broken through to mid-stage. Mo Yun transmitted a message to Chen Fan, instructing him and his mother, Li Wan and Apos, to invoke the celestial might of the Sun and Moon Mountain to suppress the Grand Commander. Meanwhile, Wang Zi and Wang Yuan had emptied all the source stones into the prison dragon killing array, causing the rainbow-colored dragon to swell in size, expanding to 30 zhang in length. The two continuously manipulated the array and Apos' disk, their divine senses striving to control the rainbow-colored dragon as it charged at the Grand Commander. With an overwhelming supply of source energy, the strength of the rainbow-colored dragon surged 3 to 4-fold, swiftly ensnaring and confining the Grand Commander. The Grand Commander chuckled sinisterly. A desperate struggle? Trying to buy time for a retreat? None of you will escape. How long can you sustain such an all-out effort with the array? Simultaneously, Chen Fan and Li Wan and Apos bit their tongues, spitting out mouthfuls of blood, their auras waning, yet they gritted their teeth and continued to form hand seals. Buzzing. A tangible manifestation of the Sun and Moon Mountain was summoned by the two, descending upon the Grand Commander with immense pressure. The Grand Commander's eyes widened in disbelief. What? The might of the mountains and rivers? What exactly do you intend to do? At this moment, he sensed panic. He was confined in place, unable to budge even an inch despite his struggles. 7 kills and 7 calamities. Mo Yun and Apos' sword force soared skyward, and the source energy of Wang Feiyu and the other 6 was rapidly drained by the Xuanwu battle formation, combined with Mo Yun and Apos' 2 layers of source energy, all converging upon the Qingzhu sword. The greater the source energy, the mightier the attack. In principle, the 7 kills Shadow Calamity sword had no upper limit. Buzz. The enormous black crescent moon stirred the void, imbued with apocalyptic might, cleaving towards the Grand Commander. His pupils constricted. He never expected Mo Yun could unleash the 7th sword. How could Mo Yun possess such abundant source energy? Was this truly the Qi refinement stage? The Grand Commander's eyes bulged with blood, his demeanor frenzied. He resolved to burn his foundation, determined to eliminate these pests, even if it meant becoming a cripple for the rest of his life. He refused to perish in such a disgraceful manner. At that moment, the Night Owl had stealthily approached, launching a soul attack from a distance of 10 zhang. The Grand Commander, caught off guard, felt a sharp pain as his sea of consciousness was struck, interrupting his attempt to burn his foundation. Simultaneously, the massive black crescent moon collided with the Grand Commander. The overwhelming force penetrated instantly, cleaving the Grand Commander in two. The residual force did not diminish, annihilating the rainbow-colored dragon and the blue barrier, surging towards the Sun and Moon Mountain. Boom. The Sun and Moon Mountain was pierced by the black crescent moon, leaving a gaping fissure dozens of zhang long. The Grand Commander's face twisted in disbelief, his heart filled with hatred, and in his final moments, he screamed frantically. Night Owl traitor. The Night Owl was hurled back 10 zhang by the immense source energy, spewing blood. He bared his blood-stained teeth, laughing triumphantly. The trusted aid of the Holy Sun, he had finally achieved his goal. Wang Feiyu swallowed hard, gazing at the immense crack in the Sun and Moon Mountain, incredulous. Was this truly an attack that a Qi refinement cultivator could unleash? Chen Fan and Apos' face turned pale, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity, fixated on Mo Yun. A miracle. A Qi refinement cultivator has slain a mid-foundation establishment cultivator. Our young master has accomplished this. Wang Zi lay weakly on the ground. The backlash from Mo Yun and Apos' final strike shattering the prison dragon killing array had inflicted severe harm on her. At that moment, she paid no heed to her own injuries, continuing to murmur softly. Victory! Ding Fuxing knelt on both knees, exclaiming with fervor. My lord, you are the embodiment of valor. Li Wan and Apos', and Wang Yuan, utterly exhausted, collapsed to the ground, yet the joy in their eyes was unmistakable. They had triumphed. The Chen family and the Wang family had prevailed. The Dark Star and Silver Moon, observing the entire battle from the void, remained silent. The Dark Star remarked, although that mid-foundation establishment practitioner has just broken through and possesses only a low-grade Dao foundation, this lad indeed managed to slay a foundation establishment opponent with his Qi refinement strength. Silver Moon nodded, contemplating how far Mo Yun could ascend. Even before the Battle of the Mortals, such combat prowess was considered exceptional. Now, it was merely a matter of standing taller among the short. Should they grant him the opportunity to challenge the Celestial Tower? To see how far he could go? The Dark Star agreed with a nod. Only the Holy Maiden and Holy Sun are qualified to enter the Celestial Tower. What do you propose? Should he be made the Holy Sun or the Holy Maiden? Silver Moon scoffed. You stubborn fool, unable to think flexibly. He is male, so naturally he should be the Holy Sun. The Dark Star and Apos' eyes gleamed with delight, secretly thinking. This old woman is salvageable. She has, and Apos' completely lost her senses. Silver Moon and Apos' chilling voice echoed, of course, it shall be my Silver Moon Holy Sun. As for you, Dark Star, simply find a Holy Maiden. The Dark Star fell momentarily speechless. You. Chapter 51. The Silver Moon Holy Sun. Mo Yun staggered. a wave of weakness washing over him, causing dizziness to envelop his senses. The 10th grade source weapon, the green bamboo sword, succumbed to the strain, cracking inch by inch before shattering into a myriad of fragments upon the ground. The purple-gold gourd trembled incessantly. Success in slaying Yin Sikong, randomly acquired. Superior physique, blood demon spirit body, 1500 Dao source points, blood demon art, medium. Blood moon sword technique, medium. Detected compatibility between the minor chaos body and the blood demon spirit body. Fusion requires 500 source stones. Current evolution degree of the minor chaos body is 40. Beep. Fusion successful. Evolution degree of the minor chaos body is now 40. Detected compatibility among the cold moon true art, blood drink demon technique, Gui water true art. Golden Xian ripple technique, netherworld record, blood fiend art, and blood demon art. Fusion requires 600 source stones. Success rate 100. Proceed with fusion. Beep. Fusion successful. Acquired blood moon demon art, superior, blood moon demon art, a method of dual cultivation of body and law. Capable of absorbing different attributes of essence blood or moonlight power to enhance one's realm, utilizing vitality to manifest the blood moon domain. Dual cultivation of body and law. Blood moon demon art, blood moon domain. The ability to absorb various attributes according to one's physique. This technique seems particularly suited for the Mo Yun sect. Host. Mo Yun. Physique. Minor chaos body. Medium. 40. Realm. Chi refining stage 10. 10th order minor chaos goo. Techniques. 9 nether celestial elixir art. Blood moon demon art. Blood soul goo classic. Source arts. 7 kill shadow tribulation sword. Medium. Yellow spring duality step. Medium. 1000 phantom wuxiang. Medium. Dao source. 2200 points currently. There is a pressing need for lower-grade source vein cultivation pills, alongside preparations for foundation-laying spiritual materials. Furthermore, the 9 nether celestial elixir art is too low in rank. Sufficient techniques must be plundered for its advancement. After a moment and Appo's respite, Mo Yin removed the storage ring from the fallen leader and lifted his mask. The severed visage aligned, revealing a familiar individual and appraiser from the treasure pavilion. The elder who once appraised a jade ring for Mo Yun and gifted him a volume titled Experiences in the Cultivation World. To his astonishment, this individual had reached the foundation establishment realm and had even progressed to the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Is there a connection between the treasure pavilion and the shadow pavilion? Or is it merely coincidence? Glancing at the distant night owl, Mo Yun inquired, "Night owl, what is the relationship between the treasure pavilion and the shadow pavilion?" Night owl reported, "Holy Sun, the treasure pavilion and the shadow pavilion frequently collaborate. A faction of assassins from the shadow pavilion often relies on the treasure pavilion for concealment and execution of missions. I belong to that faction. Additionally, I have heard that in the Green Bamboo Workshop, there is a cultivator known as and Appo's, Qian Mian, and Appo's, who is the chief overseer of the Shadow Pavilion and Appo's secret missions." Mo Yun felt a cold sweat break out upon hearing this. With a cultivator of such caliber in the Green Bamboo Workshop, future actions must be approached with utmost caution. The Divine Concealment Realm cultivator possesses the ability to manipulate the 5 elements, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, through control over the 5 vital organs of the human body, with a consciousness range that can extend up to 10 miles. Within that radius, everything can be discerned unless protected by formations. However, since the Treasure Pavilion and the Shadow Pavilion are intertwined, perhaps it could be leveraged against the Treasure Pavilion. Even a Divine Concealment Realm practitioner cannot constantly observe everything with their consciousness. Lost in thought, Mo Yun had already devised a preliminary plan to deal with the Treasure Pavilion. He then turned to Night Owl and softly asked, "Night Owl, did the death of the leader affect you in any way?" Night Owl, touched by Mo Yun and Appo's concern, replied earnestly, "Holy Sun, his life or death is of no consequence to me. I returned to the county city with the Titan Great Ape yesterday, completely unaware of the events that transpired here." Mo Yun nodded. Night Owl was astute. Such individuals surely thrived within the Shadow Pavilion. "Should you require anything in the future? Communicate through the goo insects and ensure that any intelligence regarding the Shadow Pavilion reaches me promptly. Furthermore, what is your intention with the Titan Great Ape?" Night Owl recounted his and the leader and Appo's plans in detail to Mo Yun. Mo Yun and Appo's lips twitched. If General Yue were so easily dealt with, he would have been eliminated long ago. This baseless accusation holds no weight. Nevertheless, this also presents an opportunity for you to clear your name. After contemplating for a moment, Mo Yun decided to ensnare the Shadow Pavilion and collect some interest. Once everything was arranged, Night Owl took flight on a golden eagle, ensuring he returned at the right moment to maintain his facade. Not long after Night Owl departed, Wang Long and Lei Yong emerged from the cave, following the leader's demise. The ceiling restrictions on their dantians had automatically lifted. Huang Long tugged at Mo Yun and Appo's trousers, weeping profusely. "Young master, I thought I would never have the chance to serve you again. I fear not death, only the inability to stand by your side." Mo Yun wore an expression of disdain, crying like a child, "What a disgrace! Return, and I shall treat you to a drink." Get yourself together. Huang Long stood upright, grinning. Young master, this time we shall indulge in the dragon and amp, Oppos, S saliva drunken immortal brew. Mo Yun kicked Huang Long and amp, Oppos, S rear, exasperatedly replying, Huang Long, everyone spent 30,000 source stones to save you, all while bearing injuries. Do you have the gall to be choosy? Huang Long stammered, his gaze evasive. Young master, I currently lack source stones. Otherwise, I would surely treat everyone to the dragon and Oppos, S saliva drunken immortal brew. Only then did Mo Yun recall that Huang Long had donated all his military contributions. All right. You have indeed accomplished great deeds, capturing so many venomous beasts. Is there fear of lacking source stones? This round, I shall treat you all. Let us celebrate properly. Lei Yong clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for risking your lives to save me. I, Lei Yong, shall never forget this. A great reward shall follow. Turning to Mo Yun, he proposed, young master. How about I treat everyone to this round? Very well, it shall be your treat. Mo Yun agreed. Then turned to the Enlightenment Realm cultivators. You all have performed admirably. As the sect leader, I promise you may cultivate our superior techniques. Your parents and families will take pride in you. In the future, legends of the cultivation world will surely speak of you. The Enlightenment Realm disciples were invigorated upon hearing this. Superior techniques? They all knelt in gratitude. Thank you for the generous gifts from the sect. Mo Yun laughed heartily. Good, let us return to Danchi's sect and host a grand banquet. At that moment, time seemed to freeze, and everyone was rooted in place, unable to move. A silver stream of light shot from Mo Yun and Oppos' brow into the sea of consciousness, where a silver moon rune now floated at its center. A silver moon mark appeared on Mo Yun and amp, Oppos' forehead, sacred and noble. A resonant voice echoed in Mo Yun and amp, Oppos' mind. Silver moon holy sun, you are qualified to participate in the heavenly tower and amp, Oppos' chi refining trials. The higher the level, the greater the rewards. You may engage in the trials at any time through the silver moon mark. Good luck. I await you in the Star Moon secret realm. As everything returned to normal, the onlookers remained oblivious to the moments that had just been frozen in time. Mo Yun murmured, Silver Moon Holy Sun? Heavenly Tower Trials? Silver Moon Mark? Star Moon Secret Realm? With keen perception, he sensed the silver mark radiating a cold luminescence in the center of his sea of consciousness. How did the silver moon mark come to be? Was it the silver light from just now? The Star Moon Secret Realm? Could it be the very secret realm the Shadow Pavilion has been searching for? As this realization struck, Mo Yun and Oppos' eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing. Could the Star Moon secret realm truly reside within the Sun and Moon Mountain range? This is too coincidental. Chapter 52. The Harvest in the Grand Hall of the Danchi sect. The sect leader, Mo Yun, had refined and absorbed 1,000 source stones provided by Mei Sun, resulting in a breakthrough to the body refinement realm. This exemplified the innate cultivation talent of the demon race. With ample resources, they could ascend rapidly, as their techniques were inscribed within their bloodlines, allowing them to cultivate as soon as they reached the requisite realm. In contrast, the human race had to painstakingly hone their skills, nurturing their innate source energy while competing fiercely for techniques and resources. Mo Yun summoned Mei Sun to the Danchi sect, primarily to offer encouragement and to strategize his actions within the demon race. Mei Sun, congratulations on your breakthrough to the body refinement realm, he said. Mei Sun, nestled beside Mo Yun, conveyed his gratitude telepathically. Thank you, master, for your nurturing. Without you, there would be no Mei Sun today. Mo Yun affectionately ruffled his head, exclaiming, Haha, indeed, you have become quite tidy. Are you in need of assistance for your return to the Fox tribe? With a low murmur, Mei Sun expressed his heartfelt appreciation. Thank you for your concern, master. I will stealthily make my way to the border between Qishao County and Longchuan County to find an opportunity to escape. Mo Yun nodded in understanding. Now that the demon-revealing mirror is gone, crossing the border has become much simpler. What are your plans upon returning to the Fox tribe? He hoped for Mei Sun to ascend to the position of Demon Emperor. Mei Sun sighed. As of now, I am powerless and lacking influence. Life among the demon race is quite challenging. Before I become the Fox Prince, I am merely an ordinary charm fox, nothing special. Mo Yun anticipated this predicament. The situation was part of the goo cultivation plan devised by the Fox Emperor, Mei Mengxiang. Without having nurtured the goo, no power would be bestowed upon him. How many siblings do you have competing for the title of Fox Prince? Mo Yun inquired. Apart from the deceased Mei Hong, I have 6 competitors, Mei Sun replied. My elder brother and second sister are both Bone Transformation Realm Demon Generals, equivalent to the Hidden Essence Realm in humans. The rest of my siblings are all in the Body Transformation Realm, comparable to the Foundation Establishment Realm in humans. I am currently the weakest and have the fewest supporters. Mo Yun's eyes brightened with interest. Oh, I did not realize you had supporters. This presents a significant opportunity. Who are your supporters, and what is their strength? Mei Sun reported, Master, my supporter is my father, though he is merely a Bone Transformation Realm Demon General. Mo Yun inquired further. What is your father and Oppos' relationship with the Demon Emperor, Mei Mengxiang? Mei Sun explained. My father is one of my mother and Amp, Apos, male consorts. My siblings and I share the same mother but different fathers. He hopes for me to become the Fox Prince and ultimately the Fox Emperor. Imoyun nodded, recognizing that human ethical norms did not apply within the demon race, especially since a demon emperor could have multiple partners without issue. Given that Mason had his father and Apos, support, Imoyun could leverage that connection to execute his plans. Mason, upon your return to the demon race, persuade your father to establish a merchant association. You will procure herbs and minerals in large quantities and sell them to the TNG Merchant Association in exchange for a plethora of elixirs. Through the elixirs, you will accumulate a significant number of source stones. This cycle will enhance your competitiveness. You are not without backing, with me as your ally. The position of Fox Emperor shall surely be yours. Mason's eyes sparkled with admiration as he gazed at Imoyun. Establishing a merchant association to become the Fox Emperor? Master, I will follow your arrangements without question. Imoyun nodded and released 7 captured demons: the sky-swallowing python, 6-winged fire phoenix, horned dragon, mountain-breaking bull, golden-eyed spirit turtle, azure cloud sparrow, and howling moon demon wolf. The 7 demons, controlled by a minor chaos goo, lay obediently on the ground. Among these, choose those who will assist you in your upcoming plans. They shall become your most loyal subordinates. Mason's unique value lay in being the son of the Fox Emperor, granting him the right to compete for the title of Fox Prince, distinguishing him from the other 7 demons. Imoyun sought to elevate Mason, harnessing the power of the charm fox race to ascend to the status of Demon Emperor. Upon seeing the 7 demons, Mason was taken aback. He had not expected Imoyun to locate such powerful beings. Finding 7 demons in the vast Longchuan County was akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Yet his master accomplished it effortlessly. His demeanor grew increasingly respectful. The sky-swallowing python, Tun Nanlian, possessed exceptional talent but was coerced into participating in this mission by her uncle, who sought to eliminate her and seize her parents' remaining resources. The 6-winged fire phoenix, Feng Wu, volunteered to save her sister, risking her life to obtain fire phoenix essence blood to remedy her sister and Apos' congenital deficiencies. The mountain-breaking bull, Man Wei, was known for his loyalty and camaraderie, willingly joining this mission. The remaining demons were deemed useless, particularly the horned dragon and howling moon demon wolf, known for their poor character. Imoyun nodded slightly. Tun Nanlian, Feng Wu, and Man Wei heed Mason and Apos' directives and perform your duties well. You shall not be wronged in the future. He then stored the horned dragon, golden-eyed spirit turtle, azure cloud sparrow, and howling moon demon wolf in the spirit beast pouch, intended for seizing techniques. Mason, the human race and Apos' fervor for hunting demons will soon escalate. You should cultivate in the falling sunset mountain range for the time being. In a few days, I will arrange for someone to escort you to the border. Yes, master, Mason affirmed. After the demons departed, Imoyun retrieved the storage ring of the Grand Commander, unlocking its restrictions with his divine sense before imprinting new ones. With a thought, he emptied the contents of the storage ring onto the ground. The source stones formed a small mountain, totaling 50,000, alongside a large wooden box, a pill formula, 2 vials of elixirs, 10 vials of essence blood, and various miscellaneous items. Imoyun slowly opened the 5 zhonglong wooden box, revealing a 5 zhonglong object radiating a spectrum of colors, resembling a worm. This was indeed a low-grade source vein, valued at 100,000 source stones, confirming the wealth of the Foundation establishment realm. The pill formula was for the Xin Yuan pill, intended for cultivators in the aperture opening and Qi refinement realms, boasting effects 5 times that of a gathering Qi pill. The 2 vials contained a total of 20 first-turn demon essence pills, commonly used by Foundation establishment realm cultivators. The 10 vials of essence blood were from the human race, a vital resource for the Grand Commander's cultivation. At that moment, Chun Tianxi's voice echoed from outside the hall. Sect Leader, the banquet is ready. Vice Sect Leader Wang requests your presence. Imoyun gathered the items back into his storage jade ring and exited the grand hall, arriving at the Sect and Apos' square. By then, all had taken their seats, and upon seeing Imoyun and Apos' arrival, they rose in unison to pay their respects. Greetings, Sect Leader. Imoyun gestured for them to be seated. Each table featured a small jug of Dragon S saliva drunk in immortal brew, while Imoyun's table had an entire vat. Lei Yang had purchased 3 vats of Dragon S saliva drunk in immortal brew and 50 vats of monkey wine, spending nearly 8,000 source stones in total. Imoyun poured himself a cup of Dragon S saliva drunk in immortal brew and raised his glass in a toast to the assembly. Let us toast to all present. Using Brother Lei Yang and Apos' exquisite wine. To the Sect Leader, they all echoed, raising their cups and downing the contents in unison. Imoyun smiled, remarking, thanks to everyone and Apos' collective efforts, the Danchi sect has now found its footing. The glory of the Danchi sect is a reflection of your contributions, and you shall be remembered alongside its legacy for eternity. Starting today, Elder Ding will grant you access to the cultivation of superior techniques based on your contributions. You will surely be grateful for the efforts you and Apos' put forth these past days. This technique, in principle, matches any attribute of physique. As his words concluded, Wang Feiyu, Qin Fan, and Wang Zi gasped in astonishment, their eyes fixed on Mo Yun. Based on their knowledge of Mo Yun, it was not surprising for him to present a volume of superior technique, as he had already revealed numerous mid-grade techniques. However, a superior technique that matched any physique was beyond the reach of even the most elite powers. This is utterly astonishing. Li Wan turned to Wang Yuan in a daze, her breath slightly erratic. If she were to receive a superior cultivation technique, she would have a 90% chance of successfully establishing her foundation. Wang Yuan gripped his wine cup tightly. He was not yet an elder of the Danchi sect, and was uncertain whether Mo Yun would grant him the technique. The transmission of cultivation methods is often reserved for one's own kin, no matter how many merits one accumulates, if one is not part of the inner circle. The knowledge will remain withheld. Although Li Waner and Wang Yuan had contributed, their accomplishments would be attributed to the Qin and Wang families, as they were ultimately acting for their clans. The gathered disciples, upon hearing this, widened their eyes in astonishment and knelt, their faces aglow with excitement. Thank you, Sect Master, for your gracious reward. Most of them were currently practicing intermediate-level techniques, yet these methods were not suited to their attributes. If they were to obtain a superior technique that matched their innate physiques, their progress would be meteoric. Mo Yun cast a glance at the elders, including Wang Feiyu, and smiled. Esteemed elders, your hard work is commendable. You may choose to cultivate as you see fit. The elders below beamed with joy, recognizing that this superior technique represented the first wave of benefits for joining the Danchi sect. Thank you, Sect Master. Mo Yun then addressed the disciples below. From now on, the Danchi sect will hold a sect competition every 6 months. The top 7 will become true disciples of the sect, enjoying benefits equivalent to that of elders, while the top 30 will be inner disciples, and the remainder will be outer disciples. At this moment, you all stand on equal footing. Whether you can alter your destinies depends entirely on your own efforts. The disciples at the Qi opening stage were filled with exhilaration. True disciples enjoying elder-level benefits? That meant resources for cultivating at the Qi refinement stage. If combined with a superior technique, what heights could they attain? Mo Yun added. You will have 15 days to adapt your cultivation methods, after which the first sect competition will commence. Chapter 53, the submission of Lei Yang to the Danchi sect in the main hall of the sect. Wang Feiyu, Ding Fushan, Qin Fan, Wang Zi, Huang Long, Lei Yang, Li Waner, and Wang Yuan gathered. Mo Yun handed a prepared copy of the Blood Moon Demon technique to Ding Fushan, indicating that he should grant cultivation permissions to the elders and the disciples in the Enlightenment realm according to the merit system. The Danchi sect has a comprehensive merit reward system based on the tasks assigned and the completion levels of the disciples, all of which are managed by Ding Fushan from the Windown. Ding Fushan handled everything impeccably, invigorating both the elders and the disciples under this merit system. As they observed the high-grade cultivation method in Ding Fushan's hands, Li Waner and Wang Yuan swallowed hard. Wang Yuan desperately gestured to his daughter, Wang Zi, who seemed oblivious to his hints. Helpless, he finally mustered the courage to speak. Sect Master, I find myself rather free lately, and wish to contribute to the Danchi sect. Might I seek a position as an elder? Mo Yun was taken aback, instantly discerning the underlying implications of Wang Yuan's words. Li Waner chimed in, Sect Master, I too have found myself with ample free time and wish to pursue a position as an elder. Observing the two, Mo Yun felt a stir in his heart and glanced at Qin Fan and Wang Zi. Qin Fan understood, stepped forward, and declared, Sect Master, this cannot be. Though my mother and Uncle Wang are not outsiders, when it comes to the sect's legacy, we must adhere to the rules. Li Waner's brow furrowed in irritation, cursing silently. Ungrateful child, how could I have raised you? Wang Yuan, fuming, stomped his feet and glared at Qin Fan. Qin Fan, are you itching for punishment? What do you mean by the rules cannot be broken? Why can an amp, Oppos, to your mother and I become elders of the Danchi sect? With a stern expression, Qin Fan replied. Strictly speaking, you are not yet true members. You merely joined the Danchi sect for family interests, thus only allies. Li Waner grew increasingly furious. While others might say such things, hearing them from her son was unbearable. Fanner, what constitutes a true member? If you do not clarify today, I shall have to use family discipline when we return. Qin Fan remained unperturbed. Let the young master retain control measures to ensure loyalty. It is that simple. Seeing their expressions as if they had just been insulted, Qin Fan calmly continued. I was able to break through to the 8th level of the Qi refining realm entirely thanks to the sect master and Oppos' methods. Moreover, my spiritual soul rivals that of a perfected Qi refining realm practitioner. This is a tremendous opportunity that many would covet. I humbly request the young master to bestow an opportunity upon my mother. Wang Zi, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, also implored, Young master, please bestow an opportunity upon my father. Mo Yin sighed inwardly at Qin Fan and Amp, Oppos' cleverness and turned to Li Wan and Amp, Oppos', and Wang Yuan. Both esteemed elders are not outsiders. And I shall speak frankly. Indeed, as Qin Fan has mentioned, my methods offer great fortune, greatly benefiting your future cultivation. However, I can only bestow 10 such opportunities. And they are nearly exhausted. If you are unwilling, it is of no consequence. The Danchi sect and Appos mid-grade cultivation methods are available for your study. Li Wan and Appos felt conflicted. With the Gui Shui True technique, she had nearly a 70% chance of foundation establishment. Was it worth losing her freedom for a high-grade cultivation method? At that moment, Chun Fan transmitted a message. Mother, this is a monumental opportunity. Do not let it slip away. Li Wan and Appos glanced at Chun Fan, contemplating. If she refused, she might remain at the foundation establishment stage for life. Accepting the high-grade cultivation method and mysterious opportunity might allow her to glimpse the wonders of the divine repository realm. Moreover, her family now wholly depended on Mo Yun, leaving her with seemingly no freedom. She clasped her hands together toward Mo Yun. Please, sect master, employ your methods. I wish to become a true member of the Danchi sect. The term true member was emphasized heavily, sending a chill down Chun Fan's spine. He understood this as his mother's dissatisfaction. Mo Yun nodded. He had long since lifted the control of the Chaos Demon Eyes from the Golden Eagle, White Wolf King, and corrupted Bone Rat King, replacing it with the Lesser Chaos Goo, freeing up 3 slots. Had it not been for the concern of affecting Li Wan and Appos, or in the others and Appos, foundation establishment, he would not have wasted the precious slots of the Chaos Demon Eyes. As Li Wan gazed into Mo Yun's eyes, the power of chaos coalesced into chaotic runes in her mind. Under the influence of these runes, her spiritual soul became increasingly refined, hinting at a breakthrough in foundation establishment. She gazed at Mo Yun with admiration. Sect Master, this is truly remarkable. Even without a high-grade cultivation method, with my current spiritual power, I have a 90% chance of successfully establishing my foundation. Mo Yun smiled. Since Elderly trusts me, of course, I will allow you to review the high-grade cultivation methods. Li Wan beamed, turning to Chun Fan. Feeling proud of her son and Appos' filial piety for seeking such opportunities on her behalf. Wang Yuan, observing Li Wan and Appos' confidence in her success, realized she must have received a significant opportunity. Sect Master, please employ your methods. My daughter and family are all members of the Danchi sect, and I wish to progress as well. Mo Yun nodded. As the power of chaos gathered chaotic runes within Wang Yuan's consciousness, his spiritual power surged. He stammered, Sect Master, if there are suitable foundation establishment resources, I also have a 90% chance of success. With a high-grade cultivation method, it would be a certainty. Mo Yun chuckled with a hint of helplessness. Elder Wang, while high-grade cultivation methods are relatively straightforward to obtain, suitable foundation establishment resources are much more challenging. The Danchi sect will do its utmost to gather such resources, and you will be able to exchange your merits for them. At that moment, Wang Feiyu whispered to Lei Yong, Senior brother, what do you think of the young master? Lei Yong replied, the young master is undoubtedly exceptional. Wang Feiyu continued, Senior brother, would you be willing to serve the young master? After a long silence, Lei Yong pondered. Given Mo Yun and Appos' character and the kindness shown to him, he felt loyalty was warranted. Yet, he still needed to atone for the wrongs created by Jiang Yihua. Junior brother, I would certainly be willing. However, I wish to make amends for those who suffer because of me. If I do so, I cannot wholeheartedly serve the young master. Wang Feiyu interrupted, Senior brother. You are mistaken. With the support of the Danchi sect, everything you wish to accomplish can be achieved with but a word. If those victims are willing, we can easily offer them a chance to join the Danchi sect. This is far more impactful than any personal compensation you could provide. Realization dawned on Lei Yong. Junior brother, what should I do? Wang Feiyu encouraged, Senior brother, seize this opportunity to attain the young master and Appos' fortune, otherwise, you will regret it for a lifetime. Nodding, Lei Yong bowed respectfully to Mo Yun. Sect master, I too wish to join the Danchi sect and serve you. Mo Yun, surprised, asked, Lei Yong, have you come to this decision? Mo Yun had invited Lei Yong to the meeting, knowing Wang Feiyu's encouragement would yield results and ensure Lei Yang's allegiance to the Danchi sect. With a respectful nod, Lei Yong affirmed, I am honored by the sect master and Appos' regard. I shall pledge my life to serve. Mo Yun smiled. Very well, Lei Yong. Should any victims possess the aptitude for cultivation, they may join the Danchi sect. If they are ordinary people, allow them to reside and thrive within the Danchi sect and Appos' territory. Hearing this, Lei Yong felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Thank you, sect master. Once more, Mo Yun used the Chaos Demon Eyes to condense chaotic runes within Lei Yong and Appos' consciousness. With the suppression of the chaotic runes, Lei Yong and Appos' spiritual power received a significant boost, enabling immediate foundation establishment if suitable resources were available. Chun Fan suddenly recalled Mo Yun and Appos' earlier statement that the Danchi sect would surely produce a foundation establishment within a year. Now, only half a year had passed, and already 3 individuals were poised for foundation establishment, not counting the enigmatic sect master Mo Yun. At that moment, Wang Feiyu received intelligence from the Celestial Mechanism Institute, and his expression darkened considerably. Young Master, there are unidentified cultivators causing havoc in the falling Sunset Mountain Range and the Chifeng Mountain Range, relentlessly assaulting the Great Formation. Although no one has been harmed, their actions severely disrupt the normal operations of our sect, posing a significant threat. Imoyan furrowed her brow, inquiring about the opponent and Oppo's cultivation level. Wang Feiyu responded, according to the reports, there is a peak Qi refinement cultivator leading in the falling Sunset Mountain Range, accompanied by 4 others at the first and second levels of Qi refinement. In the Chifeng Mountain Range, 2 peak Qi refinement cultivators are present. Imoyan smiled. No matter. Feiyu, you shall accompany Elders Li Waner and Wang Yuan to the falling Sunset Mountain Range to eliminate the intruders. Elder Li Wan and Oppos, or may also take the opportunity to break through her cultivation at the falling Sunset Peak with the aid of the inferior source Fein. Lei Yang, you will accompany Qin Fan to safeguard the Tianji Merchant Association, as the Feihua Society has been quite active recently, warranting our heightened vigilance. Huang Long, you shall accompany me to the Qingfeng Mountain Range to vanquish our foes. Chapter 54. The Chaotic Celestial Pill Technique in the Qingfeng Mountain Range. 2 fully realized Qi refinement practitioners clad in black robes and conical hats relentlessly assaulted the Zhoutian star array. The array stood firm as a rock, the faint ripples on its luminous barrier dissipating swiftly. A mid-grade formation was beyond the reach of mere Qi refinement cultivators. Mo Yun and Huang Long stood atop the Qingfeng Mountain, gazing at the 2 assailants targeting the formation. Huang Long, having now broken through to the 6th layer of Qi refinement, do you believe you can contend with a perfected Qi refinement master? After the fierce battle in the Ryu Mountain Range and the indulgence in the long-skinned drunken immortal brew the previous day, Huang Long had successfully ascended to the 6th layer. Huang Long chuckled, young master, while I cannot claim to shatter their skulls single-handedly, I can certainly hold them at bay. If we had the Xuanwu battle array, we would undoubtedly prevail. Mo Yun shook his head. It seemed Huang Long and Oppo's cultivation level still needed elevation to reach the perfected Qi refinement stage. Keep a close watch. I shall take matters into my own hands. In the meantime, swiftly transition to cultivating the Blood Moon Demon technique to enhance your power. With that, Mo Yin activated the Huangguan Liangi step, stealthily exiting the Zhoutian star array. He executed the source technique, Shadow Kill, transforming into an ephemeral shadow to ambush one of the perfected Qi refinement practitioners. With a swift flash of the sword, a head soared into the air, blood gushing forth like a fountain. The other practitioner, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, was rendered paralyzed with fear. He had sensed no murderous intent moments prior. Yet his brother and Oppos, head had been severed. Without a moment and Oppos, hesitation, he turned to flee, his heart filled with regret for having accepted this mission. Yet Mo Yun and Oppos' form was as elusive as a specter. With a single strike, he pierced through the fleeing man and Oppos' heart from behind. Successfully killed Hu Zhenghao, randomly successfully plundered. Mid-grade physique, mighty elephant spirit body, 200 Dao source points. Mid-grade barbarian god body refining technique, successfully killed Hu Zhengjie, randomly successfully plundered. Mid-grade physique, diamond spirit body, 200 Dao source points. At that moment, a message from Wang Feiyu arrived. Young master, all invading enemies have been slain by Elder Li Wan and Oppos, and Elder Wang Yuan. How should we handle the corpses? Mo Yun replied telepathically. Hang their bodies outside the formation, ascertain their affiliations, and eradicate their backing forces. Soon after, Mo Yun received a notification. Total Dao source acquired, for 100 points. Mid-grade Withering and Flourishing Secret Tome, Mid-grade Withering Zen Spirit Body, Mid-grade Green Vine Spirit Body, Mid-grade Earth Evil Spirit Body, Mid-grade Mysterious Wood Spirit Body. Detected that the Little Chaos Body can merge with the Mighty Elephant Spirit Body and the Mysterious Wood Spirit Body. It will consume 700 Source Stones. With a purification rate of 54. Ding, fusion successful, Little Chaos Body evolution rate at 54. Mo Yun instructed Huang Long to hang the bodies of the 2 perfected Qi refinement practitioners outside the formation to deter further invaders. He then entered seclusion in the Qifeng Mountain Range. His primary goal during this retreat was to slay the Horned Dragon, Golden-Eyed Spirit Turtle, Azure Cloud Lark, and Howling Moon Demon Wolf, seizing their techniques in hopes of evolving the 9 Nether Celestial Pill technique into a superior method. Additionally, he needed to refine the low-grade source veins into his Dantian. Successfully killed Mu Luo, randomly successfully plundered. Azure Dragonwood technique, Sacred, successfully killed Jin Yuan, randomly successfully plundered. Xianming Hidden Repository, Sacred, successfully killed Yun Jin. Randomly successfully plundered. 9 Heavens Wind God technique, Sacred, successfully killed Wolf Hong, randomly successfully plundered. Heavenly Wolf Devouring Moon technique, Sacred, detected that the 9 Nether Celestial Pill technique. Blood Moon Demon technique, Blood Soul Gu Scripture, Barbarian God Body Refining technique, Withering and Flourishing Secret Tome, Azure Dragonwood technique, Xianming Hidden Repository, 9 Heavens Wind God technique, and Heavenly Wolf Devouring Moon technique can merge. It will consume 800 Source Stones, with a success rate of 100. Do you wish to proceed with the fusion? Ding. Fusion successful. Acquired the chaotic celestial pill technique, superior. Chaotic celestial pill technique, a divine method of 3 cultivations, consolidating the chaotic cauldron to suppress the sea of consciousness. The little chaos goo to subdue the heart, and the main dantian transforming into a chaotic dantian. Chaotic cauldron, formed by the essence of the little chaos body. It suppresses the sea of consciousness, granting immunity to any soul pressure, while amplifying spiritual power tenfold. Little chaos goo. The little chaos goo autonomously operates the chaotic celestial pill technique, refining the host and amp, Apos, S soul and body. Chaotic dantian. Within the chaotic dantian, 10 innate source chi transform into primordial purple chi, with the 10 subdantians absorbing the essence of the little chaos body to grow, capable of nurturing 10 innate source chi. Evolving to the utmost realm to sustain the chaotic dantian. Note, each innate source chi can absorb 1 low-grade source vein, evolving into the world and amp, Apos, S essence. The foundation of the chaotic celestial pill technique requires first establishing the foundations of the 10 subdantians. Then merging the chaotic essence with the primordial purple chi to forge the chaotic Tao foundation within the chaotic dantian. Moyun. Upon reading the introduction to the chaotic celestial pill technique, felt both elated and troubled. The prowess of the divine technique was undeniable. Yet the requirement of low-grade source veins to integrate into the innate source chi posed a daunting challenge. According to the technique and amp, Apos, S explanation, he could nurture up to 100 innate source chi within the 10 subdantians, necessitating 100 low-grade source veins. Previously, the need for 11 low-grade veins felt overwhelming. Now, the prospect of needing 100 seemed insurmountable. Where could he possibly find such an abundance of low-grade source veins? Moreover, to establish the foundation of the chaotic celestial pill technique, he first needed to solidify the foundations of the 10 subdantians, then the chaotic dantian. To establish the foundation 10 times would require 10 foundation spiritual materials, which were already scarce. Due to the limitations imposed by the little chaos goo, his subordinates could only reach the perfected chi refinement stage. Thus, all the burden fell upon Moyun. He felt an overwhelming sense of difficulty, as if even with extraordinary luck, his path to cultivation remained fraught with challenges. He activated the chaotic celestial pill technique, using the essence of the little chaos body to condense the chaotic cauldron within his sea of consciousness. The essence of the little chaos body withdrew from within him, coalescing in the sea of consciousness, gradually forming a translucent 3-legged cauldron. As the chaotic cauldron took shape, the evolution rate of the little chaos body plummeted from 54 to 44. Moyun's spiritual perception range surged from 20 zhang to an astonishing 200 zhang, far exceeding the 100 zhang limit of a perfected foundational cultivator. Simultaneously, the little chaos goo operated the chaotic celestial pill technique, absorbing the essence of the little chaos body and evolving from the 10th stage to the 9th stage, equivalent to the chi refinement realm of a human. The evolution rate of the little chaos body fell further to 40. The little chaos goo absorbed vital essence, refining it into chaotic blood before expelling it. The crystalline, transparent chaotic blood coursed through his limbs, significantly enhancing Moyun and Apos, as physical form, now comparable to a 10th grade source artifact. Moyun once more activated the chaotic celestial pill technique, directing a continuous flow of the little chaos body and Apos' essence into his dantian to nourish it. After the 10 subdantians absorbed the essence of the little chaos body, they began to evolve, becoming indistinguishable from a normal dantian, thus meeting the conditions to cultivate 10 innate source chi. Upon absorbing the essence of the little chaos body, the main dantian transformed into a chaotic dantian, its power evolving into a crystalline and transparent form of chaotic power. The 10 innate source chi within the chaotic dantian received nourishment from both the chaotic essence and chaotic power, transforming into primordial purple chi. The 10 strands of primordial purple chi swirled within the chaotic dantian, reminiscent of the dawn of creation, where all life originates. Meanwhile, the evolution rate of the little chaos body diminished yet again, from 40 to 10. Moyun, feeling the immense power of his soul, the formidable strength of his body akin to a 10th grade source artifact, and the overwhelming chaotic power, was filled with profound reflections. Despite the arduous path of cultivating the chaotic celestial pill technique, its might was unmatched by any other method. Should he manage to refine 100 low-grade source veins into his dantian and establish the foundations of the 11 dantians, how powerful would he ultimately become? Could he crush the foundational realm with a mere slap? Or eliminate those in the divine concealment realm? Chapter 55. The 110th layer of chi refinement in the majestic Qingyun mountain range. Moyun sat atop a towering peak, absorbing the source of the Tao and drawing the ethereal energy of the universe into his being to elevate his cultivation. As he operated the chaotic heavenly pill formula, the surrounding source energy surged forth, forming a colossal funnel towering 1,000 feet high. Moyun resembled a human-shaped black hole, voraciously devouring the colorful source energy around him. Within a 100-mile radius, all source energy was drawn toward him, prompting nearby cultivators to converge, believing that a great treasure had emerged in the Qifeng mountain range. After hanging the bodies of 2 perfected Qi refinement cultivators, Wang Long stared blankly at Mo Yun atop the peak, lost in thought. Such a phenomenon raised questions. Was the young master about to unseal his cultivation? With so much source energy, to what heights would he ascend? The more Huang Long pondered, the more he revered Mo Yun, feeling that his own cultivation at the 6th layer of Qi refinement was of little consequence. Remembering how Mo Yun had personally dispatched enemies moments ago, his desire to grow stronger intensified. The Blood Moon Demon technique must be transitioned to at once. The disciples of Danqi's sect in the Qingfeng mountain range gazed in awe at the miraculous event engendered by their sect leader, swelling with pride. With such a formidable leader, who would dare to bully them in Qingzhufang? The heavenly phenomenon invoked by Mo Yun persisted for half an hour, consuming 960 points of Dao source, resulting in the 10 Dantians nurturing 10 strands of innate source energy. At this moment, Mo Yun possessed a total of 100 strands of innate source energy and 10 strands of Hongming purple Qi, marking him at the 110th layer of Qi refinement. His soul power surged once more, reaching an impressive 100 zhang, approximately 7 miles wide, rivaling that of a divine hidden realm cultivator. Everything around him was rendered in exquisite detail, as if he were observing patterns in the palm of his hand. With vigorous determination, Mo Yun focused the chaotic power into his index finger and, with a casual wave toward a distant boulder, unleashed it. The chaotic force roared forth, obliterating the boulder instantly, leaving no trace as if it had never existed. Such a formidable attack left Mo Yun uncertain if a cultivator of the divine hidden realm could achieve the same. But he knew that the might of a foundation establishment cultivator paled in comparison. If he were to confront the Grand Commander now, he was confident he could crush him in a single strike without any preparation. At this moment, a multitude of cultivators gathered in the Qifeng mountain range, drawn by the celestial phenomenon, eager to seize an opportunity. The world of cultivation operates on such principles, without striving to grasp every chance. One risks missing a chance to soar, but such ambition may also lead to demise. This is the fate of cultivators. Without contention, there are no opportunities. With contention, one may rise to great heights. Mo Yun and Apos, soul discerned the presence of the surrounding cultivators, yet he bore no intent to harm. Instead, he released a wave of soul power, intimidating them. Upon feeling the overwhelming pressure of his soul, the cultivators turned pale and fled. Seeking opportunities was not worth courting death. They realized that they could not contend with such a powerful figure. They had not anticipated that the Qingfeng Qin family would possess such a formidable cultivator, and they silently resolved to treat the Qin family with greater respect henceforth. After dispersing the onlookers, Mo Yun instructed Huang Long to continue guarding the Qifeng mountain range while he took flight on a golden eagle toward the Tianji Merchant Association in Qizhufang. His mission was primarily to meet with General Yue through Zhang Ming of the Longquan army in the Yunling mountain range. Within the Jiang family council hall, the elder Jiang Xiaohua rushed to report to the clan leader, Jiang Xiaoyang. Clan leader. All cultivators hired to investigate the Qingfeng and Luoxiao mountain ranges have perished, their bodies strung up outside the formation. It is reported that an immense surge of source energy is emanating from Qifeng mountain, and an overwhelming soul pressure deters those who dare to investigate. Jiang Xiaoyang furrowed his brow in contemplation. He could not believe that such a remote place as Qizhufang would harbor a powerful figure. It must be the result of some clever ploy. The identical method of displaying the slain cultivators from the Qifeng and Luoxiao mountain ranges indicated that the same force was behind both events, clearly aiming to establish their dominance. If the enemy could effortlessly slay 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators, they could also easily eliminate members of the Jiang family. It was highly probable that they were responsible for the death of his son. As he spoke, Jiang Xiaoyang and Apos' eyes glinted coldly. Xiaohua, closely monitor the Luoxiao mountain range and the Qingfeng Qin family. If they are seen exchanging poisonous beasts for military merit in large numbers, there can be no doubt they are the culprits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaohua felt a sense of foreboding. If the enemy could so easily eliminate 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators, the Jiang family could only rely on the clan leader, a mere early foundation establishment cultivator, to contend against them. Clan leader, if they can effortlessly kill 3 perfected Qi refinement cultivators, should we not reconsider? What if the rumors about that powerful figure in Qifeng Mountain hold truth? Jiang Xiaoyang snorted dismissively. Xiaohua, the foundation establishment cultivators in Qizhufang are few. I have no intention of provoking those major forces. I can single-handedly sweep away those Qi refinement forces. The foundation establishment realm is incomparable to Qi refinement. No matter how many there are, it will make no difference. Moreover, with the recent deaths of our clan and Apos' disciples, we require an opportunity to assert our authority and demonstrate that the Jiang family is not to be trifled with. Jiang Xiaohua hesitated, then sighed helplessly before departing to carry out the orders. In the realm of power dynamics, there are no eternal enemies. Pursuing conflict with such a mysterious force for the sake of the deceased is unwise. It was evident that clan leader Jiang Xiaoyang was being overly emotional in his handling of the matter. Chapter 56, Fang Liasai and the Tianji Merchant Association. In the bandit's private room, Mo Yun employed the technique of 1,000 transformations to alter his visage and spiritual aura, disguising himself as a refined middle-aged cultivator before entering the chamber. Chen Fan greeted Zhang Ming with a respectful gesture. Brother Zhang, this is my esteemed young master Yanin, who has come to pay his respects upon learning of your presence here. Mo Yun also inclined his head in greeting. Brother Zhang, I have long admired your illustrious reputation. Zhang Ming appraised Mo Yun, sensing the profound depth of his aura, which was unfathomable. Brother Yun, you are too kind. I am exceedingly grateful for the hospitality extended by your esteemed merchant association these past few days. Mo Yun returned the courtesy with a smile. Your presence in the Tianji Merchant Association is indeed an honor for us. Zhang Ming began to express further pleasantries, but Mo Yun interjected, Brother Zhang, as cultivators, we do not indulge in such formalities. I have come today solely to share a drink with you. With that, Mo Yun produced a jar of dragon and amp, Appos, spittle wine from his storage ring, uncorking it. Instantly, the room was enveloped in the intoxicating fragrance of the wine. Zhang Ming swallowed hard at the enticing aroma. The dragon and amp, Appos, spittle wine, worth 500 source stones, had long been a temptation for him. Yet he had refrained from indulging in it while preparing for foundation establishment resources. Brother Yun, this dragon and Appos, spittle wine is far too precious. As a mere patrol captain, I can hardly be of any significant assistance to you. He acknowledged his position with humility, aware that he did not merit such lavish hospitality. Mo Yun shook his head and replied, Brother Zhang, by setting up your stall in the Tianji Merchant Association, you have greatly increased the foot traffic. Thus I am the one who has benefited from your generosity. This wine is indeed deserving of you. Come. Without waiting for Zhang Ming and Appos' response, Mo Yun seated himself, pouring wine for Zhang Ming and filling cups for himself and Chen Fan. Brother Zhang, I raise a toast to you in gratitude for your assistance these past days. At this point, Zhang Ming felt no need for further hesitation and lifted his cup. I have formed a bond with Brother Chen Fan. This is only natural. Moreover, I have gained immense convenience. As the three of them drank the dragon and Appos' spittle wine, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial, fostering a burgeoning camaraderie akin to that of sworn brothers. While refilling Zhang Ming and Appos' cup, Mo Yun casually inquired, Brother Zhang, how many demon cores have been collected from various regions thus far? Without a moment in Appos' delay, Zhang Ming responded. Upon my last return, I inquired and discovered approximately 5,000 cores. However, collecting from poisonous beasts has proven challenging. We have only gathered over 1,000 thus far. I regret taking on this task. Had it not been for encountering brothers Chen Fan and Yunin, I might have gone mad from frustration. Mo Yun sighed. Since the mirror of demon revelation shattered, our lives as common folk have become increasingly precarious. Even conducting business invokes fear of demon incursions. Zhang Ming chuckled, Brother Yun. There is no need for excessive worry. The demon race will not dare to invade the great Xia divine dynasty in the near future. Mo Yun, puzzled, asked, What leads you to this conclusion? Zhang Ming lowered his voice. Due to the shattering of the mirror of demon revelation, the Grand General was penalized by Her Majesty, the Empress, with a fine of 5 million source stones. The Grand General is currently in a state of fury. And with the Wind Master present in the Longchuan army, the demons would be foolish to provoke trouble at this time. Mo Yun nodded in understanding. If the Grand General unleashes his wrath, it is the demon race that will suffer. It would be wiser to wait until Feng Qi departs and engage in a gradual confrontation. Thus, we may find ourselves temporarily safe from danger. However, Zhang Ming noticed Mo Yun's hesitation and curiosity piqued, prompting him to ask, Brother Yun, do you have something on your mind? Mo Yun glanced at Zhang Ming and then at Chen Fan. Chen Fan, perhaps you should explain. Chen Fan nodded, his demeanor subdued. Brother Zhang, are you not curious why the demon race is sending so many spirit awakening realm demons for the human race to hunt? Zhang Ming replied without hesitation. You two are overthinking it. The demon race intends to disrupt our rear lines by sending spirit awakening realm demons to scatter our forces. Chen Fan sighed, Brother Zhang. The demon race and Appos' cunning goes beyond that. To be candid, our Tianji Merchant Association and Appos' acquisition of demon cores aims to leverage their popularity to elevate the association and Appos' profile. Zhang Ming acknowledged this openly. It was a truth easily discerned. Chen Fan continued, yet just days ago, my young master encountered a howling moon demon wolf and, through discreet means, managed to control it, uncovering an astonishing secret. Zhang Ming inquired with intrigue, what secret? With a grave expression, Chen Fan stated. The transformation of fierce beasts into demons is due to the consumption of elixirs containing the blood of the Xiang Lu demon sect. Conversely, fierce beasts that metamorphose into poisonous beasts do so from consuming elixirs laced with the sect's toxins. Ultimately, these demons become resources for the Xiang Lu demon sect. Should the human race utilize demon cores tainted with the blood of the Xiang Lu sect to concoct elixirs, they too will serve as resources for the sect. Zhang Ming's face blanched in shock. What? The Turning Demon Essence pill is a foundation establishment elixir. If the cultivators consuming these pills become resources for the Xiang Lu sect, the human race will suffer catastrophic losses. While these cultivators are presently at the foundation establishment stage, what of 10 or 100 years hence? The Xianglu demon sect is essentially laying the groundwork for their own advantage. Brother Yun, Brother Chen Fan, are you certain of this matter? Mo Yun affirmed. It is absolutely true. For the sake of all cultivators, I am willing to accompany Brother Zhang to the Longchuan army, if necessary. I can step forward to clarify this situation. Seeing Mo Yun and Apos' resolute conviction and willingness to accompany him, Zhang Ming felt a wave of trust wash over him. He promptly produced a communication jade talisman to relay the information to his superiors. After a lengthy explanation, his superiors consented to allow Zhang Ming to take Mo Yun to the Longchuan army. Zhang Ming pocketed the talisman and grasped Mo Yun and Apos' hand. Brother Yun, if this matter proves true, you shall not be forgotten for your contributions. Should it be found to be a deception, we shall bear the consequences together. I ask you once more, is this matter indeed true? Mo Yun replied emphatically, it is true. I would never jest about such serious matters. Zhang Ming and Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, excellent. Brother Yun, you shall accompany me to the Longchuan army. If we succeed in gaining merit, I shall not forget the kindness of both of you. Should this prove true, Zhang Ming stands to gain significant military merit, greatly enhancing his chances of successfully establishing his foundation through the acquisition of essential resources. Mo Yun smiled. Then let us toast to Brother Zhang's success in foundation establishment. Initially eager to rush back to the border with Mo Yun, Zhang Ming's eyes widened in astonishment upon encountering the Golden Eagle, with a fierce beast to ride. Their speed rivaled that of a perfected chi refinement stage cultivator, and, importantly, it was remarkably comfortable. The two ascended upon the Golden Eagle, reaching Tianmen Pass in approximately 3 hours. Although referred to as a pass, it resembled a colossal city, standing guard along the border. Upon arrival, Zhang Ming and Mo Yun found Captain Fong Liangsai awaiting them with great anticipation. Given the gravity of the matter, he treated it with utmost seriousness. Subordinate Zhang Ming, reporting to the captain. Zhang Ming approached Fong Liangsai respectfully. Mo Yun also offered a salute. Yun Yin, greetings to Captain Fong. Fong Liangsai laughed heartily. Zhang Ming, you have done well. If this matter proves true, I shall remember your significant contribution. He then turned his gaze to Mo Yun. This brother and Apos' willingness to speak on behalf of all cultivators is commendable. Mo Yun, utilizing his chaotic demon eye, discerned Fong Liangsai and Apos' cultivation level. A divine concealment realm cultivator. You flatter me, Captain. I am merely a businessman, seeking peace and prosperity for the Great Xia, which in turn allows me to earn a few more source stones. Fong Liangsai, appreciating Mo Yun and Apos' candid and unpretentious nature, nodded approvingly. Brother Yun, you are a genuine person. As soldiers, we seek not only a bright future but also long for the peace and stability of the Great Xia, so that our families may live free from worry. Given the urgency of the situation, follow me to meet General Yueshing. Only upon receiving the General's approval may we then meet the Grand General. In the military, unless in cases of dire emergencies, cross-rank reporting is not permitted. Should there be any transgression, even the most significant contributions would result in severe punishment. This is also intended to reinforce the prestige of the commanding officers in the hearts of their subordinates. Just as Fong Liangsai was about to take Mo Yun and Zhang Ming away, a sharp voice commanded him to halt. Stop. Chapter 57. The General and Apos' invitation. An elderly gentleman clad in a blue robe glared at Fong Liangsai with an unfriendly expression. Fong Liangsai, upon seeing the man and Apos' demeanor, wore a face that could only be described as ghastly. Subordinate pays respects to military supervisor's son. His subordinates greeted, bowing. Despite his reluctance, Fong Liangsai managed a polite salute. Acknowledging the higher authority, Zhang Ming and Mo Yun followed suit, also bowing. We pay respects to Military Supervisor Sunday. With a cold tone, Military Supervisor Sun remarked, Commander Fong, you exhibit quite a boldness, daring to bring anyone into the Tianmen Pass. If a spy from the demon race were to infiltrate and steal our military secrets, would you bear the consequences? Fong Liangsai feigned a smile while internally cursing the man's ancestry. Military Supervisor Sun. This esteemed brother from Yunnan possesses crucial intelligence to present. I kindly request your leniency. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun once again bowed to Military Supervisor Sunday. Military Supervisor, I have important information to report, and I assure you I am not a spy from the demon race. Sun glanced at Mo Yun and scoffed. What significant intelligence could a mere junior cultivator of chi refinement possibly possess? Speak, if you dare. As a military supervisor, I have the authority, granted by the Empress, to oversee any matters concerning the Longchuan army, including your so-called important information. Mo Yun refrained from concealing his cultivation, knowing that Sun might not perceive his true strength otherwise. However, he deemed it unnecessary to mask his abilities, as that might raise suspicions about his spiritual essence. Fong Liangsai and Apos' expression shifted, and he signaled a soldier guarding the city from a distance, attempting to divert attention. Oh, Military Supervisor Sun, Such trivial matters are within our jurisdiction. There is no need for your esteemed intervention. Sun scoffed, cutting him off. Commander Fong, if you continue to resist, I shall report you to Her Majesty the Empress. The reason being your blatant disregard for military discipline by bringing outsiders into the barracks. What say you? Fong Liangkai and Appos, as face turned ashen. Feeling utterly powerless against such a blatant threat. Just then, a rugged voice boomed. What the hell are you doing? With a thud, military supervisor Sun was sent flying by a kick, crashing to the ground like a dead dog, skidding several dozen paces. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Fong Liangkai secretly sighed in relief and exclaimed, "Subordinate pays respects to General Yu." The arrival was none other than General Yu Ming, the cavalry general. Hearing this, both Mo Yun and Zhang Ming hastily bowed. Yu Ming nodded slightly, casting an annoyed glance at Fong Liangkai. You possess the divine concealment realm, and he, too, is of the same realm. Why do you cower before him, bowing and scraping? Fong Liangkai was momentarily taken aback. General Yu, he is the military supervisor. And I am the commander, I cannot act against hierarchy. Yu Ming frowned and kicked Fong Liangkai, sending him flying. Useless. Since when does the Longchuan army have a military supervisor? I was unaware of such a position. Moreover, if brothers engage in friendly sparring, must we run to the Empress to complain? Useless. If you embarrass me again, I shall dispose of you. Fong Liangkai, enlightened, turned to military supervisor Sun and proposed. Brother Sun, let us engage in a friendly sparring match. Without awaiting consent, he advanced and unleashed a flurry of strikes. Although Sun was also in the divine concealment realm, he could not match Fong Liangkai, who had years of battlefield experience, and soon found himself battered and bruised. My age could very well make me your grandfather. Do not take this too far. As Sun was pummeled, Yu Ming and Appos, S expression softened slightly. Fong Liangkai, cease this sparring. Return before you harm military supervisor Sunday. To Sun. He added, this is how the military operates. Sparring is commonplace. If you cannot endure it, perhaps you should return to the capital. This wretched place is truly a torment. Sun's expression darkened. General Yu, while I may not possess your strength, we are of equal rank. Your allowance of your subordinates to strike me will not go unreported to Her Majesty the Empress. Yu Ming chuckled. The Longchuan army operates by strength. Should you wish to file a complaint, feel free. From this day forth, you shall learn that the Longchuan army does not accommodate the weak, even if they are military supervisors. With that, he disregarded Sun and led Mo Yun and the others to the cavalry general and Appos, S hall. During their passage, Zhang Ming communicated telepathically. This military supervisor Sun was dispatched after the demon scrying mirror shattered. This move aims to curtail the powers of the martial generals. In essence, it is a ploy by the Chancellor's faction to vie for benefits. Mo Yun comprehended at once. With the demon scrying mirror's destruction, the Divine Court would undoubtedly need to recruit more soldiers, significantly increasing the required resources, providing ample opportunity for profit. However, a military supervisor of the Divine Concealment Realm was evidently incapable of restraining the Longchuan army. In such a precarious moment, the Chancellor and Appos, S faction was unlikely to push the martial generals too hard, merely seeking to annoy them while garnering sympathy from the Empress. Within the cavalry general and Appos, S hall, Yu Ming sat at the main seat, scrutinizing Fong Liangkai, Zhang Ming, and Mo Yun. What brings you here today? Fong Liangkai stepped forward, recounting the events in detail to Yu Ming. Yu Ming and Appos, S brow furrowed deeply as he contemplated, fixing his gaze on Mo Yun. A faint but palpable pressure of spiritual essence emanated from him, causing Fong Liangkai and Zhang Ming to blanch. Mo Yun, shielded by the chaos cauldron within his sea of consciousness, remained immune to the pressure but feigned discomfort, not wanting to appear exceptional. Should a chi refinement cultivator withstand such spiritual pressure, it would undoubtedly raise suspicions, complicating matters further. Yunin, how can you prove the veracity of your claims? Mo Yun retrieved a demon transformation pill and a toxic beast pill from his storage jade, presenting them to Yu Ming. General Yu, these pills were extracted from the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. Whether they contain the blood essence and poison of the Xia Lu demon sect, I cannot discern with my chi refinement cultivation. I learned of this information from the Howling Moon Demon Wolf. As for its authenticity, I implore General Yu to discern. What can a chi refinement cultivator truly ascertain? Mo Yun willingly relinquished all authority to Yu Ming. Yu Ming inquired, is the Howling Moon Demon Wolf still in your possession? Mo Yun shook his head. My control over the demon race is quite poor. It perished shortly after my attempts. He produced the demon core of the Howling Moon Demon Wolf from his storage jade for all to see. Yu Ming nodded. It is indeed a feat for a chi refinement cultivator to control a demon. It is normal for such a coarse approach to result in its demise, especially with the demon core as evidence. He sighed. I lack the means to discern the nature of these pills with my cultivation. I can only report to the general. You may wait here. Should I require anything, I will summon you. After Yu Ming departed, Fong Liangkai patted Mo Yun and Appos' shoulder. Brother Yunin, do not fret. General Yu is quite a decent person. As long as your words hold truth, even if there is a misunderstanding, General Yu will not hold it against you. After all, you are but a chi refinement cultivator. Mo Yun nodded, which was precisely why he had not disclosed everything. Thank you, Commander Fong. Zhang Ming regarded Mo Yun and remarked with a smile, Brother Yun, you could have steered clear of this murky water. Yet for the sake of humanity, you resolutely reported this matter. Should any misfortune arise and responsibility fall upon us, I, Zhang Ming, shall share the burden with you. At that moment, Mo Yun sensed a wave of spiritual energy sweeping through the cavalry general and Amp, Appos, S. Hall, recognizing it as the spiritual probe of General Yu Wei. Within the Longchuan army, only the esteemed General Yu Wei possessed the audacity to conduct such an unrestrained spiritual inquiry. Before long, a soldier arrived with a message. Friend Yunin, the general requests your presence. Chapter 58. Agreement reached in the Grand Hall of Military Affairs. Only Mo Yun, General Yu Wei, and Yu Ming were present. Qianhuan Wuxiang had altered his spiritual aura and appearance, rendering General Yu Wei, despite his formidable spiritual strength, unable to discern Mo Yun and Amp, Appos, as concealment. Seated prominently, General Yu Wei continually scrutinized Mo Yun before finally speaking in a measured tone. Yunin, I have heard you are the spokesperson for the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association? Mo Yun was perplexed as to why Yu Wei inquired about this matter, which seemed unrelated to the Demon Corps. He respectfully clasped his hands in salute, replying, Indeed. It is I, General. Yu Wei nodded slightly. I have learned that the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association is aggressively acquiring Demon Cores at a price of 200 source stones each, with an additional discount of 5%. A chill ran through Mo Yun and Amp, Appos, S. heart. Neither Fong Liangkai nor Zhang Ming had mentioned this in their reports. How could General Yu Wei be aware of the minor activities of the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association? With little time for reflection, Mo Yun responded, General, the Demon Cores have enriched the cultivators of Longchuan Prefecture. Now everyone possesses them. The Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association is leveraging the hype surrounding Demon Cores to enhance its visibility. Otherwise, it would struggle to compete with the Four Seas Merchant Association and the Treasure Pavilion. Yu Wei let out a cold laugh. It cannot be denied that Demon Cores can indeed elevate the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association and Appos' profile in a short time. But, are you not aware of the secrets surrounding Demon Cores? Have you not considered profiting from them? Mo Yun broke into a cold sweat. His opportunistic uncle was proving to be quite the challenge. His own schemes had been uncovered. Were it not for the knowledge of his uncle and Appos' integrity and the assurance that he could reveal his true identity in a moment of crisis to save himself, he would not have dared to meet with a general of such stature. The disparity in their ranks was staggering. General, it is only natural for merchants to seek profit. However, the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association has never harmed the interests of humanity. As for military merits, I have operated within the confines of the rules. Whether the Demon Cores and venomous beasts appreciate in value is a matter for you to decide, not one I can control. Mo Yun and Appos' implication was clear. The Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association is indeed profit-driven, but the fate of the Demon Cores and venomous beasts lies in your hands, not mine. Yu Wei's expression softened slightly as he remarked, You are quite forthright. Mo Yun inwardly scoffed. Am I not aware of your nature? The more sincere I am, the more you relish it. Otherwise, why would you engage in conversation with a mere chi refinement cultivator? Yu Wei unhesitatingly inquired, How many Demon Cores do you currently possess? And how many venomous beasts? Mo Yun replied with a bow. After arduous procurement over the past few days, we have gathered 200 venomous beasts and 2,000 Demon Cores. Both Yu Wei and Yu Ming were momentarily taken aback. How could a merchant association run by a chi refinement cultivator amass such a substantial quantity of venomous beasts and Demon Cores in such a short time? It is worth noting that after considerable military effort, the army had only collected 5,000 Demon Cores and just over 1,000 venomous beasts. A cunning smile spread across Yu Wei's face. Are you not concerned about being left with such burdens? Furthermore, as a general, is it not reasonable for me to confiscate such dangerous objects upon encountering them? Mo Yun felt a wave of dread wash over him, silently lamenting. His uncle had become treacherously cunning, even eyeing the possessions of a chi refinement cultivator. With no other recourse, he steeled himself to respond, General. I do not fear being burdened by the Demon Cores. Rather, I fear your outright confiscation. Yu Ming interjected, dissatisfied. Yunin, do not speak nonsense. How could the general simply take your belongings? You should apologize to the general at once. Yu Wei waved his hand to silence Yu Ming. Yunin, I do not mind your offense. However, should you dare to use Demon Cores to harm others? As he spoke, an overwhelming aura emanated from him, pressing down upon Mo Yun like a celestial weight. The chaotic cauldron within Mo Yun and Appos' sea of consciousness vibrated, dissipating the pressure. He feigned being intimidated by the force, his face paling as he stammered, General, please discern that these Demon Cores will certainly not be used by humanity, but what of the demon race? In such a case, I not only stand to profit from the source stones but also to eliminate demons. You would not only be unable to penalize me, but would also have to reward me. Yu Ming's eyes brightened as he rose to bow to Yu Wei. General, Yun Yun's strategy is indeed feasible. It can not only ensnare the demon race but also yield resources. Yue was well aware of the benefits of utilizing waste materials. Yet he also recognized the substantial risks involved. The critical concern was regulation. Without oversight, the pills could end up anywhere, potentially circulating back to humanity, which would be akin to shooting oneself in the foot. Furthermore, both the Four Seas Merchant Association and the Treasure Pavilion were backed by powerful figures, and Yue was reluctant to entangle himself with such factions. Yet, how could any operation proceed without a merchant association? Contemplating this, Yue turned his gaze back to Mo Yun, deep in thought. Does the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association possess the capability to refine pills tailored exclusively for the demon race? Mo Yun could vaguely surmise Yue and Appo's intent and decisively shook his head. This was the optimal moment for profit. If Yue sought to accomplish this through the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association, he would undoubtedly provide support. And the alchemists of the Longchuan army had long piqued Mo Yun and Appo's interest. Currently, the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association only had 2 Qi refinement alchemists, who were incapable of producing such specialized pills. Yue was not surprised. What scale could a merchant association led by a Qi refinement cultivator possibly achieve? It was merely a small-scale operation. The alchemists of the Longchuan army had inadvertently developed a pill extremely beneficial to the demon race, the transformation pill. This pill could assist the demon race in completing their physical metamorphosis, rendering it useless to humanity. Mo Yun exclaimed, "General, such a beneficial pill for the demon race must not be allowed to circulate. It is better to keep it." Yue interrupted, "A sword has 2 edges. It can harm the enemy if wielded well, or harm oneself if misused. I am confident that the transformation pill can inflict significant losses on the demon race." Mo Yun's face fell in despair. He merely wished to earn a modest sum for cultivating with lower-grade source veins and had no desire to involve himself in such confidential affairs. "General, the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association is rather weak. It may struggle to fulfill this task." Yue and Appo's expression soured. "I will provide the alchemists and the raw materials. You need only supply the venue and handle subsequent transactions with the demon race. I will arrange for others to manage the rest. There are many merchant associations I can connect with and numerous individuals eager to partake in this venture. However, now that you are privy to military secrets, should you choose not to proceed, you may find yourself languishing in the Longchuan army's prison for the rest of your days." Mo Yun's heart ached in frustration. This was utterly unreasonable. In just a decade, Yue had become so deviously cunning and seasoned. "General, I wish to know, why the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association?" Yue chuckled ominously, "Because the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association is sufficiently small and possesses a clean background." Mo Yun silently noted the truth in this. Countless merchant associations sought to curry favor with Yue, but their intricate backers made it difficult to ensure the confidentiality of the pill formulas. In contrast, the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association consisted of only a few individuals with nothing to obscure, which was undoubtedly the reason Yue favored it. "General, at this juncture, I have no choice but to proceed with this path. I can guarantee that none of my subordinates will leak any information regarding the pill formula. However, I expect benefits. You cannot expect my brothers to work on empty stomachs." Yue smiled faintly, intrigued that a Qi refinement cultivator dared to negotiate terms with him. "Speak, then." Mo Yun was unreserved in his demands. 2 mid-grade weaponsmiths, 2 mid-grade talismans, and 2 mid-grade alchemists. They must work for the Heavenly Extreme Merchant Association for 5 years. Additionally, the profits from the sale of the transformation pill are to be split 50-50. Yue laughed heartily. What an ambitious thought. The Longchuan army is in dire need of weaponsmiths. After a battle, the damaged source artifacts must be promptly repaired. How can I possibly grant your request? The intermediate talisman master is unavailable, but I can provide you with 2 junior talisman masters. As for the intermediate alchemist, I can also arrange for 2 of them, given that refining body transformation pills is necessary. Mo Yun gritted his teeth, as if he had suffered a great loss, and said with difficulty, "Alas, it must be this way." In truth, he was secretly delighted. Yue was well aware that the Heavenly Extreme merchants had made a considerable profit from this venture. Yet he remained unconcerned, as long as his matters were handled properly. "I will ensure that every step in the process of refining the body transformation pills is meticulously monitored. As for the other matters, you may manage them as you see fit." With that, Yue tossed a storage bag and a spirit beast pouch to Mo Yun. Inside were all the collected demon pills and poisonous beasts. As long as there is sufficient source energy provided, it is relatively easy for the poisonous beasts to break through to the spirit awakening realm, at which point they can be slain for their demon pills. However, the whereabouts of each demon pill and poisonous beast must be accounted for meticulously. Mo Yun raised his gaze to Yue, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. It turned out that Yue had long been aware of the issues with the demon pills. The other party had not utilized the demon pills to refine the first-tier demon essence pills at all. Chapter 59. Money Ridge. Mo Yun gazed at his opportunistic uncle with admiration. The general truly embodied the ruthlessness of a seasoned tactician. Even if he had not attended today, the opposing party would have sought collaboration with other merchant guilds, inevitably leading to a setback for the demon race. The general and Appo's wisdom was undeniable. However, The Four Seas Guild and the Treasure Pavilion had also acquired substantial quantities of demon cores, should the adversaries utilize these cores for alchemy and subsequently sell the resulting products. The consequences could be catastrophic. Mo Yun would not let the opportunity to undermine the Treasure Pavilion slip by. Yue waved his hand dismissively. It matters not. If I can discern the nuances of the demon cores, then so too can the Four Seas Guild and Treasure Pavilion. They merely allow their subordinates to profit marginally. They will not dig their own graves and tarnish their reputation. I shall soon disseminate the information, and when the time comes, if they fail to exchange for military merit, the demon cores will be left to languish in their possession. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun subtly nodded. The Four Seas Guild and Treasure Pavilion undoubtedly had adept individuals overseeing their operations, making it unlikely for them to overlook the intricacies of the demon cores. But what was the motive of the demon race? If they were aware that the human race's powerful entities could see through their schemes, why persist in this course of action? What were their objectives? General, since the demon race understands that the human powers can discern their schemes, why? Yue scoffed lightly. There are indeed hidden motives at play, but you are not yet worthy of knowing them. The demon race harbored ulterior motives that were not even secrets among the higher echelons of humanity. However, Mo Yun was simply not qualified to be privy to such information. You should return to Qingzhou Fang. I will send someone to the Tianji Merchant Guild to meet with you shortly. Mo Yun bowed respectfully and exited the military hall. After his departure, Yue commanded, issue a military order. 1 demon core can be exchanged for 3 military merits, and 1 poisonous beast for 4 military merits. Gather all demon cores and poisonous beasts as quickly as possible. Additionally, send Dan Fengzi and Dan Huowang to the Tianji Merchant Guild to assist with alchemy. Feng Zian is not a low-grade talisman master. Let him accompany the low-grade talisman master, Yu Yulong, to the Tianji Merchant Guild. Arrange a group of Longchuan guards to closely monitor every aspect of the transformation Dan. This group will be led by Jiao Feng. Hearing this, Yu Ming bowed and accepted the orders. Feng Zian did not belong to the Longchuan army, making it inconvenient for him to remain there due to various restrictions. Moreover, Supervisor Sun kept a close watch, which was quite bothersome. It would be better to allow him to go to Qingzhou Fang, where he would be more at ease. With Jiao Feng present, Feng Zian would be safe, which would also be a fitting tribute to Master Feng Qi. After bidding farewell to Zhang Ming and Feng Liangkai in the Cavalry General's Hall, Mo Yun flew back to the Tianji Merchant Guild on a Golden Eagle. Along the way, he received a transmission from Chen Fan. Young Master, the Feihua Society has been frequently attacking our people lately. This time, they have gone too far by directly seizing the medicinal materials we had acquired. Without these materials, the Tianji Merchant Guild's alchemical products cannot be supplied properly. Mo Yun replied through the transmission. What is the overall strength of the opposing force? Chen Fan responded. There are over 100 individuals in total, with 5 at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, 20 to 30 at the Qi refinement stage, and the remainder at the aperture opening stage. Originally, Mo Yun had intended to send the Feihua Society and the Treasure Pavilion to the disciples of the Magic Cloud Pavilion for training. But now that the Feihua Society had begun to disrupt the operations of the Tianji Merchant Guild, they could not be allowed to persist. The Tianji Merchant Guild was the financial lifeline of the Magic Cloud Pavilion. Anything could be delayed, but not this matter. Mo Yun informed Chen Fan and Wang Feiyu in detail about the cooperation with the Longtuan army, instructing them to make the necessary preparations for the arrival of the Longtuan forces. Wang Feiyu, aware of Mo Yun and Apos' true identity as the nephew of General Yue, was not overly surprised by the news. However, Chen Fan could not remain calm. The Longchuan army and Apos' talisman and alchemy masters were coming to the Tianji Merchant Guild? 2 intermediate alchemists and 2 low-grade talisman masters? His young master truly possessed extraordinary capabilities. Additionally, Mo Yun instructed Chen Fan to exchange all demon cores and poisonous beasts for military merits once their value increased, using the resources to purchase land and shops in Qizhou Fang. With the Longtuan army stationed at the Tianji Merchant Guild, Mo Yun felt confident in safeguarding this wealth. After organizing everything, Mo Yun redirected his flight towards the Feihua Society and Apos' base. The Feihua Society and Apos' base was located at Money Ridge, east of Qingzhou Fang and at the border with Honghe Fang, where a low-grade source vein could be found. With over 100 members, 5 at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, and 20 to 30 at the Qi refinement stage. Such strength could indeed safeguard a low-grade source vein unless an established foundation cultivator intervened. However, the information provided by Chen Fan only represented the overt strength of the Feihua Society. The extent of their hidden capabilities remained unknown. Mo Yun dared not underestimate the situation and landed over 50 miles away from Money Ridge, preparing to approach stealthily. The key was to locate an inhabitant of Money Ridge, subdue them, and use their identity to bypass the Grand Formation and infiltrate the area. With a probing range of 7 miles granted by his divine sense, Mo Yun quickly identified a hidden cultivator. This individual was at the first level of Qi refinement and was likely a lookout for the Feihua Society, tasked with ensuring the security of Money Ridge. Mo Yun effortlessly approached, and before the individual could react, he used a minor chaotic insect to control them. With Mo Yun and Amp, Oppos, S current strength and the 9th tier minor chaotic insect, this was all exceedingly simple. Allow me to introduce myself, Mo Yun stated. The cultivator respectfully bowed and replied, Master, my name is Zhang I am a lookout for the Feihua Society, responsible for guarding the safety of Money Ridge. After Zhang and Amp, Oppos, S introduction, Mo Yun gleaned a general understanding of his background and continued to inquire, what is the strength of the Feihua Society? Zhang replied, the Feihua Society has an early-stage foundation cultivator named Hu Tsunli, 5 at the pinnacle of Qi refinement, over 20 at the Qi refinement stage, and more than 100 at the aperture opening stage. Mo Yun and Oppos, S brow furrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the Feihua Society would possess a foundation cultivator, and one hidden from view at that. If other factions sought to confront the Feihua Society without prior knowledge, they would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. Nonetheless, as it was only an early-stage foundation cultivator, Mo Yun was confident he could defeat the opponent in a single blow and did not need to alter his plans. After clarifying the situation, Mo Yun utilized the 1,000 illusions and wuxiang technique to transform into Zhang and Amp, Oppos, S appearance, instructing the original owner to flee far away to prevent others from noticing. He opted not to eliminate Zhang as the Feihua Society possessed a soul lamp, which would attract attention if extinguished. Using Zhang's array jade tablet, Mo Yun easily traversed the medium-grade defensive array and entered Money Ridge, surrounded by mountains. Money Ridge featured a square valley at its center, named for its resemblance to money. At this moment, the valley was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the faint flicker of candlelight within the buildings. With over 100 individuals scattered across the vast expanse of Money Ridge, the atmosphere was surprisingly tranquil. Mo Yun used his divine sense to scan the area and discovered that nearly all the cultivators were congregated within the valley, with only a handful of aperture opening cultivators residing on the surrounding mountains. Upon entering the valley, a refreshing aura enveloped him. Mo Yun's eyes widened in surprise. He had not expected the concentration of source energy in Money Ridge to be so rich, exceeding that of Luoxia Peak by more than double. Despite both being low-grade source veins, why was there such a significant disparity? Mo Yun immediately transmitted an inquiry to the Earthmaster, Chen Fan. The latter held absolute authority on matters concerning source veins, with the Chen family being the most knowledgeable in the entire Magic Cloud Pavilion. Chen Fan. Although both are low-grade source veins, why is the concentration of source energy in Money Ridge so much higher than that of Luoxia Peak? Chen Fan replied, Young Master, there are 2 methods to achieve this. The first is through the use of a gathering source array to concentrate the source energy. The second is through the overlapping of multiple low-grade source veins. After careful perception, Mo Yun discerned that no gathering source array existed in Money Ridge. According to Chen Fan's explanation, there must be multiple low-grade source veins present. Chen Fan, how can we extract the low-grade source veins? Does the Earthmaster possess any secret techniques? Chen Fan responded, My lord, the Earthmasters must harness the momentum of the mountains and rivers to extract the source veins. However, you are not an Earthmaster and cannot accomplish this. It would be wiser to wait until we have resolved our collaboration with the Longchuan army before I make another visit. Currently, Chen Fan is indeed unable to spare the time, and Li Wanner is also preoccupied with her foundational breakthroughs, leaving her no opportunity to assist. Mo Yun, feeling a sense of reluctance, inquired, Is there truly no alternative to an Earthmaster for extracting the source veins? Chen Fan pondered for a considerable time. He had heard that those venerable beings could utilize their spiritual power to substitute for the momentum of heaven and earth in extracting the source veins. Upon hearing this, Mo Yun and Oppos' eyes brightened. The Jinqian Ridge is not extensive, merely spanning 4 to 5 miles, while his spiritual probing range extends to 7 miles. If he could learn the specific methods for such an operation, it might be worth a try. Chen Fan, what exactly should be done? Chapter 60. The Flying Blossom Assembly. After a thorough explanation from Chen Fan, Mo Yun finally grasped the method of utilizing spiritual power to detach the source vein. In simpler terms, it involves enveloping the entire mountain range with spiritual energy, forcibly extricating the source vein, and subsequently compressing it. While this concept sounds deceptively simple, its execution poses immense challenges. Merely wrapping the entire mountain with spiritual energy is beyond the capabilities of ordinary cultivators. Since Mo Yun had come to Jin Qianling, he was determined to seize the inferior source vein. With a plan in place, Mo Yun concealed himself in the shadows, beginning to manipulate the cultivators of the Flying Blossom Assembly. A swarm of small chaotic goo worms was released, allowing Mo Yun to effortlessly control the surrounding Qi refining and opening spirit cultivators without their awareness. With these individuals serving as cover, Mo Yun's actions became increasingly swift. In less than half an hour, all 132 cultivators at the Qi refining and opening spirit stages were under his control. Only the Foundation Establishment cultivator Hu Tsunli and 5 consummate opening spirit cultivators remained. At that moment, the 6 individuals were gathered in a pavilion at the Valley S Center. Mo Yun strolled towards the pavilion as if wandering through his own backyard. With a forceful kick, he flung the door open. The 6 individuals inside were momentarily taken aback, their brows furrowing in anger. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Hu Tsuanli shouted furiously, Zhang what are you doing here? This is no place for you. Within the Flying Blossom Assembly, there were merely 20 to 30 qi refining cultivators who were clearly familiar with one another. Zhang had shared all their information with Mo Yun. Mo Yun scoffed disdainfully. What place is off limits to me, Zhang I am here now. What do you intend to do about it? One of the consummate qi refining cultivators, Lao Kuan, seethed with anger. Zhang if you wish to live, get out. If not, you will suffer the consequences. Mo Yun, pointing to his own head, arrogantly taunted, Come. Strike me and see if you can kill me. Without hesitation, Lao Kuan activated his source power, covering his fists, and struck at Mo Yun's head. Mo Yun slightly raised his hand and forcefully slapped Lao Kuan and Appo's fist. The sound echoed as Lao Kuan was sent flying, crashing through furniture and curling up on the ground like a boiled shrimp. Zhang how dare you cripple my arm? Lao Kuan exclaimed in disbelief. The other consummate qi refining cultivators were equally astonished. How could a mere first-level qi refining cultivator like Zhang possess such strength? He had incapacitated Lao Kuan with a single slap. Hu Tsuanli, witnessing the scene, furrowed his brow but soon burst into laughter. The greater the strength of his subordinates, the more advantageous it would be for him. Zhang if you possess such power, why hide it? The Flying Blossom Assembly does not oppose conflict. The survival of the fittest is an immutable truth. With your strength, the position of the 5th vice president is rightfully yours. Hu Tsuanli could discern that and Appo's, Zhang and Appo's, far surpassed Lao Kuan in strength. The casual slap just now had not even utilized source power, showcasing his formidable physical prowess. Mo Yun, upon hearing this, fixed his gaze on Hu Tsuanli and shook his head. The vice president and Appo's position is too trivial for me. I believe the president and Appo's role befits my capabilities. Hu Tsuanli frowned and coldly replied, Zhang you aspire to be president? You are no match for a foundation establishment cultivator. Do not think that sheer physical strength allows you to act with impunity. I could easily eliminate you. Mo Yun chuckled derisively. How would you know if you do not try? A mere foundation establishment cultivator is nothing new to me. Hu Tsuanli, channeling his source power, conjured a massive azure hand and lunged at Mo Yun. Mo Yun, using his finger as a sword, summoned a sword aura and unleashed the 7-kill shadow catastrophe, sword with chaotic power. The black sword energy, like a shooting star, pierced through the azure hand and continued on to strike Hu Tsuanli and Appo's shoulder. With a violent cough, Hu Tsuanli spat blood, hurtling backward and crashing to the ground. He felt a searing pain in his shoulder, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Mo Yun. Zhang your cultivation level at that moment. Hu Tsuanli realized he could not fathom Appo's, Zhang and Appo's cultivation level, indicating that the other party and Appo's strength was indeed above his, at least in terms of spiritual prowess. After all, he was a foundation establishment cultivator. How could a qi refining cultivator compare? The only explanation was that Zhang was also a foundation establishment cultivator. Mo Yun coldly snorted. It seems that foundation establishment cultivators are not all that impressive. His eyes gleamed with cold light, emanating an aura of lethal intent. In this realm of the weak devouring the strong, do you wish to live or die? The 5 consummate qi refining cultivators exchanged fearful glances, their expressions fraught with terror. Hu Tsuanli swallowed the blood in his mouth and coldly retorted, Zhang do you think that by killing us, you can become the president of the Flying Blossom Assembly? Dream on. It is not as simple as you think. Mo Yun queried with intrigue. Oh, is that so? Killing you will certainly lead to prominent figures contacting me, allowing me to continue serving them. Rest assured, they will not mourn your deaths. Instead, they will pat my shoulder and encourage me to forge ahead toward a bright future. Hu Tsuanli's eyes widened in shock. You actually know that there are influential figures behind the Flying Blossom Assembly? The knowledge of who supported the Flying Blossom Assembly was a secret known only to Hu Tsuanli and the 5 consummate qi refining cultivators. The lower ranks merely followed orders. To think that Appo's, Zhang and Appo's, was aware of this. Mo Yun spread his hands, feigning innocence. Is it so difficult to guess? Aren't we merely the black gloves of others? Engaging in coercive transactions, forcibly acquiring medicinal herbs and minerals from cultivators, and occasionally acting as bandits to eliminate rival factions? The others fell silent, their heads bowed in acknowledgement. They realized that a little contemplation could lead to substantial conclusions. Mo Yun and Appo's expression darkened, his impatience palpable. My patience is limited. Speak plainly. Do you wish to live or die? The 5 consummate qi refining cultivators knelt, pledging their allegiance. They cared little about who became president. They only desired to survive. Witnessing their swift capitulation, Hu Tsuanli's fury boiled over. You spineless cowards, surrendering so easily? Mo Yun coldly replied, since you refuse, then perish. He prepared to unleash his chaotic power to eliminate Hu Tsuanli. With his current strength, killing a foundation establishment cultivator was as effortless as slaughtering livestock. Seeing Mo Yun and Appo's resolve, Hu Tsuanli quickly submitted, kneeling on both knees. I, Hu Tsuanli, greet the esteemed president. The 5 consummate qi refining cultivators prostrated themselves, respectfully addressing him as well. Greetings. esteemed President. Mo Yun nodded in satisfaction, flipping his palm to control the 5 small chaotic goo worms, ensnaring the consummate chi refining cultivators. With the goo worms under his command, whether to kill or spare was merely a thought away. Upon witnessing this, Hu Tsuanli felt a chill run down his spine. And Amp, Oppos, Zhang and Amp, Oppos, was not only formidable but also adept in goo techniques. If he were to be controlled by goo worms, there would be no hope for him to rise again. Mo Yun sighed dramatically. What a pity. The cultivation level of a foundation establishment cultivator is too high for the goo worms to control. What shall we do? Hu Tsuanli, sensing impending doom, felt a surge of panic. President, I am willing to swear an oath to the heavens, pledging my unwavering loyalty to you. Without waiting for Mo Yun and Oppos' response, he formed a sword gesture with his right hand and vowed to the heavens. I, Hu Tsuanli, swear to the heavens to serve you faithfully until death. Should I betray this oath, may the heavens strike me down and my foundation shatter. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, signifying the oath had been established. Mo Yun was genuinely taken aback by Hu Tsuanli and Amp, Oppos' decisiveness in making the vow without hesitation. The oath to the heavens held tremendous weight for cultivators. None who violated it could escape divine retribution. Now, speak of the power that supports the Flying Blossom Assembly. This was the moment to demonstrate value, determining the fate of over 100 cultivators within the assembly. Hu Tsuanli chuckled and said, President, the force behind the Feihua Society is the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Strictly speaking, we operate under the command of Tong Shunan, the branch leader of the Sihai Chamber in Longchuan County, and we carry out our tasks under his guidance. Mo Yun was momentarily taken aback, surprised to learn that the Feihua Society was backed by the Sihai Chamber of Commerce. Please elaborate on the tasks you've undertaken for the Sihai Chamber, he inquired. Hu Tsuanli respectfully replied. The primary responsibility of the Feihua Society is to Amp, Oppos, acquire Amp, Oppos, medicinal herbs and ores from Kings Hufang and Honghang. Occasionally, we heed the directives of the Sihai Chamber to carry out assassinations or to create disturbances for certain factions. For instance, not long ago, we were commissioned by Tong Tianhua to attack the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, and a few days prior, we seized medicinal materials from the Zhao family in Honghang. While the public narrative may suggest coercive trade practices, in truth, we engage in risk-free, highly profitable dealings. And even a small share of the profits allows our brothers to live quite comfortably for some time. Mo Yun was taken aback to discover that Tong Tianhua from the Sihai Chamber was orchestrating behind the scenes, struggling to suppress the urge to strike Hu Tsuanli dead. He asked fiercely, does the Sihai Chamber have any means of control over you? Understanding Mo Yun and Amp, Oppos' displeasure, Hu Tsuanli flattered him, saying, President, they have not squandered any resources on us. Firstly, the mortality rate among Feihua Society members is exceedingly high, and the Sihai Chamber's methods are particularly taxing. It would not be worth their while to expend such efforts on us. Secondly, we merely serve as their black gloves, without involvement in their confidential matters. Even if someone were to report that the Feihua Society is subordinate to the Sihai Chamber, it is unlikely anyone would believe it. Besides, Wei Wun and Oppos, dare to make such a report, who would want to risk their own life? Mo Yun nodded in agreement, fully endorsing Hu Tsuanli and Oppos' assessment. The Sihai Chamber indeed possessed an impeccable reputation in the Daxia Divine Dynasty, and a mere Feihua Society could not possibly undermine their standing. As long as they remained within the Daxia Divine Dynasty, Hu Tsuanli would not dare to oppose the Sihai Chamber unless he wished for his demise. Mo Yun squinted slightly, and asked in a calm tone, have you ever stolen anything from the Jinbao Pavilion? Chapter 61. City construction. Upon hearing this, Hu Tsuanli could only manage a bitter smile. Years ago, the Feihua Association and the Treasure Pavilion had engaged in frequent conflicts. At that time, the Feihua Association boasted 2 foundation establishment cultivators. However, as fate would have it, those who ventured out often fell victim to assassination, and even the 2 foundation establishment cultivators met their untimely demise. It was only when the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce and the prominent figures from the Treasure Pavilion intervened that the matter was settled. The strength of the Treasure Pavilion was not significantly inferior to that of the Four Seas Chamber of Commerce, and they had the Shadow Pavilion, an assassin organization, backing them. Relying solely on the few foundation establishment cultivators of the Feihua Association, they were truly disregarded by their adversaries. Upon realizing the connection between the Shadow Pavilion and the Treasure Pavilion, Mo Yun began to devise a plan for retribution. He yearned to send the over 100 cultivators of the Feihua Association to attack the Treasure Pavilion. Even if it meant a one-for-one exchange, he would be content. Yet, such a move was too crude. He needed to await a perfect opportunity to incite a conflict between the 2 sides, ensuring that they would be locked in a deadly struggle. With the Feihua Association at his disposal, along with Yi Xiao and Mo Han serving as inside informants within the Shadow Pavilion, all he required was a catalyst to orchestrate this grand scheme. Mo Yun nodded thoughtfully and then inquired, how many resources does the Feihua Association possess? Hu Tsuanli chuckled, without the slightest hesitation, and handed over all the storage bags filled with resources to Mo Yun. President, there are a total of 10 storage bags. one of which contains the resources from the Zhao family of Honghang, which is yet to be submitted. Mo Yun clicked his tongue, pointing at Hu Tsunli and Apos' shoulder. Vice President Hu, after acquiring the resources from the Zhao family, you unexpectedly encountered 2 Foundation establishment experts. You vowed to protect the resources with your life, but alas, you were outnumbered, sustaining grievous injuries, and the resources were snatched away. Hu Tsunli gave a thumbs up and chuckled. What the president said is true. The enemy was too formidable, and I was no match for them. The 5 perfected qi refining cultivators around them laughed in agreement, praising Mo Yun's astuteness. Mo Yun tucked the 10 storage bags into his robe, feeling quite pleased. Vice President Hu, what is the status of the resource veins in Jin Qianling? Hu Tsunli beamed with pride. Thanks to the efforts of past presidents, Jin Qianling now possesses 2 inferior resource veins. The second one was cultivated from a fragmented inferior resource vein. Based on past experience, 10 fragmented inferior resource veins can yield 1 inferior resource vein. The storage bags contain 10 fragmented inferior resource veins, which will become the 3rd inferior resource vein for Jin Qianling. Mo Yun nodded slightly. Although Chen Fan, the landmaster, could not confirm that 10 fragmented inferior resource veins could indeed yield 1 inferior resource vein, Hu Tsunli, a layman, had managed to grasp this concept. Truly, knowledge is born from practice. After obtaining the information, Mo Yun waved his hand, signaling them to retreat as he wished to cultivate. Once they had departed, he opened the restrictions on the 10 storage bags, using his spiritual sense to explore the resources within. 2 storage bags were filled with source stones, estimated to total around 100,000 pieces. There were over 500 bottles of qi gathering pills, more than 100 bottles of rejuvenation pills, and over 10 bottles of first-order demon essence pills. 3 storage bags were filled with various ores, primarily for forging source artifacts. 2 storage bags contained various herbs for concocting conventional pills. There were over 100 10th-grade source artifacts and 15 9th-grade source artifacts. Additionally, there was 1 Foundation Establishment spiritual object, the Qi Shao Dragon Flame, and 10 fragmented inferior resource veins. The total value of these 10 storage bags exceeded 450,000 source stones. If the 2 inferior resource veins were included, the value would be at least 650,000 source stones. Mo Yun had never imagined that Hu Tsunli and Apos' so-called risk-free venture could be so lucrative. The adage held true: killing and arson bring wealth. No wonder the Yuling Zhang family, with its Foundation Establishment cultivators and numerous qi refining cultivators, thrived, while other qi refining families struggled with only a couple of cultivators barely holding on. The ability to accumulate resources as a Foundation Establishment cultivator is indeed on an entirely different level, with a disparity that could be described as 1,000-fold. With this batch of resources, he could embark on a real estate venture within the cultivation world. Wherever human survival space is constrained, it is the time for real estate to flourish, presenting the best opportunity for wealth accumulation. Clearing his mind of distractions, Mo Yun released his spiritual power, enveloping the entire Jin Qianling. The over 100 cultivators felt an immense and boundless spiritual pressure emanating from the central pavilion, compelling them to prostrate themselves on the ground. Too intimidated to resist, Hu Tsunli, feeling the weight of Mo Yun and Apos' spiritual pressure, was astonished. The president and Apos' spiritual power was alarmingly potent, far surpassing that of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Could it be that he was at the divine hidden realm? After a moment of self-reflection, Hu Tsunli and Apos' reverence for Mo Yun deepened. Suddenly, the ground of Jin Qianling trembled violently, and the surrounding mountains began to crack. 2 5-Zhanglong inferior resource veins coalesced above the central pavilion. In an instant, the concentration of source energy in the entire valley surged dramatically, with vibrant, multicolored source energy swirling about, creating an ethereal, dreamlike atmosphere akin to a celestial realm. Mo Yun executed the Huangquan 2-element step, stepping upon the yin-yang fish, and used a wooden box to collect the inferior resource veins. With the absence of resource veins to support them, the defensive formations began to dim, threatening to dissipate at any moment. Mo Yun retrieved a fragmented inferior resource vein from the storage bag and placed it within the valley. The Feihua Association still had its uses. Without resource veins, the defensive formations would not hold. Thus, he could only temporarily store the fragmented inferior resource vein here. Longchuan County, Tianmen Pass. Fengqi and Yue stood atop the city walls, gazing at the vast expanse of the 10,000 mountains. General, the other 7 counties have seen a significant infiltration of demon clans. I must take my leave to execute Her Majesty the Empress's orders and eliminate the demons for the sake of our nation. Please take care of Xian and Longchuan County. Yue nodded. Rest assured about Zi and Apos, and I have already made arrangements. Jiao Feng will remain by his side to protect him. Fengqi was already aware of Yue and Apos' arrangements and was quite satisfied. Placing Feng Zi and Apos and in the Longchuan army would ensure his safety. But military regulations would restrict his freedom. With Jiao Feng and Apos as protection, heading to the Tianji Chamber of Commerce was undoubtedly the best course of action. Thank you, General. I will surely repay you in the future, Yue replied with a wry smile. Old Feng, the shattering of the demon discerning mirror is primarily my responsibility. You have suffered an undeserved calamity, Yue added. Fengqi chose not to dwell on the matter. The other 7 counties are organizing major families and sects to combat the demon clans. Do you have any plans, General? Yue nodded. Collaborating with major families and sects is a commendable approach, as it can significantly bolster the strength of the cultivators of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. However, I intend to take it a step further and establish cities. Fengqi looked puzzled. Establish cities? Yue explained, using the various districts as a foundation. We will construct cities to relocate the populace within, employing formations to fend off the demon clans. The remaining territories will be divided among the major families and sects, dispatching patrol teams and the demon elimination department to exterminate any demons that appear. Only in this way can we ensure that humanity is not plagued by the demons. Fengqi inquired, will cultivators and mortals coexist? Cultivators are often aloof and may harbor disdain for mortals. Are you not worried about potential issues, General? Yue shook his head confidently. Mortals will reside in the outer city, while cultivators will dwell in the inner city, with both sides remaining undisturbed. There will be enforcement teams monitoring the situation, so there should be no significant problems. Fengqi nodded. Where there are advantages, there are bound to be disadvantages. This indeed seems like a commendable outcome. It is time to apply some pressure on the cultivators of the Great Xia Divine Dynasty. Otherwise, they may think this is a time of peace. Yue sneered. My brothers are fighting for their lives on the borders, while these parasites indulge in revelry at the rear. What irks me the most is their constant provocations, citing various reasons to cut military funding. One day, I will bring these people to their knees. Fengqi sighed deeply. I too have retired from the military and understand your sentiments. As for that supervisor's son, do you want me to help you deal with him? Yue shook his head. There is no need. He is merely a clown. Let them continue their self-destructive ways, and we will deal with them all at once when the opportunity arises. Chapter 62. Jiaofeng, Qingzhufang, Tianji Merchant Association. Mo Yun hosted a grand banquet to honor Dan Fengzi, Dan Huowang, Feng Zian, and Yu Rong. Both Dan Fengzi and Dan Huowang were cultivators at the foundation establishment level, hailing from the same sect, the Danhe sect. Due to the favors they received from General Yue, they had served in the Longchuan army ever since their sect fell into decline. Their presence here to assist the Tianji Merchant Association in alchemy was at the behest of Yue, and they did not regard themselves as superior to others in the association. Similarly, Fengzi and Appos, and Yu Rong, both low-grade talisman masters at the Qi refinement stage, exhibited humility and courtesy. However, Mo Yun was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Fengzi and Appos, as servant. The servant exuded an extraordinary aura, subtly radiating the presence of a person of high status, clearly not an ordinary individual. Mo Yun discreetly activated his chaotic demon eye to examine the servant's visage and dantian. To his astonishment, the servant's dantian was as fiery as the sun, an anomaly that could not belong to someone at the divine concealment stage. Could it be that this individual was of the Purple Mansion realm, above the divine concealment stage? The 6th grade Purple Mansion cultivator possesses a dantian transformed into a Purple Mansion, embodying immense power, and their Dao foundation, nurtured by the Purple Mansion, already bears a divine resonance. Moreover, Purple Mansion cultivators can wield innate divine abilities that are might capable of astonishing the heavens. This Fengzi and Appos, and evidently held an extraordinary status, with a formidable figure serving as his attendant. Mo Yun maintained a composed demeanor as he approached Dan Fengzi and Dan Huowang. Esteemed seniors, I trust that you will labor diligently henceforth. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to voice your needs to the Tianji Merchant Association. There is no need for formality. Dan Fengzi laughed heartily. I never anticipated that the elixir I unexpectedly developed would yield such significant results. Perhaps I shall indeed be remembered for ages. Younger brother Yun, rest assured, I shall see to it that this matter is executed flawlessly, Dan Huowang added, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Master Dan, your talent is remarkable, Mo Yun exclaimed in astonishment. I am a disciple of the Danshi sect and have dabbled in the art of alchemy as well. Only a grand master could conceive such a formula, worthy of the admiration of thousands. With that, Mo Yun respectfully bowed to Dan Fengzi. Master Dan, please accept my humble salutation, he said. Dan Fengzi quickly supported Mo Yun. I did not realize that younger brother Yun was a disciple of the Danshi sect. It seems we are indeed fated to meet. Titles matter not, if you wish. You may address me as Shibwa. Mo Yun, perplexed, listened as Dan Huowang stroked his beard and smiled. The Danhe sect and the Danshi sect both trace their lineage back to the ancient Dan sect, though they have grown distant since establishing their own paths. Following the conclusion of the War of Human Extinction, both sects severed their lineages, leading to even less contact. Mo Yun suddenly understood and hurriedly bowed to both men. I pay my respects to my esteemed Shibwa. Dan Fengzi and Dan Huowang exchanged glances and nodded slightly. In the future, should you encounter any uncertainties regarding alchemy, feel free to consult us. Remember, restoring the glory of the ancient Dan sect is our mission. Mo Yun's expression grew solemn, and he respectfully acknowledged their words. With this newfound connection, the camaraderie among the group deepened. Mo Yun seized the opportunity to inquire, esteemed Sherbois, what precisely transpired during the Endopos, War of Human Extinction and Opos? Why has its impact on the ancient sects been so profound? Dan Fingzi shook his head, smiling wryly. The specifics elude me as well. My master once mentioned that the battle affected the entire Zhongxian realm, resulting in countless human cultivators perishing. After the War of Human Extinction, many talented individuals mysteriously vanished, leaving various factions in disarray and ultimately severing their lineages. Some say those talents are still engaged in battle in certain places, while others claim they were captured by mysterious forces. The truth remains shrouded in uncertainty. Mo Yun and Opos. S expression turned grave as he nodded slowly. The very name and Opos, War of Human Extinction and Opos, evokes the brutal nature of the conflict. Yet did humanity emerge victorious, or did the enemies claim the day? Why did the talented individuals vanish after the war? The thought sent a shiver down Mo Yun and Opos' spine. Could it be true that those gifted individuals were truly captured by mysterious forces? At that moment, Mo Yun recalled the Sun and Moon secret realm. As the Silver Moon Saint, he wondered if there were any insights regarding the War of Human Extinction within the secret realm. He resolved to pay a visit to the Sun and Moon secret realm at the earliest opportunity to explore the Tower of Ascension. After some light-hearted conversation with Dan Fingzi and Dan Huang, Mo Yun approached Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and Yu Rong. At that moment, Wang Zi was engaged in conversation with Yu Rong. The two women, both exuberant in nature, instantly hit it off and soon became the closest of friends. Meanwhile, Wang Feiyu and Chen Fan were drinking with Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and having been cooped up in the Longtuan army for so long, Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and was in high spirits. Upon seeing Mo Yun approach, Feng Zian stood to greet him. Senior Yun, greetings. At this time, Mo Yun appeared as a middle-aged man. And with a cultivation level slightly higher than Feng Zian's, he was indeed deserving of the title of senior. With a smile, Mo Yun returned the greeting. Zian. No need for formality. I am merely a few years your senior. You may call me Brother Yun. Feng Zian raised his cup and chuckled heartily. Brother Yun, allow me to toast to you. Mo Yun lifted his cup and toasted with Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and Zi and Amp, Opos. And the Tianji Merchant Association has just been established. And we have made little progress in the realm of talismans. Henceforth, we shall rely on you, and Yu Rong. Feng Zian, though still in his teens, possessed not only the Qi refinement stage cultivation but was also a low-grade talisman master, destined for great achievements. Feng Zian replied, Brother Yun, I cannot speak for other matters, but I am confident in my abilities regarding talismans. Mo Yun exclaimed in delight, Splendid. Should you require any support in the future, do not hesitate to seek my assistance. I shall lend my full support. After some time, Mo Yun turned to inquire about the servant standing beside Feng Zi and Opos, and who might this be? Feng Zi and Opos, and responded, this is Uncle Jiao, named Jiao Feng. He is a good man, though he tends to be a bit reserved, so please do not take offense. Mo Yun respectfully greeted Jiao Feng. Greetings, Uncle Jiao. Recognizing Jiao Feng as a hidden master of formidable strength, Mo Yun felt it prudent to show the utmost respect. Jiao Feng acknowledged Mo Yun and Amp, Opos, as courtesy with a slight nod but showed no intention of drinking, simply standing quietly beside Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and after a leisurely chat with Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and Mo Yun intended to engage Yu Rong, but upon seeing her deep and whispered conversation with Wang Zi, he promptly refrained. It is best not to interrupt women during their discussions, lest they take offense. Mo Yun communicated telepathically with Wang Zi, asking her to entertain Yu Rong on his behalf, before returning to drink with Feng Zi and Opos, and following detailed discussions, Mo Yun discovered that Feng Zi and Amp, Opos, and was indeed a prodigy in talismans. With his imaginative ideas and innovative concepts, even Mo Yun, an outsider, was captivated. Mo Yun firmly believed that with Feng Zi and Opos, and on board, the talisman business of the Tianji Merchant Association would undoubtedly flourish throughout Longchuan County. After a sumptuous meal and a joyful gathering, everyone returned to their guest rooms to rest. Mo Yun summoned Wang Feiyu, Chen Fan, Wang Zi, and Lei Yang for a meeting. After summarizing the situation regarding the Feihua Association, Mo Yun entrusted all the resources acquired from the association to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, I will retain the source veins and foundation establishment spiritual objects. The rest of these resources are for you to liquidate. Feiyu, begin preparations to acquire a substantial amount of land and shops in Qingshufang. Be swift. We must not allow the Four Seas Merchant Association in the Treasure Pavilion any opportunity to interfere. Once the shops and land are secured, Zi will immediately arrange defensive formations and assign personnel from the Longtuan army to occupy them, ensuring they are divided such that each person guards a separate area. Mo Yun continued to outline his plans, speaking fervently, yet Wang Feiyu and Chen Fan stared blankly at the storage bag before them. Wang Feiyu curiously inquired, Young master, is the Feihua Association truly this affluent? Should we not visit such a wealthy yet unprincipled faction? Chen Fan and Wang Zi nodded in agreement. Young master, That is indeed a sound idea. Robbing the rich to aid the poor is not inherently wrong. Mo Yun has contemplated this plan as well. Currently, what the Mo Yun Pavilion requires most is not source stones or resources, but rather an abundance of talent. Why have the Danchi sect, Dana sect, and Kaoshan sect continuously fallen into decline? It is simply due to a lack of gifted individuals. At present, the Mo Yun Pavilion can hardly progress relying solely on the enlightened realm members of the Qin and Wang families. In order to cultivate the faceless ones and the Mo Yun guards, it is imperative to attract more individuals to join the Danchi sect, from which the most capable can then be selected to enter the Mo Yun Pavilion. Once the faceless ones and the Mo Yun guards are established, regardless of whether it involves assassination or the eradication of rival forces, as long as the conditions are met and the price is right, the Mo Yun Pavilion will be able to accept such tasks. By that time, the Mo Yun Pavilion will ascend to become the most enigmatic and formidable force. Chapter 63. Jiang Shaoyang seeks justice. At this moment, the entrance of the Tianji Merchant Association was bustling with people. Both qi opening and qi refining cultivators lining up in long queues to exchange their military merits. Zhang Meng shouted at the top of his lungs. The general has decreed that one ferocious beast's demon core can be exchanged for 3 military merits, while a poisonous beast can be exchanged for 4 military merits. This decree will last for 1 month. A qi opening cultivator inquired, Lord Zhang, if I obtain a demon core or a poisonous beast after a month, where should I exchange them? Zhang Meng chuckled. Once the military order expires, even if you have more demon cores, they cannot be exchanged for military merits. When this village is gone, this shop will no longer exist. Some individuals, noticing the renewed increase in value of demon cores and poisonous beasts, began to hoard them, hoping for a higher price later. Others, understanding the clearly defined time in the military order, realized that now was an excellent opportunity to exchange for military merits. Regardless of whether these cultivators hoarded their demon cores and poisonous beasts, it would not disrupt General Yue's plans. Once the news of the demon cores and poisonous beasts spread, these items would become worthless, and no merchant association would dare to accept them. It was certain that a small portion of demon cores would be used to harm others, but that would have little impact, a mere handful of individuals. Suddenly, a wave of astonished murmurs rippled through the crowd. The Sihai Merchant Association had exchanged for 630 poisonous beasts and 780 demon cores, totaling 4,860 military merits. The Jinbao Pavilion was not far behind, having exchanged for 580 poisonous beasts and 690 demon cores, totaling 4,390 military merits. These 2 major merchant associations had been buying demon cores and poisonous beasts at low prices during this period, making a significant profit through these transactions. No wonder they can expand their business so greatly. They truly possess a keen business acumen, someone remarked. Indeed, the massive exchanges of military merits by the Sihai Merchant Association and Jinbao Pavilion indicated that now was the prime opportunity to act. The cultivators eagerly discussed the remarkable achievements of these 2 associations to pass the time while waiting in line. Soon, it was Qin Fan's turn to exchange his military merits. Initially, Mo Yun intended to keep a low profile, secretly allowing Zhang Meng to handle the exchange and quietly amass wealth without drawing attention. However, Wang Feiyu and Qin Fan believed this was an opportunity to elevate the Tianji Merchant Association and Appos' reputation. With such an abundance of poisonous beasts and demon cores, they could easily overshadow the Sihai Merchant Association and Jinbao Pavilion, enhancing their own prestige in the process. Mo Yun also found their reasoning sound and allowed them to proceed, demonstrating the strength of the Tianji Merchant Association to Qingzhu Fang. Qin Fan calmly took out dozens of spirit beast bags and a storage bag. Zhang Meng enthusiastically exclaimed. The Tianji Merchant Association exchanges for 4,200 poisonous beasts and 2,000 demon cores, totaling 22,800 military merits. Gasp. All the cultivators inhaled sharply, frozen in disbelief. What? The Tianji Merchant Association possesses such an abundance of poisonous beasts and demon cores? Over 20,000 military merits? What unfathomable wealth! With this batch of military merits, the Tianji Merchant Association would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Even the Sihai Merchant Association and Jinbao Pavilion could not procure such quantities of demon cores and poisonous beasts. Highlighting the Tianji Merchant Association's cunning, Qin Ming, representing the Sihai Merchant Association, widened his eyes in disbelief. Unable to fathom how the Tianji Merchant Association could acquire such a bounty under immense pressure, he sensed that the Tianji Merchant Association was quite resourceful and would be a formidable opponent. However, Tong Tianhua, with his inflated ego, did not regard them as a threat. In comparison to the colossal Sihai Merchant Association, the Tianji Merchant Association seemed insignificant, but within the realm of Qingzhu Fang, that was a different matter. Meanwhile, an elderly cultivator representing the Jinbao Pavilion narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing before he sneered and departed, seizing the opportunity to promote their association. Qin Fan addressed the gathered cultivators. Dear friends, it has come to our attention that the demon and poisonous beast scourge is rampant in Longchuan County. All members of the Tianji Merchant Association have worked tirelessly to eradicate these threats. successfully slaying thousands of demons and capturing 4,000 poisonous beasts. Throughout this month, all items at the Tianji Merchant Association will be offered at a 10% discount to celebrate your triumph over these vile creatures. Upon hearing this, the cultivators erupted in excitement. They cared little for which merchant association was the strongest. They were only concerned with the benefits they could gain. Having endured hardship, they were eager to seize this opportunity. In the crowd, a member of the Jiang family from Yunling narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. He was responsible for monitoring the activities of the Luoxia Mountain and Qifengchen families. Now that the Tianji Merchant Association, founded by Chen Fan, had produced such a large number of poisonous beasts and demon cores, did that imply that the two young masters and the elders had been slain by the Chen family? In the Yunling mountain range, within the Jiang family's council hall, the elder Jiang Xiaohua rushed in to report to the clan leader, Jiang Xiaoyang. Clan leader, I have just received the latest news. Jiang Xiaoyang raised an eyebrow. Oh, what news? Jiang Xiaohua replied, today at Qingjufang, the Tianji Merchant Association exchanged 4,200 poisonous beasts and 2,000 demon cores for military merits, overshadowing both the Sihai Merchant Association and Demon Pavilion. Jiang Xiaoyang pondered. The Tianji Merchant Association? With such power, why has their reputation remained obscure in the past? Jiang Xiaohua swallowed hard. Clan leader, the Tianji Merchant Association was recently established, and its president is Chen Fan from the Qifengchen family. Upon hearing this, Jiang Xiaoyang's killing intent surged, causing Jiang Xiaohua to prostrate in fear. Xiaohua, is the Tianji Merchant Association connected to the Luoxia mountain range? Jiang Xiaohua trembled as he replied. According to intelligence, cultivators from Luoxia mountain typically travel on golden eagles, and those from Qingfeng mountain do the same, indicating. Jiang Xiaoyang clenched his teeth, his voice cold. That insignificant Qifengchen family dares to repeatedly provoke my Yunling Jiang family and has even slain my son. Li Wan and Amp, Oppos, or must have broken through to the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, they would not dare to act so audaciously. Yet, how can someone newly advanced in the Foundation establishment realm contend with me? Jiang Xiaohua looked up at Jiang Xiaoyang, asking in awe, clan leader, have you advanced to the mid-Foundation establishment realm? Jiang Xiaoyang smirked, coldly declaring, it was merely a fortunate breakthrough. It is time for Qingjufang to recognize the might of my Yunling Jiang family. Jiang Xiaohua bowed respectfully, congratulating him. Congratulations, clan leader, on your breakthrough and flourishing fortune. Jiang Xiaoyang laughed heartily. Xiaohua, spread the word about the Tianji Merchant Association and Oppos, harm done to my Jiang family as disciples. 3 days from now, I shall personally visit the Tianji Merchant Association to seek justice. The bigger the commotion, the better. Go and make arrangements. Watching the spirited clan leader, Jiang Xiaohua felt a surge of excitement. This was the pillar of the Jiang family. As long as he was present, the Jiang family would never falter. That day, a sensational news spread throughout Qingjufang, fueled by the efforts of those with ulterior motives. The Tianji Merchant Association had provoked the Yunling Jiang family, and Jiang Xiaoyang, a Foundation establishment cultivator, was coming to demand an explanation. The news quickly became the focal point of discussions among cultivators. I hear the president of the Tianji Merchant Association is merely at the 8th layer of the qi refining stage, incapable of withstanding a Foundation establishment cultivator and Oppos' onslaught. Jiang Xiaoyang has been a Foundation establishment cultivator for many years. We cannot fathom his current level, and the Jiang family has produced numerous talents over the years, including several qi refining cultivators. At the Sihai Merchant Association, Qin Ming rushed in, interrupting Tong Tianhua and Oppos' good fortune. After receiving a slap, Tong Tianhua finally spared the sincere Qin Ming. Lord Tong, the leader of the Yunling Jiang family, is coming to find trouble with the Tianji Merchant Association in 3 days. Tong Tianhua nodded indifferently upon hearing this. Chen Fan of the Tianji Merchant Association is merely at the 8th layer of qi refining. He will likely be unable to withstand Jiang Xiaoyang and Oppos' challenge. The reputation of the Tianji Merchant Association will plummet. At that time, when the walls fall, everyone will push them down, and those greedy cultivators will tear the Tianji Merchant Association apart like sharks sensing blood. Are they not quite arrogant? Over 20,000 military merits are enough to entice many. Qin Ming silently nodded. The Tianji Merchant Association appeared to be facing an inevitable calamity, lacking sufficient strength. Their wealth had become a source of misfortune. Lord Tong, should we allow the Feihua Society to take advantage of this opportunity? Tong Tianhua smirked and nodded slightly. At Qingzhou Mountain, in the Welai Inn, the waiter pushed open the door to a room, kneeling on both knees to pay his respects to the middle-aged cultivator within. Master, today the Tianji Merchant Association has offered 200 poisonous beasts and 2,000 demon cores in exchange for military merit, valued at over 2 million source stones. Furthermore, Jiang Xiaoyang of the Jiang family from Yunling has declared that the Tianji Merchant Association has slain his son and an elder in the qi refinement stage. Demanding an explanation in 3 days, the middle-aged cultivator was enveloped in a dark mist, exuding a chilling aura. The Tianji Merchant Association? They are unlikely to survive this ordeal. Summon the cultivators from the evil path of Qingzhou Square. Let them take the lead when the time comes. We shall seize this opportunity. The waiter appeared puzzled. Master, with your late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, even Jiang Shaoyang is no match for you. Why not keep all the spoils for ourselves? The middle-aged cultivator scoffed. Exercise caution. Recklessness can lead to death. The waiter respectfully nodded and slowly exited the room. At the treasure pavilion, the elderly cultivator also received reports from his subordinates. His expression filled with disdain. The Tianjin Merchant Association is merely a clown. They are not worth our attention. Inform the higher-ups to expedite the transport of mid-grade source veins to Qizhou Square. We shall use the Luoxia mountain range as our base to search for traces of hidden realms. Chapter 64. I offer 5 million in the Qingzhou workshop. Wang Feiyu was deeply troubled as he reported the news of Jiang Shaoyang and Appos' visit demanding an explanation. Young master. The incident with Jiang Shaoyang has become widely known in Qingzhou workshop. If we fail to manage this properly, it could greatly tarnish the reputation of the Tianjin Commercial Association. And there may be unscrupulous individuals who will act in the shadows, he said. Chun Fan also showed concern and suggested, although with your strength, young master, you could easily subdue Hu Tsunli from the Feihua Society. Jiang Shaoyang has been at the foundation establishment stage for over 20 years, far surpassing an initiate like Hu Tsunli. To be prudent, should we not summon Masters Dan Fingzi and Dan Huowang to intimidate him? Liang's expression was grave. He had heard much of Jiang Shaoyang's renown. Young master, Jiang Shaoyang possesses a top-tier physique, the Hanyu spiritual body, which perfectly aligns with the Jiang family's Hanyu true art. He has had few rivals since his youth. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, he became immensely powerful, propelling the Jiang family to prominence within Qizhou workshop. Perhaps we should set up the Xuanwu battle array and prepare ourselves. Jiang Shaoyang will not gain any advantage here. Mo Yin smirked, saying, You all have too little faith in me. It is not wise for Masters Dan Fingzi and Dan Huowang to intervene. Their duty to guard our new territory is paramount. As long as Jiang Shaoyang remains at the foundation establishment stage, I am confident I can handle him. It is time for Qingzhou workshop to witness the might of the Tianjin Commercial Association. Seeing Mo Yun's confidence, Wang Feiyu and others understood that he was not speaking without basis. He must have considerable assurance, though they were unaware of the specifics. Prior to this meeting, Wang Feiyu and Qin Fan had already planned to invite Masters Dan Fingzi and Dan Huowang to provide support, prioritizing Mo Yun's safety above all else. Mo Yun then inquired, Feiyu, how is the land acquisition progressing? Wang Feiyu replied, Young master, brother Zhang Meng from the patrol team is well acquainted with the workshop owner. When Ran, having been comrades in battle, I leveraged Zhang Meng's connection to establish contact. When Ran is aware that we are collaborating with the Longtuan army, and with his assistance, the acquisition has gone smoothly. Currently, nearly 20% of the land and shops on Qizhou Mountain are under our control, in addition to the surrounding 10 miles of land at the foot of the mountain. However, we have spent nearly 1 million source stones. If the land fails to appreciate in value, we will incur significant losses. Qin Fan was taken aback by the expenditure, unable to close his mouth in disbelief. Young master, are you truly confident that the land will appreciate? Mo Yun was self-assured in his response. Rest assured, it will undoubtedly appreciate. Our initial investment may be modest, but if we can acquire land from other workshops as well, we shall profit immensely. He then turned to Wang Feiyu, Qin Fan, and Lei Yong. Do any of you have connections with wealthy friends? Introduce them to collaborate with us. The three shook their heads in unison. In the past, we didn't even have 1,000 source stones. How could we know any affluent families? After giving them a few instructions, Mo Yun dismissed them and began to contemplate the forthcoming plans. 1. Enter the Sun and Moon secret realm and conquer the Tongtian Tower. 2. Cultivate the Mo Yun Pavilion, Mo Yun guards and faceless ones. 3. Incite conflict between the Sihai Commercial Association and the Treasure Pavilion. 4. Establish a city within the territory of the Danshi sect to attract cultivators. Since the establishment of the Mo Yun Pavilion, Mo Yun found himself increasingly busy. Rather than finding respite, he needed to train his subordinates to handle tasks. Otherwise, he would be overwhelmed. While lost in thought, a voice from outside called, Xiaoyan. It is your master uncle. Having grown familiar with Dan Fengzi, Mo Yun regarded him as a junior, and both Dan Fengzi and Dan Huowang affectionately called him Xiaoyan. Upon hearing the voice, Mo Yun rose and opened the hall door to find Dan Fengzi, Dan Huowang, Feng Zian, Jiao Feng, and Yu Yurong had all arrived. Inviting them into the hall, Mo Yun curiously asked, Master Uncle, Zian, Uncle Jiao, and Yurong, what brings you all to visit me? Dan Fengzi, with a stern expression, replied, Shaoan, I have heard about the troubles with the Jiang family from Yuling. As a member of the Dan sect, I cannot stand idly by. 3 days from now, I shall confront him. Dan Huowang added, Shaoan, with your master uncle here, no one can bully you. Feng Zian spoke up, Brother Yun, though my cultivation is modest, I am here to support you. Yu Yurong smiled, saying, Since the general has issued orders, we shall fully cooperate with you and ensure that the Jiang family does not act recklessly here. She cast a glance at Jiao Feng, who had not disguised himself as Dan Fengzi, Dan Huowang, and Yu Yurong were aware of his identity, though it was not disclosed in front of Feng Xian. With such powerful allies, they felt no concern that anyone would dare to cause trouble here. Mo Yun was touched by their support, whether out of duty or camaraderie. They were indeed standing up for him. Thank you, Master Uncle, Xian, and Yurong. I have heard of Jiang Xiaoyang. He is merely at the initial stage of foundation establishment. I do not mean to boast, but such cultivators are easily dealt with. The group was momentarily taken aback, surprised by Mo Yun's confidence. Could a Qi refinement stage cultivator truly handle an established foundation establishment, one so effortlessly? Mo Yun did not conceal his cultivation level in front of Dan Fengzi and the others, and they all knew he had reached the peak of the Qi refinement stage. Dan Fengzi furrowed his brow. Xiaoyun, reputation is of utmost importance to the Tianji Commercial Association. If anything were to go awry, your efforts over the past few days would be in vain. Mo Yun smiled. I do not wish to deceive you, Master Uncle. I have faced mid-foundation establishment cultivators before. I would not joke about this matter without confidence. How about this? In 3 days, you all can observe from the shadows. If I truly cannot defeat him, then we can call upon your assistance. Dan Fengzi intended to say more, but was halted by Dan Huang, who recognized that Mo Yun was not reckless. His confidence indicated he had sufficient assurance. Mo Yun then recalled the potential for profit from land acquisition, noting that alchemists and talismans were often quite affluent. Masters, Xian, and Yurong, I have a business opportunity that guarantees profit in source stones. Would you care to partner with me? Dan Fengzi was unconcerned. Xiaoan, if you are in need of funds, simply tell your Master Uncle. I can lend you hundreds of thousands without hesitation. I have no interest in small businesses. I would rather spend my time researching alchemical formulas. Feng Xian and Yu Yurong shared a similar disinterest. Mo Yun smiled. This is no trivial venture with adequate capital. It can yield profits exceeding 10 million source stones. The others exchanged glances. Xiaoan, what kind of business is this? We are in need of source stones for our alchemical research, Dan Fengzi inquired. Feng Xian nodded. Brother Yun, I too require source stones for my talisman studies. If it truly can generate profits, I must be a part of it. Yu Yurong's curiosity was piqued as well, seeing their interest. Mo Yun cleared his throat and began to explain. Based on the current situation and the intelligence gathered, numerous demon clans are expected to infiltrate Longchuan County. The general, to contain the demon threat, will undoubtedly leverage the power of various families and sects, a strategy that has already proven effective in other counties. At that time, the Longquan army and the Demon Slayer division will assist in exterminating the demons, while the major families and sects will be tasked with surveillance and providing intelligence to the Longquan army. To incentivize the major families and sects, the general will surely allocate a significant portion of the spoils to them. With minimal investment, substantial profits can be acquired, prompting noble families and sects to seize land and expand their territories. Consequently, the living space for rogue cultivators will diminish, forcing them to reside in places like Chiju Workshop. The business I propose involves purchasing land and shops, awaiting their appreciation in value. In due time, whether through selling or renting, we shall reap considerable amounts of source stones. Allow me to reveal that I have already acquired 20% of the land and shops in Qingzhou Mountain, along with the surrounding 10-mile radius. Should you wish to partake, we could collaborate to acquire the neighboring workshops. Upon hearing Mo Yun and Amp, Appos, as analysis, Dan Fengzi swallowed hard, convinced that land and shops would undoubtedly appreciate in value. If they could position themselves strategically in advance, they would surely reap bountiful rewards. Xiaoyun, how many source stones do we need? He inquired. Mo Yun replied. A workshop requires at least 1 million source stones. The extent of our acquisition depends on everyone in Amp, Appos, as determination and financial capacity. Dan Huang, feeling a surge of excitement, recognized the golden opportunity and resolved to seize it. With sufficient resources, he might even have a chance to break through to the divine storage realm. Feng Xian pondered for a moment, also convinced of the future appreciation of land. Having learned from his grandfather that Longchuan County would be developed into a city with various workshops, armed with such insider knowledge, what could possibly go wrong? Yu Yurong, possessing keen insight into the current situation, noted that anyone capable of reaching the Qi refinement realm was undoubtedly intelligent. The appreciation of land and shops was a certainty. The only question was the extent of that appreciation. Dan Fengzi, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, Xiaoyun, we alchemists are renowned for our wealth. My master will contribute 2 million. Given that a medium-grade pill can fetch several hundred source stones, Dan Fengzi's wealth of millions is indeed reasonable. Dan Huang chimed in, Master, I shall also contribute 2 million. Mo Yun and Amp, Appos, his heart leaped with joy as he looked toward Feng Xian. Xian, what about you? Are you interested? Feng Xian gritted his teeth, replying, Brother Yun, this is a golden opportunity to earn source stones, and I require a substantial amount for my talisman research. However, I currently possess limited resources. Please allow me 2 days, and I will contribute 2 million. With insider information, he was determined to scrape together enough source stones, even if it meant selling everything he owned. Mo Yun nodded in agreement, no problem. Yu Yurong, observing Dan Fengzi and the others tossing around millions. Kuden and Appos, Help but smile wryly. I only have 50,000 in my name. I shall entrust it all to you. If I incur losses, I shall retire at the Tianji Merchant Association and merely seek sustenance. Mo Yun was taken aback, then burst into hearty laughter. All right, if you lose, I will ensure your comfort in retirement. At that moment, Jiao Feng suddenly interjected, I will put forward 5 million. Chapter 65. Crimson flame upon Jiao Feng's declaration of 5 million. An overwhelming silence enveloped the room. Everyone, save for Feng Zian, pondered in astonishment. This prominent figure, usually reticent, has suddenly pledged such a staggering amount. With the enigmatic Uncle Zhao's involvement, Mo Yun felt a surge of confidence. Very well. I shall contribute an additional 150,000. Together, our 6-person consortium will amass 13 million, ample to procure the lands of 13 districts. Let us agree that for every 500,000, a share will be allotted. The 2 esteemed masters and Zian will receive 4 shares each, Uncle Jiao 10 shares. You Rong 1 share, and I shall take 3 shares. The profits from the source stones will be distributed according to this ratio. Rest assured, I will ensure that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce maintains meticulous records of all income and expenditures for your review. Dan Fengzi shook his head in response. Little Yun, your contribution is substantial. This distribution seems rather unfavorable for you. He then addressed the assembly. I propose that the Tianji Chamber of Commerce first take 10% of the profits, with the remaining 90% divided according to our contributions. What does everyone think? A chorus of agreement followed. After all, it was Mo Yun and Appo's idea, and the Tianji Chamber of Commerce would also manage the operations, making a 10% cut seem reasonable. Seeing the consensus, Mo Yun clasped his hands in gratitude. In that case, I shall graciously accept this arrangement. I will instruct Wang Feiyu and Chun Fan to proceed with the acquisition of the lands from the 13 districts at once. Without hesitation, Dan Fengzi, Dan Huang, Jiao Feng, and Yu Rong entrusted their source stones to Mo Yun, encouraging him to act boldly. Should this endeavor succeed, they would indeed reap significant rewards. Mo Yun then produced a series of contracts, meticulously signing each one with the others. As this was their first collaboration, it was imperative to ensure every detail was attended to. His intention in involving them was not merely to accumulate wealth, but to forge closer bonds with his companions. With sufficiently deep ties of mutual benefit, they could become steadfast allies. After bidding farewell to the group, Mo Yun summoned Wang Feiyu and Chun Fan once more. He relayed the plan to purchase land in partnership with Dan Fengzi and the others, then handed 10 storage jade rings to Wang Feiyu. These contained the source stones provided by Dan Fengzi, Dan Huang, Jiao Feng, and Yu Rong, totaling 9,500,000. In 2 days, Feng Zian will deliver another 200,000. Please withdraw 150,000 from the Tianji Chamber of Commerce, bringing our total to 13 million. To be used for acquiring lands and shops. Wang Feiyu's hands trembled uncontrollably. The amount was staggering. Should outsiders discover he possessed such wealth, he would undoubtedly become a target. Such riches were far beyond the means of a mere chi refinement cultivator to safeguard. Chun Fan felt a prickling sensation on his scalp. As if he were in a dream. Just moments ago, they had expended 1 million, and now they were poised to acquire over 10 million. Yet, it was undeniable that their master possessed an extraordinary talent for generating wealth. Having earned over 20,000 military merits, worth more than 2 million source stones, through the sale of poisonous beasts and demon pills. However, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce had numerous demands for source stones, creating immense pressure. Master, the Tianji Chamber of Commerce and Appo's source stones are dwindling. If we withdraw another 150,000, I fear we may encounter issues, Chun Fan cautioned. Mo Yun waved his hand dismissively, reassuring him, no worries. In a few days, someone will deliver source stones to us. Jiang Shaoyang is essentially a source stone treasure trove. I doubt the Jiang family will hesitate to provide 1 million source stones. Chun Fan sensed he was increasingly unable to keep pace with Mo Yun and Appo's swift progress. Realizing the vast potential for growth ahead of him. Master, we also face a significant issue regarding personnel. How shall we secure such a vast territory? Mo Yun placed a hand on Chun Fan and Appo's shoulder, chuckling. Fear not, Chun Fan. The Feihua Society is now entirely under our command. We have 1 foundation establishment cultivator, over 20 chi refinement cultivators, and more than 100 opening meridian cultivators at our disposal. Feel free to allocate them as you see fit. In a couple of days, we shall have another batch of our own people ready for deployment. He turned to Wang Feiyu. Feiyu, I need you to identify all dark forces in Longchuan County within 3 days and compile a list for me, prioritizing those at the foundation establishment level. Presently, Mo Yun was short on manpower. Relying solely on the Qi Fengchen family and the Wuliang Wang family's opening meridian cultivators would delay the formation of the Moyun Guard and the Faceless Ones. Mo Yun and Appo's thoughts crystallized. By utilizing the small chaos Gu to control these factions, he could ensure their compliance. Their past affiliations were irrelevant. The Faceless Ones in the Moyun Guard would have no past, only a future, and that future belonged to the Moyun Pavilion. Wang Feiyu had already surmised Mo Yun and Appo's intentions and bowed respectfully. Yes, Master. The disciples of the Tianji Academy are already dispersed throughout Longchuan County, and we will soon have a definitive list. However, the enemy and Oppos' intelligence may lack detail. Mo Yun was quite satisfied with the capabilities of the Tianji Academy and Oppos' intelligence system. Although it benefited from the efficient communication of the small chaos Gu, Wang Feiyu and Oppos' strategic arrangements were equally crucial. Just provide the list. I will investigate the detailed intelligence myself. Once I have subdued these factions, I will have them converge with you. Wang Feiyu, perplexed, inquired. The Jiang family employs numerous underhanded tactics. Why not strike at the Yunling Jiang family first? We are in dire need of personnel. Mo Yun shook his head. A couple of days and Oppos, delay one and Oppos, matter. The Tianji Chamber of Commerce can seize this opportunity to establish its reputation, demonstrating our formidable prowess to those with ulterior motives. Shifting the topic, Mo Yun asked Feiyu. The sect competition is in 10 days. How is the progress of the cultivation method transitions among the elders and disciples? Wang Feiyu replied, Master. All the elders have successfully transitioned. Elderly Wanner will soon reach the foundation establishment stage. The elders have all made significant progress and will likely achieve great perfection in qi refinement shortly. Among the opening meridian disciples, Qin Tianxi and Wang Qintian are exceptionally gifted and have already attained great perfection in opening meridians. They are currently nurturing their innate source veins in preparation for breaking through to qi refinement. The progress of the other disciples is also commendable. As long as there is sufficient blood essence, they will quickly reach great perfection in opening meridians. Mo Yun nodded, turning to Qin Fan with a directive. Qin Fan, focus on acquiring foundation establishment spiritual materials. Purchase any that match the needs of the elders to prepare for their advancement. Additionally, procure various blood essences vigorously. With enough blood essence, the strength of the Danchi sect could increase dramatically in a short period. If source stones become scarce, inform me immediately, and I shall devise a solution. Qin Fan acknowledged his orders. Master, the resources in Qizhufang are limited. I plan to have Lei Yang and Elder Wang Yuan lead a merchant convoy to procure rare treasures from other districts. The Deputy Sect Master's land acquisition team will also set out simultaneously, ensuring mutual support and safety. Mo Yun smiled. Excellent. After acquiring the list of dark forces, I will set out promptly. I can arrive at any situation in an instant. With all matters clearly arranged, Mo Yun finally found time to cultivate. The 2 lower-grade source veins obtained from Jinsuan Ridge had long awaited absorption. Now was the opportune moment to refine them and enhance his strength. Mo Yun intended to refine the lower-grade source veins into his divine aperture and Yang Fire Dantian. The divine aperture could significantly enhance his spiritual power, while the Yang Fire Dantian would bolster his vitality and fire control abilities. Both spiritual power and fire control were paramount in alchemy, and Mo Yun had longed for the chance to focus solely on alchemy, free from the burdens of myriad affairs. With the alchemical masters Dan Fingzi and Dan Huo Wang by his side, he was determined to seize this opportunity to delve deeply into the art of alchemy. As the lower-grade source veins circulated with the chaotic celestial pill formula, they visibly shrank, being absorbed into the innate source energy within his divine aperture and Yang Fire Dantian. The innate source energy within the divine aperture transformed from gaseous to solid form, resembling a transparent worm nestled at the core of his Dantian. Mo Yun and Oppos' spiritual power surged once more, with his detection range now nearing 8 miles. The innate source energy within the Fire Dantian resembles a radiant little sun, emanating an exquisite brilliance and warmth. As Mo Yun concentrated, a flicker of crimson flame ignited from his fingertips, causing the surrounding air to shimmer with heat. The scorching waves of fire surged forth, instantly evaporating the water on the coffee table, while the defensive formations trembled in response. Should this flame be unleashed? Mo Yun sensed that the entirety of Qizhu Mountain would be consumed in its blaze. However, the source power of his Fire Dantian could only manifest a single blossom of flame, necessitating a substantial amount of source energy for recovery post-use. Nonetheless, it remained an exceedingly formidable killing move. Host, Mo Yun, Physique, Minor Chaos Body, Medium Grade, 10, Realm, Qi Refinement Stage 10. 9th Rank Minor Chaos Gu, Technique, Chaos Celestial Dan Method, Source Techniques, 7 Kill Shadow Calamity Sword Medium Grade, Yellow Springs 2 Instrument Step Medium Grade. 1000 Phantoms No Form Medium Grade, Source Points, 40. As Mo Yun admired the virtual panel, he received a transmission from Yishao. Holy Sun, I have received news that the Shadow Pavilion intends to establish a stronghold in the Loxia mountain range of Qingzhou Square, searching the surroundings for secret realms. They will deploy a being of the Divine Concealment Realm, accompanied by a medium-grade source vein, planning to remain stationed long-term until the secret realm emerges. Mo Yun and Oppos' expression darkened. What has been arranged regarding the Titan Giant Ape? Yi Shao replied. Holy Sun, the Titan Giant Ape has already been taken by the higher-ups of the Shadow Pavilion. After soul-searching, they learned of the clear route by which the Titan Giant Ape and other demon clans entered the Great Xia. This matter indeed stems from General Yu Wei falling victim to a strategy of diversion. should someone in the court use this to launch an attack. It is feared that Her Majesty the Empress will be disappointed with General Yu Wei. A sinister smile crept across Mo Yun and Amp Appo's face. Yi Shao, you need not concern yourself with this matter any further. Since the Shadow Pavilion is so idle, I shall provide them with a bit of amusement. Chapter 66. Consulting the alchemist madman. After concluding his communication with the night owl, Mo Yun paced back and forth within the grand hall, deep in contemplation on how to contend with the Shadow Pavilion cultivators approaching the falling Sunset Mountain range. The Shadow Pavilion's divine concealment realm practitioners aim to seize the falling Sunset Mountain range as a stronghold, and with Mo Yun's current strength, it would be exceedingly difficult to withstand such an assault. Moreover, their ranks would likely be bolstered by numerous Foundation establishment cultivators beneath the leadership of those in the divine concealment realm. Strength, indeed, was paramount, although he could easily eradicate any Foundation establishment cultivator at will. The divine concealment realm practitioners had mastered the secret arts of the human body and wielded the powers of the 5 elements, employing methods that were unfathomable to him. Grinding his teeth, Mo Yun vowed fiercely that if there were no other recourse, he would have to enlist Feng Xian's assistance in the falling Sunset Mountain range. With the aid of Jiao Feng, he believed it would be entirely feasible to defend the mountain range, perhaps even allowing the Shadow Pavilion to suffer another significant setback. However, despite this, he still needed to seek out more source veins to elevate his cultivation to the fullest extent. As he spoke, Mo Yun gazed out beyond the grand hall, letting out a long sigh as he murmured softly. He awaited the list from Fei Yu, hoping that those factions would not let him down. Subsequently, he communicated with Mo Han, reminding him earnestly, Mo Han, the Shadow Pavilion will send divine concealment realm cultivators to Qingzhou Workshop, intending to use the falling Sunset Mountain range as a base to search for secret realms. Should you acquire any pertinent information regarding the Shadow Pavilion, inform me at once. Mo Han's cultivation had progressed rapidly. He had reached the 5th layer of Qi refinement. With the acquisition of the superior grade technique, Blood Moon Demonic Art, it was believed that he would soon attain the great perfection of Qi refinement. However, given her current cultivation strength, she likely lacked the qualifications to engage with divine concealment realm practitioners. Her only advantage lay in her identity as a liaison for the Mo clan. My lord, I have just received intelligence that 2 mid-foundation establishment cultivators from Honghe Workshop will arrive at Qizhou Mountain tonight, likely in relation to the falling Sunset Mountain range matter. Mo Yun's lips curled into a smirk as he replied, from now on, keep me informed of any news regarding the Shadow Pavilion's assassins. Mo Han acknowledged respectfully. Previously, her efforts had focused on the Shadow Pavilion and Appo's investigations into Mo Yun. Now that Mo Yun was concealed from sight, the Shadow Pavilion's assassins were utterly unable to find him. Coupled with Mo Yun and Appo's current capability to deal with Foundation establishment cultivators, it was natural that he would seek to cause trouble for the Shadow Pavilion. Tonight was indeed an opportune moment to collect interest. However, with time still on his side, Mo Yun resolved to consult the alchemist madman on the art of alchemy. Since his initial awakening to the Qi refinement stage, he had aspired to engage in alchemy to earn source stones. Now that he had achieved the great perfection of Qi refinement, he had yet to even approach an alchemy furnace. The alchemist madman and Danhua Wang had since established separate shops. Mo Yun chose to consult the alchemist madman due to his unorthodox and innovative approach to alchemy, in contrast to Danhua Wang and Appo's strict adherence to formality. Upon his arrival, the disciples of Danqi sect stationed there greeted him with respect. Disciple Chen Xingye pays respects to the sect master. Mo Yun smiled and nodded at the young disciple before him, treating the Danqi sect practitioners with an amiable demeanor. Influenced by the little chaos gu, all disciples held Mo Yun in high esteem. Where might Master Dan be? Chen Xingye replied. The materials for alchemy have yet to be prepared, and Master Dan has been enjoying tea in the tea room recently. Sect Master, allow me to show you the way. Mo Yun was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the alchemist madman to be immersed in researching formulas, but was pleasantly surprised by his leisurely enjoyment. He nodded and indicated for Chen Xingye to lead the way. Chen Xingye, did you come here to assist due to an interest in alchemy? Hearing Mo Yun's concern, Chen Xingye smiled. The clan had mentioned that I possess some aptitude for alchemy, and that I am of a medium-grade physique, the mystic fire spiritual body. If I can learn even a fraction from Master Dan, it will be infinitely beneficial for the future, allowing me to repay the sect. Mo Yun was pleased with Chen Xingye and Appo's earnestness and replied, then you must study diligently, observe closely, and practice often. When Master Dan is in good spirits, be sure to ask him more questions. Later, you can request some alchemical texts from Elder Ding. Chen Xingye respectfully acknowledged this. Knock, knock, knock. Master Uncle. It is I, Xiao Yun. Ah, Xiao Yun, come in and enjoy some tea. Upon opening the door, Mo Yun was greeted by an enchanting aroma of tea, invigorating his senses. Fixing his gaze, he saw the alchemist madman seated leisurely at the tea table, sipping spirit tea with an air of tranquility. Mo Yun inclined his body in a respectful bow. Master Uncle. The alchemist madman gestured towards the cushion opposite him with a smile. Xiao Yun. Come sit and keep me company. Mo Yun complied, taking the initiative to pour tea for the alchemist madman. Master Uncle, your life truly seems carefree and delightful. I am envious. The alchemist madman stroked his beard, a satisfied smile gracing his face. Maintaining a joyful disposition invites a multitude of creative ideas. Who knows? Perhaps I might concoct a new formula. Mo Yun complimented. If the transformation pill were to be revealed, Master Uncle would undoubtedly gain renown throughout the cultivation world. And the title of Grandmaster Alchemist would be yours. To be recognized as a Grandmaster Alchemist, one must be an extraordinary talent, revered by countless individuals. Beyond the pursuit of longevity, who does not wish to achieve fame and acclaim? The alchemist madman chuckled. As for the transformation pill, let us not dwell on that. Such a concoction holds no value for humanity. If I were to disclose it, I might find myself the target of scorn. He then inquired with curiosity, you are not one to waste time. What brings you to seek me out? Mo Yun sighed. Due to the interruption of the Danchi sect's inheritance, I have not had the opportunity to systematically learn alchemy. Today, I wish to seek your guidance, Master Uncle. After all, our sect should excel in the art of alchemy. The alchemist madman regarded Mo Yun with increasing fondness, nodding in agreement. Indeed, our sect should pride itself on the art of alchemy. In days gone by, countless strong practitioners knelt at the gates of the alchemy sect for a single pill, enduring days and nights of hardship. What glory it must have been for the disciples of the alchemy sect. As he spoke, the alchemist madman prepared a cup of tea for Mo Yun. Shortly, you shall accompany me to the alchemy chamber, where I will brew a batch of chi-gathering pills for you to observe. Following that, you shall attempt to batch yourself, and I will offer guidance based on your performance. However, I must forewarn you, should your initial attempt at alchemy result in failure, do not be disheartened. No one succeeds in crafting a pill on their first try. It requires countless repetitions before one can achieve success. After savoring their tea, the alchemist madman led Mo Yun to the alchemy chamber. The chamber was decorated simply and spaciously. The alchemist madman explained. Alchemy masters utilize their innate source power to stimulate their fire attribute physique, generating high-temperature flames for alchemical processes. Thus, the chamber and Apos' purpose is to ensure that the source energy from the convergence array continuously supplies source energy and shields against external disturbances. Mo Yun had gleaned this fundamental knowledge from the texts of the Danchi sect. The techniques of alchemy masters are evaluated by 4 primary criteria. First, whether the flame temperature is sufficiently high to remove impurities from the medicinal materials at will. Second, the strength of one's spirit, which must be robust enough to control the flames and monitor the progress of the pill at all times. Third, the alchemical techniques employed, such as fire control techniques and pill condensing methods. Fourth, the breadth of knowledge regarding medicinal pills and materials. The alchemist madman seated himself comfortably at the center of the chamber, retrieving 10 source stones from his storage ring. He enveloped them with his spiritual power and embedded them into the grooves of the convergence array. As he gestured and performed incantations, he imparted knowledge to Mo Yun. The convergence array provides a stable source of energy. As an alchemist, it is crucial to avoid arrogance. Even if your internal source power is abundant, do not neglect the convergence array. In other words, if you attempt to concoct a pill without utilizing the convergence array and exhaust your internal source power, what will you do when your enemies arrive? Will you die or not? Mo Yun, upon hearing this, suddenly comprehended. Initially, he believed that with his 11 dantians, his source power was merely a trivial matter. However, upon hearing the words of the Mad Dan, he found them to be profoundly insightful, emphasizing the necessity for caution. Mo Yun could perceive that the Mad Dan was imparting his wisdom without reservation. Thank you, Master Uncle, for your invaluable teachings. I have greatly benefited, he expressed with gratitude. The Mad Dan noted the understanding dawning in Mo Yun and Apos' heart and nodded in satisfaction. The materials for the chi-gathering pill comprise 4 distinct elements: 7-star grass, ice crystal flower, rootless water, and century-old Ganoderma. Soon, it will be essential to eliminate the impurities from the 7-star grass, ice crystal flower, and century-old Ganoderma, thereby preserving the essence of the medicinal herbs. Subsequently, these will be blended with the rootless water before the final process of pill formation. This entire procedure necessitates the assistance of an alchemical furnace, which provides the advantage of stability. A stable environment enhances the alchemist and Apos' control over the elixir, preventing failure due to excessive fluctuations. Additionally, have you mastered the techniques for fire control and pill condensation? Chapter 67. Alchemy. While perusing the scriptures of the Danchi sect at Wanxia Mountain, Mo Yun had already mastered the sect and Apos' core inheritance, the 9 turns of fire control, as well as the fundamental technique of pill condensation. The alchemist madman chuckled. In that case, there should be no problem. As for whether Mo Yun possessed a fire-attributed constitution, it was unnecessary to inquire. Clearly, anyone wishing to learn the art of alchemy must have such a disposition. With that, the alchemist madman retrieved a half-human-sized crimson golden furnace from his storage ring. This is my master and Apos' 8th-grade alchemy furnace, the crimson gold furnace. It contains 3 prohibitions that assist the alchemist in stabilizing and controlling the flames. Upon seeing the crimson golden furnace, Mo Yun and Amp Apos' eyes sparkled with excitement, and he silently mused. Alchemists are indeed wealthy. An 8th grade crimson gold furnace is valued at over 100,000 source stones. Before coming here, I acquired a 9th grade fire cauldron at the Tianji Merchant Association, which was merely worth 5,000 source stones. The 9th grade fire cauldron has only 2 prohibitions inside, rendering it incomparable to the stability of the 8th grade crimson gold furnace. In the art of alchemy, stability is of utmost importance. Excessive variability could easily lead to failure. The alchemist madman then entered a state of complete concentration, no longer paying attention to Mo Yun. Mo Yun understood that with the alchemist madman and Amp Apos' meticulous nature, it would be impossible for him to explain while refining pills. However, witnessing a master at work was a rare opportunity. Why do alchemists set up defensive formations within the alchemy chamber? On one hand, it shields against disturbances. On the other, it prevents outsiders from peeking and stealing their alchemical techniques. The alchemist madman channeled his entire source power, gathering a blue flame in his palm, which gradually expanded to envelop the crimson gold furnace. Mo Yun realized this was to heat the furnace, ensuring that the internal and external temperatures harmonized in preparation for the forthcoming medicinal materials. After a duration of several breaths, the alchemist madman enveloped the 7-star grass with his spiritual power and cast it into the furnace. With deft finger movements, he employed the fire control technique to incinerate the impurities within, leaving only the essence of the medicinal material. However, before the impurities of the 7-star grass could be entirely eradicated, the alchemist madman swiftly added the ice crystal flower and the century-old Lingji to the furnace. Initially perplexed, Mo Yun suddenly understood when he saw the alchemist madman also toss in the rootless water. The alchemist madman, based on the age and type of the materials, predicted the time required to remove impurities and sequentially introduce them into the furnace, ultimately achieving purification simultaneously. This method maximizes the prevention of damage to the essence of the medicinal materials due to excessive heat, and it also served as a test of the alchemist and Apos' spiritual power. Once the rootless water thoroughly mixed with the essence of the medicinal materials, the alchemist madman swiftly performed the pill condensation technique. With a hum, the flames surrounding the crimson gold furnace extinguished, and 10 jade-white pills flew into the palm of the alchemist madman, instantly filling the chamber with a fragrant aroma. It was Mo Yun and Amp Apos' first encounter with such a vibrant chi-gathering pill. The alchemist madman assessed the pills and nodded in satisfaction. 10 pills, with 1 pill mark. Not bad. The pill mark is an essential criterion for evaluating the quality of a pill. Typically, the pills circulating in the marketplace lack pill marks, rendering them of average efficacy and often containing residual pill toxins that could harm practitioners if consumed excessively. In contrast, pills with marks boast far superior effects and minimal toxin presence. According to the scriptures of the Danshi sect, the ancient alchemy sect and Amp Apos' ancestor once refined a pill with 10 pill marks, ultimately utilizing it to break through cultivation and ascend from the Zhongshuan realm. The alchemist madman's ability to produce a chi-gathering pill with a singular mark speaks volumes of his exceptional alchemical skills. Congratulations, master. The alchemist madman waved his hand, and the 10 chi-gathering pills gently floated before Mo Yun. Xiaoyun, examine these pills closely. Mo Yun took a pill in hand, scrutinizing it meticulously. The chi-gathering pill was flawless, glistening like snow, with a faint golden dragon pattern clearly visible on its surface. Master, this pill is immaculate, exuding a captivating fragrance. A rare treasure indeed. The alchemist madman approached Mo Yun, smiling. To achieve high-quality pills with marks, the most crucial factor is the control of flames to eliminate impurities. Excessive heat can damage the medicinal efficacy, while insufficient heat fails to eradicate impurities. An alchemist must strike the perfect balance. He patted Mo Yun on the shoulder. You possess a solid foundation in alchemy and have observed once. It is now your turn to refine. Do not fear failure. The key lies in learning from mistakes. The alchemist madman did not expect Mo Yun to succeed on his first attempt. Failure was inevitable. Mo Yun nodded and slowly walked to the central mat of the alchemy chamber. The chi-gathering array was still operational, requiring no additional source stones. He retrieved the necessary materials for the chi-gathering pill and the 9th grade fire cauldron from his storage ring. Mo Yun closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged, breathing steadily to calm his mind. Observing this, the alchemist madman stroked his beard, his gaze filled with admiration. After a quarter of an hour, Mo Yun opened his eyes, channeling the red flames from his fired-in field into his palm. With a hum, the moment the red flames appeared, a wave of heat surged around him. The alchemist madman stared in shock at the red flames in Mo Yun and Amp Apos' palm, his heart racing. What kind of flame is this? It is astonishingly intense. At that moment, Mo Yun swiftly performed the hand seals to invoke the 9 turns of fire control. The red flames, like a docile bird, shifted forms in Mo Yun's palm before gradually spreading to envelop the fire cauldron. With a hum, the 9th grade fire cauldron turned a deep red, as if on the verge of melting into molten iron. The alchemist madman gasped, whispering, Xiao Yun, the temperature is too high. It will damage the furnace. Try to reduce your source power and see if you can lower the heat. Understanding the instruction, Mo Yun recognized that the red flames were composed of source power from his fire dan field, and reducing the source power would naturally diminish the flame and Appos' potency. As he lowered the source power, the temperature of the red flames gradually decreased, restoring the fire cauldron to normalcy. Thanks to his far superior spiritual power compared to the foundation establishment level, Mo Yun effortlessly captured the intricate details of the alchemist madman and Appos' refining process, including the furnace temperature, changes in the medicinal materials, and transformations of the pills. This was the advantage of possessing powerful spiritual strength. When the temperatures inside and outside the fire cauldron drew near to those of the alchemist madman and Appos' refining, Mo Yun enveloped the 7-star grass with his spiritual power and sent it into the cauldron. He then invoked the 9 turns of fire control to eliminate the impurities from the 7-star grass with the red flames. The red flames were exceedingly hot, incinerating the impurities to ashes. Benefiting from his formidable spiritual power, the impurities of the 7-star grass were rendered completely visible. The entire process unfolded so swiftly that Mo Yun processed the 7-star grass even faster than the alchemist madman. The alchemist madman watched in astonishment. Is this truly the first time refining pills? How does it feel like he is an experienced veteran? Could this lad be attempting to feign ignorance? While the alchemist madman was lost in thought, Mo Yun timed his movements perfectly, simultaneously casting in the ice crystal flower and the century-old Lingji into the fire cauldron. Refining 3 types of medicinal materials at once demands an extreme level of spiritual power from the alchemist. Any misstep could reduce the materials to mere ashes. The alchemist madman felt inexplicably anxious as Mo Yun approached the critical moment of alchemy, his fists clenched tightly, his heart in his throat. Meanwhile, Mo Yun maintained a calm demeanor as he controlled the red flames to eliminate the impurities from the medicinal materials. Another quarter of an hour passed. All impurities were thoroughly removed, leaving behind the essence of the materials. Mo Yun then introduced the rootless water into the fire cauldron, allowing it to mix with the essence of the medicinal materials. With a hum, after a brief period, Mo Yun swiftly executed the pill condensation technique to gather the pills. The alchemist madman furrowed his brow in confusion. Xiao Yun and Appos' control over the flames is quite remarkable, likely stemming from the core teachings of the Danchi sect. But why is his pill-gathering technique so lacking? At that moment, the red flames inside and outside the fire cauldron vanished, and a jade-white pill soared into Mo Yun and Appos' palm. The chi-gathering pill was perfect, with no flaws, its aroma rich, and it bore a faint golden dragon pattern. 1 pill mark? At this moment, the eccentric Dan noticed the emergence of runes on the chi-gathering pill in Mo Yun and Appos' hand. He swallowed hard and inquired, Xiao Yun, is this truly your first attempt at alchemy? Mo Yun smiled and nodded, stating, it is indeed my first experience, and I owe it all to my esteemed master. Remarkably, I succeeded in creating a pill on my first try, complete with runes. Alas, there is only one. Dan and Appos' expression turned peculiar as he regarded Mo Yun with a mix of admiration and envy. Your talent for alchemy is the most extraordinary I have ever witnessed. With an exceptional pill consolidation technique, it is possible that you could produce 10 pills. As he spoke, he produced a scroll from his storage ring and offered it to Mo Yun. This is the method for consolidating pills, known as the 9 Palaces Spirit Locking Seal. This technique can lock in the essence of the medicinal herbs while simultaneously infusing the pill with source energy, thereby increasing the yield of pills. Mo Yun was momentarily taken aback, staring at Dan in disbelief. Master this. He had not anticipated that Dan would bestow such a precious technique upon him. The fire control technique and the pill consolidation method were the most valued treasures for alchemists, typically reserved for direct disciples. Dan waved his hand, interrupting Mo Yun. This pill consolidation method was an accidental discovery of mine. It is not part of the inheritance from the Dana sect, so there is no need for you to feel hesitant. If you remember the kindness of your master, you must ensure that our Dan sect's name resonates once more throughout the realm of cultivation. In Dan's heart, he regarded Mo Yun as an unparalleled genius in the art of alchemy, destined to become a formidable figure in the field. Educated by the Danha sect to take pride in their legacy, he had always aspired to revive the ancient Dan sect. Seeing a prodigy in alchemy, especially one hailing from the same ancient lineage, he felt compelled to extend his support. Mo Yun bowed deeply to Dan. Thank you, Master, for your generous instruction. Chapter 68, The Soul-Severing Sword Technique. In another shop within the Bamboo Green Mountain, the alchemist madman hurriedly sought out his junior, Dan Huawang. Huawang. Today I was teaching Xiaoyan the art of alchemy. Do you know what transpired? Dan Huawang responded with a smile. Brother, spare the suspense. Did you fail dozens, or even hundreds of times, leading to a significant blow to your confidence in alchemy? Such occurrences are quite normal. We all go through similar trials, and it is essential to foster understanding and compassion. The madman regarded Dan Huawang with a peculiar gaze. Aren't and Appos, do you usually meticulous in your approach to alchemy? Why change your standards for Xiaoyan? Dan Huang chuckled. I realized I might have been overly dogmatic and thought it wise to amend my ways. Not wishing to linger on this topic, the Mad Ant inquired, do you know how many times Shaoan succeeded in forming a pill today? Dan Huang and Appo's pupils contracted slightly. What? He managed to succeed on his first attempt? Indeed, he is a prodigy in the realm of alchemy, the madman proclaimed, his eyes gleaming with mischief as he silently retrieved a recording stone from his storage ring. Junior, Xiaoyan formed a pill on his first try. With a resounding thud, Dan Huang fell to the ground, stunned, staring blankly at the madman. The madman observed as Xiaoyan skillfully crafted the pill, and though he was prepared for success, he was still taken aback by the brilliance of the formation patterns. Brother, surely you jest, Dan Huang exclaimed. Shaking his head, the madman continued. Do you know the quality of the pill he produced? Dan Huang slowly rose. For a first attempt, the efficacy must be rather poor. The madman shook his head once more. It possesses a formation pattern. With another crash, Dan Huang collapsed again. Brother, an unparalleled genius. The resurgence of our alchemical sect is at hand. We must protect him at all costs, ensuring that no one like Jiang Xiaoyang can harm Shaoan. The madman paused, realizing. Oh no, Shaoan has gone out on a mission. I hope he is safe. In a state of urgency, Dan Huang urged, Brother, you must not be foolish. Quickly, go to the Tianji Merchant Guild and ask Chen Fan. However, upon arriving at the Tianji Merchant Guild, Chen Fan informed them that Xiaoyan had already departed from Qingzhou Fang and was currently untraceable. The two could only implore Chen Fan to inform them at the earliest opportunity if he learned anything, before returning to their shop to wait. Naturally, Chen Fan would not disclose Shaoan and Appo's whereabouts to anyone, as it pertained to his safety, a matter of utmost importance. Under a starry sky, with the cool evening breeze carrying the distant calls of partridges, Shaoan sat cross-legged atop a peak, while Hu Tsuanli stood respectfully by, awaiting instructions. Tsuanli, tomorrow someone will arrive at Jinqian Ridge, bearing my command. You are to cooperate with him fully. His cultivation is at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm. Although lower than yours, remember that he is to be treated as the superior. After altering his cultivation to the Blood Moon Devil technique, Wang Feiyu had made rapid progress and now stood at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement realm. Hu Tsuanli felt a twinge of frustration but dared not show it. Hesitantly asking, President, why such a special arrangement? Is my foundation establishment realm insufficient? Xiaoyun emitted a formidable aura, his voice calm, yet authoritative. Tsuanli, do not underestimate any cultivator, regardless of their realm. Sometimes, rank does not reflect true capability. Hu Tsuanli nodded respectfully. I shall obey the president's command. Xiaoyan noted Hu Tsuanli's lingering dissatisfaction. A mark of pride from the foundation establishment realm. Tsuanli, if you perform your duties well, I shall ensure you are rewarded. However, should you feign compliance and undermine my efforts? He let out a cold snort, channeling chaotic power to obliterate a massive boulder nearby. The sheer power left Hu Tsuanli wide-eyed and trembling with fear. The stone had vanished as if it had never existed. Swallowing hard, he knelt, stammering, President, I will wholeheartedly cooperate and fulfill your request. At that moment, he deemed all other cultivators insignificant before the president and Appo's might. Seeing the intimidation take effect, Xiao nodded. We shall partake in a hunt shortly. Hu Tsuanli bowed, affirming his compliance. Half an hour later, news arrived from the White Wolf King. A group of 12 was approaching from Hongafang. Xiaoan knew his companions had arrived. Ah, the Shadow Pavilion? Our game is about to commence. With a piercing cry, 2 golden eagles soared through the night sky towards the east. Xiaoan and Hu Tsuanli intercepted the group at Wancher Forest, situated 500 miles east of Jinqian Ridge. This area, filled with towering stones resembling trees, was aptly named Wancher Forest. The leader of the opposing cultivators was a sinister-looking elder clad in black robes, who stood among the stones, coldly observing Xiaoan. Xiaoan activated his chaotic demon eyes, discerning the cultivation levels of the opposing cultivators. The elder was in the late foundation establishment realm, with 9 radiant wheels of energy surrounding him. A slightly younger middle-aged man beside him was in the mid-foundation establishment realm, while the remaining 10 cultivators were at the peak of the Qi refinement realm. With a glint of malice in his eyes, the elder spoke coldly, You too. Why do you obstruct our path? Simultaneously, he mentally signaled the other cultivators to prepare for combat. Hu Tsuanli, observing the formidable lineup, felt a surge of anxiety and the urge to flee. He could not gauge the strength of 2 of the opponents, their auras overwhelmingly potent, clearly superior to him. Can the president contend with such a powerful assembly? But Xiaoyan remained composed, drawing forth the 9th grade source artifact, the Blood Sword. This was a trophy from his defeat of the great commander. Why do I obstruct your path? Simply to eliminate you. Before he could finish, Xiaoan unleashed chaotic energy, executing the Yellow Springs 2-instrument step, transforming into a blur as he charged at the sinister elder. The elder smirked wickedly, barking, formed the battle array. A massive blood-red serpent materialized in the air, lunging ferociously at Xiaoyan. In response, Xiaoyan coalesced his sword intent and unleashed the 7 kills Shadow Calamity Sword. The black sword energy hurtling forth to clash with the blood-red serpent. The ensuing explosion shattered the surrounding boulders, sending debris flying in all directions. The elder observed with a cold grin. Though I cannot discern your cultivation level, you certainly have not reached the divine concealment realm. As long as you are not at that level, we can bring you down with our battle array. The combined might of 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 10 peak chi refinement cultivators was indeed formidable. Had it not been for Xiaoyun's unique chaotic power, he might not have stood a chance today. Oh, is that so? Xiaoyun concentrated his sword intent once more, channeling chaotic energy to unleash the second strike of the 7-kill Shadow Calamity Sword, its power 5 times greater than the first. The lengthy Black Moon sword energy swept through the air, aimed at the sinister elder. The 10 peak chi refinement cultivators now displayed expressions of fear, recognizing that they could not withstand such a formidable attack. The elder and the middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator also bore serious expressions, taken aback by Xiaoyun's overwhelming strength and the potency of his sword technique. The Black Moon sword energy obliterated the blood-red serpent, continuing its momentum to envelop all opposing cultivators. The sinister elder retrieved a jade talisman from his storage ring, channeling his source energy to create a luminous shield that deflected the onslaught of the Black Moon sword's aura. Meanwhile, the middle-aged cultivator of the foundation establishment stage produced a silver shield to protect his own body. The 10 practitioners at the chi refinement stage, witnessing the scene, retreated in a frenzy, desperate to escape the enveloping sword energy. With a thunderous roar, the Black Moon sword aura cleaved the 10 chi refinement cultivators in half, while the sinister elder and the middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator were sent flying several dozen feet, crashing to the ground and spitting blood uncontrollably. Seizing the opportunity, Imoyun once again coalesced his sword intent, unleashing the third strike of the 7-kill Shadow Robbery Sword, intent on swiftly eliminating his adversaries. At that moment, the sinister elder activated the soul sword from within his sea of consciousness, piercing Imoyun and Appo's brow. Should the soul sword penetrate the sea of consciousness, even cultivators of the divine concealment stage would find it unbearable. This was the elder and Appo's greatest trump card in the realm of cultivation. The soul sword moved with blinding speed, arriving in an instant, prompting Imoyun to urgently summon his soul power to defend. However, to his dismay, his soul power merely managed to slightly decelerate the soul sword and Appo's advance. Hu Tsuanli, sensing the impending threat of the soul sword, turned pale with fear. Such a formidable soul attack could spell doom even for those of the divine concealment stage. President, it's over. With a piercing strike, the soul sword entered Imoyun and Appo's sea of consciousness, wreaking havoc within, attempting to shatter it. The chaos cauldron within the sea of consciousness trembled violently, intervening at the last moment to suppress the soul sword within its confines, quickly refining it. With a spurt of blood, the soul sword was annihilated, and the sinister elder was hit with a backlash, staggering and gazing blankly at Imoyun. Your soul, how can it be so powerful? Who exactly are you? Why do you oppose us? Imoyun instinctively touched his brow, a cold sweat trickling down his back. If not for the chaos cauldron suppressing his sea of consciousness, he would have suffered a significant loss today. Anger surged within him as he focused his sword intent once more, executing the third strike of the 7-kill Shadow Robbery Sword towards the sinister elder and the middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator. With a resounding boom, the Black Moon sword aura resembled a black hole, turning everything in its path to nothingness. The heads of the sinister elder and the middle-aged cultivator disintegrated under the might of the Black Moon sword aura. The surrounding forest of 10,000 stones was cleaved in two, reduced to a chaotic pile of rubble. Hu Tsuanli, standing in the background, regarded Imoyun with utmost awe, his expression shifting dramatically. Even the soul sword, which poses a threat to the divine concealment stage, could not harm the president? What is this? Killing foundation establishment cultivators as one would slaughter dogs? With 3 strikes, 2 foundation establishment cultivators and 10 chi refinement cultivators at the peak were slain. Such formidable combat prowess. Hu Tsuanli swallowed hard, reluctant to ponder further. He was immensely grateful that he had chosen not to confront Imoyun head-on. Otherwise, his fate would have been far worse. Imoyun slowly stowed the crimson blood sword back into his storage jade ring, not looking back as he calmly instructed, Tsuanli, what are you waiting for? Gather all the spoils and incinerate the bodies. Realizing the urgency, Hu Tsuanli hastily began to sift through the rubble, collecting the valuables of the fallen cultivators. Successfully killed Zhang Jun, randomly succeeded in plundering, medium-grade physique, blood soul spirit body, 200 points of source energy, successfully killed Tang Rubua. Successfully killed Jiang Mingjie, randomly succeeded in plundering, high-grade physique, 9 yang spirit body, 2,500 points of source energy. Azure Sun Palm, upper, Azure Sun Palm, harnesses fire attribute source energy to conjure a colossal flaming palm, striking forth like a blazing sun, incinerating all. Successfully killed Gu Zixuan, randomly succeeded in plundering, high-grade physique, Heavenly Yin soul body, 3,000 points of source energy. Soul severing sword technique, upper, soul severing sword technique, a secret technique of the soul, utilizing soul power to form a soul sword, striking down enemies invisibly. The stronger the soul, the greater the power. Detected diffusion potential between the minor chaos body and the blood soul spirit body. 9 Yang spirit body and heavenly Yin soul body can fuse, consuming 1200 source stones, with the minor chaos body and amp, Oppos, S evolution at 46. Ding, fusion successful. Minor chaos body and amp, Oppos, S evolution at 46. Host, Imoyun, physique, minor chaos body, medium grade, 46. Realm, Chi refinement stage, 10th layer. 9-tier minor chaos goo, cultivation method, chaos heavenly pill formula, source techniques, 7 kill shadow robbery sword, middle, yellow spring 2 form step, middle, 1000 phantom formless, middle. Azure sun palm, upper, soul severing sword technique, upper, source energy, 8,560 points, Azure sun palm, soul severing sword technique. If I were to employ the Azure sun palm with red flames, its might would surely be unparalleled, and with my soul power rivaling that of the divine concealment stage. Should I manifest a soul sword, what magnitude of power would that entail? Chapter 69, Digging Pits for the Four Seas Merchant Association. An hour after Imoyun and Hutsuinli departed, a mysterious cultivator draped in a black robe and adorned with a Rakshasa mask arrived at the scene. With agile movements, the enigmatic figure swiftly located the battlefield. A late-stage foundation establishment practitioner, a mid-stage one, and 10 fully realized chi refining cultivators had been utterly slaughtered, showing no resistance whatsoever. Gently caressing the smooth surface of the stone, he murmured to himself, a master swordsman, devoid of control over the 5 elements, yet their power surpasses even that. Nonetheless, those who oppose the Shadow Pavilion shall ultimately be subdued. Let me not catch you. With that, he soared into the air, heading towards Qingjufang, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Imoyun was in the central pavilion of Money Ridge, counting his spoils. 10 storage bags and 2 jade rings filled with treasures lay before him. With his current spiritual power, he effortlessly dismantled the previous restrictions and inscribed new ones. The items within were a dazzling array, and he refrained from spilling them out. A rough estimation revealed 400,000 source stones, mostly contributed by 2 foundation establishment practitioners, while the chi refining cultivators had barely over 1,000 stones among them. There were 2 bottles of first transformation demon essence pills, 30 bottles of chi gathering pills, and 3 bottles of rejuvenation pills, worth a total of 7,600 source stones. An 8th grade source artifact, the Star Shield, valued at 40,000 source stones. And a mid-grade array, the 4 symbols Holy Light Array, worth 10,000 source stones. 2 low-grade source veins were also gathered, valued at 200,000 source stones. The total haul amounted to around 660,000 source stones. The Shadow Pavilion was preparing for the stronghold at the falling Sunset Mountain Range, thus making provisions for mid-grade formations and source veins. The 4 symbols Holy Light Array. Does the treasure pavilion of Qingjufang not possess one? It had to be sourced from Hongafang. Moreover, the 8th grade Star Shield was a rarity. Shields were inherently scarce, let alone an 8th grade one. Contemplating this, Imoyun and Amp, Oppos, S lips curled into a smile, his plan becoming increasingly refined. Suinli, come in. Hutsuinli, waiting outside the pavilion, hurried in with a respectful demeanor. President. Imoyun retrieved the 8th grade Star Shield and the 4 symbols Holy Light Array from the Jade Ring, presenting them to Hutsuinli. You shall conceal your identity and deliver these items to the Four Seas Merchant Association, handing them over to Tong Tianhua. He then inquired casually. You must not reveal your face as Hutsuinli again. Do you consent? Hutsuinli grinned. President, changing my appearance is trivial. I only ask you to retain A and Amp, Oppos, Hu and Amp, Oppos, surname for me, as I am the sole heir of the Hu family. Imoyun chuckled softly. You are quite filial. Do as you wish. From now on, simply call me young master, for president feels rather distant. Hutsuinli, filled with joy, exclaimed, Thank you, young master. The change in address also signified Hutsuinli and Oppos' elevated status in Imoyun and Oppos' eyes, as following this mysterious young master promised a bright future. Imoyun nodded, stating, The Flying Flower Association will disappear entirely. Everyone will adopt a new identity. The practitioners of the Flying Flower Association will undergo the 1,000 illusions and no form transformation I shall impart, a mandatory secret skill upon joining the Danchi sect. They will not only alter their appearances, but even their spiritual auras, rendering them unrecognizable to outsiders. As for Hutsuinli, he received a small chaos goo to obscure the heavenly secrets. That very morning, Wang Feiyu, Lei Long, and Wang Yuan led a team to Money Ridge, quickly gathering Lao Kuan and the other chi refining practitioners before hastening towards Hongafang. Wang Feiyu and Amp, Oppos' mission was to deliver a list of dark forces to Imoyun and negotiate land acquisitions, while Lei Long and Wang Yuan aimed to procure rare natural treasures. Hutsuinli, on the other hand, would first proceed to the Four Seas Merchant Association in Qingjufang to execute Imoyun and Amp, Oppos' plan before rejoining Wang Feiyu and the others in Hongafang. In Qingjufang, Hutsuinli transformed his appearance to that of an elderly man, presenting himself as a fully realized chi refining cultivator as he swaggered into the Four Seas Merchant Association. Qin Ming, attending to customers at the counter, quickly dismissed a Qi-awakening cultivator upon noticing Hu Tsuanli's presence, approaching him with a beaming smile. "Ah, esteemed elder. Please follow me to the VIP lounge. Let us enjoy tea and conversation. I assure you, the VIP service of the Four Seas Merchant Association is far from the cheap services of other establishments. Only true VIPs may partake." Hu Tsuanli cast a sidelong glance at Qin Ming, fully aware of his duplicitous nature. "Take me to see Master Tong." Concurrently, he discreetly conveyed through a transmission. "It is I, Hu Tsuanli." Startled, Qin Ming and Appo's smile faded, and he gestured for Hu Tsuanli to enter. In Qin Ming and Appo's eyes, Hu Tsuanli was merely a pawn of the Four Seas Merchant Association, even beneath him in status. Resentment brewed within Hu Tsuanli. Realizing that anyone affiliated with the Flying Flower Association could be bullied by the Four Seas Merchant Association, even disregarding his own status as a Foundation establishment practitioner. He muttered darkly to himself, "After today, there will be no more Hu Tsuanli, no more Flying Flower Association. Qin Ming, should we meet again alone, I shall twist your head off and use it as a ball." Before long, Qin Ming led Hu Tsuanli to the back courtyard, pointing toward the main hall. "Master Tong is inside. You may enter." Qin Ming was not one to receive punishment for Hu Tsuanli and Appo's sake. Disinterested in exchanging further pleasantries with Qin Ming, Hu Tsuanli stepped forward, knocking on Tong Tianhua and Appo's grand door. "Master Tong, it is I, Hu Tsuanli from Money Rich." Tong Tianhua was enjoying a massage from a maid, having progressed to her chest when Hu Tsuanli and Appo's intrusion interrupted him. "Get in here," he barked. Hu Tsuanli gently pushed the door open and stepped into the hall. "I pay my respects to Master Tong." With a swift and fluid motion, a whip cracked through the air, striking Hu Tsuanli's back, leaving it bloodied and bruised. "Master Tong, I have come to present treasures." Tong Tianhua scoffed disdainfully. "Hurry up and show them. Do not waste my time." It was rare for a fully realized Qi refining cultivator to be scolded by a Foundation establishment practitioner, yet only Tong Tianhua could act thus. Hu Tsuanli produced the array plate of the four symbols Holy Light Array and the 8th grade star shield from his storage ring, presenting them before Tong Tianhua. "These treasures were unintentionally acquired by our people during a mission last night." Tong Tianhua and Appo's eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed, "What splendid treasures! Worth several tens of thousands of source stones. Well done. I shall commend you for this. Furthermore, in a few days, Jiang Xiaoyang will be demanding an explanation from the Tianji Merchant Association. Seize the opportunity to take advantage." Hu Tsuanli silently cursed Tong Tianhua and Appo's ancestors for this order. He was well aware that his own president was the true controller of the Tianji Merchant Association, and Tong Tianhua's command to rob them was tantamount to seeking his own demise. Moreover, how audacious of Jiang Xiaoyang to provoke the Tianji Merchant Association. It was akin to an old man committing suicide. With 2 Foundation establishment practitioners, 10 fully realized Qi refining cultivators, and all 3 swords having been slain, could Jiang Xiaoyang withstand even a single strike? Despite his inner turmoil, Hu Tsuanli maintained a composed facade. "I shall obey your orders." Tong Tianhua nodded in satisfaction. "You may leave now." After a respectful bow, Hu Tsuanli exited the grand hall. The maid attending to Tong Tianhua's massage cast a lingering gaze at Hu Tsuanli's retreating figure, her eyes narrowing slightly. "Congratulations, Master Tong, on acquiring such a treasure." Tong Tianhua, with a smug expression, boasted, "Indeed, my subordinates are quite reliable." The maid flattered. "That is also due to Master Tong and Appo's exceptional leadership." Nodding softly, Tong Tianhua stored the treasures in his ring and reclined on a bench to nap. The maid tenderly draped a bare fur blanket over him before gradually leaving the grand hall, returning to her own quarters. Cautiously, she retrieved a wooden box from her wardrobe and extracted a white jade talisman from within. With a deft movement of his fingers, he infused the jade talisman with primordial energy, then softly spoke. The sacred light formation of the 4 symbols in Jiang Mingzhi and Appo's star shield rested in the hands of Tong Tianhua from the Four Seas Merchants Association.